February of 2008 was colder than in previous years. No matter how many layers of clothing Bailly wrapped himself in, he could not stave off the bone-deep chill. Yet this cold did not come from the winter air, but from the football he loved so dearly. Yesterday, during training with Huagua's U23 national team, he had beaten up a teammate. Today, a single decree from the Football Association arrived. A nationwide ban from football for 10 years. A 10-year ban meant that within Huagua, he would be unable to engage in any football-related activity for a decade. By the time the ban ended, he would already be 28. This decree shattered Bailly's hopes. Even in this world he had traversed into, the national team of Huagua was just as abysmal as in his previous life. In his previous life, he had been so enraged by Huagua's national team being brutally crushed 7-0 by Japan that his breath stalled. When his eyes closed, he awoke in this parallel world. Here he became an 18-year-old youth of the same name, who had grown up in Spain training in Atletico Madrid's youth academy. However, limited talent meant that his strength within Atletico's academy was far from outstanding. Through sheer hard work, he was barely promoted by the Atletico Madrid B team's head coach from the U17s to the B team, yet he almost never made the starting 11. At this stage, he should have been training diligently, striving for a chance to start in the league. Yet after receiving a call-up from Huagua's U23 national team, he ignored the B team assistant coach's persuasion and insisted on returning to his homeland. He wanted to play in the 2008 Olympic Games. As the host nation, Huagua's U23 squad could enter the main tournament directly without going through qualification. Otherwise, given Huagua's footballing strength, they would surely have no chance to appear at the Olympics. Bailly wanted to offer his own power to Huagua's declining football to bring a sliver of hope. Yet perhaps too many people wished to contribute their strength. From the very moment Bailly returned to Huagua to join the training camp, he was met with exclusion at every turn. Though his ability was not considered strong in Atletico's youth ranks among Huagua's young players, he was among the best. Famous names cast long shadows, and certain players who had been forced into the squad from above did not dare meddle with the likes of Dong Fengshui Gao Lin or Hao Junmin. Instead, they plotted how to strip Bailly of his spot. It was Huagua's first Olympic Games. Too many eyes were fixed upon it. With no backing whatsoever, Bailly became the thorn in their side. Yet Bailly's call-up had come because U23 head coach Duakovic had taken a particular liking to him, and thus the coach valued him and was inclined to shield him. Unable to attack him in other ways, those people turned to dirty tricks on the pitch. And so during yesterday's intra-squad practice match, someone executed a scissor tackle directly at Bailly. That moment instantly triggered Bailly's stress response. In his previous life, his career path had been completely ruined by a single scissor tackle. Newly arrived in this world, he now faced the same situation again. He leapt and twisted to the ground to protect himself, then sprang up and unleashed a furious beating on that so-called teammate. With that, the entire place exploded into chaos. No one cared about Bailly's explanation. The matter was swiftly defined. He lacked basic football ethics, had maliciously injured a teammate, sabotaged team unity, and had beaten his teammate into serious injury. It was branded a vicious on-field incident. And today the punishment arrived, a 10-year ban. Bailly could even imagine that the newspapers would already be gearing up to run the story. Thinking of all this, Bailly could not help but laugh. It was a laugh of helplessness. His once radiant football dream was now utterly shattered. Then his gaze turned resolute. Since his homeland did not want him, he would have to make his name in Spain. Just as that thought rose in his mind, a sudden voice echoed in his mind-body: scan complete, system is being implanted. System implantation complete, automatically activated. A system. Having already experienced transmigration, Bailly found it easy to accept the idea of a system. He focused his thoughts at once to examine what kind of system it was. When he finished reading its contents, a smile unconsciously surfaced on his face. The system's function was simple. It converted every aspect of Bailly's footballing ability into numerical attributes. He glanced at his own status panel. Name: Bailly. Age 18. Height 182 centimeters. Weight 74 kilograms. Passing 77, 85. Vision 72, 85. Strength 66, 71. Off the ball movement 70, 78. Finishing 59, 70. Dribbling 66, 70. First touch 68, 75. Speed 60, 70. Stamina 70, 80. Defending 36, 50. Each number represented his current level in that attribute, while the value in parentheses marked the upper limit he could reach at present. As a midfielder, his technical abilities were top tier among Huagua's young players. This was the main reason Duakovic had noticed him and summoned him into the U23 squad. So long as his attributes were within their current upper limits, he could reach those heights through diligent training. Yet he could not break beyond those caps. However, the system offered another way to surpass those limits. By completing system tasks, he could gain various rewards, among them free attribute points. Free attribute points could be allocated to increase current values or to raise upper limits, with the number of points required differing for each choice. Ballon check the tasks currently available. Main quest activated. Task 1 raise any single attribute to 75. Task 2 make your first starting appearance for Atletico Madrid B. Each task completion would grant corresponding rewards, and once both were completed the quests would refresh. Before Ballon could study them carefully, the task system prompted him again. Task 1 completed. Reward Skill Selection Pack 1. Skill Selection Pack has been opened automatically. Please choose your reward. A flurry of messages left Ballon momentarily overwhelmed. When he looked again, only 3 choices remained. All 3 were skills separate from his basic attributes. Deadly through ball when passing is above 75. The success rate of through balls increases by 300. King of Speed when speed is above 75. During a sprint you may consume large amounts of stamina to forcibly accelerate a second time. Fox in the Box when finishing is above 75. A goal-scoring rate inside the penalty area increases by 50. Note skills consume large amounts of stamina based on attribute levels. The lower the attribute, the higher the consumption. Please plan usage wisely. After carefully reading the skill descriptions and weighing them, Ballon chose Deadly Through Ball. The other 2 skills were powerful as well, but for now they were useless to him. His speed and finishing were both insufficient to trigger them, and most importantly the caps on those 2 attributes had not yet reached 75. Thus Deadly Through Ball was the best choice. He could use it immediately. It fit perfectly with his role as a midfielder. With this skill in hand, Ballon's confidence surged. He then turned and headed toward the airport with not a trace of reluctance. Since you insist on stuffing useless players into the squad and crushing those who differ, then stay there and play among yourselves. I will open my eyes to the wider world. 2 days later, having crossed the ocean, Ballon arrived at Atletico Madrid's Cerro del Espino training complex. Both the first team and the B team usually train there. When he found the team's assistant coach Garcia to report in, Garcia's expression was far from pleasant. He handed Ballon a fax. When you went back to Huagua to play, what happened? Why has someone sent our club information claiming you severely injured a teammate there and were banned from football for 10 years by Huagua's Football Association? This fax even recommends that we impose a similar ban on you. Hearing Garcia's words, a chill ran down Ballon's spine. These people truly meant to haunt him to the very end. Meeting Garcia's gaze, Ballon calmly recounted what had really happened. Garcia nodded and said, "Focus on your training. I understand what kind of person you are, better than they do." He tore the fax into pieces and tossed it into the trash bin. Then he patted Ballon on the shoulder. "However, you must work even harder. Manuel is already preparing the list of players who will leave when this season ends." Ballon frowned slightly. Manuel was the B team head coach. And for Garcia to mention the departure list, as expected, Garcia sighed softly. "Your name is on that list." Garcia's gaze fell upon Ballon, carrying a hint of regret, so subtle it was almost imperceptible. From the depths of his heart, he genuinely liked this young player from Huagua. Always the most diligent in training, extra drills a matter of routine, never wasting nights in clubs or indulging in frivolous pleasures like so many other young footballers. Who could fail to appreciate such a disciplined and single-minded youth? Yet sadly, football is in the end a sport in which inborn talent speaks the loudest. Without that innate spark of brilliance, no amount of sweat can blossom into something truly astonishing. Hard work sets a player's floor, but talent is what truly defines the ceiling. This is the cruelest reality of professional football. Garcia fell silent for a moment, and at last a faint sense of pity rose in his heart. He stepped forward half a pace, lowered his voice, and shared a piece of information he really should not have revealed. 4 days from now at home against Alcorcon. That will be our last Segunda B match of the month. Listen, you'll be in the squad list, and you'll get your chance. He set his hand heavily on Ballon's shoulder. Having said this much, it was all Garcia could do for him. The rest would depend entirely on whether Ballon could seize this last straw and turn a fragile hope into a path beneath his feet. Ballon could not possibly miss the meaning between the lines. He nodded firmly. "I will give it everything." Garcia smiled with quiet satisfaction, patted Ballon's back once more, and spoke with a steady, reassuring tone. "Go now. Pour all of your mind into training. Don't let that ban from your country distract you. Remember, as long as you can establish yourself at Atletico, none of that will be able to bind you." "Yes, sir." Because it was an international break, many players had been called up by national teams at various levels and were away, leaving the Atletico B training ground looking rather deserted. But as the match days came to an end, the players began to return one after another to report back. After leaving Garcia's office, Ballon first ran laps alone to warm up, preparing himself for the training ahead. Gradually more figures appeared on the pitch, and the noise of voices rose with them. The most eye-catching arrival among the crowd was goalkeeper De Gea. Many teammates went over to greet him of their own accord. Close behind him came another highly regarded player, Merodio. His very name hinted at how formidable he was, yet he was far better known by another name, Coke. These two were the undisputed stars and linchpins of Atletico B. Especially Coke, the prodigy of Atletico's youth system, who had already begun to shine at the tender age of 16. Rumor had it that next season he was very likely to be promoted directly to Atletico's first team. By then he would only be 17 years old, and already playing in La Liga. During this international break, 16-year-old Coke and 17-year-old De Gea had both been selected for Spain's youth national team. De Gea was already the first-choice goalkeeper of Spain's youth setup last year. He had helped Spain's U17 side as a starter win both the U17 European Championship and the U17 World Cup. Because of such outstanding performances, he had been exceptionally promoted to Atletico B this season. Given the level of ability and consistency he was already displaying, like Coke, his rise to the first team was only a matter of time. When players of that stature stepped onto the training pitch, they naturally drew every gaze. For someone like Ballon, an anonymous fringe player, hardly anyone bothered to give him a second look. Sharing a similar predicament with him was Mario, a 19-year-old from Argentina. Perhaps because they both lived on the margins of the squad, the two usually stayed close to one another. Mario stared at the Coke and De Gea being treated like sons and moons, his tone full of envy. "I honestly don't know if I'll still be here when the season ends. My guess is the two of us are both hanging by a thread. How about coming back to Argentina with me? With our level, we could definitely fight for chances at my hometown club. At least we'd have a job." Ballon neither agreed nor refused. Mario was the archetypal Argentine player. Call it a love of freedom if one wished to be kind, or sheer self-indulgence if one spoke plainly. His natural talent far surpassed Ballon's, yet he spent his nights in clubs and chasing pleasure. Half a match was often enough to drain his strength completely. Seeing that, Ballon gave no reaction to his proposal and kept his gaze fixed in the direction of De Gea and Coke. Mario curled his lips, a hint of bitterness seeping into his tone. "Hey, stop staring. That path isn't yours no matter how long you look. You don't seriously think you'll stay here, do you? They're geniuses. They're not like us." Ballon withdrew his gaze, his face giving nothing away. Not like them. He truly was not like them. He no longer needed to look up at anyone else's trajectory. From this moment on, he would only chase the limits that belonged to him alone. He did not argue with Mario, nor did he explain. He simply brushed at the non-existent dust on his training shorts, then turned and walked toward the training ground. "Time to train." His voice was soft, yet held a resolve that brooked no doubt. Mario was left standing there, staring at the back that strode toward the pitch. He opened his mouth, but in the end no sound came out. He suddenly felt that this kid from Huagua had become somehow different. The change was hard to put into words, and it irritated him. Like a fellow straggler at the very back, suddenly breaking away and running forward without looking back. Once everyone had completed their warm-ups, Manuel signaled for them to divide into groups for a training match, a chance to rehearse tactics in advance. In 2008, Atletico B still adhered to the 442 formation that dominated Spanish football at the time. Their tactics emphasized stretching and exploiting both flanks, a midfield focused on possession and vertical passing, and a quick transition through the center in attack, seeking the forwards directly or releasing the wide midfielders on surging runs. Ballon was familiar with this entire approach. After all, it was what they drilled day in and day out. Atletico's tactics were relatively simple at the moment. The team did not yet have the capability to execute anything too complex. These years had been bleak ones for Atletico, with a spell of relegation to the Segunda and what many called the club's darkest decade. They had gone 10 years without a victory against their city rivals Real Madrid. Soon the teams for the training match. Team A consisted of the starters and core players, with Coke commanding the midfield. Team B was made up mostly of substitutes and fringe players. Ballon sat on the bench, a substitute among the substitutes. The moment the game began, Coke displayed abilities far beyond those of his teammates. Receiving the ball in central areas, he brushed past one defender with a subtle touch and feint, then ghosted by a second. Driving into the half space inside the box, he swung his left foot, without hesitation curling the ball toward the far corner. It carved a perfect arc and nestled into the net. Moments later, Coke produced another moment of brilliance. Out wide, he suddenly shifted tempo and burst past his marker, drawing several defenders toward him before calmly squaring the ball across to the area around the penalty spot. The teammate arriving there was left unmarked and simply passed the ball into the net, doubling the score. Thanks to Coke's individual brilliance, Team A quickly established control the entire match, unfolding according to his will. It was all exactly as expected. No one found the scoreline strange. How were the substitutes supposed to compete with the starters? After 20 minutes, Manuel made a substitution. Ballon came on, replacing a Team B midfielder. Once on the pitch, Ballon did not rush to show off. He knew that as a midfielder, impatience was dangerous. Instead, he kept observing Team A's defensive positioning. Soon the opportunity arrived. After Team B won the ball in their own half and launched a quick transition, the pass came to Ballon's feet. Before the ball even reached him, he had already lifted his head to survey the field and seen that Team A's backline had grown exposed from pushing up in mass. His own striker Lopez was quietly drifting along the blind side of their last defender. Without any extra touch, at the very instant the opposing holding midfielder stepped forward to press, Bailly used the outside of his right foot to send a low driven through ball, the pace blistering the line, exact skimming just beyond the center back's reach and slicing open the entire defense. Lopez understood instantly, exploding forward into a unyielding. Facing the onrushing De Gea, he pushed the ball to shoot, but Spain's youth goalkeeping prodigy reacted with astonishing speed, flinging himself down to turn the ball away for a corner. Lopez helplessly gave Bailly a thumbs-up, then shook his head. Missing such a clear chance was a heavy blow to his hopes of claiming a starting role. De Gea bellowed at his teammates, then quickly hurled the ball by hand to restart play. Team B was soon pushed back yet again. Even though that attack had not produced a goal, Manuel, standing on the touchline with arms folded, felt his eyes brighten slightly. The vision, timing, and precision Bailly had shown with that through pass were completely at odds with the evaluation report Manuel held about him. It was not a fluke. It was talent. Without making a show of it, he rubbed his chin, his gaze once more settling on the young player from Huagua, quietly jogging back to his position. That pass, he thought, truly had something to it. The outcome of the final match was never in doubt. The game was completely under Team A's control, while Team B was thoroughly suppressed, rarely able to organize an effective attack, and spending most of the time merely defending. However, in the limited time of ball possession, Bailly became the only discordant note in Team B. He received passes 3 times in the midfield and backfield facing Team as high pressing without the slightest hint of panic. On all 3 occasions, he employed the simplest methods to deliver equally lethal through balls. The first attempt saw Lopez's unknown chance thwarted. The second attempt pierced through the gap between 2 center backs, creating a half chance for a teammate, but it was ruined by a miscontrolled ball from the chasing defender. The third attempt, however, was a nearly surgical through ball sent through a tight space to the penalty spot, but the unmarked Mario kicked the ball into the stands. 3 golden opportunities squandered. The score finally settled at a resolute 50. A complete rout. Yet on the sidelines, head coach Manuel's gaze did not linger on the scoreboard. His brow was slightly furrowed and his fingertips unconsciously tapped on the tactical board, his eyes firmly locked on the young Huagua player wearing Team B's number 29. What he saw was not a series of mistakes, but rather something entirely different revealed behind those 3 passes. The ability to spot openings in the blink of an eye and accurately deliver the ball to a teammate's feet was pure talent, something that couldn't be explained away by effort. Manuel had originally listed Bailly for a potential clean-out, believing him to be mediocre in talent. But at this moment, his inner judgment began to waver for the first time. Perhaps Garcia was right. This silent Eastern player indeed harbored certain overlooked and unique qualities. On the other side, after training, Mario wiped his sweat with a towel and approached Bailly, who was packing up his gear, wearing his usual, slightly exaggerated smile. "Hey, bye," he exclaimed loudly as if that could dispel the awkwardness. "That last shot was such a shame. I have no idea how there suddenly appeared a little bump there. I completely slipped when I kicked. Otherwise I could have scored with my eyes closed. Don't you think?" He rambled on, though his eyes flickered, unable to meet Bailly's gaze directly. After a pause, he seemed to suddenly remember something, nudging Bailly with his elbow, his tone laced with genuine confusion and a hint of barely perceptible bitterness. "But seriously, how did you manage to deliver that pass just now? With so many people surrounding you, you just slotted it through. That's not your usual style, right? Have you secretly practiced some special skill?" Bailly zipped up his backpack without pausing. He raised his head and calmly glanced at Mario, a look that made the latter feel unexpectedly guilty. "If you hit the nightclubs a little less often," Bailly's voice was flat, but precisely pierced through Mario's excuses, "that shot would have gone in." With that, he hoisted his backpack onto his shoulder and added casually, "I'm leaving now." Without waiting for Mario's response, Bailly turned and walked toward the locker room, his steps devoid of any lingering attachment. Mario's smile froze, his outstretched hand awkwardly hanging in midair. He watched Bailly's retreating figure, opened his mouth, and ultimately just scratched his head in frustration, muttering under his breath, "TCH, acting serious when he still has to leave with me." Yet deep down he sensed clearly that something indeed felt different this time. "Bailly." Suddenly Mario heard Garcia's voice and turned to look at Bailly. Garcia was waving at Bailly from not far away. "Manuel wants you in his office." Mario's carefree smile completely froze, as if something had lodged painfully in his throat. He watched helplessly as Bailly walked towards Garcia, who affectionately patted Bailly on the shoulder, and they headed for the office. Mario felt as if he were nailed to the spot. A strong sense of discomfort gripped him suddenly. It was neither anger nor confusion, but a sharper emotion, one he couldn't accept due to Bailly's transformation. Just before this match, they still belonged to that forgotten corner, likely to be cleaned out together as struggling allies. Bailly's flashes of brilliance in those passes could have been attributed to mere luck. But now Garcia's words and actions instantly shattered that fragile balance. This meant he and Bailly were no longer the same. Bailly's passes were not luck, they had truly caught the attention of those above. He might be breaking through. This realization surged within Mario, bringing with it a strong sense of unwillingness and bitterness, even a hint of anger stemming from betrayal. Why? Why were you one step ahead? We should have sunk together. His throat felt dry, his lips moved, yet no words came out. He could only watch helplessly as the figure that once sat beside him at the end of the bench was now walking towards a path he could not reach. Garcia and Bailly walked towards Manuel's office. Garcia turned his head, unable to suppress his admiration, saying to Bailly, "Kid, we all saw your performance. Remember that feeling, maintain that state. As long as you can bring at least half of this performance from the training match into the official games, I assure you there's a place for you in the team." The office was close. Upon reaching the door, Garcia patted Bailly's shoulder again. "All right, now lift your head and walk in. Manuel doesn't like players who slouch. He called you in because he saw something different. This is your opportunity, seize it." Bailly took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. Manuel's office was simple, yet somewhat old-fashioned, filled with a faint scent of leather mixed with grass. He sat behind a large desk, head down, writing something in a thick notebook. Hearing the door open, he did not immediately look up, but merely tapped the table with the tip of his pen. "Sit." His voice was steady, revealing no emotion. Bailly complied and sat down on the chair in front of the desk, his back instinctively straightening. Then Manuel closed the notebook, hands clasped on the table, his gaze scrutinizing Bailly like that of a hawk. The brief silence felt almost oppressive. Regarding today's training match, he finally spoke, his tone unwavering. "Your 3 passes." He paused, seemingly choosing the right words. "Accurate and timely, these were the things you lacked in previous matches." His words were direct, without any unnecessary praise. "But this is just one training session, it doesn't indicate anything. I've seen too many players who are world-class in training, but become as soft as a sponge in official matches." Manuel leaned slightly forward, his gaze sharp. "In 4 days for the match against Alcorcon, I will start you." He made no attempt to seek agreement, it was merely a cold notification. "What I need to see is whether you can still deliver such a ball when an opponent is genuinely kicking at your ankle. Don't let me think it was just luck." Bailly tried to speak, but was directly interrupted by Manuel. "You can leave now. Remember, I only care about performance on the field. Everything else is just nonsense." "All right." Leaving Manuel's office, Bailly did not immediately walk away. He stood in the quiet corridor, taking a deep breath, as if trying to compress the surging emotions within him back down. Starting in the first team, task 2 is about to be completed. Not only could he gain a reward, but he could also refresh the task. Bailly clenched his fists. He knew that his opportunity had finally arrived. At the Atletico Madrid training base, there are separate dormitories. However, for the youth team players, the accommodations are rather modest, still dormitory style, unlike the hotel-like dormitories of the first team. After dinner, he returned to the somewhat shabby 4-person dormitory where the others had not yet returned. Bailly closed the door, and the world instantly fell silent. He did not rest immediately, but sat on the edge of the bed, gazing calmly out the window at the darkening sky. In his mind, his current attribute panel vividly emerged. Each piece of data represents the gap between him and world-class players, as well as his potential for the future. There isn't much time left, the match is in 4 days. Bailly calmly analyzed in his heart. "I must make a choice. I cannot cover all bases, although I have a system that guarantees improvement through effort. The limited training time must be focused on the essentials." His thoughts raced rapidly. Coke is definitely the core, ball control, organization, and attacking runs are his strengths. What I need to do for now is not to compete for his ball possession, but to figure out how to better cooperate with him to maximize the team's overall combat effectiveness. Where are my strengths? His gaze wandered over the attribute panel. Passing and vision. These are my strongest abilities at present, and also the ones with the highest potential. The deadly through pass skill is even based on this foundation. It must be my cornerstone, requiring consistent training, but it cannot be everything. So what do I urgently need to improve? It's off-the-ball movement. He immediately grasped the key. Only with smarter and more frequent movements can I create opportunities to receive the ball, relieve pressure from Coke, and find the best lines and angles to deliver a deadly through pass. Next is ball control. He continued to deduce. In the midfield, tussle opportunities are fleeting. Then comes stamina and strength. As for shooting, dribbling, and even the dismal defense, Bailly decisively categorized them as training to be post. At this stage, my role is to be an efficient support point, a rhythm converter, and a provider of deadly assists. First, I must excel at these, establish a foothold in Atletico Madrid B team, and then consider other aspects. As his thoughts gradually clarified, a clear training path formed in his mind. Priority 1, off-the-ball movement, ball control. Priority 2, stamina, strength. Priority 3, maintain and steadily improve passing and vision. One can have shortcomings, but one must not lack characteristics. He must leverage his strengths to secure a spot in Atletico Madrid B team. Having established a plan, Bailly took a deep breath, his gaze becoming incredibly firm. After enduring a decade of complete suppression by the national team, this faint opportunity before him was the only lifeline of his professional career. He absolutely could not let go. For him, now time was the most precious commodity. With this thought, he could no longer sit still. A sense of urgency pushed him to act. Should he go for an extra running session now? He acted on his impulse. He quickly changed into his training outfit, slipped on his running shoes, and was about to push the door open when suddenly the dormitory door was pushed open from the outside. Mario and another roommate, Fildos, walked in one after the other. Mario caught sight of Bayes' attire at a glance and recalled his stunning through passes during today's training match, along with the unprecedented meeting with the head coach afterward. A surge of complex emotions suddenly engulfed him. His words involuntarily carried a harsh sarcasm. Oh, planning to train extra? Who are you trying to impress? Bayes couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids at him. He had long seen through such people. They would act like brothers when complaining about fate together, but the moment you attempted to take a step upward, they would unhesitatingly stick out their foot to trip you, dragging you down alongside them. Bayes merely nodded slightly at the honest Fildos as a form of greeting. Fildos had average talent, but at least he was a reliable person. Mario, completely ignored, felt embarrassed and angry, and his words became even more cutting. What's the matter? Do you really think being called by Manuel once is such a big deal? Have you forgotten who you are after a few good kicks? Let me tell you, no matter how hard a waste of space trains, he will never become a genius. Don't waste your energy. Bayes finally stopped his movements and shot him a cold glance, a look that seemed to penetrate all pretense and jealousy. At least his voice was calm, but each word was like a knife. I won't be rolling around in the mud while mocking those who are trying to get back up. After saying that, he no longer gave Mario any time for a response, directly pushing the door open and shutting out that face flushed with anger and embarrassment behind the door. Mario was choked by Bayes' words, his face turning red, a surge of anger lodged in his chest without words to counter. He abruptly turned around and grabbed Fildos, who was preparing to tidy up his things beside him. Let's go. Forget about this mess, let's go out for a drink. I know a good place. I heard a batch of new waiters from Valencia have arrived, and the service is great. Let's go check. Fildos shook his head somewhat awkwardly, his voice gentle yet firm. No, Mario, we have training early tomorrow. We need to maintain our condition. The repeated refusals felt like gasoline poured on the flames of Mario's anger, instantly igniting even greater fury. He stared at the closed door as if Bayes were still standing there, his tone becoming increasingly sharp and bitter, almost shouting at the air. What does he think he is? He's just a Huawo person who got lucky and kicked a few good balls. Does he really think he can turn things around? Don't you know what level Huawo players are at? Huawo players playing good balls. What a joke. Don't I know your capabilities? Just wait and see. A waste is still a waste. You will never have a chance. It's simply impossible. He seemed to be convincing Fildos, but more so he was desperately trying to convince him. After shouting these few words, he gasped for breath, snatched up his jacket, and stormed out, without looking back, planning to drown this uncontainable anger and jealousy in alcohol. Fildos listened to Mario slam the door and shook his head helplessly. His gaze fell on Bayes' empty bed, a bit surprised. This Huawo teammate seemed really different from before. In the past, Bayes trained hard, but always carried a sense of confusion. Yet tonight, all he had in his eyes was a cold determination. Fildos couldn't help but recall the few precise through passes on the training ground, and then thought of Bayes' resolute figure as he stepped out to train extra. An elusive thought surfaced in his heart: could effort really be effective? But he quickly shook his head, unwilling to think deeply, and murmured softly, I hope so. I hope he can. As night fell, most of the lights at the Espino training base had been extinguished. Manuel returned to the office due to a forgotten document, but paused on the path to the dormitory. He noticed a figure on the training ground running at a steady pace, the sound of footsteps echoing clearly in the stillness of the night. It was that Chinese kid Bayes. Manuel crossed his arms and quietly observed from the shadows for a while. He had seen too many players, those with exceptional talent, those who worked hard, and those who ultimately faded into obscurity. The harsh realities of the football world were all too clear to him. He had always believed that effort unsupported by talent was of limited significance. Yet at this moment, watching the silhouette drenched in sweat beneath the cold moonlight, a subtle ripple of emotion stirred within his usually calm heart. He did not change his view on the realities of football, but a flicker of hope arose within him. I hope so. He withdrew his gaze and turned towards the office, silently wishing, I hope that under the bright lights of the match you can show me something that matches this effort. This might be the greatest recognition and expectation that a pragmatic old-school coach like him could offer. Bayes remained completely unaware that Manuel had passed by. He was entirely immersed in his own rhythm, feeling the purity and release that came with the sweat he shed. The next day, training went on as usual. Bayes was fully focused on every technical movement, acutely aware of two gazes fixed upon him. One was sharp and filled with hostility, while the other was subtle and contemplative. He turned to look, seeing Mario's undisguised glare and Ferdo's thoughtful observation. Bailly paid them no. Mario was so angry that he bit his teeth in silence while Ferdo sank deeper into contemplation. Night fell. Mario still hadn't returned to the dormitory. The team had long been accustomed to such behavior. Their 4-person dormitory had basically been assumed by the coaches to be subject to cleanup by the end of the season, and no coach was willing to waste words on them. Time flew to February 22nd. The day before Atletico B's match against Alcacon in the B1 group of La Liga 2, Manuel gathered the players after training. He scanned the crowd with his usual calm and pragmatic tone. The season has entered a critical stage. Every minute of your performance now directly relates to the fate of next season. I don't think I need to make this any clearer. You are all people who need to strive for your professional player status, so train hard and play well. Then he pulled out the starting lineup. The inclusion of names like De Gea and Koch was unsurprising. However, when the name Bailly was clearly pronounced from the coach's mouth, the entire team fell into a strange silence. Almost all the players' faces were filled with shock and disbelief. This name did not fit with the others in the starting lineup. How could someone usually forgotten in the corner possibly be included? Especially Mario, who seemed struck by an invisible lightning bolt, stood frozen in place. His mind was blank, with only one thought reverberating and booming: Bailly. He actually started. The next second, a surge of intense unwillingness and resentment crashed through his reason. He couldn't even control his volume, exclaiming, "No way, why him? Why him?" A few teammates nearby glanced at him with amused smiles. In the eyes of those who had long regarded Mario and Bailly as mere passers-by of the season, this scene was nothing more than a comical internal conflict among losers. The coaching staff did not react at all, not even pausing their gazes. No one would waste time explaining the outburst of a fringe player. On this green field, the rules have always been so cruel and clear. Those who persist in their efforts may be temporarily silent, but they will never be forgotten for long. On the other hand, those who indulge themselves, no matter how much resentment they harbor, will ultimately be swept away by the tides, forgotten by all. Garcia's gaze lingered on Mario for a moment longer, a flash of complex emotions crossing his eyes. Once upon a time, he had high hopes for this Argentine youth. Mario's lively talent had once been a bright spectacle on the training ground. However, this innate gift had ultimately been worn away by the neon lights of nightclubs and a life of indulgence. Garcia sighed slightly, then shifted his gaze to the silently standing Bailly. This Chinese youth brought another kind of surprise. There was no dazzling halo of talent, only the sweat shed day after day and an almost stubborn persistence. He saw in Bailly the purest form of effort. Now he was looking forward to this effort blossoming into something even more radiant. Not just for this match, but for a longer-term future. Mario saw that everyone completely ignored him, his face alternating between red and pale. This feeling of being overlooked was too painful. At that moment, he envied Bailly even more. The next day was match day. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the players on the Atletico B team who made the roster had all gathered, making final preparations for the match set to kick off at 5:30. Bailly focused intensely on his warm-up, feeling his accelerated heartbeat and a slight uncontrollable tension. Alcacon. The deepest impression this team left on Bailly stemmed from his past life, when in the first round of the Copa del Rey in the 2009-10 season, they shockingly eliminated Real Madrid with a total score of 4-1, becoming a sensational upset in Spanish football. That was also a regret that lingered in the hearts of countless Real Madrid fans. No one had expected that this small club, which had never stepped into the top league, could defeat the Galacticos twice and win by 3 goals. In fact, Alcacon was not a traditional strong team. Since its establishment in the 1970s, they had long been mixed in amateur and semi-professional leagues. Many of their players were local shopkeepers, workers, etc., training and competing only during their spare time, not full-time athletes. The club also lacked a mature youth training system. For this reason, the Atletico B team, playing at home, was determined to win this match. During warm-up, Koch proactively approached Bailly and briefly, but clearly instructed, "Make sure to pass the ball to me more later." His tone was natural, imbued with the confidence of a core player. Bailly nodded, saying nothing more. The match was about to begin. Atletico B's home ground was at the Espino training base's Espino Stadium, a compact venue. It could only accommodate a little over 2,000 spectators. However, there were very few spectators for the youth team's matches. The capacity of 2,000 was sufficient, and only a few hundred fans were scattered in the stands. Bailly took a deep breath and stepped onto the pitch. At that moment, a crisp notification echoed in his mind. Task 2. Complete your first starting appearance for Atletico B. Status completed. Reward new talent Ballon short pass. Bailly was momentarily taken aback, still immersed in the joy of acquiring a new talent. Behind him, Kuka, noticing his halted steps, gently patted his back and whispered, "Let's go." It was then that Bailly regained his senses and hurried to catch up with the team for the pre-match ceremony. Cuckoo assumed he was just a bit nervous about his first start and felt a vague concern could this teammate falter on the field. However, Bailly had no time to consider Cuckoo's thoughts as his heart was already filled with ecstatic joy. Ballon. It was the very one Ballon. Though he had only inherited the short passing ability, this midfield maestro from the peak era of La Coruña was renowned for his effortless passing, elegant control, and genius-level vision, making him a hallmark of Spain's technical midfielders. He was also a severely underestimated artist on the pitch. As many seasoned fans commented, Ballon, perhaps a player whose name will never resonate loudly as the years pass, much like his style on the field, simple, unadorned, and untouched by the mundane dust of the world. Taking advantage of a pause during the pre-match ceremony, Bailly suppressed his excitement and quickly checked the details of his talent. Ballon short pass inherits the pinnacle short passing organization ability of the midfield maestro Ballon from the Super La Coruña era. Talent effect passing attributes enhanced significantly, increasing short pass accuracy and stability, greatly improving midfield rhythm. Control can form tactical synergy with killer through ball, greatly amplifying the dual threat of organizing and threatening passes. Bailly couldn't help but smile. His passing attribute had leaped from 77 to 82. Meanwhile, the system tasks had refreshed. Task 1, complete your first assist or goal in the Segunda B League. Task 2, participate in 3 consecutive league matches, with each match lasting no less than 45 minutes. Each task completed will yield corresponding rewards, and the tasks will refresh upon completion of all. Looking at his newly upgraded attribute panel and talent skills, Bailly felt an immense boost in confidence. Facing an opponent like Alcorcón, scoring might take some time, but he was determined to secure an assist. The match process in Segunda B was much simpler. As the third tier of Spanish football, the Segunda B League features teams with limited budgets. Additionally, due to the large land area of Spain compared to Europe, to minimize team costs, the league is divided into 4 groups based on geographical regions. The top 4 from each group will enter the promotion playoffs, ultimately determining which teams will ascend to the Segunda. Of course, a few years later, the Spanish Professional League will be restructured, and the Segunda B will cease to exist, replaced by the Primera Federación and Segunda Federación. Currently, Atletico Madrid B team is placed in Group 1, located in the Madrid region, with 7 wins, 5 losses, and 13 draws, totaling 34 points, sitting at 13th place in the league. In the same group is their city rival Real Madrid Castilla. The youth derby between the two teams has always been a hot topic among local Madrid fans each season. However, similar to their first team encounters, Castilla holds a clear advantage at the youth level. It is widely believed that given the current strength of Atletico Madrid B, it would be difficult to challenge the star-studded Castilla lineup. The first round ended in a 11 draw thanks entirely to De Gea's extraordinary performance and the significant personnel changes in Castilla at the start of the season, which led to cohesion issues. However, at this moment, the players of Atletico Madrid B had no time to consider the future city derby. Everyone's attention was fully focused on the upcoming match against Alcorcón. In the first round, Atletico Madrid B had defeated Alcorcón 21 away, giving them a psychological advantage. Soon both teams were positioned, and the center circle awaited the kickoff. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, and the match officially began. After the kickoff from Alcorcón center, they played very cautiously, not rushing to advance, but prioritizing the stabilization of their defensive formation, patiently searching for opportunities through backfield passing. Atletico Madrid B quickly initiated a high press, attempting to regain possession. In the opening stages, both sides engaged in fierce battles in midfield with rapid transitions and ball control. There were no clear chances, but it was lively. At that moment, among the hundreds of die-hard Atletico fans in the stands, some murmurs of confusion began to arise. Many eyes were focused on Bailly, who wore the number 29 jersey. This was their first time seeing an Eastern face starting in an official league match for the team. A middle-aged fan nudged his companion beside him, his tone filled with confusion. Who is number 29? A Japanese? Or a Korean? I've never heard that name, Bailly. What a strange name. Where did the club find this youth from their training? Can East Asian players adapt to our style of physical play? Another person shook his head and chimed in with a hint of deep-rooted skepticism in his voice. Just then on the field, Bailly was knocked to the ground by a robust midfielder from Alcorcón named Diego during a lateral run to receive the ball, and the referee did not blow the whistle. A chorus of disappointed sighs and more blunt criticisms erupted from the stands. Look at his body, he fell with just a bump. Isn't this physical play too weak? Who did the youth team pick? Manuel on the sidelines paid particular attention to Bailly's performance without any change in expression. However, on the coaching bench, Garcia wore a worried expression. Bailly had been heavily knocked down by the opposing midfield. Bailly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. However, he quickly got back up, brushed off his jersey, showing little emotion on his face, but his eyes quietly changed. In the initial minutes, he indeed felt discomfort. The physical intensity in Segunda B far surpassed that of the internal training E teams at this third tier when facing La Liga youth teams knew they couldn't rely on technique and had to resort to physicality. The lumberjack tactic is the absolute counter to technical teams. This made Bailly realize that relying solely on his current physical strength was not a wise choice. He needed to be smarter. His gaze swept across the field. He knew his advantages and therefore needed to play. Meanwhile, Diego, the Alcorcon midfielder who had knocked Bailly down, couldn't help but smirk in satisfaction. This frail East Asian kid was indeed easy to take down. The weakness of Atletico Madrid BS starting lineup couldn't be more apparent. Almost simultaneously, Kuka, not far away, furrowed his brow. He looked at Bailly lying on the ground, feeling a sinking feeling in his heart. Was he really too much of a stretch? This temporary starting teammate might really become the most vulnerable link in defense. However, just a minute later the situation began to change. As Diego charged towards Bailly again with ferocity, Bailly suddenly sprang into action to meet the pass. At the moment Diego was about to close in, Bailly had already kicked the ball out, and the football traced a precise line, perfectly landing in the space ahead of Kuku. Coincidence? Diego frowned. Kuku, slightly surprised, firmly received this perfectly timed pass and instinctively glanced at Bailly. He immediately advanced with the ball, but soon Kuku was surrounded by 3 defenders. No one was available to receive in the front. Just as Kuku was getting frustrated, Bailly appeared not far away. Kuku's eyes lit up as he quickly passed the ball. Diego, following Bailly, lunged at him even more aggressively. But Bailly gave no chance for close contact, quickly passing the ball to the side before immediately running towards a new open space. By the time Diego finally caught up, the ball had already been passed again. What made Diego even more infuriated was that Bailly's movements were becoming increasingly elusive. He no longer stuck to the center, but instead weaved left and right, continually using teammates as walls to create 1-2 combinations. Alcorcon's midfield defense was thrown into disarray by his relentless movement. At this point, Kuku also began to notice the change. He realized that his coordination with Bailly was becoming increasingly tacit. Whenever he needed a passing option, Bailly always appeared in the right position. Moreover, Bailly's passes were always delivered accurately to his most comfortable receiving position. This fluid cooperation made Kuku look at this Eastern teammate with newfound respect. Damn, Diego couldn't help but curse after missing a tackle. He clearly saw Bailly reaching out for the ball, but by the time he rushed over, the ball had already been passed to the completely opposite direction, right into the area he had given up defending. This Eastern kid seemed to be able to predict his every move, always resolving pressure in the simplest way. What was even more terrifying was that every pass from Bailly was frighteningly precise, whether it was a ground pass or a lofted ball, always finding the most comfortable receiving position for Atletico players. Diego began to feel frustrated. His pride in physical confrontation was rendered useless against this agile opponent, and he felt outmaneuvered. He had to admit that this number 29 was gradually controlling the rhythm of the game in the way he hated. The fans in the stands gradually quieted down, surprised to find that this East Asian player they had questioned was influencing the match in an unexpected way. Moreover, Bailly's style of play felt very familiar to Spanish fans. It was so Spanish. Even Coach Manuel on the sidelines nodded slightly, a hint of approving expression flashing in his eyes. Garcia clenched his fists tighter. It settled. Bailly should be able to stay. This style is exactly what Atletico needs. Suddenly the fans in the stands let out a gasp. It's Bailly again. Kuku, after receiving the ball in the center, was surrounded by 2 defenders. Without hesitation, he laid the ball off to the incoming Bailly and quickly made a forward run. Bailly understood immediately. Without stopping the ball, he directly passed it with a precise ground pass, sending the ball back to Kuku's feet once more. A classic 1-2 combination shattered Alcorcon's midfield defense in an instant. Kuku advanced the ball, drawing the opposing defenders to block him. Meanwhile, Bailly did not stay put. After passing, he immediately darted straight behind Alcorcon's defense. Kuku keenly noticed Bailly's movement. At the moment he was about to tackle the defender with a flick of his ankle, he cleverly passed the ball to Bailly, who had moved to the weak side. Bailly received the ball, glancing forward without much adjustment, and sent out a surgical through ball with his right foot aimed directly at Thiago, who had successfully evaded the offside trap. The football penetrated the goalkeeper's grasp. It was a goal. Thiago dashed excitedly towards the sidelines after scoring, then pointed decisively at Bailly, who assisted him. His teammates rushed in, surrounding the two in celebration. Coke smiled as he ruffled Bailly's hair, his tone filled with approval. That was a beautiful assist. On the sidelines, head coach Manuel subtly nodded in acknowledgement. In that moment he had already made up his mind this kid from Huagua was worth keeping an eye on. Beside him, Garcia excitedly pumped his fist. The spectators, who had initially been skeptical, erupted in cheers, not only celebrating the goal, but also re-evaluating Bailly's performance during this time. His positioning, passing, and that incisive through ball had completely exceeded their expectations. In a corner of the noisy stands two men in casual suits were conversing quietly. The older one was veteran scout Bernal, while his assistant Javier stood beside him. "Did you notice that number 29? Bernal nodded slightly. His ball handling in these few minutes has been quite His movement is intelligent, and his passing choices are very reasonable, especially the vision and precision of that final pass." They were scouts for the local team Getafe, and most of the time lower-tier teams like theirs had to sift through the youth academies of these top-tier La Liga teams for some overlooked gems. Players deemed undesirable by others could sometimes prove extremely useful to them. Just then a gloomy voice interjected from the side, "He's just lucky." The two turned to see a young man full of resentment staring intently at the field. This was Mario, who had failed to make the roster. He had specifically come to the match to see Bailly fail, and when Bailly was knocked down repeatedly at the start he had laughed and mocked along with the crowd. But now he was consumed by anger. Bernal and Javier exchanged a knowing smile disregarding this emotional outburst. Having seen too many players, they had their own standards of judgment. Seeing the two remain unfazed, Mario grew even more agitated. "I trained with him. He has no talent at all. It's definitely just luck." Bernal merely cast a casual glance at him before returning his focus to the field. Javier calmly responded, "Whether it's luck or not, you'll know after watching him touch the ball a few more times." Mario wanted to argue further, but was interrupted by the sudden roar of cheers around them. The match had resumed, and Bailly once again skillfully evaded a defender in midfield, delivering a forward pass. The two scouts instinctively leaned forward. Mario gazed at the familiar yet strange figure on the field, ultimately pounding his fist into his knee, swallowing all his resentment. At that moment he felt as if the entire world didn't believe him. Oh, why didn't they believe Bailly was just lucky? After all this time training with Bailly, how could he not know his worth? "I want to see how long you can keep this up." Mario forced this statement through clenched teeth, eagerly anticipating the moment when Bailly would finally be exposed. He had rehearsed this moment countless times in his mind. When that time came, he would use the sharpest words to mock him, and then graciously accept this fallen comrade back into the fold, telling him, "Look, in the end, the only one standing by you is still me, Mario." On the field, the Atletico B team's attack ultimately ended with Thiago's long-range shot going over the crossbar. Bailly wiped the sweat from his forehead, unconcerned. He understood that his primary task in this match was to showcase his abilities and secure a chance to stay on the team, rather than demanding his teammates capitalize on every opportunity. Moreover, that assist had already fulfilled his first task from the system. Although the rewards would be calculated after the match, it undoubtedly bolstered his confidence. Products of the system are always top-notch. Whether it was the decisive through ball or the short pass from Ballon, both had provided him with impressive capability in battle. He collected his thoughts and refocused on the match. After conceding a goal, Alcorcón had clearly intensified. Most of the players in the team were in their 20s with limited talent, but rich experience. They knew well how to use their bodies to suppress these youth players in their teens. For a moment, Atletico B found themselves on the back foot, continuously allowing their opponents to create shooting opportunities. De Gea, after making a thrilling save, could no longer hold back and shouted at the defense, "Mark your man." Where's the defense? Even the usually calm Coke felt helpless. He craved to attack, to push forward, but the entire team was being suppressed, making it difficult to organize effective passes. He instinctively scanned his teammates on the field, his gaze finally landing on Bailly. Unbeknownst to him, he had come to view Bailly as one of the few players who could keep pace with him and understand his intentions. A turning point finally appeared. After a successful defense, Atletico B swiftly launched a counterattack. Once Coke received the ball, he almost instinctively sought out Bailly for a partnership. This had become his automatic choice, and he hadn't even realized when this trust was built. Bailly understood immediately, quickly making a run. Without stopping the ball, he passed it back to Coke. Coke likewise, without stopping, returned it to Bailly. This fluid two-man wall pass allowed them to tear through Alcorcón's midfield line. Diego tried to shoulder him off, but couldn't even touch him. Bailly pushed forward along the right flank. His raw speed wasn't exceptional, and the opposing defender quickly closed into support. However, at that moment, Bailly keenly observed a red and white figure darting forward on the left, Sergio, the team's left winger. Without any hesitation, Bailly launched a precise diagonal long pass. The ball arced, clearly bypassing the defender and perfectly landing on Sergio's path. Although Bailly's skills were known for short passes, the accuracy and timing of this long pass were enough to tear open the defense. Sergio charged down the left flank, forcing Alcorcón's defense to lean towards him. Just as the opposing defender was about to block him, Sergio decisively passed the ball back to the top of the penalty area. Coke, who had been pushing forward, arrived just in time and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball flew towards the goal like a cannonball. The goalkeeper Merck threw himself in a desperate dive, but he was still a step too late. Coke's shot was too devious. Swish! The ball hit the net, splashing white waves. Atletico Madrid B team scores again. The players embrace each other in excitement, even the usually stern Manuel cheers with a raised fist. However, his gaze did not linger on the goal scorer Coke or the assister Sergio, but instead remained fixed on the seemingly inconspicuous initiator Bailly. What he saw was an organizational core who played with his mind, lacking astonishing speed and physique, yet possessing a vision that surpassed his age, precise passing and calm judgment. A rough diamond in need of polishing, Manuel silently evaluated in his heart, a glimmer of subtle expectation flashing in his eyes. Perhaps Atletico Madrid is about to produce another genius. In the stands, Bernal's eyes sparkled with uncontrollable excitement. He gripped his notebook tightly and whispered to his assistant beside him, "We must sign him no matter the cost, and bring him to Getafe." His gaze was always focused on the figure of the number 29 on the field. Look at his passing choices, his positional awareness. This level of maturity is completely beyond that of a youth team player. Getafe needs such a brain to organize the attack. Assistant Javier quickly noted, but his physical confrontational ability is indeed a problem. Bernal interrupted. "We can customize a training plan for him. He is still young. What's important is that he possesses a talent that money cannot buy, that innate field vision and passing instinct. Getafe can offer him a first-team opportunity that Atletico cannot." He glanced at the Atletico Madrid coaching staff cheering for the goal. A meaningful smile crept across his lips. While Atletico has yet to fully realize his value, we must act first. This warrant will be Getafe's most important signing for the next season. He had already begun to conceive the scouting report for the club in his mind, having even thought of the title "A Rough Diamond" overlooked by Atletico. The value of Bailly to Getafe's tactical system. Not far from the Mario had become completely frozen in place. He looked vacantly at the field, his face etched with disbelief and struggle. He certainly understood football better than anyone, and he recognized that Bailly's display of passing vision and organizational ability in these few minutes was no coincidence. Each precise transfer, each well-timed run silently shattered his last glimmer of hope. Yet he was unwilling to admit it. "It's just luck. This is definitely just luck." His lips trembled slightly, unconsciously repeating this phrase, as if it were a spell to dispel all his unease. However, even he could not distinguish whether this statement was meant to deride Bailly or to desperately comfort himself, who was teetering under the impact of reality. The first half of the match approached its climax amidst intense confrontation. Although Atletico Madrid B team had a few chances due to Bailly and Coke's control in midfield, forward Thiago squandered two excellent opportunities, one missing a clear shot on goal and the other heading over the crossbar. On the other side, Alcorcon also had their opportunities. They launched a quick counterattack resulting in a clear chance, but their final shot similarly lacked precision, easily claimed by De Gea. Bailly performed excellently in this half, though he did not have more direct assists. He organized the team's attack multiple times through precise transfers and adjustments. His steady passing and clear thinking had become an indispensable metronome in midfield. As the halftime whistle blew, the score stood at 20. Back in the locker room, Manuel walked straight towards Bailly, patted him on the shoulder under the gaze of the entire team, and spoke in a calm tone laced with undeniable affirmation. "Well played. Rest well, you won't need to play in the second half." He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over Bailly, rare in his elaboration. "You have already shown me your value, and that is enough." Upon hearing this, Bailly's eyes instantly brightened. Was he staying with the team? Bailly suppressed his surging emotions and looked up at Manuel. At this moment, Manuel had turned to the whole team, his tone returning to its usual calm as he began to outline the tactics for the second half. "Keep the defensive formation compact, immediately counterpress after conceding a goal, and do not give them the opportunity to organize easily." Just then Cork leaned in, gently bumping Bailly with his shoulder, and whispered congratulations. He smiled at Bailly, his eyes filled with sincere recognition. "Let's continue to cooperate in the future." Though young Cork already understood the harsh reality of professional football, he could see that Bailly had fought hard through his own efforts and the undeniable performance from the previous half, carving out a glimmer of hope for himself. Such a person, possessing perseverance and hidden talent that had been overlooked, deserved his respect and even friendship. Bailly took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and nodded to Cork. Only at this moment did the tension that had been held throughout the first half finally relax, followed by a quickly spreading fatigue and a small flicker of hope that he dared not show. As the second half of the match began, the game stabilized. Under Manuel's tactical arrangement, Atletico B team primarily focused on solid defense, while maintaining pressure in the midfield and forward areas, leaving Alcorcon with little opportunity to attack. Cork continued to control the rhythm in midfield, but lacking Bailly's support and connection, the team's attacking transitions noticeably lost some of their previous fluidity and sharpness. Although Alcorcon attempted to retaliate, creating several long-range shots and crossing opportunities, none truly threatened the goal guarded by De Gea. In the end, the score froze at 2-0, with Atletico B team successfully securing 3 points at home. Hundreds of fans in the stands celebrated the victory, and when teammates were all smiles. Bailly grinned widely. It was not just about the victory. It was also because the task reward had arrived. Task 1: complete your first assist or goal in the Segunda División B. Status completed. Reward: new talent, Ballon evasion. Bailly didn't have time to look closely, he just knew it was another master-level talent. He joined his teammates in the celebration. This time, even De Gea took the initiative to celebrate with him. Anyone could see that this young man from Huagua would be somewhat different after this match. Perhaps his starting position would be secured. At this moment, those who had previously questioned why Manuel would put Bailly in the starting lineup finally understood. Bailly deserved to be a starter. Back in the locker room, while showering, Bailly hurriedly checked his new talent. Ballon evasion, inherited from the midfield master Ballon of the Super Laco era, characterized by unique evasion skills in tight spaces. Talent effect slightly increases dribbling attributes, as well as balance and flexibility, significantly enhances the probability of successfully evading tight defense using rhythm changes and simple feints when receiving the ball in narrow spaces. Works in synergy with Ballon's short pass, allowing successful evasion to create ample time and a broader vision for subsequent passes. After clarifying the new talent, Bailly wasted no time. He quickly finished showering and reunited with his teammates, returning to the Espino training base. The atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful after the team's victory. On the way, Cork was playfully pretending to hit De Gea's shoulder with a towel, while De Gea exaggeratedly dodged, shouting jokes in Spanish. Thiago mimicked Bailly's somewhat clumsy, evasive movement from the match, provoking a round of good-natured laughter, and Bailly couldn't help but chuckle, playfully punching Thiago's back. A group of young people chased, shoved, and laughed in the sunlight, pouring down their youthful vitality and joy of victory, flowing freely among them. Against this backdrop, Mario and Fieldos appeared at the other end of the road. Fieldos looked at the scene from a distance, pausing his steps. He watched as Bailly was surrounded by teammates laughing and making merry, the natural sense of belonging starkly contrasting with the image of his companion, who always trained in silence and appeared out of place in the corner of the locker room. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Fieldos' eyes, which soon turned into a faint, even somewhat understanding smile, as he murmured softly to himself, "That's really nice." That was genuine happiness for this once similar companion. Meanwhile, Mario seemed frozen in place. The scene before him was particularly glaring. The jubilation of victory, the acceptance of teammates, and the carefree joy belonging to winners. It should have nothing to do with him, and he was unwilling to look. However, what left him feeling as if a huge stone was lodged in his chest was Bailly's face, smiling brightly in the sunset. Once a face that, like his, could only quietly drag a weary body back to an empty dormitory after training, now radiating the glow of being in the core circle. Mario's expression instantly turned grim, his lips pressed tightly together. He forced himself to look away, as if looking one more time at that boisterous joy would be a torment. The resentment and bitterness in his chest surged, and he couldn't understand why it was Bailly who had succeeded. Why could he integrate so quickly? What had he ever given? Was it just a pass? Why? In the end, he forcefully and almost violently yanked Fieldos' arm, his voice cold and hard. "Let's go." Back to the dorm. Bailly hadn't even noticed Mario and Fieldos. He was thinking about how to continue showcasing his abilities and get into the top league as soon as possible. At that moment, assistant coach Garcia's voice came from behind Bailly. Everyone stopped, and Bailly turned to see Garcia, standing not far away, waving at him. He jogged over, and Garcia wore an inscrutable, serious expression as he calmly said, "Go pack your things." This made Bailly's heart sink, and the smile on his face instantly froze. He stood there, his mind racing through the worst possibilities. Was his performance in the first half not enough? Is the team going to let him go? Garcia, noticing his suddenly tense expression, suddenly burst into laughter, patting his shoulder hard. "What are you thinking? You're being moved to a double occupancy room from today?" He leaned in closer, lowering his voice and speaking encouragingly. "Work hard, kid. If you keep this momentum, by the end of the season you might even get a single room. If you can sign a professional contract, hey, then you can rent a comfortable place outside with your salary, and that would really be nice." This sudden good news made Bailly let out a long sigh of relief, and the immense joy instantly dispelled his earlier anxiety. Before he could express his gratitude, his teammates had already gathered around him, smilingly congratulating him. "Nice one, Bailly." Thiago ruffled his hair. Cork chimed in with a grin, curiously asking Garcia, "Who is his roommate?" Garcia laughed heartily. "He doesn't have a roommate yet. He's the only one in that double room, which is just vacant." Cork's eyes lit up, immediately interjecting, "Perfect, assign it to me." He turned to Bailly, smilingly explaining, "I usually stay at home, but I can stay here on match days, or if I'm late from..." He looked back at Garcia. "Coach, is that all right?" Bailly certainly wanted this. Getting closer to Cork, who was currently the most recognized for his abilities, was something he had longed for. Garcia looked at the two and readily nodded. "Sure, he'll arrange it." "Let's go." Cork seemed in a good mood, throwing an arm over Bailly's shoulder. "I'll help you pack." Amidst the good-natured teasing of his teammates, Cork accompanied Bailly toward that once crowded four-person dormitory. On the road to a new starting point, Bailly's steps felt particularly light. The old dormitory, filled with a sense of despair and the days devoid of hope, would finally become part of his past. Bailly and Cork chatted and laughed as they headed towards the once crowded four-person dormitory. Just as they arrived at the door, Mario and Fieldos happened to walk by. The four of them collided in the narrow corridor, and the air instantly froze. Mario's gaze first fell on Bailly, then suddenly fixated on Cork at his side. His pupils contracted sharply, and the color drained from his face, as if he had seen the most improbable and glaring sight. Cork, the absolute core and genius of the team, was now alone with Bailly. Fieldos was also stunned for a moment, his eyes quickly scanning Bailly, then glancing at Cork, finally landing on the bag in Bailly's hand that he was using to pack his belongings. He instantly understood something, his lips moving slightly. "Bailly, what are you doing?" Mario's breathing became suddenly heavy as he stared intently at Bailly. Bailly ignored Mario's gaze, his tone devoid of any emotion. As if merely stating an ordinary fact, he replied to Fieldos, "I'm here to pack my things and move to the new dormitory." New dormitory? Mario seemed to have heard the biggest joke, suddenly speaking up. "What new dormitory?" "What?" The coach gave him a double room. Cork frowned and answered this question for Bailly. His arm was still casually draped over Bailly's shoulder, and this protective posture and natural tone was like a sharp knife piercing through Mario's last psychological defenses. "Double room." Mario yelled, uncontrollably, veins bulging on his forehead. Why does he get that? Has Mr. Garcia gone mad? Or have you put a curse on him? His accusations were absurd and jarring, echoing in the corridor. Cork's expression turned completely cold. Fieldos instinctively tugged at Mario's arm, but was violently shaken off. Bailly did not look at him again. He merely nodded at Cork and Fieldos, sidestepping past the frozen Mario, and pushed open the door to the dormitory that was about to become a thing of the past. This act of ignoring was more lethal than any words. Mario felt as if all his strength had been drained, frozen in place, watching Bailly go in to pack, watching Cork follow him in naturally, without even casting him a glance. Between them, there was now an invisible, yet immense chasm. Bailly's gaze had already turned to the distant horizon, while Mario remained trapped in place, ensnared in endless jealousy and resentment. Fieldos stood beside the crumbling Mario, but his gaze pierced through the open door, watching Bailly, who was efficiently packing his belongings, and Cork, who occasionally helped hand him items. He witnessed firsthand how Bailly had emerged from countless extra trainings and struggles to reach today. In that moment, a newfound clarity struck him. Effort truly does yield rewards. Talent may vary, but lying flat and complaining will surely bring nothing. He silently clenched his fists, glancing at the seemingly insane Mario, who was still immersed in resentment, and for the first time, he clearly drew a line. He gently inhaled, no longer attempting to comfort Mario. Some people are destined to no longer be companions on the same path. The next day, at the Espino base in the office of the sports director, Carmenero was taken aback by a phone call he had just received from the head of Getafe's youth training. The other party wanted to purchase a youth player from Atletico Madrid. Bailly. After hanging up, Carmenero slowly placed the receiver back on the phone, and the office fell silent again, though the rhythm of his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk revealed a hint of amusement from being interrupted. Bailly. He repeated this unfamiliar name softly, furrowing his brow as he searched his memory for anything related to it, but found nothing. A player who prompted Getafe to actively inquire and even offer a transfer fee of 100,000 euros should not be so obscure, having completely escaped his notice. 100,000 euros. For a young player struggling in lower leagues, whose name hadn't even reached his level, this was an unusual offer. Behind it must be continued scouting and valuation. He pondered for a moment before pressing the internal call button, his tone returning to its usual calmness and efficiency. "Please get me a detailed report on AB team player, named Bailly, Chinese nationality. Yes, send it to my office as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, he gazed out the window, as if he could pierce through the distance to the direction of the Espino training base. It seemed that there was a story hidden within the B team roster that he had overlooked. Not long after Carmenero looked at the report on Bailly in his hands, his brow furrowed. In the 26th round of the Segunda B, first start, played 45 minutes, contributed 1 assist. He read the key information softly, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table, previously long on the bench, with almost no playing record. This resume was pitifully thin. An AB team like Atletico Madrid, which primarily aims to train young players, receiving a first starting opportunity only at the end of the season, seemed to indicate many issues. It seems that his potential is indeed limited. Carmenero made a preliminary judgment. The 100,000 euros offered by Getafe seemed like a rather good deal for a young player he had no prior impression of and who appeared to be underutilized by the B team. He was almost immediately inclined to agree to the transfer. But out of professional habit, he decided to first hear the opinions of those directly managing the first team. He connected to the internal phone of the B team's head coach, Manuel. Manuel, regarding a Chinese player named Bai Yi from your B team, Carmenero cut to the chase. Getafe just inquired about him, willing to offer 100,000 euros. I see his playing record is very limited, and if you don't have any special plans for him, I am inclined to sell. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Manuel's suddenly elevated and almost frantic voice on the other end. Absolutely not. Manuel's voice was filled with incredulous urgency. Jose, this deal cannot happen right now. Manuel, calm down. His data is not impressive. 100,000 for a player at his level. Data doesn't tell the whole story. Manuel retorted eagerly. Yes, I admit I can't guarantee he will definitely become a top star, but he is certainly not an average player. He is a rough gem that needs patience to polish. He took a deep breath, trying to make his tone more firm and persuasive. Trust me, he is a very special player. Many of his talents are not reflected in the reports. He has just begun to adapt and is just starting to show his value. 100,000 euros. Selling him now would be an enormous short-sightedness. What he needs is not to be traded, but more playing time and sustained observation. On the other end of the line, Carmenero fell silent. He did not expect Manuel to give such a high evaluation and such a resolute protective stance for a young player who had only started once. Carmenero paused. Manuel's strong opposition forced him to reassess what seemed like a good deal. All right, he finally said. I respect your professional judgment. Let's put this deal on hold for now. But Manuel, I need to see the progress and potential you mentioned quickly reflected in results and performance. I will, Manuel assured emphatically. After hanging up the phone, Carmenero looked again at the brief report bearing by yes name, his expression now completely different. Perhaps he almost missed an interesting story because of a cold piece of data. Carmenero thought that one day when he had time, he could watch a match of Atletico Madrid's B team at home to see what characteristics this player named Bai Yi possessed that made Manuel so adamant against selling. As an all-round midfielder core of Atletico's double crown team in the 1990s, a hexagonal warrior, Carmenero naturally had his own vision. On the training ground, the sun was just right and the turf was emitting a faint heat. Bai Yi and his teammates were diligently training according to Manuel's requirements. Mario was absent from the training ground. Since the moment Bai Yi moved out of the old dormitory, he had completely severed ties with a past like Mario's. For him, this was a release and also a necessary step forward. In fact, Mario could no longer stay in the B. His youth training contract had not yet expired, but no other teams were willing to take him on. Garcia, after understanding the details of yesterday's dormitory corridor conflict with Coke, made the final decision to demote Mario to the U19 team. Garcia was completely disappointed in this player who was addicted to complaining and refused to grow. Since you are unwilling to seize opportunities, then go calm down in a younger age group. His handling was straightforward and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. Setting aside these distractions during a training break, Bai Yi glanced at the system interface and unexpectedly found that his strength attribute had quietly increased by 1 point. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise in a smile. It seemed that his path to becoming stronger was very clear, and of course the only prerequisite was diligent training. In the following days, training continued systematically. For these young players in the training camp, the daily rhythm of life was quite similar, a bit bland. In their spare time, their favorite topic often revolved around girls. As teenagers in their puberty, they seemed to possess endless energy driven by their genes, eager to run freely on the field, while also yearning to experience another form of sprinting outside the pitch. Whenever such topics arose in the locker room or during breaks, Bai Yi often felt somewhat out of place. He had almost no social circle outside of football in Spain, and his life revolved entirely around the team. His range of activities was extremely fixed. Apart from going to away games, his world was limited to the Espino training base and the area within a kilometer around it. In the past, this isolation was because no one was willing to accompany him. Now, however, the situation had changed and teammates began to actively invite him to gatherings or outings. However, when faced with these invitations, Bai Yi always smiled and shook his head in refusal. For him, training hard to improve his attributes was the true path. As March approached, Atletico's first match was set to be an away game against Merino Luanco. This team was also not particularly strong. It was a team from the coastal town of Luanco in the Asturias region of Spain. Founded in 1968, the team had a long history, but no remarkable achievements, long lingering in the regional leagues at the fourth level of Spanish football and below. The team was small in scale with a limited budget, and their home ground usually only accommodated a few thousand. The team's survival strategy often relied on tenacious overall defense and robust physical confrontation to make up for their technical and individual ability shortcomings compared to youth training teams with La Liga resources. Regardless of the strength of the opponent, for Bai Yi, the most important news was one: he had once again gained a starting opportunity. Before the match, head coach Manuel specifically approached him and briefly advised perform well. Bai Yi was unsure why the coach suddenly wanted to give him more trust, but he knew he had to seize this opportunity. The match took place in a small stadium in Luanco which could only hold just over 2,000 spectators. The opponents started the match with their familiar tactics, using strong physical confrontations and somewhat rough fouls to disrupt the rhythm of the game, trying to throw the technically superior Atletico youngsters into confusion. Indeed, many young players from Atletico B appeared restrained under this lumberjack strategy, making more passing errors. Luanco quickly launched an attacking combination, and their forward struck a world-class shot narrowly missing. This made Manuel somewhat annoyed. He shouted at the players, "What are you all doing? Focus." He was very angry that the team's rhythm was disrupted due to the opponent's pressing. However, surprisingly to Manuel, the one who appeared the most composed among the seemingly flimsy players was by facing the fierce pressing and squeezing from the opposing midfield. He remained calm, using nimble feints, turns, and changes in rhythm to gracefully navigate through tight spaces repeatedly, resolving the pressure with apparent ease and delivering the ball steadily. His composure, which seemed out of place in the fierce confrontation, even began to turn the boos from the home fans into a few exclamations of surprise. Manuel nodded slightly. Soon the match reached the 7th minute. Under the two opposing players' encirclement, Bailly feigned a back pass, then cleverly pulled and turned with his foot, instantly escaping from the crowd. Before the opposing defenders could recover, he lifted his head and spotted an opening, then struck a ground pass that cut through the defense, sending the ball directly towards his teammate Thiago's run. Wow! Instantly, there was a gasp from the crowd. Thiago calmly received the ball and took a shot, sending the soccer ball steadily into the net. He then excitedly rushed to the sidelines to celebrate. For a young man, scoring in such a match is naturally exhilarating. However, all eyes on the sidelines, including the coach, the players on the bench, and even some home fans, were not immediately focused on the goalscorer, but instead turned collectively to the young Huagua talent who had just assisted Bailly. It was he who, with an effortless evasion, broke through the fierce encirclement of his opponents, and it was also he who delivered a precise through ball, slicing through the entire defense. Bailly completed the most creative and challenging part of this attack. On the sidelines, Manuel, who had maintained a serious expression, finally allowed the corners of his mouth to rise, revealing a rare smile. He watched the calm Oriental youth who was simply high-fiving his teammates, and a wave of admiration surged. This kid, he silently mused, has truly found his spark. He is alive once more. It was more than just a goal or an assist, it was a testament to his ability and a leap in confidence. He could almost see a piece of unpolished jade shedding its rough exterior at a visible speed, revealing an inner glow that was both warm and brilliant. Behind him, Garcia's eyes were shining brightly, his fists tightly clenched, and his face was a mask of unrestrained joy. "Good kid." He almost blurted out, his voice filled with excitement and pride. In this moment, the emotions surging within him were far more complex and intense than others could imagine, from initially tearing up the defamatory facts from Huagua in the office to enduring pressure to secure Bailly a precious opportunity to play. Although Manuel ultimately decided to start Bailly, it was Garcia who fought for that opportunity for him. Otherwise, he would have ended up like Mario, with no chance at all and simply being cut. He had always believed that this reticent Huagua youth possessed overlooked brilliance. Now Bailly had repaid his trust in the most direct and spectacular manner, proving that his judgment was not in vain. Garcia knew better than anyone how much effort Bailly had poured into his training. Those early morning and late evening practices, those uncheered repetitions, had finally culminated in this decisive moment on the field. This was not just talent, it was the fruit of hard work, which moved him deeply. The match continued. The players of Marino Luanco looked at Bailly with eyes that had quietly changed. The previous disdain had vanished, replaced by a perplexing and tricky confusion. This seemingly not so strong Oriental lad moved on the field like a slippery loach, always able to evade them with a nimble turn or change of pace, just as they attempted to crush him physically, leaving them grasping at air. Time flew by. After Bailly evaded a defender and passed the ball, his opponent knocked him down. The referee quickly blew the whistle for a foul. Coke ran past Bailly, helped him up, patted his shoulder, and briefly praised nice. Bailly merely nodded, adjusting his socks, his gaze still focused on the pitch. The home fans in the stands began to appear anxious, acutely aware of the objective power gap between the two teams. At the scene, it was a free kick for Atletico B. After both teams took their positions, the referee's whistle signaled the kickoff. Bang! Coke took the free kick, striking the ball powerfully, not lofting it into the center, but curving it precisely to find Bailly, who was lurking in the open space on the right. Bailly skillfully controlled the ball and confidently advanced forward. The opposing defenders immediately became alert, quickly closing in on him as 2 or 3 converged to block his path and passing angles. Just as the encirclement was about to close in, Bailly showed no hesitation, decisively striking the ball with a... The soccer ball zipped through the crowd as if calculated with precision, rolling accurately to Thiago, who was near the penalty spot. This pass was so sudden and precise that Thiago seemed completely unprepared for Bailly to deliver the ball out of the tight encirclement. He started a moment too late, watching helplessly as the ball slid past him. Crash! The stands erupted with a mix of relief and regret. The home fans gasped at this near-catastrophic pass, while the few Atletico fans who traveled with the team buried their heads in despair, lamenting the missed opportunity. However, before their sighs could fade, a red figure shot in like lightning from the left back. It was Sergi. He showed no sign of slowing down, meeting the ball without any adjustment, launching a powerful shot with his right foot. Bang! The soccer ball shot out like a cannonball, making a clear thump as it crashed into the net. 2-0. Beautiful. The traveling Atletico fans erupted, their cheers drowning out the entire. The Luanco home fans who had just been relieved fell into complete silence, many of them incredulously holding their heads in disbelief, watching as the scoreboard was updated once again. On the sidelines, Coach Manuel couldn't help but pump his fist in celebration, feeling very satisfied with the layers of this attack and its final execution. More importantly was Bailly's performance. Manuel saw not just a young player, but a midfield maestro, knowing when to accelerate and when to slow down. It was played so rationally. In the stands, the Getafe scout Bernal kept his eyes fixed on Bailly, having come secretly to this match solely for him. When that line-splitting cross was sent from Bailly's foot again, he nearly stood up from his seat. "Oh my God!" he gasped in disbelief, his eyes sparkling with awe. This vision, this timing and precision of the pass. This is definitely a budding midfield genius. Each time Bailly smoothly evaded a defender, each pass that seemed casual yet was incisive fueled his desire even more. "I must secure him," Bernal said to himself through gritted teeth, his tone filled with undeniable determination. "I must act quickly while Atletico hasn't fully realized his value, and before other teams take notice, and bring him to Getafe at the fastest speed." He could already foresee how this young Huagua midfielder would shine brilliantly once polished on a higher stage, and Getafe must be the first place illuminated by that brilliance. He instinctively clenched his fist, regarding this future midfield core as a non-negotiable target for recruitment. Just as Bernal was lost in thoughts on how to sign Bailly, a huge gasp erupted from the stands, instantly pulling his attention back to the field. On the field, Bailly and Coke executed a brilliant quick wall pass in the center. Bailly first cleverly retreated to receive the ball, then, with a clean and decisive pass, sent the ball to Coke's feet, quickly turning to make a forward run. Coke understood perfectly, almost simultaneously sending the ball through to Bailly's running path. Their outstanding synergy and concise passing instantly tore through Marino Luanco's central defense. Crash! The fans' gasps seemed to never cease. They had never experienced such scenes in the Segunda B before, which they thought could only be played by teams like Barcelona and Real Madrid. Bailly surged into the edge of the penalty area, attracting the attention of the opposing center-backs. Just as the defenders shifted their weight, Bailly, rather than being greedy, calmly laid off a short pass back to Coke, who was unmarked. A perfect shooting opportunity. Coke prepared to shoot, aiming to blast the ball to finish this attack. However, perhaps the chance came too easily. He was too focused on exerting power, and the contact point on his ankle was slightly off, causing his shooting motion to become somewhat deformed. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the ball soared high into the stands. Crash! The entire stadium erupted with a mix of immense regret and a touch of relief. Coke stood there, hands on his hips, looking utterly frustrated. He instinctively turned to Bailly, grinning, sheepishly shrugging an apology, and called out, "My bad. You passed the ball so perfectly. Oh, I got too excited and was just thinking about power." His tone had a hint of embarrassment, but was also filled with recognition of Bailly's perfectly timed pass. Seeing this, Bailly simply smiled tolerantly, waving his hand to signal that it was okay. He understood that sometimes in moments of extreme excitement one could misjudge opportunities. A brilliant collaboration ultimately ended in a somewhat comical misfire. But the telepathic passing and running and the absolute opportunity created made even Manuel on the sidelines nod in appreciation. In the stands, Bernal's eyes burned with even more intensity. Such scenes had almost become a microcosm of the entire match. The midfield duo of Bailly and Coke continuously applied immense pressure on Marino Luanco's defense. Their short passes, wall plays, and precise long passes repeatedly tore open the opponent's defensive formation, driving the waves of attack towards the heart of the opponent's penalty area. However, the progress of the match did not fully translate into goals. The forward spearhead Thiago repeatedly squandered excellent scoring opportunities. Whether it was Bailly's exquisite through ball or Coke's return pass after creating space, he either started a beat too late, lacked precision in his finishing touch, or missed chances in confrontations. His ability to seize opportunities seemed exceptionally poor on this day. This meant that although Marino Luanco's goal was under constant threat, as if it could be breached at any moment, they miraculously maintained a clean sheet. Their goalkeeper made saves high and low while the defenders were busy blocking shots with their bodies. The whole team relied on tenacious willpower and a bit of luck to uphold the suspense of the scoreline. This situation of having the advantage but not scoring left the Atletico coaching staff on the sidelines furrowing their brows. Thiago himself was nearly in tears from frustration. Damn it. Damn it. He cursed himself madly in his heart. So many opportunities. What the hell? How come I can't take advantage of a single one? If I don't score soon, how will the coach view me? The competition in the youth team is incredibly fierce. But the more anxious he got, the less he could score. Just as Thiago was about to crack under pressure, Bailly became his Bailly received Koch's pass on the right side of the midfield facing two opposing players closing in. He did not choose to force a breakthrough or hastily cross the ball, but calmly observed his teammates' movements. In that moment, he keenly spotted Thiago instinctively running toward the corner of the small penalty area. Without hesitation, Bailly subtly flicked his right ankle, sending a low curved pass. This pass was not fast, but carried strong spin, cleverly evading the interception of the defenders at the near post, and precisely finding Thiago, who was unmarked near the penalty spot. The soccer ball comfortably rolled to Thiago's favored shooting foot. This time Thiago hardly made any adjustment. All the pent-up frustration, anxiety, and self-doubt from the entire match transformed into instinctive reaction the moment he touched the ball. He calmly took a shot. The ball skimmed the grass, precisely drilling into the far corner of the net. It was a goal. The Atletico B players erupted instantly. In less than a half, it was 3-0. Thiago was first taken aback, seemingly unable to believe that the ball had truly found the net. Then a massive wave of joy and relief washed over him like a tsunami. He turned and frantically rushed toward Bailly, who had assisted him, his eyes red and nearly lifting him off the ground. Bailly, thank you. Thank you so much. He shouted incoherently, his voice choked, as scoring twice finally allowed him to release all his pent-up pressure. Koch said to Bailly, to be honest, I have to admit you're even better than me, at least in tight spaces. I can't get away from defenders or make passes like that, but you can. Bailly chuckled, but your forward runs are so much better than mine. I can't match your explosive power and ability to drive the ball forward. He was speaking the truth. His current core abilities lay in sudden evasion, calm observation, and delivering lethal short passes and through balls. If asked to make long dribbles like Koch forcing his way through the defense, he would indeed be powerless. This was precisely why his technical characteristics complemented Koch perfectly. One excelled in delicate operations in tight spaces and delivering decisive passes, the other excelled in ball progression, attacking defenses, and linking the midfield and forward line. On the sidelines, Coach Manuel crossed his arms, silently observing the pair of midfield partners getting along so well, his eyes sparkling with undeniable admiration and anticipation. He whispered to himself, the B team's double core has finally been found. He even began to anticipate whether, given time, this increasingly harmonious midfield combination could one day grow to become the absolute core supporting Atletico Madrid's first team. After 10 years of decline, was Atletico finally about to welcome its midfield answer? Just like Barcelona's Xavi and Iniesta. He did not know the answer, but he had already made a decision. He must keep Bailly. It was time to offer Bailly a professional contract. The players of Blanco were clearly bewildered by Atletico Madrid B team. During the subsequent time of the first half, they resolutely defended. Bailly was closely marked. However, the youth team remained a youth team. Even though Koch and Bailly constantly interchanged positions to seek opportunities, the teammates' positioning and awareness were slightly lacking. Good opportunities were never formed. Soon the whistle for halftime sounded and Atletico Madrid B team returned to the locker room with a 30 lead. Unlike the usual intense discussions about tactics, today's atmosphere was somewhat special. The players' eyes unintentionally glanced towards Bailly, who was quietly drinking water in the corner. Head coach Manuel was the last to enter. He closed the door behind him, shutting out the noise outside. He did not immediately explain tactics, but instead scanned the entire room, his gaze finally landing on Bailly. The locker room instantly fell silent, as everyone knew the coach had something to say. In the first half we played. Manuel's voice was steady, yet carried an undeniable weight. 3 goals came from the collective efforts of the team, but he shifted the tone of his voice, emphasizing there is one person who, with his incredible performance, activated the entire midfield and directly created all 3 goal opportunities. He didn't need to name the person, everyone knew who it was. Bailly. Manuel directly called out the name. 45 minutes, 3 assists. He shattered the opponents. With each word he spoke, the players' eyes brightened their admiration and envy. These statistics were something they had experienced firsthand, but to have the head coach summarize them so solemnly carried a different weight. Manuel walked in front of Bailly, no longer viewing him from a superior perspective, but with a kind of almost equal respect. Child, lift your head. He looked into Bailly's eyes, his voice not loud, but clearly resonating throughout every corner of the locker room. I remember very clearly that not long ago you were sitting at the very end of the bench and hardly anyone believed in you. But you told me, and everyone present, what did you rely on to reach today? This question was not only directed at Bailly, but also at the entire team. Having lived two lives, Bailly understood what Manuel wanted to hear at this moment. Meeting his gaze, Bailly calmly and resolutely answered, training, coach, day after day of training. That's right. It's training. Manuel suddenly raised his voice, turning to all the players. Sweat, effort, persistence. That is the answer. There are no magic tricks, no shortcuts. Bailly proved with his actions that as long as you do not give up on yourself and fully devote yourself to training, when opportunities arise, you can seize them and change everything. He looked again at Bailly, making a more astonishing promise. His words resonant. Listen, Bailly, I do not make promises, but now I tell you, as long as you maintain this level of performance and attitude, by the end of the season, I will personally submit your name and match report to the first team coaching staff. I Manuel guarantee with my professional reputation that I will wholeheartedly recommend you for the first team summer. Instantly the locker room erupted with suppressed gasps and exclamations. The first team. That was the sanctuary all youth team players dreamt of. The head coach's public and solemn promise was undoubtedly the strongest stimulant. Coke was the first to laugh and pat Bailly hard on the back, and Thiago also cast grateful and encouraging glances, while the other players' eyes were filled with fiery envy and eagerness to try. Manuel looked at this scene with satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted, to establish a visible and tangible example that ignited hope and drive in everyone. All right. He clapped his hands, bringing everyone's attention back. In the second half, let's continue to play at our... Now let's lay out the details of our defense. Bailly, sitting in the corner, could clearly feel his heart racing. Manuel's promise gave Bailly a clearer and more brilliant vision for the road ahead. He also knew that the real challenge would only begin in the first team. That was the top league, the battlefield for countless football talents. And he was ready. After Manuel announced the tactical arrangements, the atmosphere in the locker room revitalized. Coke naturally leaned towards Bailly, gently nudging him with his elbow, his face adorned with a sincere smile. Well done, Bailly. He mimicked Manuel's tone, jokingly stating, with a hat trick of assists in one half, you've truly become a celebrity in the B team now. There was not a hint of jealousy in his tone, only happiness for his teammate. Bailly smiled, sheepishly shaking his head. It was just luck, and many passes could have been better. Come on, Coke dismissed with a wave of his hand, his expression becoming more serious. Those kinds of passes can't be made just by luck. To be honest, he lowered his voice a bit, speaking with a hint of yearning. If things keep going like this, maybe in a couple of seasons we might actually meet on the first team field. His words were half joking, half seriously hopeful. As the pride of the team's youth training, Coke's promotion to the first team was almost a certainty, yet at this moment he envisioned Bailly alongside himself in the future. Bailly could feel the weight of this recognition. He tucked away his smile and solemnly nodded. Then I will train harder to keep up with your pace. Huh. Coke was amused by his serious reply, pulling him into a tight embrace. It's me who needs to keep up with your passing rhythm. Make sure to set me up with a few good balls so those old guys in the first team can open their eyes. The two exchanged smiles of friendship based on mutual recognition of ability and shared goals, blossoming quietly amid their simple banter. As the brief break ended, Coke stood up and extended his hand to Bailly. Let's go, let's show them what we've got in the second half. In the second half, the game resumed, and Atletico Madrid B team continued to firmly control the situation, facing the tightly packed defense of Marino Luenco, which was determined to retreat and recover. Bailly and Coke's midfield combination continued to create good attacking opportunities through patient passing and flexible movement. Bailly's few threatening passes remained precise, and Coke's late runs for shots were quite threatening. However, perhaps due to bad luck, or perhaps due to the opponent's goalkeeper's excellent performance, Thiago and the substitute forward missed several opportunities to extend the lead, with the ball grazing past the goal multiple times. As the game reached the 60th minute, seeing that the situation was already settled, head coach Manuel made two substitutions. He called Bailly to the sidelines, gently patting his back, signaling him to take a break. This was a substitution filled with protective intent. As a seasoned coach, Manuel understood that for a young player who had just exploded with potential and was in a rising phase of confidence, it was crucial to avoid overexertion and potential injury risks. Bailly walked towards the substitutes bench, receiving warm applause from the Atletico fans who traveled with the team. Finally, when the whistle for the end of the match blew, Atletico Madrid B team won 30 against Marino Luenco, taking all 3 points. Returning to the locker room, Bailly celebrated with his excited teammates, while also contemplating the system tasks in his heart. If I play one more match, I can complete task 2. He silently anticipated. I wonder what the next reward will be. Just as he was casually discussing some exciting moments from the game with Coke, and De Gea, assistant coach Garcia walked over with a smile. Why, congratulations. Garcia patted him hard on the shoulder, his tone carrying unreserved admiration. Bailly looked up in surprise. An outstanding performance in one match didn't seem to warrant a specific visit from the assistant coach. Garcia seemed to sense his confusion, but did not directly address it, only smiling mysteriously. Rest well today, and before training starts tomorrow morning come to my office, and you'll find out. After saying this, he encouragingly squeezed Bailly's shoulder and turned to greet other players. Coke and De Gea exchanged glances, both seeing understanding in each other's eyes. Hey, it must be good news. Coke nudged Bailly with his elbow, sounding certain. De Gea nodded in agreement, smiling with that expression on Mr. Garcia's face. It must be something good. Be ready, kid. Hearing his teammates' words combined with Garcia's meaningful smile, Bailly could not help but feel a stirring in his heart, a vague and exhilarating premonition quietly surfacing. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging thoughts, and nodded. No matter what, this was undoubtedly a positive signal, and what he needed to do was maintain his form and keep moving forward. The next morning, Bailly arrived promptly at Garcia's office. He was somewhat surprised to find not only Garcia there, but also head coach Manuel and a middle-aged gentleman in a suit with a composed demeanor. This is the club's sports director, Mr. Caminero. Garcia introduced him. Bailly greeted Caminero. Caminero wore a playful smile, his sharp gaze sizing up Bailly as he said straightforwardly, "Let's put it this way, kid, your opportunity has come. Getafe is interested in you. They are willing to offer 3-0 and promise you a chance to play in the first team. How about it? Are you interested in developing there?" This sudden news sent a shock through Bailly's heart. He never expected that after only playing 2 matches a team would act so quickly. And it was a mid-table La Liga team, Getafe. Last season, Getafe finished 9th in the league, but reached the finals of the Copa del Rey, ultimately losing to Sevilla, but they also qualified for the Europa League. This season, they were performing well in 2 competitions and had already progressed to the knockout stages of the Europa League. To go to Getafe, a chance for the first team. However, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before being quickly and calmly dismissed. He was very clear about his current situation. His attribute panel was still in its early stages of growth, and the system tasks were closely tied to the existing environment. Having stable playing time was crucial. Atletico Madrid B team had coaches who trusted him, teammates with whom he had established rapport, especially Coke. All of this was the foundation for his steady improvement. In contrast, Getafe was entirely unknown. More importantly, he possessed a vision that transcended this era. He clearly understood that Atletico Madrid was on the brink of a revival before the arrival of the Simeone era. Staying here meant having a platform to directly compete with top clubs like Real Madrid and Barcelona, along with opportunities to battle in European competitions. The opportunity to compete for the Champions League trophy. And Getafe, while impressive now, would soon decline and become just a small club struggling to avoid relegation. The stage and ceiling entirely incomparable. Weighing the pros and cons was as clear as black and white. Thank you for Getafe's favor, and thank you for the club for informing me of this news. Bailly raised his head, his gaze firmly on Caminero and Manuel, his tone without a hint of hesitation. But I choose to stay at Atletico Madrid if I can decide. His decisive and clear response made Caminero and Manuel exchange glances, both revealing satisfied and even somewhat admiring smiles. Very well. Rest assured the club greatly respects your choice. Caminero nodded, his tone carrying approval. You have a good head on your shoulders, understanding what is most important for yourself. He then took out a document from his briefcase and handed it to Bailly. Since that's the case, take a look at this. If everything is fine, contact your agent to come over, and we'll schedule a time to sign it. Bailly took the document, and the moment his gaze fell on the title, his breath almost stopped. It was a professional player contract. An enormous wave of surprise surged over him, and he suppressed his excitement, nodding solemnly. I have no issues. At that moment, he knew his professional career had finally taken root at Atletico Madrid. As for that ridiculous ban from Huagua, he scoffed inwardly. That was already a thing of the past, completely unrelated to his future path. Caminero waited for Bailly to stabilize for a moment before continuing. Choosing to stay is your first decision in your career, and it might be the most correct one. He looked at Bailly with piercing eyes. To refuse the temptation before you requires vision, and even more, it requires resolve. Bailly met his gaze, nodding slightly. When Manuel introduced himself as Caminero, some memories finally came back to Bailly. This sports director was not an ordinary person. He was a legend of Atletico Madrid from the last century. The hexagonal warrior of Atletico's midfield. Not only was he the captain who led Atletico to win both the league and the Copa del Rey in the 1995-96 season, but he was also the cornerstone behind Atletico's true rise as a European powerhouse in the following years. It was his leadership in youth training reforms and precise acquisitions that laid the foundation for the team's. Caminero pulled Bailly's thoughts back to reality. The club will create a detailed training plan for you. Next, you will compete with the B team throughout this season, and during the summer training you will have the opportunity to train with the first team. He leaned slightly forward, emphasizing his tone. Make sure to seize this opportunity. You are part of Atletico's future plans. We see your talent, but the road to the Calderon Stadium needs you to step on it with your own feet. Do not let Manuel and Garcia's trust down, and do not let down the choice you made today. This statement was both an acknowledgement of Bailly and a clear indication of the path ahead and the responsibilities he must bear. A contract is merely a beginning. If he truly wants to become a member of Atletico's first team, he must do more. As Bailly left with the contract, Caminero relaxed against the chair back, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, and took the initiative to speak. His gaze swept over the other two. What do you think of this kid? Garcia's reaction was the most direct, his face showing unabashed appreciation as he almost interrupted. I rarely misjudge people. This kid has a resilient character and a clear goal. You haven't seen how he practices on his own. Even when the training lights are off, he's still there practicing his passing. Just for this discipline and tenacity, I believe this investment is worth it. Not to mention the ability to read the game he displayed today, which cannot be honed solely through practice. Manuel appeared more calm and pragmatic. He crossed his arms and continued in a steady tone. Garcia is not wrong. His football intelligence and passing indeed show signs of talent. But what I value more is his adaptability. He looked at Caminero, analyzing. You saw it too. His cooperation with Coke is simply a match made in heaven. One can advance and break through while the other can manage and organize. This complementarity is hard to find in the youth team. Keeping him can maximize Coke's potential and elevate the B team's offensive system to a new level. After listening to the two, Caminero smiled. He lightly hummed and said, one of you sees his diligence and the other sees his tactical value. Both are good, but what I see is a potential very profitable investment. Caminero's tone softened, revealing a hint of genuine anticipation. If his growth rate exceeds expectations and he can truly touch the threshold of the first team, it would mean we've struck real gold. After all, a core midfielder developed through our youth training is invaluable. The three exchanged glances, and despite their differing perspectives, the conclusion was surprisingly unanimous. Keeping Bailly was an excellent move. Caminero concluded, then it's up to you now, Manuel. Give him the opportunity, but don't rush things. What we need to see is stable and continuous output. All right. After leaving the office, Bailly immediately cast the contract aside. At that moment, his entire focus was on training. The next few days followed the same rhythm. Training, extra practice. Day after day. In the meantime, Bailly called home. His uncle in Spain was coming to Madrid in a few days, serving as a temporary agent as his mother had instructed. Until one day after training. At the Espino training base in the afternoon, the setting sun bathed the grass in warm golden hues. Most players had finished showering and were leaving, but Bailly remained on the sidelines practicing short passes and ball control. At that moment, he saw Coach Manuel walking towards him with a folder in hand. Bailly. Manuel stood before him, his tone as calm as ever. After training, come to my office. Bailly's heart tightened slightly, and he quickly nodded. Okay, coach. 15 minutes later, Bailly gently knocked on the door of the coach's office. Come in. Manuel was sitting behind the desk with assistant coach Garcia beside him. Upon seeing Bailly, Manuel skipped the small talk and directly pushed the folder across the table. Have a seat, he gestured. This is a personal training plan tailored for you by Coach Garcia and me, lasting 4 weeks based on your current technical characteristics and physical condition. Bailly took a deep breath, accepted the folder with both hands, and opened it. Inside were several clearly printed forms detailing the training focus methods and goals for each day and week. Week 1 goal: improve strength and physical fitness. Week 2 goal: establish basic defensive positioning awareness. Week 3 goal: deepen tactical understanding and synergy with teammates. Week 4 goal. Each training item even noted suggested completion times and clearly stated evaluation criteria. He looked up at Manuel, his eyes filled with determination. Manuel observed his reaction closely, leaning slightly forward with his hands crossed on the desk, speaking in a serious and profound tone. The club providing you with this plan is an acknowledgement of your talent and attitude, but the path must be walked step by step by you. This plan will be very tough, will exhaust your physical strength, and may even make you doubt yourself. Now tell me your choice. Accept or give up. Bailly hesitated not at all. He closed the folder tightly and his hands met Manuel's gaze and spoke clearly and firmly. Coach, I accept. Thank you for the trust from you and Mr. Garcia. I won't let you down. Very good. Manuel nodded, a barely perceptible look of approval crossing his face. Starting the morning after the next game at 7 a.m., Coach Garcia will be waiting for you in the strength room. Don't be late. Yes. Watching Bailly leave, both Manuel and Garcia smiled. Regardless of whether he possesses just this level of effort, what coach wouldn't appreciate it? Perhaps talent can determine a player's ceiling, but hard work can secure the floor. The next day, Manuel announced the starting lineup for the next home game against Leganés. Bailly was still among them, and now no one was surprised anymore. Bailly had already proven through his performance on the field that he deserved a start. His starting qualification no longer needed any explanation. It had become a matter of course. After the meeting, De Gea approached Bailly. He shared some news. Hey, by my agent Jorge Mendes specifically asked about you when he called me. Upon hearing that name, Bailly's heart jolted. Jorge Mendes. This name signifies immense energy and influence in European football. He is the behind-the-scenes force for top stars and coaches like Cristiano Ronaldo, Jose Mourinho, and Deco, renowned for his unparalleled network, shrewd business acumen, and formidable negotiation skills. He asked me if it would be possible to arrange a time to have a brief chat with you, De Gea added casually. My yes mind instantly flashed with countless thoughts, marveling at Mendes' keen sense of smell. He had only played 2 good games in the lower leagues of Spain, yet Mendes had already turned his attention toward him. Of course, De Gea shrugged as if discussing a trivial matter. It's entirely up to you. He just thinks you have great potential and wants to get to know you. Bailly began to ponder. He understood that being noticed by Mendes was a double-edged sword. It could mean a shortened path to the top clubs, but it also meant he might be prematurely pulled into complex business games. I understand, David. Thank you for relaying the message, Bailly replied, maintaining his usual calm tone. It's an honor to gain Mendes' attention, but as I've always said, I just want to focus on playing well in every match right now. Let my performance on the field speak for itself. Maybe it would be more appropriate to consider these matters after this season ends and my path becomes clearer. No problem, I'll relay that to him, De Gea said, patting him on the shoulder. The two continued towards the locker room, but Bailly was far from calm. Mendes' appearance felt like a clear signal announcing that his potential had entered the sights of some in the football world. Of course. However, Bailly didn't overthink it. This type of agent typically relies on their vision and connections to sign promising players ahead of time. It felt like casting a wide net. It didn't necessarily mean they truly had their eyes set on him, they just thought he was decent enough to sign. Football isn't that convoluted. On-field strength is fundamental. After all, in competitive sports, lack of skill is the original sin. March 8th, 6 p.m. At Espino Stadium, Atletico B team faced Leganés in the 28th round of the Segunda B League. The opponent was Leganés. Leganés is also a team from the Madrid region, currently not ranked highly in strength, similar to Atletico B team, both belonging to the mid-tier level. Tonight, unlike the usual sparse hundreds of spectators, the stands were unusually filled with over 1,000 people. Many Atletico fans took advantage of the weekend to come watch this newcomer at a low ticket price. They had all heard about a young talent from China with precise passing who had recently emerged from the B team and wanted to see this rumored genius for themselves. In a corner of the bustling stands, a middle-aged man wearing a cap and casual suit sat quietly, standing out from the excited fans around him. His sharp gaze scanned the warming-up players, ultimately zeroing in on the black-haired, yellow-skinned number 20. The chief referee glanced at the watch and put the whistle in his mouth. The noise in the Espanyol Stadium quieted down a bit. The fans in the stands paused their chatter, and Manuel, standing at the sidelines, tightened his crossed arms. Atletico B team had possession of the ball. In the center circle, Coke placed the ball carefully, his toes grazing the grass. He raised his eyes, meeting Bailly's gaze. Without a word, he gently lifted his chin. Bailly immediately understood, nodding slightly, and turned to look at the front line. Thiago was still on his toes, stretching his ankles, his gaze drifting towards the stands, clearly not focused. Thiago. Bailly called out, his voice not loud, yet Thiago heard him clearly. Thiago paused for a moment, turned to look, his expression still a bit dazed. He scratched the back of his head, glancing between Bailly and Coke. Coke nodded at him, his toes quickly tapping the grass twice. This was the fast break signal they had agreed upon during training. Now Thiago reacted. His eyes lit up as he gestured a received sign towards the two. His body tensed up immediately as he quietly stepped forward, evading the gaze of the Leganés defending center back. Beep. With the time up, the chief referee's whistle suddenly sounded. Thiago initiated the play with a back pass. Coke sent the ball with his ankle, rolling it along the grass towards Bailly. Two midfielders from Leganés rushed over, attempting to intercept this first pass. Bailly did not stop the ball. With a light flick of his left toe, he guided the ball to his right side, simultaneously leaning to the left to block the advancing defenders. Just as this adjustment was completed, Coke had already circled around Bailly and reached out to request the ball. Bailly had already noticed Coke's position from the corner of his eye. With a swift push of his right foot, he sent the ball skimming the ground through the gap between the two Leganés players, perfectly delivering it to Coke. This 1-2 combination took no more than 3 seconds, directly tearing apart Leganés' midfield defense. The crowd erupted in cheers. Such a combination is at the youth team level. In this low-level league, it's simply a dimensional strike. Just as the game started, the fans' attention was completely captivated by the attacking play initiated by Bailly and Coke. After receiving the ball, Coke took 2 steps forward, forcing the Leganés center-back to shift towards the center to cover. Seeing the center-back move, Bailly immediately darted to the right-winger position. As he ran, the other Leganés fullback had to follow him out, and the originally tight defense suddenly opened up. Coke was quick on his feet. Without waiting for the defenders to fully reposition, he made a horizontal pass to Bailly. Bailly received the ball just as he reached the edge of the penalty area, while the Leganés fullback chased from behind, trying to grab his shirt. Bailly did not look back. His ability to evade was unaffected by the interference. With a deft touch of his right foot, he pulled the ball in front of him, suddenly turning inward, shaking off the defender's grasp. At that moment, he looked up and saw that Thiago had already circled behind the Leganés center back. Without hesitation, Bailly exerted force with the arch of his right foot, making a precise ground pass that sliced through the legs of the Leganés center back, perfectly landing at Thiago's feet. Thiago ran towards the ball, took 2 steps, glanced at the goalkeeper's position, and smoothly shot towards the far corner with his left foot. Even if Leganés goalkeeper Diego Tano reacted quickly, he could not touch the ball. It brushed against the inside of the post and rolled into the net. The goal is in. Less than a minute into the match, Atletico B team scored lightning fast at home. The referee blew the whistle and pointed to the center circle, indicating the goal was valid. The Atletico fans in the stands erupted with excitement. Scoring so early. Several fans in the front row dressed in red and white jerseys jumped up, throwing their scarves into the air, their shouts drowning out the stadium's announcements, with some banging on the railings, shouting beautiful. That combination was so smooth. This match is worth watching. On the sidelines, Thiago, after celebrating, held on to Bailly without letting go, his voice filled with excitement. That pass was so precise. Just a little off, and it would have been intercepted. Coke patted the shoulders of both, his eyes bright. That 1-2 was as easy as during training. Bailly, your timing for blocking and passing was just right. Bailly smiled and wiped his sweat, saying little. In that last offensive play, from flicking the ball to blocking to finally the through pass, every step felt like it was premeditated. Even he felt it was smooth. This is Ballon, an underrated midfield master. Other teammates rushed in to celebrate, and the substitutes bench was also buzzing with excitement. Manuel waved his fist in the air and shouted onto the field, beautiful. The assistant coach followed suit, slapping the tactical board, while the substitute players crowded by the sidelines, shouting encouragement. Meanwhile, Leganés coach Dinger's face was as dark as water, his hands on his hips, standing still and glaring at the defense for 2 seconds before aggressively waving his hands. Get back. Everyone get back. Focus on the defense. He stomped his foot while shouting, clearly not expecting to concede a goal right at the start. At this moment, besides the excited Atletico fans, there was Mendes. He leaned forward, his eyes fixed on Bailly, who was running back. Just now, Bailly had been pressed by the Leganés fullback, leaving only half a meter of space, yet he slipped away as if coated in oil, deftly turning with his right foot and shaking off the defender with clean, precise movements. The 1-2 with Coke was even more astonishing. That pass on the ground passed perfectly through the gap between 2 midfielders, so fast that it took one by surprise. The through ball to Thiago was even more impressive. The angle was just right to bypass the center back, and the power was perfectly measured, allowing Thiago to receive it without any adjustment. Such performance is not like that of a young player at all. It's clearly master-level handling. Mendes lightly tapped his knee with his fingertips, utterly astonished. He had heard De Gea say Bailly was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. At Bailly's age, being able to handle evasion and short passing combinations so skillfully, without a hint of stage fright, his talent was simply undeniable. He raised his eyes again to look at Bailly's silhouette, unable to suppress a smile. This kid is undoubtedly a genius. He must be signed. Beep. The match resumed on the field while the Atletico fans in the stands had already become excited. Atletico B team indeed produced a genius. After conceding the goal, Leganés clearly tightened their defense, pulling back all their advanced fullbacks, and the 2 midfielders shifted closer to the center, stacking 5 players in front of the penalty area, clearly intending to defend against Atletico B team's attack. Soon Bailly received the ball in midfield, but just as he turned, he was double-teamed by 2 Leganés players. He remained calm, pulling the ball back with his left foot, while feigning right, tricking the defenders into shifting their weight, then quickly poking the ball to Coke, who was diagonally behind. After receiving the ball, Coke took 2 steps forward and then passed it back to Bailly. Their quick exchanges tore through the double marking. The moment Bailly received the ball, he looked up and keenly spotted Thiago, who had shaken off the center back in the penalty area by half a body length, immediately sending a through pass to him. Using the same trick again. Unfortunately, Thiago met the ball with a shot, but the angle was too straightforward, allowing the Leganés goalkeeper to make a straightforward save. For minutes later, Bailly received a pass from Coke on the right. The Leganés fullback was pressing closely, leaving almost no room to kick. Suddenly, he used his heel to flick the ball back, while turning to circle around the defender. When he regained possession, he had already burst into the penalty area. At this moment, Sergio was cutting in from the flank. Bailly did not hesitate, sending the ball towards the center of the penalty area, landing perfectly in front of Sergio. However, Sergio did not adjust his steps well, and took a forced shot which flew just over the crossbar. Although Atletico B team's continuous siege was hard to pose a lethal threat to Leganés. Nonetheless, Bailly's performance truly caught Mendes' eye in the stands. Whether facing Leganés' dense defense or tight marking, Bailly always found the gaps, either using clever evasion to create space or delivering precise passes to his teammates. This creativity under defensive pressure was even more impressive than scoring, as he thought Mendes couldn't hide his smile. Then he caught a glimpse of a familiar face in the stands behind Atletico B team's substitutes, Caminero. At this moment he too was smiling broadly, saying something to the person next to him. Mendes showed a contemplative expression. As a businessman, he had begun to sense the potential benefits Bailly could bring. A talented player with such creativity and a stable mindset could have vast opportunities in the future, whether in transfers or commercial collaborations. He looked back on the field. Bailly was helping his teammates with screens, and even without touching the ball, his running routes effectively drew defenders away. This kid even paid attention to details. Beyond talent, he had the drive, truly a perfect piece of uncut jade. On the other side, Caminero had finished chatting and turned his gaze back to the field, watching Bailly's silhouette. The smile on his lips deepened, as if confirming some treasure, lightly nodding. Clearly, like Mendes, he did not miss the brilliance of this young man. Suddenly, just as both were pondering matters beyond the game, the fans in the stadium erupted in cheers. Both looked towards the field where Coke was waving at the fans, the ball still spinning in the Leganés goal, Diego Tano lying on the ground pounding the grass with a frustrated expression. Another goal. They did not see how it went in, but those around were eager to discuss the process of this goal. In simple terms, Bailly faced multiple defenders, extricated the ball. Leganés left a gap in their defense. Coke advanced to the edge of the penalty area, received Bailly's pass, and scored with a world-class shot. At this moment, the substitutes bench was in chaos. Manuel ran a couple of steps with his arms raised, hugging the assistant coach. Caminero directly laughed, clapping on the railings, his voice filled with excitement. "Did you see that? That combination?" He turned to shout at those beside him, pointing at Bailly and Coke, who were high-fiving on the field. Bailly's through ball was perfectly timed and powerful, and Coke's shot was fierce. If they can continue to work together like this, they will be the midfield solution for Atletico's first team in the future. Those around wearing Atletico gear nodded in agreement, saying absolutely. One can pass, the other can shoot, and they have such great chemistry. When they move up to the first team, it will be invaluable. On the field, Bailly bumped shoulders with Coke, who patted his back. "Your pass was so comfortable, I could shoot it without adjustment." Bailly smiled and shook his head. "Your timing for the run was perfect too. A second later, and it would have been intercepted." While they spoke, Dinger was shouting onto the field, his face darker than before. Leganés was clearly stunned by these two goals. Many Atletico fans were laughing in the stands, their eyes fixed on Bailly and Coke, filled with anticipation. This is Atletico's future. At the same time, in Huaguet was the dead of night. The Buetzai Forum was bustling in its usual nocturnal inversion, alive as ever. Half the front page argued over whether the Premier League match was fixed, the other half begged for sure win picks from the Segunda B. The forum's bettors had bleary eyes, their mice flicking between odds tables and live reports, minds obsessing over how to turn losses into wins. Lowley was among the most anxious of them. He slouched before his monitor, an ashtray of butts piled like a small hill. 3 windows glowed on his screen. On the left, 5 pending accumulator selections, center a live odds ticker, below the match report for the Segunda B fixture. Having just been burned on a Bundesliga accumulator, he was hunting a low-profile league to plug the leak. In Segunda B, the gaps in team quality could yield high returns on overlooked bets. Damn, the big leagues are all traps. Small leagues ought to be steadier, right? Lowley cursed as he stubbed out his cigarette and clicked into the live page for Ma Jing B versus Legianese. The scoreboard read 20 with Ma Jing B in front. In the goal details, a single line snagged his eye. 18th minute, Ma Jing B goal. Scorer Kiki. Assist YBA. Lowley stared at the 4 letters by his brow knitting. He leaned in, fingers tapping pinion on the keyboard. YBA. Yibai. He said it aloud. Isn't that a Huagua name? Yibai. An assist for Ma Jing B. He frantically refreshed the page for more information. But Segunda B drew so little domestic attention that the live report was sparse. Just names and times, no nationality markers. Lowley scanned Ma Jing B's roster for the season from forwards to defenders. It was all Spaniards and South Americans. There was no one called Yibai. Could he be of Chinese descent? Or a mistranslation? The more he thought, the more baffled he grew. He opened a new thread and pounded out his question. Help. Anyone following Segunda B? Just saw Ma Jing B's report. Assist to Kiki credited to YBAI. Spelling that out, is Yibai right? Sounds Huagua to me. For someone to provide that pass at Ma Jing B, his vision must be something else. Does anyone know this Yibai? A youth product or a loanee? Need a quick rundown. The post had barely been sent when replies exploded beneath it, many pursuing the same line of thought. Yibai? Never heard of him. A Huagua player at Ma Jing B. Maybe it's a namesake. Yibai is a common name. I checked Ma Jing B's goals and assists lists. The top ones are all Spaniards. No Yibai. Although Segunda B is third-year, Ma Jing B is a La Liga feeder side. their passing requires vision. If Yibai were Huagua, he'd be astonishingly hidden. Maybe the data is wrong. Yibai could be Yibai as a foreign given and surname. Don't force it into a Huagua identity. As everyone argued over Yibai, a reply from the ID Zuchio Leapayer suddenly rose to the top. He pierced the misunderstanding. You guys have it backwards. It's not Yibai. Yibai is the foreign given surname order. It's Yi as the given name, and Bai as the surname in their format. Domestically we use surnamegavan, so the correct reading is by Yi. The forum fell silent for half a beat, then erupted. What? There's that reading. Foreign names, put given name first. So Yibai is by Yi. Lally ran it through his head, and snapped, right? Y is given and Bai is surname. Domestically you'd call him by Yi. By Yi. That name rings a bell. Wasn't he the one banned for 10 years by the Football Association last year? Zuchio Leapayer filled in the backstory at once. That's him. This guy came through Ma Jing's youth academy, rose from the U17s to the B team, then was called back by the U23 national side to chase an Olympic spot. But because he stood in someone's way in a training match, someone deliberately scissored at his leg, and he retaliated. The Football Association slapped him with a 10-year ban. The thread boiled over with astonished exclamations. I thought it was Yibai, turns out it's by Yi. This twist is insane. Lowly smacked the table. No wonder I couldn't find Yibai. The name order was flipped. By Yi, huh? Banned at home, and still shining in Spain. I just checked the live stats. Besides that assist, he had another key pass and 6 chances created. The assist was a through ball after he shrugged off 2 markers in midfield. Kiki finished it with a world-class strike. His vision and passing precision put him far ahead of domestic midfielders of the same age. At first I didn't recognize Yibai, but once you say by Yi I know him. I remember those reports about the FA incident. I never thought he gave up. He cemented his place at Ma Jingbi. That's character unlike those coasting at home. Within half an hour the post surged to the forum's hot list, racking up over 400 replies. No one cared about accumulators anymore. Everyone was dissecting by yes past and present. Someone dug up his Ma Jing U17 training clips, another posted a screenshot of the FA ban notice, and others asked when Ma Jingbi played next and whether they could bet on Ma Jingbi to win just because Bai Yi could deliver assists. Laoli watched Bai Yi spam the screen and then glanced back at the match report. Yibai, and laughed. Damn, I couldn't even research my bets properly, and I misread the name order. But Bai Yi is the real deal. Banned back home, but still shining in Spain. From now on Ma Jingbi matches deserve attention. Even if I don't bet, seeing a Huagua player thread passes is satisfying. The forum continued to buzz. Many had already started hunting streams and replays while arguing. More and more of the Buatsai forum's bettors were genuinely impressed by Yes level. Holy, Yes talent. You telling me that's a Huagua player? The ID Concho Lao Chun fired off 3 exclamation marks and wrote on. I watched the replay. Yes level is not hype. Before Kiki's goal, Bai Yi was trapped by 2 Legionisi players in midfield. One pulling his shirt on the left, another stretching a leg to intercept on the right. He used the heel of his foot to flick the ball back, faked his body left, and in an instant had left both of them behind. He glanced up, saw the space Kiki was making, and threaded a fast low through ball that slipped past the center. That whole sequence took less than 2 seconds. Compared to domestic midfielders who crumple on the ball, he is on another level. Alongside Concho Laochen's post came one from Chuanzi Yongshingo. He pasted a written replay. I watched his earlier touches too. Once Legionisi crowded their box with 4 men. Bai Yi picked up the ball on the flank, and with the outside of his boot, found Kiki at the arc of the penalty area. It didn't end in a goal that time, but that vision and accuracy. I've never seen another domestic peer pull that off at his age. More and more viewers posted after watching the stream, all astonished. So he doesn't just assist. His evasion and distribution are fierce. In the replay, he also tracked back, then accelerated 10 meters before releasing to the winger. That sense of rhythm was extraordinary. Ma Jingbi's midfield runs through him. Kiki makes the forward runs while he orchestrates behind. He knows when to pass, when to carry. More composed than the veterans. The praise didn't last without a sting. A veteran Guazhou fan replied with bitterness, "Don't you guys feel resentful? If Bai Yi had been allowed to develop at home, he could have been our midfield linchpin. Look at our midfield now, either they pass backwards under pressure or their passes are intercepted. Who among them can deliver a killer through ball under duress like Bai Yi? He should have been the national team's future midfield hope." That struck a nerve, and the thread darkened. The replies flooded with anger. Exactly. Because he blocked someone's preferred player, he got fouled, and then got a 10-year ban for fighting back. Who makes sense of this? I'm stunned. They ignore real talent and favor mediocrity. No wonder the national team is a... At first we thought Bai Yi had a temper, but it was clearly provocation. He thrives in Spain, yet at home he was crushed. Whose fault is that? Frankly, it's chaotic. They let talent slip away while filling squads with those who loaf. They pushed him abroad, and even tried to block Ma Jing from keeping him. Luckily Ma Jing didn't bite. Now all we can do is watch Baiyi and Segunda B streams. The national team still lacks a reliable midfielder. What a tragedy. Guizhou fan added, think about it, Baiyi is only 18. If he had been nurtured properly at home a few years with the national setup, and he might have stabilized our midfield. Instead they handed him a 10-year ban closing every avenue domestically. That is destruction plain and simple. The thread's tenor shifted entirely. No one spoke of accumulators or odds now. Everyone debated Baiyi's future on the pitch. Some vowed, "I'll watch every Ma Jingbi match from now on." Even if he never gets into the national side again, watching him flourish in Spain beats the national team's impotence. Indeed, support Baiyi. Show those people what they lost. Driving talent away is on them. While the Huagua Forum burned bright. At Isipinho Stadium the match had entered the second half. The score had stretched to 30. Early in the second stanza Baiyi orchestrated a move and Kiki's assist set Sergio up to score. The game was all but sealed. Legionese's coach Dinguier had watched Baiyi since the first half with a complex expression. He was vexed at being pierced by the youngster, yet there was admiration too. If he could, he longed to recruit Baiyi, but he knew that was impossible. Talent of that caliber does not end up at small clubs. At halftime Dinguier had emphasized to his players to shadow Baiyi. Still Baiyi continued to fashion attacks. Dinguier could only shrug at the cruelty of football. Sometimes talent decides the match. After the goal Ma Jing, B did not relent. Baiyi even had a chance to complete an assist hat-trick. Alas, his lofted pass was knotted away by Tayich. A golden opportunity was squandered. Soon at the 60th minute Ma Jing B made their first substitution. Manager Manuel planned to take Baiyi off. He could not risk wearing his precious midfielder down or risking injury. He had to manage his minutes. Young players must be used protectively, not abused the way some teams batter youngsters into the ground. Overdoing it ruins more than it helps. The fourth official raised the board at the touchline. Number 29 off, number 17 on. Baiyi heard the whistle, gave a high five to the sub coming on, and bumped shoulders with Kiki before turning toward. He had barely taken 2 steps when applause rose from the stands. Fans near Ma Jing B's bench in red and white started clapping first, and then the ovation swelled to fill Isipinho Stadium. Some held Ma Jing scarves aloft in time with the clap, others shouted "Baiyi," until their voices rippled in the evening breeze. An older fan in the front row laughed and gave Baiyi a thumbs up. Baiyi instinctively waved back toward. It was his first time receiving such sustained applause at Isipinho. His steps slowed, and his eyes betrayed an excitement he could not hide. Manuel had already walked over from the coaching area and stood by the touchline waiting as Baiyi came off. He extended his hand and squeezed Baiyi's arm. "Good game today. Your close control and that final pass were steadier than in training." Baiyi opened his mouth to say thank you, and Manuel patted his back, tapping his chest lightly with a finger. "Don't exhaust yourself. Rest up. You're needed for the next match." His tone was plain, free of overblown praise, but the recognition in his eyes was unmistakable. Not perfunctory encouragement, but genuine approval. As Baiyi walked toward the bench, Jiaxia came over and handed him a bottle of water. "You didn't hear the crowd shouting your name, did you? This is the first time so many people at Isipinho have chanted a Huagua player's name." Baiyi took the bottle, twisted off the cap, and drank. He glanced at the applauding stands, and a smile tugged. The applause continued until he sat on the bench, and fans still waved at him. He wiped his sweat and looked back to the field, knowing that the ovation had been earned by sheer performance. And Manuel's words, "We need you for the next match," tightened his grip into a fist. Staying at Ma Jing B and climbing higher would be a long road. Yet in that moment, he felt more confident than ever, for his second task had been accomplished. Baiyi did not hesitate. He quickly clicked to check the detailed effects. Talent effect significantly enhances the ability to anticipate interceptions, allowing for defensive plays without relying on physical confrontations, instead using positioning and foresight to cut off passes, focusing on precise route judgment rather than aggressive tackles. When opponents are nearby and making short passes, he can more accurately judge the direction of the pass, especially when facing slow-paced passes like back passes or lateral balls, allowing him to almost foresee the trajectory of the ball. When opponents launch a rapid counterattack, it greatly enhances his ability to predict whether the player in possession will pass or continue dribbling. Note, this talent does not enhance basic attributes like strength or defense. It is a technical midfield positioning skill. The effect varies with the pace of the game. The slower the opponent's ball control, the more pronounced the anticipation effect becomes. If the opponent relies purely on speed, the effect is slightly diminished. Baiyi remained expressionless on the bench, but inside, he was incredibly excited. The previous talents he had were either for short passes or evasion, primarily focused on how to pass the ball well and how to shake off opponents. However, this talent is different. It targets the defensive aspect that he had not paid much attention to. He instinctively recalled the match against Marino Luanc last week, where the opponent made a back pass in midfield. He clearly saw the ball was going to the sideline, but was a step slow and couldn't intercept it, ultimately watching helplessly as the opponent launched an attack. At that time he thought to himself, if only I could be a bit faster. To his surprise, there was now a corresponding method. He raised his hand to touch his chin, pondering the details, not relying on physical confrontations, but using positioning to intercept the ball. This perfectly aligns with his style. His physical condition isn't particularly good, and he is relatively weak in confrontations. He had always been afraid of hard tackles during defense, but this talent speaks of standing in the passing lane in advance, requiring no pouncing, no confrontations, just relying on judgment, and somehow always being in the most critical position without much running. He even recalled what his youth coach once said: good midfield defense isn't about how many balls you intercept, but about making it uncomfortable for the opponent to pass. Now it seems that this talent is heading in that direction. If he encounters short passes and back passes from opponents, next time will he be able to anticipate the route in advance and stretch out his foot to intercept the ball? And what after the interception? With a quick short pass from Ballon, he could immediately pass the ball to Coke or Thiago. This would help his teammates return to defense while swiftly transitioning to offense, making it a perfect link between attack and defense. He looked down at his shoes, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. It's not easy to establish a foothold in Atletico Madrid B team. Merely being good at offense isn't enough. With this new defensive talent, he feels his abilities have become more complete, no longer just a midfielder who can pass, but a core player capable of balancing both attack and defense. He even began to think about tomorrow's training. Should he practice with his teammates, just to simulate the opponent's short passes and see if he can catch the rhythm of the passes in advance. After pondering for a while, Bailly suddenly remembered he hadn't checked the new tasks and immediately clicked to take a look. The mainline tasks had refreshed. Task 1: key transitions in attack and defense. In a single match of the Spanish B League, gain possession through your own interceptions or tackles, initiate effective attacks, and create at least 2 threatening shots on goal, with threatening shots defined as unknown shots in the box without marking or shots hitting the goal frame. Task 2: breaking through dense defenses in positional battles. In a single match of the Spanish B League, when the opponent sets up a dense defensive formation, complete at least 1 key pass that results in a goal. Each completed task grants corresponding rewards. After all tasks are completed, the tasks will refresh. Task 1 precisely aligns with the requirements for transitioning between attack and defense. Task 2 seems simple, but is actually quite difficult. Moreover, all of this needs to be accomplished in the Spanish B League. After this match, only 10 matches remain in the Spanish B League, which means he must complete these 2 tasks before then. Before long, the match came to an end. Atletico Madrid B did not continue to widen the score, nor did they allow the opponents to score. The final score remained 30 when Bailly left the field. This was a great victory. At the moment the referee blew the final whistle, the cheers from the Espinosa Stadium erupted like a lit powder keg. Cheers rose and fell, with some people raising their fists into the air, many shouting together Atletico. Bailly and Cork were walking back to the players' tunnel, their shoulders linked, when suddenly someone in the stands shouted B. This shout was like a stone thrown into water, instantly triggering a chain reaction as more and more people joined in the sound, transitioning from scattered to synchronized until the entire stand was echoing BAI. In the front row, a small boy wearing a youth Atletico Madrid training jersey held up a poster with hastily scrawled handwriting that read, "Your passing is so cool." He stood on tiptoe and bounced, raising the poster high, afraid that Bailly wouldn't see. Some fans were throwing signed pens and blank jerseys from the stands, shouting towards Bailly, "Sign one for us, please." However, security quickly stepped in to intervene. Bailly paused, allowing the security to hand him the pen and jersey. After a quick signature, he tossed them back to the stands. This made the cheers even louder. Some whistled while others shouted, "We remember you. Keep it up, kid." As he reached the entrance of the players' tunnel, Bailly turned back to glance at the stands. The setting sun bathed the stands in a warm golden hue, the cheers still ringing in his ears, and the boy's poster was particularly eye-catching among the crowd. A smile crept onto his lips as he clenched his fist. This is football. Back in the locker room, his teammates showered him with praise. Their words carried a hint of envy. They had played many more matches than Bailly, yet they hadn't received such recognition. Instead, it was Bailly. In just 3 matches, he had captured the hearts of many fans with his playing style. Bailly himself felt little of it. In the long league season, what matters is stability. A football career is a marathon. It's not about a sporadic explosion, but maintaining consistent efficiency. After this match, Atletico Madrid's B team fell back into the rhythm of training. Their next match was scheduled for the following week. Youth training focused on intensive practice followed by game adaptation. Time flew by. Another day. After training in the locker room, his teammates were packing up their gear, occasionally discussing their weekend opponents, Las Palmas University. Just as Bailly neatly folded his jersey and placed it in his locker, Cork rushed over holding a newspaper, his face unable to hide his joy as he patted Bailly's arm, Bailly, let me show you something good. He unfolded the newspaper and handed it to Bailly, pointing to the headline. Madrid Youth Training Observations was printed particularly clearly. You know this media, right? Cork's tone turned serious in the Madrid Youth Training Circle. It's not just some small publication. It is a genuinely authoritative youth training media. Many teams refer to its ratings when assessing young players' potential. Our teammates and many players from the academy have been featured, but none have had a dedicated report like yours. This is really impressive. Bailly's gaze fell on the newspaper, and he quickly spotted his name alongside a prominent number. Potential value 92100. He paused for a moment, his fingers gripping the edge of the newspaper, surprise flashing in his eyes as he focused on that number. 92 points. Cork leaned in, his voice tinged with awe. Do you know how impressive that is? Back in my prime, this media only rated me 89 points. The youth training director told me before that you are the only one in Atletico Madrid's youth training system to earn 92 points at the age of 18. Bailly was stunned by this statement. He looked up at Cork as if seeking confirmation of its truth. Cork nodded with a smile, pointing to the comments in the newspaper. Look at what they wrote. Their evaluation of you is much higher than mine back in the day. Bailly unfolded the newspaper. He carefully read what they had reported. The special report from Madrid Youth Training Observations was titled, by the silent controller of Atletico Madrid, B team's midfield. When the referee blew the final whistle, sealing the score at 30 in favor of Atletico Madrid B against Leganés, fans in the stands were still shouting YBAI. The young midfielder from Huagua, who had not yet appeared on the regular roster at the start of the season, had made his name memorable in just 3 matches. From the crucial pass in his debut to the assist in the second match, and then to his all-around performance in this match, Bailly was quietly becoming the most striking new variable in Atletico Madrid's youth training system. Those who have watched Bailly play easily recall the midfield maestro Ballon from the Super La Coruña era. They both embody the style of playing football with their minds. Against Leganés' tight defense, Bailly's every touch was dismantling their defense. That assist to Cork with a through ball was a textbook example of tempo control. At that moment, he was sandwiched between 2 defenders in midfield. Instead of forcing his way through, he gently nudged the ball to change direction with his heel, while faking with his upper body to throw off the defender's balance, then delivered a precise ground pass that perfectly bypassed the center back and landed right at Cork's feet as he made a forward run. He never resorts to flashy tricks to attract attention, but always finds the optimal solution in the tightest. When faced with close marking, he rarely loses the ball and adjusts his passing strength according to his teammates' movement speed, ensuring Cork and Thiago receive the ball comfortably without needing to adjust. 3 weeks ago, when Bailly first partnered with Cork in midfield during training, their coordination felt unfamiliar. Cork was used to making forward runs, breaking through defenses, while Bailly excelled at short passes and linking play. Now they could understand each other's thoughts through just a glance during matches, showcasing remarkable synergy that would make them the most threatening midfield duo in Atletico Madrid B team. He seems to be able to read my movements, Cork said with a smile during a post-match interview. During training, he would actively ask me whether I preferred passes to the left or right, even noting down my habits for forward runs. Now we don't need to shout tactics. When he has the ball, I know exactly where to run. Atletico Madrid B team's head coach Manuel's evaluation was even more straightforward. A good midfielder makes his teammates better, and Bailly is that kind of player. He doesn't chase personal stats, yet he always makes those around him play more comfortably, a trait of top-tier midfielders. In our newspaper's youth player potential evaluation system, the full score is 100, encompassing 4 dimensions: technique, tactics, mentality, and adaptability. Bailly received a high score of 92, the highest rating among Atletico Madrid B players this season. Specifically, it indicates Bailly's short passing accuracy and stability in evasion have reached the level of top-tier teams in the Spanish second division, with the only area needing improvement being the consistency of his long-range passes. His judgment during transitions between attack and defense and spatial awareness far exceeds that of his peers. In 3 matches, regardless of whether they were leading or being pressured by opponents, his passing choices remain calm, without any errors due to nervousness. He isn't the type to gain fame overnight, but rather someone who improves with each match and works particularly hard. Franco Garcia, assistant coach of Atletico Madrid B team, stated in an interview with our newspaper his talent is hidden in his hard work. We can always see him on the training ground. If you're looking for him, just head to the training field, rain or shine. It's precisely this effort combined with his innate talent that gives him the chance to break into the first team in the next 1 or 2 seasons. When asked if he was concerned about Bailly facing doubts due to his nationality or age, Garcia shook his head with a smile. On the football field, performance is the only language. Bailly has already proven himself in 3 matches. All we need to do now is look forward to more surprises from him. In Bailly's story, the label of a Huagua player may draw more attention, but what really matters to Atletico Madrid's youth training system is his potential as a midfield controller. From the applause at Espino Stadium to the recognition from the coaching staff and the seamless coordination with his teammates, this silent young man is weaving his own football path with each touch and pass, and this path clearly extends beyond the fields of the Spanish Second Division. In the next round, Atletico Madrid B team faces Las Palmas University, where we may see Ballon deliver even more surprises. After all, for a player who can transform from a substitute to a core player in just 3 matches, no expectation is too high. As he read the interviews from coaches and teammates, a faint smile began to curve on Ballon's lips. He didn't say much, just folded the newspaper and placed it in the top compartment of his locker. There lay his valuable possessions, now including this newspaper. He quietly exhaled. This was just the beginning. I'll keep this newspaper. Cork looked at him and patted his back with a smile. That's good, but don't just grin. This rating shows you have the ability, but you also need to keep pushing. This media has a keen eye, or if your performance drops, the rating will too. But I believe you can maintain it, and maybe even improve it next time. Ballon nodded, looking up at Cork with a serious expression in his eyes. Yeah, I will. The Espino training base in the early morning. The dew had not completely dissipated, and while the others at Atletico Madrid enjoyed a day off, Ballon was already standing on the grass in his training gear. He was about to undergo a special training program. Manuel held a training plan in his hand with Garcia following behind. As he approached Ballon, he said, "Don't be nervous. You have a solid foundation from your youth training. This week is not about covering weaknesses, it's about enhancing your existing strength and stamina for match situations. I believe you will notice the limitations in the later stages of the game." Ballon nodded. Manuel then unfolded the plan, pointing to the words functional strength training. He continued, "The core strength you developed during your youth training can withstand basic confrontations, but in yesterday's match against Leganés you were slow to adjust after being bumped in midfield. Today we will practice dynamic core stability, integrating it with your receiving and turning movements." Ballon naturally complied with the arrangement. Soon Garcia had brought over a training ladder and resistance bands, securing one end of the band around Ballon's waist and the other to the ladder's post. "Try receiving my pass as if it were in a match. Remember to engage your core when turning, and don't let the band pull you back." Ballon nodded, spreading his feet shoulder-width apart. When Garcia passed the ball, he turned slightly to receive it, tightening his core against the resistance of the band, and successfully stopped the ball at his feet. Manuel observed nearby, occasionally shouting, "Yes, that's the half-turn ball protection posture taught during youth training. Now engage your core a bit more, and you will have an extra half-second of ball control during confrontations." After 2 sets of training, the resistance band around his waist tightened a bit more. As Ballon half-turned to receive the ball, the muscles in his core felt like stretched rubber bands, and a burning sensation crept up his spine. He firmly stopped the ball passed by Garcia. Just as he was about to adjust his steps, Manuel's voice came from the side. "Engage your core a bit more, don't let the pull throw you off balance. Yes, just like that." He gritted his teeth and returned the pass to Garcia, taking a moment to lean on his knee to catch his breath, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead onto the grass. Individual training is not like the basic practice during youth training, where one could slack off. Every action in special training is broken down into fragments. The angle of the turn must just avoid confrontation, the hand position for shielding the ball must rise to the point of not committing a foul while blocking the opponent, and even breathing must coordinate with the movements. Inhale when receiving the ball, exhale when turning. No mistakes can be tolerated. It is indeed exhausting, more mentally taxing than running for 90 minutes. But when he looked up to see Manuel focused on jotting down notes on the training sheet and Garcia adjusting the tension of the resistance band nearby, a surge of warmth suddenly filled his heart. He recalled his childhood in the youth training camp, where practice was mostly done in groups, and even when coaches provided individual guidance, it was merely to standardize his movements. But now the coach was personally crafting a plan for him, training him individually. This feeling reminded him of when he was in school, called into the office by the teacher for unknown tutoring, while others did exercises in class, and only he received meticulous guidance. In professional sports, having the head coach and assistant coach focus on refining details around him is even rarer than private tutoring in school. "Have you rested enough to go for another set?" Manuel looked at him, his tone not urging, but filled with expectation. Ballon straightened up, wiped the sweat from his brow, and nodded, involuntarily raising the corners of his mouth. "Let's go." As he secured the resistance band again, the burning sensation seemed less pronounced. Receiving the ball, turning, and shielding his movements flowed much better than in the previous set. Manuel clapped from the side. "Yes. Exactly like that." The morning strength training focused entirely on optimizing the details of his midfield actions. When it came to stamina training, Manuel did not make him run laps, but set up 5 marker cones on the field to simulate the running patterns from midfield during matches. For interval sprints, start from the first cone and sprint to the second, feint a receiving and turning action, then jog to the third cone, sprint to the fourth cone to simulate a ball interception, and finally walk back to the starting point. Ballon followed the rhythm and started running. Garcia timed from the side, and when he finished a set, he handed him water and praised. Your stride frequency is good, but you need to practice adjusting your breathing after sprints faster. You see, during that last segment of jogging, if you could synchronize your breathing earlier, you would be able to sprint harder next time. During the break, Manuel even took out a tactical board and sketched a simple diagram of midfield play. The ball protection technique you were taught before is not very reasonable. It works well in lower-tier matches, but in more intense games you need to learn smart confrontations. For instance, if an opponent is tightly marking you, you don't have to dodge and run away every time. He demonstrated the corresponding actions, saying, like this, use your outer arm to lightly shield the ball. Without force, just create a bit of space. This way you can protect the ball without committing a foul. Remember, ball protection is not about brute force. It's about making yourself comfortable while playing. Moreover, understand to lean towards your opponent. A gentle nudge with your shoulder will instinctively make them take a half step back, giving you space to pass. This isn't about fouling, it's about utilizing body balance to find opportunities. Look at Coke. He always does this when protecting the ball, and opponents can hardly take it away. You have great skills, but don't confine yourself to relying solely on technique. To escape, small physical tricks can save you a lot of energy. In matches, opponents won't tell you the rules, and you don't need to be overly honest. Smart players make the smallest movements to gain the largest spaces. Bailly listened attentively to Manuel's words. This morning's training had been immensely beneficial, full of practical insights. By the time all training concluded, Manuel packed up the training sheet and walked over to Bailly, pointing at his drenched training outfit. The intensity was sufficient today. This afternoon, don't dwell on training. Go home, take a good shower, and replenish some protein to let your muscles relax. Bailly nodded. Manuel added, in a few days we will have a match against Las Palmas University where the opponents will press hard in midfield. It will be perfect for testing the core protection and turning techniques you've practiced these days. Garcia chimed in with a smile, patting Bailly's arm. Your turns in those sets today were much steadier than when you first practiced this morning. When it comes to the match, you will definitely feel more at ease than last time against Leganés. Make sure to rest well this afternoon. You being in good spirits is more important than anything else. Manuel's gaze fell on Bailly's slightly flushed face, his tone softer than during training. Don't rush to achieve everything at once. This special training is meant to help you master your movements. On the match field, just play with the feeling from today. Your innate talent is impressive. There's no need to worry. Turn when it's time to turn, shield the ball when it's time to shield. We all want to see you apply what you've trained and shine brighter than last time. Bailly felt a warmth in his heart and nodded earnestly. Got it, coach. I will rest well this afternoon, and come on, that's the spirit, Manuel said, patting his shoulder. If your muscles are really sore, you can roll out with a foam roller tonight. Garcia has relaxation tutorials. Don't hesitate to ask him if you don't understand. A moment later, Bailly's figure with his backpack gradually disappeared at the end of the training base. Garcia suddenly smiled and said, among today's young players, it's rare to find someone so grounded. Manuel also recognized Bailly, saying, not only is he grounded, but he also thinks critically. When I only mentioned once during dynamic core training that the turn should avoid confrontation angles, he adjusted in the next set and even proactively asked what to do if the opponent pressed from the other side. Manuel's gaze drifted towards the direction Bailly had left, recalling the scene during training where Bailly, despite being exhausted and sweating profusely, never once asked for a break, simply gritting his teeth to complete each set of movements. Even when Garcia suggested doing one less set, he shook his head and insisted on trying again. Talent is the foundation, but effort is the driving force for advancement. The talent he has shown during matches is already outstanding, and now he is willing to fight. I believe he will bring surprises to everyone at Atletico Madrid. He is a born central midfielder. After a few more matches, once he sharpens his strength and stamina, he might even help us in midfield sooner than we expect, Garcia said enthusiastically. Manuel laughed, patting Garcia on the shoulder. You're more eager for his growth than I am. Garcia's tone was filled with certainty. Just watch, this kid won't let us down. All we can do is give him patience. He will eventually reach greater heights. The two walked towards the office, chatting and laughing. In their eyes, this humble, hard-working, and talented young man resembled a seed slowly sprouting with countless possibilities to look forward to in the future. On the other side, Bailly with his backpack walked towards the dormitory. After taking a few steps, he saw Firdaus standing under the shade of a tree ahead. Upon seeing Bailly, Firdaus was momentarily taken aback, then raised his hand and smiled, heading back to the dorm. Bailly paused and replied lightly, just finished training. Their paths had gradually diverged. Firdaus wanted to ask a few more questions, such as whether the reports in the newspapers were true, or even mentioned that he had watched clips of Bailly's match against Leganés online yesterday. But the words got stuck in his throat, and he suddenly swallowed them back. He opened his mouth and finally just said, then you should go back quickly and rest early. Bailly nodded, saying, He continued forward, while Firdos stood still watching Bailly's figure gradually fade away. Suddenly the name Mario popped into his mind. Mario had been the most talented among their youth training group, dribbling even better than Bailly. The coach had said, "This kid will make it to the first team in the future." But Mario would not even remain in Atletico's youth team by the end of this season. Lately Firdos had been searching Bailly's name almost every day, watching clips of his matches and the media's evaluations of him. He had always thought that in football talent was paramount, and someone like Mario should be the protagonist. But now, watching Bailly walk further away, and recalling Mario's situation, he suddenly felt as if something had collided within him. Bailly had not been the most outstanding during youth training, in fact, he had lagged behind. But he turned his effort into talent. What about Mario? In the end, he had no opportunities at all. The wind swept through the fallen leaves as Firdos turned to walk back to the dormitory. On the way, he thought again about the sweat on Bailly's forehead and the media's mention of a potential rating of 92. It turned out that someone could indeed rely on hard work to illuminate a path that might have otherwise been ordinary. He suddenly became clear in his heart. From now on, he should also strive to work hard like Bailly. Perhaps his own path could slowly shine as well. Time passed quickly. On March 16th, in the morning, all members of Atletico Madrid's B team headed to the capital of Gran Canaria, Las Palmas. Gran Canaria looked like a gem scattered across the Atlantic, shattered by the hand of God. The coastline twisted and turned, with the light blue sea wrapped in milky white waves crashing against the deep green vegetation. Occasionally, a few white towns could be seen nestled on the hillsides, resembling scattered diamonds. Bailly admired the beautiful scenery. Coke spoke beside him, saying, "The Las Palmas University team is tough to play against. Their home crowd is particularly loud, nothing like the tranquility of the scene before us. I hope you won't be affected." "Of course," Bailly replied with a smile. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun shone on the pitch of Las Palmas University, the air filled with the unique salty scent of the sea mingling with the gradually rising cheers from the stands. Bailly was warming up with his teammates, occasionally glancing at the stands. The atmosphere of playing away always brought a sense of pressure, especially since many of the Las Palmas University fans were local students, full of passion and energy. They had been shouting since the warm-up began. At that moment, he began to understand why Coke said that the Las Palmas University home ground was very noisy. Suddenly, Bailly caught a glimpse of a splash of red in the southeast corner of the stands. He stopped in his tracks, instinctively looking up. It was a red flag with curled edges held high by someone in a black coat. As the wind blew, the flag unfurled, and the yellow star on it became incredibly clear. Next to the flag holder stood a boy wearing glasses, waving towards the pitch, seemingly shouting something. His voice was drowned out by the cheers from the stands, making it hard to hear clearly, but his vigorous waving indicated he was eager for Bailly to see. The two figures bore distinctly Huagua faces, standing out like two lonely yet exceptionally bright stars amidst a sea of local fans. Bailly had never expected to see support from his compatriots in an away match. After all, this was just a match in the Spanish Segunda B League, and Gran Canaria was far out in the Atlantic. Yet now that red flag fluttering in the wind, so small, felt like a warm fire, softening the strangeness of the away game. Coke noticed Bailly's distraction and followed his gaze to the stands, chuckling as he nudged Bailly's arm. Bailly shook his head, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, his voice carrying a slight tremor that he himself didn't notice. A flag I'll never forget for a lifetime." He raised his hand and waved towards the stands. The two in the stands seemed to instantly receive the signal. The flag holder lifted the flag even higher, while the boy beside him took out his phone, pointing towards the pitch as if taking a photo. Bailly withdrew his gaze, revealing a smile. It turned out that in a foreign land there were indeed people watching him from afar, and someone was really holding a red flag for him. Within the Huagua Football Forum, a post appeared late at night football discussion zone. "I saw Bailly in person at the home stadium of Las Palmas University team. And we even waved our flag. He noticed us. My roommate and I study on Gran Canaria Island. Yesterday we saw that Atletico Madrid B team would play an away match here today. And crucially, Bailly was on the roster. He is the central midfielder from Huagua, playing for Atletico Madrid B team." The entire stadium was awash with the home team's yellow jerseys. We sat in a corner, waving small red flags, strikingly conspicuous. During warm-ups, Bailly actually glanced our way. My roommate immediately waved and shouted encouragement, but his voice was drowned out by the roaring chants of the home fans. Still, Bailly seemed to spot us, and even waved back. My skin prickled with goosebumps. I snapped a few photos, though admittedly blurry given our distant seating. I'll provide live updates once the match begins. I hope Bailly delivers an outstanding performance tonight. The post instantly surged to the top of trending topics. Bailly has become the most discussed rising football star from Huagua across the forum. Footage of his matches remains scarce. A few fans have access to live broadcasts of Atletico Madrid B team games. In this day and age, finding a live stream of Segunda División B is no easy feat. Yet, Someone actually attended the match in person. A diehard fan who can't sleep without watching football exclaimed, "No way. Did you really go? I assumed we'd only read news online. You actually rushed to the stadium. I'm utterly envious." That tiny red flag stood out so vividly. He definitely saw you, otherwise he wouldn't have waved back. A devoted fan added, "I'm green with envy. I watch Bailly's training clips daily, and you gotta see him play live. Now witnessing Bailly in person has joined my life's dreams." A seasoned football enthusiast remarked, "Whoa, impressive. Please capture as much as possible. Even if blurry, it's worth it." The poster replied, "Indeed." The home fans were deafening, chanting non-stop. But when we raised our flag, a local man nearby even asked if we were Bailly's supporters. I told him yes, he's our compatriot. Bailly looked exceptionally composed during warm-ups. He exchanged several crisp short passes with Coke, clearly demonstrating seamless synergy. I'll strive to film more once the match begins, though our seats are slightly off-center, possibly limiting clarity. A decade-long fan reflected tearfully, "It moves me deeply. In the past, seeing Huaguo players compete in Europe meant hovering on the fringes of the top 5 leagues. Now Bailly has steadily established himself within Atletico Madrid's youth academy. This feels profoundly different. Please keep sharing live updates. We're all eagerly awaiting them." In the 73rd comment, someone posted a link. Clicking it led directly to a live broadcast of Segunda División B. Betting sites, ever quick to sniff out opportunities, had already sourced and shared the stream. At that moment, fans desperate to watch Bailly play cared little about the site's legitimacy. Any broadcast would suffice. 10 minutes into the match, Atletico Madrid B team completely dominated proceedings. The midfield duo of Bailly and Coke thoroughly suppressed Las Palmas University team's central play. Bailly's passing remained the most dangerous threat. In the 7th minute, Las Palmas University's defensive midfielder Alonso pressed tightly, using his elbow to nudge Bailly's lower back in an attempt to intercept. Bailly first curled the ball backward with the tip of his left foot, then dragged it laterally with his sole to evade the opponent's outstretched leg. His body pivoted halfway while his right hand gently deflected Alonso's interference. Within 2 seconds, he'd carved out space amid the congested midfield and delivered a precise low-driven through pass with the inside of his right foot, skimming the turf between 2 defenders and landing perfectly at Coke's feet as he surged forward. Coke broke into the arc of the penalty area and fired. A spectacular diving save by the goalkeeper sent the ball over the goal line. Coke buried his head in frustration, then raised a thumb toward Bailly. Though the shot missed, Bailly's incisive pass had undeniably demonstrated his lethal creativity. 2 Las Palmas University midfielders converged to double-team. Bailly Fernandez lunged from the left to hook the ball away, while Rodriguez blocked potential passing lanes from the right. Bailly feinted left with his shoulder, tricking Fernandez into shifting his weight, then suddenly flicked the ball rightward with the outside of his right foot, pivoting his body to slip cleanly through the narrow gap between them. Without waiting for defenders to recover, he scanned the forward line and launched a curling diagonal pass with the outside of his left foot, arching over the home side's right back to land precisely before the advancing winger Pedro. Pedro took the ball first time and crossed. The ball arced into the box where Thiago rose to meet it, heading powerfully toward goal, but the shot skimmed the upright and flew wide. A collective gasp of disappointment rose from the sparse Atletico supporters in the stands. Las Palmas University's fans stood stunned by Bailly's effortless mastery of the pass. Spain has nurtured countless midfield maestros, yet in Bailly they glimpsed echoes of those revered legends. From the touchline, Manuel watched Bailly's performance with evident satisfaction. Such extraordinary talent would inevitably ascend beyond Atletico Madrid B team, but having coached a prodigy like Bailly would remain a distinguished highlight of Manuel's career. He sincerely hoped Bailly's brilliance would continue to flourish. Soon at the 23rd minute, the away section remained submerged beneath a roaring yellow tide of chants. Suddenly the crowd erupted in shock. The Atletico Madrid B team left back had misfired a pass. As the ball rolled into midfield, Las Palmas University's winger sprinted forward, hooked it up with his toe, and turned sharply, driving straight into the vulnerable gaps of Atletico's defensive line. Atletico players scrambled desperately in pursuit, but the opponent had already advanced past midfield. With a swift counterattack threatening a 3-on-2 scenario, the home fans' cheers reached fever pitch. At that instant, Bailly darted in swiftly from the diagonal rear. He didn't recklessly launch. Instead, he locked eyes on his opponent's ankle, timing his move perfectly the instant the attacker prepared to shift direction and distribute the ball. Bailly's right toe slid precisely between the ball and the rival's boot, executing a flawless sliding tackle to regain possession. His technique was flawless. A collective gasp rippled through Las Palmas University's supporters. Had such a golden counterattack opportunity just been snuffed out? Bailly's interception was uncannily prescient, anticipating his opponent's rhythm so precisely that not a single physical clash occurred, halting the counterattack dead in midfield. Even as he won the ball, his gaze swept forward. Coke had already angled diagonally into the space behind the opposing defense, shadowed closely by a retreating opponent's defensive midfielder, yet leaving half a meter of open ground between them. Without hesitation, Bailly pushed the ball forward with the inside of his left foot, a flat laser-guided pass skimming the grass, gliding past the recovering defender's outstretched leg, and settling perfectly onto Coke's running path. The weight and trajectory were impeccable. Coke needed no deceleration, a gentle touch with his toe sufficed to seamlessly transition into his next move. As Coke received the ball, his peripheral vision caught Thiago streaking diagonally from the right flank toward the center. Las Palmas University's central defender, still disoriented from the earlier counter, hadn't fully recovered position, leaving a slanted gap in the penalty arc. Coke didn't hesitate. Using the outside of his right foot, he lofted a softly spinning pass over the defender's attempted interception, landing perfectly before Thiago. Thiago met the ball on the run and struck. Thud. No chance for the goalkeeper. The ball kissed the left post and nestled into the net. The referee pointed to the center circle. Goal confirmed. Atletico Madrid B team had broken the dead, leading away from home. The players of Atletico Madrid B immediately surrounded Thiago. Bailly also rushed over while Coke wrapped his arm around Bailly's shoulder, laughing and patting his back. "You made a great interception just now, and your pass was excellent." Bailly smiled. This is the effect of his new talent. The cheers from the home stands quickly faded, with only the red flag waving more vigorously in the wind. And this scene made the fans far away in Huagua erupt with excitement. The forums were flooded with messages. "Wow, that interception just now was too fierce, right?" He focused on the opponent's ankle without hesitation, and after the interception, he immediately found Coke. "I was dumbfounded by that connection speed. Is this really the Segunda División B? When did Huagua players develop this kind of awareness? Is this really our Huagua player? I'm not exaggerating, but that interception and pass would be considered top-notch on the Asian stage. Staying in Segunda División B has paid off. The progress is astonishing. I've watched the replay 3 times. Bailly is amazing. Truly amazing. How did they not realize that a Huagua player could possess such midfield skills? In these years, Huagua players who have been able to establish themselves overseas are either forwards or defenders. Midfielders are too scarce. And now, Bailly has shown them a glimmer of hope. Yet it was precisely Bailly's extraordinary talent and prowess that made fans all the more baffled by the Football Association's inexplicable suspension of him. Bailly's story had long since spread across online forums. Everyone knew that for all practical purposes he no longer had any chance of playing professionally in his home country. 10 years. Even if Bailly retained considerable ability a decade later, would he still possess the drive, or even the will, to represent the national team after such a prolonged ban? Fans seethed with indignation. Among Chinese players abroad, most are forwards or defenders, and few, if any, have trained in Spain. Bailly is arguably the first true central midfielder to not only secure a starting role in such a technically demanding league, but also orchestrate counterattacks and deliver decisive passes. And yet, suspended on a whim. Who among us believes those flimsy justifications? It's simply because he isn't one of their people. This reeks of blatant injustice. Who doesn't see it? Plain and simple. He never entered their inner circle. It's utterly disheartening. Here stands a midfielder capable of carrying China's midfield for a full decade, and they're deliberately dismantling him. Just thinking about his suspension chills the heart. This isn't merely suspending a player, it's shattering fans. At its core, it's all about vested interests. Bailly stood in someone's way. Siamolong has long been mired in scandal, his hands far from clean. If you still trust the Football Association, then hope truly is lost. And this is an Olympic year. The stakes run deeper than any single player, especially one like Bailly, who rose solely on merit without backing or patronage. Amid this uproar, fans reignited their fury toward the Football Association. The Olympics are set for 2008, yet they chant endlessly about saving face for Olympic football. And what do we get? Today they mimic Spain's tactics, tomorrow Brazil's. Players flounder on the pitch like headless flies. So the administrators merely convene meetings and sketch grand visions. Yet when it comes time to perform under pressure, they can't even settle on a coherent, stable system. They've cried, prioritize youth development. Year after year, for nearly a decade. Yet grassroots facilities either charge exorbitant fees or lie in ruinous disrepair. Coaches either bark mindlessly for players to run faster or fail to explain even the fundamentals of tactics. When against all odds a gifted youngster emerges, his path into elite academies hinges not on skill, but on whether someone pulls strings. This isn't football, it's networking masquerading as sport. Heaven only knows how much they've taken in bribes. I'd wager China won't qualify for another World Cup for at least 20 years. Nonetheless, fans kept watching the match, cursing the Football Association even as they lauded Bailly. For Bailly was truly exceptional. Las Palmas University's team found themselves utterly powerless against the central midfield pairing of Ballon. By the 35th minute of the first half, the yellow-clad supporters in the home stand had long abandoned their open, clutching scarves, their eyes brimmed with anxiety. The midfield dominance had already slipped firmly into Atletico Madrid B's grasp. As Ballon received a back pass at the top of the center circle, two opponents instantly converged from left and right, reaching out to tug at his jersey. But his feet were already in motion. With a delicate flick of his left toe, he drew the ball backward, pivoted smoothly rightward, evading the left side tackler's lunge, then used his back to absorb the right side defender's charge before sliding a crisp horizontal pass to Koch diagonally behind him. The entire sequence, dribble, turn, and pass, lasted barely 2 seconds. Both defenders lunged in vain, nearly colliding, left only to watch helplessly as the ball slipped between them. Koch took the ball without pause, glanced sideways to spot Ballon surging forward toward the edge of the penalty area, and instantly returned it with an insidious off-the-foot pass. This time Ballon faced the opponent's defensive midfielder. Rather than shoulder through, he deftly rolled the ball sideways with his sole, shifting his weight to unbalance the defender, then threaded a low, precise pass into the channel, finding Sergio, the Atletico winger, who had darted into the gap between defense and midfield. Sergio drove straight to the byline and crossed, but Thiago, the central striker, rushing and misdirected his header, sending the ball skimming over the crossbar. The yellow-clad fans in the stands instinctively exhaled in relief. This exact scenario had unfolded 4 times already in the first half, each time initiated by Ballon's elusive dribbling to rupture the defense, followed by incisive short passes that stitched together attacks and reduced the opposing midfield to chaos. Las Palmas' midfielders now looked increasingly ragged. The player assigned to Mark Ballon wore his jersey askew, sweat streaming down his temples. Each time Ballon touched the ball, his nerves tightened, only to be undone instantly by Ballon's fluid, unpredictable evasions. Deep into first half stoppage time, Ballon intercepted another pass in midfield, quickly laid it off to Koch, then surged toward the top of the penalty arc. Koch read his intent perfectly, launching a soaring through ball. Ballon cushioned it with his chest, then before the ball touched ground, struck a first-time low-driven pass toward the onrushing Thiago. Thiago's shot was once again parried away by the goalkeeper. Even Atletico's coaching staff seated pitchside tapped their tactical boards in shared frustration. Manuel shouted across the pitch at Thiago, "What's wrong today?" Thiago could only shrug in mute resignation. He was, after all, a player of that caliber. So even with a world-class midfield engine feeding him chances, he simply wasted more opportunities than most. A striker who scores 10 goals in a season counts himself blessed, and asking more would be unreasonable. Soon after the first half ended, the scoreboard still read Atletico Madrid B1, Las Palmas University nil. Players retreated to their dressing rooms, while in a corner of the stands, Mendez's gaze lingered on the tunnel where players disappeared. Beside him, a middle-aged man studied a densely annotated notebook, its margins bearing a faint, almost imperceptible league emblem. "Observe those 3 double teams," Mendez murmured, voice hushed, yet vibrating with excitement. Everyone expected him to lose possession, yet he flicked it off his heel, spun free, and slipped the ball to Koch. His timing and decision-making is nothing short of transcendent. The man didn't look up. His finger traced a line beside the column marked "Successful Dribbles Evaded," where the number 9 stood out boldly. Setting the sheet aside, he spoke with quiet admiration. "His touch is light, never clinging to the ball. That's rare. Still, defensive intensity in top-tier leagues dwarfs anything seen here. Precisely why he must be tested there." Mendez leaned forward, urgency sharpening his tone. "Watch his final defensive sprint of the half. Having just joined the attack high up, he tracked back relentlessly to intercept their counterattack launch. His instincts are already fully formed. Leaving him here to dominate weaker opposition would squander his potential." The man fell silent for several seconds, then nodded slowly. Mendez breathed easier. He knew exactly what that nod signified. Neither spoke further. Already Mendez was strategizing how best to persuade Ballon to sign with him, and that nod just now had become his most potent bargaining chip. Not wasting time in youth academies, but stepping directly into elite football. In the locker room of Atletico Madrid's B team, Manuel first praised the players, saying, "You did well in the." He then looked at Koch and Koch, your short passes have completely dismantled their midfield with a 91 success rate. This is the rhythm we need, but be aware the opponents will definitely make adjustments in the second half." Manuel then pulled over the tactical board. He drew 2 circles in the rib area on both sides with a pen and pointed forcefully. "Las Palmas was thrown into confusion by our passing in the first half, and they will likely compress the central area in the second half, pulling their fullbacks inward. The ribs will be their Achilles heel. Thiago, Sergio, your positioning was too wide just now. In the second half, make sure to run into these 2 circles. Don't wait for the ball to come to you. Proactively stick to their center backs. Ballon's short passes can accurately reach you if you make the runs, and you can break through their defense. The players called by name nodded in agreement. Manuel glanced at Bay, and then turned to the whole team, continue to penetrate with short passes. They will definitely press harder in the second half trying to intercept our ball for counterattacks, but look, he pointed at Bayes' passing trajectory on the tactical board. Bayes' short passes can circumvent their pressing points. Coke, you should work more with him for 1-2s, don't go solo. Our strength lies in our combination, play not brute force. He walked over to Thiago and patted him on the shoulder. You took too long to wait for those two opportunities. In the second half, when Bay passes you the ball into the ribs, don't stop or just push it to the far corner. Their goalkeeper is slow to react. This is our chance. And the fullback stop always thinking about rushing forward, hold your position. If we lose the ball, our midfield can fall back, but you must block their counterattacks from the flanks. Finally, Manuel swept his gaze across. Everyone winning away is not easy. Our fans in the stands are waiting for us. Activate the ribs, maintain the stability of our short passes, and don't give them a chance to breathe. All right. The players nodded in unison. Manuel did not end his speech. This time his gaze was fixed on Bay. Bay, you didn't play correctly in the first half. You need to position yourself properly. The locker room fell silent instantly. Coke's water bottle was suspended in midair, and Thiago's towel, which he was wiping sweat with, hung on his neck. Everyone had witnessed Bayes' performance in breaking counterattacks and delivering threatening passes in the first half, and Manuel had just said he played well. Why was he suddenly being criticized? Even the substitute midfielder squatting in the corner to organize his shin guards looked up, his eyes filled with surprise. Could this be his chance? Bay did not react much. He was just pondering what Manuel meant. However, Manuel suddenly raised his hand to interrupt, his voice rising a few notches. I'm not saying you played poorly, it's that you positioned yourself too far back. You should be playing as the core of the front line. Core? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Was Manuel admitting Bayes' status to his face? Previously, Bay mostly played in a deeper midfield position to dictate the rhythm, occasionally moving up to support. Now he was being directly told to be the core. Even Garcia, who had been silent, raised an eyebrow. Manuel walked to the tactical board, drew a circle in the midfield circle, and drew 3 diagonal arrows crossing the opponent's defense line at the edge of their penalty area. Look, in the first half after you intercepted the ball, you always looked for me or Coke first. But your evasion is faster than anyone else, and your short passes are accurate. From now on, don't restrict your position so strictly. If there's space in the left rib area, move in. If you can receive the ball at the top of the right penalty arc, stop, and learn from Coke to drill into their defense. He leaned down to point at the positioning markers of the opponent's center backs on the tactical board, and when he looked up at Bay, his eyes were filled with affirmation. Their center backs turn slowly. When you make runs forward, don't always think about passing. If there's a chance, shoot directly. Your technique is more than enough, stop hiding it. Bay was somewhat stunned. It's not that he wanted to pass, it's that he only had the ability to pass. Manuel walked over and patted his shoulder again, his voice softening. You should let the opposing midfielders follow you, pulling their defense out of shape so Coke and Thiago can find space. Stop thinking of yourself as just a supporting player. You have the potential to be the core of the midfield. Bay heard these words. What else could he say? He couldn't directly admit he couldn't shoot, could he? He could only nod in agreement. All right. At worst, he could just run more or pass the ball into the goal. Suddenly, a brand new thought exploded in Bayes' mind. Yes, if he could pass, he should be able to shoot too. As he contemplated, it seemed he grasped a hint of inspiration, but it remained elusive. Soon the second half resumed. As soon as the whistle blew to start the second half, the Las Palmas University team's defense sensed something was off. Bay was no longer as fixated on the midfield as in the first half. Instead, he moved like a nimble shadow, frequently darting into the ribs and the edge of the penalty area. In the 48th minute, he suddenly made a diagonal run from the right rib area, receiving a long pass from Garcia. With a gentle touch, he evaded the left back who was covering, and if it weren't for the timely block from the opposing center back, his cross would have nearly found Thiago. The home fans were stunned. You can play like this. This kind of movement continued for 5 minutes, and Las Palmas midfield defense had already started to fall out of rhythm following Bayes' movements. Until the 53rd minute, Atletico Madrid's B team intercepted a pass from the opponent in midfield. Coke received the ball 2 meters outside the arc, surrounded by 4 Las Palmas defenders. 2 defensive midfielders and 2 center backs almost simultaneously surrounded the ball, as if to weave an impenetrable net. But Coke suddenly pushed the ball to the left. Bay, as if he had already calculated his route, darted in from the side of the first defensive midfielder. With a light touch of his right toe, he controlled the ball. The first defensive midfielder hurriedly turned to stretch his foot, but Bay remained calm. He gently pulled the ball back with his foot, leaning his body to the right just in time to evade the tackle and smoothly passed the ball back to Coke. This sudden change of direction and back pass caused the 4 defenders who had closed in to momentarily hesitate, revealing gaps in their originally tight formation. When Coke received the ball, the second defensive midfielder had already pressed in. He didn't stop the ball with the outside of his foot, he lightly flicked it back to Bay. At this moment the two center backs also abandoned their marking of Thiago and converged towards Bay, almost forming a double team. But Bay suddenly feigned a shot, his right leg raised as if to kick towards the goal. The two center backs instinctively stretched their legs to block him, but he took the opportunity to flick the ball to the right, evading the defense while pushing the ball back to Coke. In a short span of 10 seconds, Bay and Coke danced like a perfectly synchronized duet, surrounded by four defenders. Passing, back passing, feinting, changing direction. Each touch evaded the feet of the defenders, making the four Las Palmas players move like puppets on strings, following the trajectory of the ball, causing their originally tight defense to become disheveled. When Coke received Bay's pass for the third time, a clear gap appeared at the edge of the penalty area. Bay no longer participated in the passing sequence, but suddenly made a diagonal run towards the goal, attracting the attention of the last center back. Coke seized the opportunity to push the ball in the direction opposite to where Bay was running. The ball rolled along the grass towards the empty space on the left side of the goal, and at that moment Bay had already turned, using his body to block the retreating defender. Coke, as if casually following up, easily ran to the ball and gently pushed it with his right foot. The football did not touch any defenders or the goalkeeper's outstretched hand, rolling into the net along the inner post of the goal. The red flags in the stands instantly waved high. Meanwhile, the four Las Palmas defenders stood at the top of the arc, watching the football roll into the net, their faces filled with bewilderment. Despite having surrounded the ball for so long, it felt as if they had never touched it, watching in disbelief as two players from Atletico Madrid's B team turned the goal into an effortless passing drill. The net was still gently swaying from the impact of the ball, and Coke had already run towards Bay. Even he felt that the process of this goal was truly spectacular. In the stands, Mendez and the middle-aged man beside him were both stunned, for they had seen another side of Bay. The middle-aged man soon regained his composure and firmly declared, "Sign him. We must secure him in the summer transfer window." At this moment, the fans watching by Yes live stream on the Huagua forum were completely stunned by that goal. He really let loose. The move at the edge of the penalty area was so crafty. Bailly feinted past one defender, and Coke returned the ball to him, the two of them passing back and forth in front of four defenders, while the opponents were in a flurry, looking like they were dancing in a square. That combination was incredible. And that final pass. I was so stunned staring at the screen. Bailly poked the ball through a defender's legs in the crowd, and Coke, standing in front of the goal, didn't even need to run. He just had to tap it in, passing the ball directly into the net. This goal clearly demonstrates Bailly's tactical importance. He is not just a fringe player in Atletico Madrid's B team, but the absolute core. His movement, ball control, and distribution are all on point. Even the rhythm of playing with the defenders has been established. I can only say Bailly is amazing. Is this the horror of a technical midfielder? Compared to the first half, Bailly is clearly more daring to push forward in the second half. Just now, there was a moment when he ran from a defensive midfield position to the edge of the penalty area, and the opposing center back didn't even react. With this running range and passing accuracy, wouldn't he dominate in the Asian competitions? As the fans saw Bailly getting stronger, their hatred toward the Huagua Football Association intensified. Considering Bailly's age, he should have been able to become the midfield commander for Huagua for the next 10 or even 20 years. But now all that is gone. The Las Palmas University team was also completely stunned. Each of them was positioned to defend, yet the ball still found its way into the net. They looked at the celebrating Bailly and Coke, feeling as if they were crushed by talent. They were even a bit bewildered, as if they were trying to figure out how those few passes had slipped through. The coach of the Las Palmas University team furrowed his brows tightly. He saw more clearly and thought deeper. This was not just a lost goal. Their entire tactical system was dismantled by the opponent's midfield using individual prowess. Not far from him, Manuel was excitedly celebrating. He pumped his fist with a beaming smile. Garcia rushed over from the side and hugged him, exclaiming that Bailly's positional sense was too strong. Manuel nodded with a smile, his eyes never leaving Bailly. After calming down, he said, "He has completely grasped the rhythm even faster than I expected. He dares to push forward and take the ball amidst the crowd. This is how he should play." Garcia followed his gaze, seeing Bailly high-fiving his teammates. "This is talent." Manuel suddenly raised his hand and pressed it against Garcia's arm, lowering his voice, but unable to hide his excitement. "Perhaps we are witnessing the birth of a legend." Garcia was momentarily taken aback, then laughed and nodded vigorously. "Since he first started extra training until now, every time has exceeded expectations. Today's core play style with a bit more refinement in the future." Garcia did not finish his sentence. Manuel also fell silent, both of them understanding. He suddenly felt that the adjustments made in the locker room at halftime did not change Bailly's playing style, but rather let him fully unleash himself. The joy of watching a player break free from constraints and display his talent was even more exhilarating than winning the match. On the field, the game quickly resumed. The players of Las Palmas University noticeably quickened their pace. The winger on the left pushed forward without waiting for his teammates to position themselves, while the midfielders frequently attempted long passes, trying to muster some last-ditch energy at home. But just 3 minutes in their attack encountered significant problems. The connection in the front line was not smooth. They were easily intercepted by Atletico Madrid's B team, who then counterattacked. A cross from the right side of Las Palmas University was just headed back to midfield by Atletico Madrid's center-back, and Ballon welcomed the ball, stopping it, before gently flicking it to the winger advancing on the right. The winger took the ball and surged to the edge of the penalty area, delivering a low cross towards the goal. Although Thiago's close-range shot was saved by the goalkeeper, it completely flustered the Las Palmas University defense. From then on, Las Palmas fell into a vicious cycle of wanting to attack, but not daring to, wanting to defend, but unable to. They tried to push the two fullbacks forward, hoping to create threats through crosses, but as soon as the left flank cross flew up, it was blocked back to midfield by Atletico's fullback. After finally winning the ball in midfield, they attempted to send a through ball to the forward, only to find the forward's movement was a beat too slow and the ball rolled straight into De Gea's arms. Every time they tried to press forward, Atletico's quick interceptions and short passes forced them to retreat. The players' faces gradually lost the intensity from the start. Their hesitation in passing became increasingly obvious, and even the previously fierce challenges softened. Atletico Madrid's B team, however, had completely let loose. Ballon acted like an invisible orchestrator in midfield. When the ball came to his feet, it seemed to gain direction. He would sometimes use a short pass to smoothly send the ball to Coke, allowing him to pull the defense by making runs into the penalty area. At other times, he would suddenly launch a long pass to the left winger Sergio, forcing Las Palmas University's right back to sprint back with all his might. In order to contain Ballon's orchestration, Las Palmas University's midfield had to gradually retreat, and the players who were supposed to support the front line ended up crowded right in front of their own penalty area. This level of control completely trapped the players of Las Palmas University in Atletico's rhythm. In the stands, the cheers of the fans were fading. Instead, their gazes turned to the field, focusing on that black-haired Asian player. In this match, he was the focal point. The name YBI was being etched in more and more minds. In the matches of the Segunda Division B, it was like a dimensionality reduction blow. Atletico's pressure did not. Ballon's orchestration made the ball flow back and forth in Las Palmas University's half. Coke and the wingers' interchanges constantly tore open gaps, and even the fullbacks were continuously joining the attack, making it seem like the chances to score were getting closer and closer. Every time the players looked up at the scoreboard, the anxiety in their eyes increased, yet they could never find a way to break the deadlock, only sinking deeper into a passive quagmire amidst Atletico's possession and counterattacks. The moment the deadlock was broken came quickly. In the 72nd minute, an Atletico player on the left passed the ball back to midfield, and when Ballon received the ball, he did not pause, his eyes quickly scanning the Las Palmas University defense. The two center-backs were tightly marking Thiago, but left a visible gap at the rib area. With a gentle twist of his ankle, Ballon sent the ball skimming along the grass through the gap between the center-back and the fullback, landing perfectly in front of Thiago. Having played so many matches with Ballon, Thiago had developed some tacit understanding. Upon seeing Ballon's pass, he quickly made a move, managing to sprint out from between the center-backs just as the ball arrived. Bang! Thiago did not stop the ball, unleashing a powerful shot. The goalkeeper dove quickly, but unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. The ball thundered into the net. Swish! The goal was scored. After Thiago scored, he immediately pointed at Ballon and gave him a thumbs up. The teammates rushed together to hug and celebrate. Ballon's pass was often described by teammates as so cool. Coke laughed, saying, "Watching this makes me want to play as a forward." Thiago chuckled heartily, feeling even more determined to train hard in shooting. The stronger Ballon's assisting ability, the more he needed to enhance his shooting skills. Otherwise, it would waste more and more opportunities. Wouldn't that make him look worse? At this moment, the Huagua Forum was still bustling. With Ballon's precise through ball assist, a new round of discussions erupted. Wow, that through ball was incredibly accurate. Surgical precision. Absolutely a surgical level through ball. 30 secures the victory. Ballon did not falter at all from the counterattack to the assist today. Our top midfielder in La Liga B has no chance. Damn, this is my first time watching Ballon's match, and I realize this guy is really impressive. So powerful. His level is incredibly steady. With such a performance, he still faces suspension. Damn. I dare say he is absolutely the best midfielder in Huagua's history. This performance is sufficient. I believe Ballon can play at a higher level. That through ball was outrageous. The Las Palmas defenders were well positioned, yet he pierced through with a single pass. 30. A resounding victory. His performance today, who could argue against him being the pinnacle of Huagua's overseas midfielders? At this moment in Madrid at the Espino training base, Caminero was in the office with Atletico's first-team coach Aguirre, and they watched the La Liga B match together. Caminero wanted Aguirre to see Ballon's performance and also had the intention to develop Bailly. After all, he was also a midfielder. Thus, he had a favorable impression of Bailly, continuously praising him during the match. Of course, he was not exaggerating, as Bailly's performance was indeed exceptional. Aguirre did not blindly follow Caminero's praises, but remarked his technique is fine, the distribution is clear, and he has decent evasion skills. But don't forget our first team's rhythm. A La Liga midfielder is not the same as a La Liga B player. When every time he gets the ball someone is pressing and pulling at him, can his body withstand it? Caminero had anticipated this question. He quickly replied, did you not notice his interception during the first half? The Las Palmas winger was about to cross half the field, yet he came in from a diagonal rear, and without a hard body collision intercepted the ball, indicating he has intercepting capabilities. That only shows he has good anticipation skills, but still does not prove his physical confrontation ability. Aguirre continued, what we need in our tactics are players who can stand firm in midfield scrambles when second balls, withstand the opposing defensive midfielders' collisions, and can block gaps during defensive transitions. These cannot be solved merely by skill. Look at Bailly's physique. He is too young and too slender, significantly slimmer than our first-team midfielders. If he faces those strong guys from Bilbao, he won't even be able to maintain possession. Caminero shook his head. He is still growing. Strength can be trained. Moreover, think about it, what we currently lack in midfield is someone who can distribute the ball. Just now he allowed Coke to run into the channel and the winger to stretch the defense. Isn't that exactly the effect you have been wanting to create? Aguirre was not persuaded. This kid is too soft. He does not fit our style. Caminero did not argue, looking at the screen, where Bailly was just substituted. He said, let's see how he performs in the next few matches. If he shows stability, we can give him a chance to train with the first team. That way we can have a clearer and more direct view of his abilities. Aguirre stared at Bailly's figure on the screen, fell silent for a few seconds, and his tone softened somewhat. All right, I will have someone keep an eye on the next few matches. Since you think so highly of him, let him train with the first team twice next week. During training, let him practice more with the defensive midfielders. I want to see if he can keep up with the first team's passing rhythm under real pressure, and if he can withstand their physical confrontations. Caminero's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded, no problem. I will speak with Manuel, and have him adjust Bailly's training plan in advance to adapt to the first team's intensity. Don't celebrate too early. Training with the first team is not a definite outcome. It's just to see if his potential can materialize. If he cannot hold on to the ball or avoids physical confrontations during training, then forget it. Our first team's positions cannot be occupied just because of good skills. You know the pressure to secure a top 4 finish this season is immense, and I cannot afford to give a young player a chance. Caminero smiled in response, but felt relieved inside. Regardless, getting Aguirre to agree to a training opportunity was a significant step forward. From Caminero's perspective, such a talented player must be kept within Atletico. After all, there are already teams trying to poach Bailly. As time goes on, more teams might take an interest in Bailly. By then, Caminero could not guarantee that Bailly would not leave Atletico for better conditions. This is professional football. Love alone is not enough. There must be real benefits. At the home ground of Las Palmas University, when Bailly left the field, the players of Las Palmas University, including the fans, let out a sigh of relief. This young man truly put too much pressure on them. Bailly walked to the sidelines and hugged his substitute teammates before heading toward Manuel. Manuel also gave, well done, kid. If you keep playing like this, you can join the first team next season, haha. Manuel was genuinely happy. Discovering such a gem under his guidance is his achievement. Bailly also smiled, replying, I will work hard. Go rest well, and enjoy the victory. Bailly nodded. Upon reaching the substitutes bench, Garcia also hugged him and praised him. Then Bailly sat on the substitutes bench, seemingly looking at the field, but his mind was completely focused on the system. Because he had just completed the second task with his last through ball. He could feel the benefits of the system's rewards, and was eagerly anticipating the new task rewards. Task 2, in a single match of the Spanish Segunda B League, when the opponent sets up a dense defensive formation, complete at least one key pass that leads to a goal. Status completed. Reward, new talent, Rivaldo's long shot mastery. Bailly felt a rush of joy as he saw the name of this talent. The legendary Brazilian midfielder Rivaldo. His long-range shooting ability may not be widely recognized, but watching him play reveals that his signature long shots combine aesthetic violence with precise curves. He excels at unexpectedly launching shots from the edge of the penalty area and the flanks, capable of both powerful ground shots and descending arcs that evade the goalkeeper's fingertips, particularly adept at switching to an attacking mode suddenly after a short pass. This ability aligns perfectly with the short passing talent he currently possesses from Ballon. Bailly quickly looked at the description. Talent, Rivaldo's long shot mastery inherits the long-range shooting techniques of the peak Rivaldo. Talent effect significantly enhances long shot power, shot speed increased by 30, concealment, the leg movement before the shot, is reduced by 20 and accuracy, the success rate of aiming for the corners of the goal, is increased by 18. Simultaneously strengthens adjustment ability after physical contact, allowing for over 80 shooting stability even after slight collisions before the shot, avoiding technical deformation. After using Ballon's evasion talent to escape tight, marking an acceleration effect can be triggered. Bailly nearly burst into laughter on the bench. This is too powerful. It practically evolves him from a purely organizing midfielder into a versatile midfielder. This way he not only has organization skills, but also finishing ability. Coupled with the tactical position Manuel is currently setting for him, he can pose a direct threat to the opponent's goal. After finishing the introduction, Bailly refocused his attention back on the field. Victory was already as certain when the referee's final whistle sounded. The match concluded. Atletico Madrid B team won 31 away. Due to the recent impressive performance of Atletico Madrid, B team media attention was drawn. After the match, Manuel was stopped by reporters on the sidelines who asked him Atletico Madrid B team secured an away victory, continuing their recent impressive performance. What was the key factor in this victory? Manuel wiped the sweat from his forehead, glanced at the players thanking the audience, and smiled as he replied, the key was that we adjusted the midfield rhythm in the first half. I told the players before the match to dare to pass the ball to those who can create threats. Bailly's performance today is the best proof of that. He is the core of our away victory. The reporter continued to ask, you mentioned Bailly. Oh, we also noticed that his position in the second half was more dynamic than in the first half, even participating in attacks frequently. Why did you make such adjustments? The adjustment wasn't a spuro-themit decision. He deserves this role. Manuel crossed his arms in front of him, his tone very assured. In the first half, I noticed that the opponent's midfield couldn't stop his evasion. After he controlled the rhythm with short passes, the opponent had to compress their defense. At that moment, when he moved forward, he could tear open gaps. What exceeded expectations was his adaptation speed. It took him very little time to go from passively receiving the ball to actively orchestrating the play. Moreover, he not only passes, but also attempted 2 long shots in the second half. Though they didn't score, the leg movements were concealed, and the angles were tricky, showing that he has been honing new attacking techniques. For a young midfielder, being able to control the rhythm and attempt finishes is incredibly rare. The reporter asked again, do you think Bailly has the potential to move up to the first team? How will you help him develop further? Manuel smiled, not shying away potential. He has already proven himself with his performance, and of course I look forward to seeing him in the first team. Next, I will have him practice finishing under pressure, such as quickly connecting short passes after being surrounded by multiple players, or taking long shots, or maintaining precision in through balls under high pressure. This will help him adapt better to higher intensity matches. As for whether he can join the first team, I believe his performance will speak for itself. Today's match is his letter of recommendation to everyone. The reporter asked about other aspects of the team, to which Manuel replied methodically. After he finished the interview, when he looked at Bailly's figure, a smile appeared on his face as he thought of the reporter's question about Bailly joining the first team. In fact, for Manuel it was somewhat conflicted. On one hand, he certainly looked forward to his player's bright future but on the other hand, he was somewhat reluctant to see a player like Bailly leave the B team, as it would significantly impact the team's performance. Bailly was too important for the B team. On the other side, when Bailly and Coke walked towards the dressing room, some reporters wanted to interview him, but were ignored by Bailly. He wasn't in the mood to engage with the media right now. The media is definitely a double-edged sword for players. Bailly chose to temporarily distance himself from them. Coke, however, took some time for an interview. After the dressing room was tidied up, the Atletico Madrid B team returned. Upon arriving at the Espino training base, Manuel planned to let the players rest well in preparation for tomorrow's match. However, when they got off the bus, they found that Caminero was already waiting there. For this Atletico legend, now the sports director, the B team players were very familiar with him and respected him. Manuel quickly walked over to greet Caminero. What are you doing here? Caminero patted his arm, his eyes scanning the B team players who were standing in line, his voice cheerful. I just came from the first team, waiting for you guys. We won 31 away against Las Palmas University, played beautifully, especially the defense in the last 20 minutes, giving the opponent no chance to counterattack. The entire team performed excellently. As soon as he finished speaking, smiles appeared on the players' faces. Coke stepped forward and responded with a grin. We also played according to Coach Manuel's arrangement. Well arranged, even better executed. Caminero turned to look at Manuel, his eyes filled with recognition. You have stabilized the rhythm of the B team more and more, especially in refining young players. Bailly's core playing style today is the best proof. Your adjustments were very timely. Hearing his name, Bailly was slightly taken aback. Manuel was momentarily stunned. Just as he wanted to downplay it, he saw Caminero raise his hand to signal for quiet, his tone still steady, but carrying undeniable weight. I'm here today, not just to congratulate everyone, but also to announce something regarding Bailly's upcoming training arrangements. All eyes suddenly focused on Bailly. He stood beside Coke, still pondering whether he was going to be given extra training. Then he heard Caminero continue: starting tomorrow, Bailly will temporarily not train with the B team, but will report to the first team and train with Coach Aguirre's team. What? The first to speak was a young substitute, the water bottle in his hand crashing to the ground. Everyone else seemed unaware. Coke's smile instantly turned to shock as he turned to look at Bailly, his eyes wide open. Thiago opened his mouth, speechless for a long time, instinctively rubbing his ears, thinking he must have heard wrong. Manuel was completely stunned, as well as mouth opening as he wanted to ask, "Isn't this too hasty?" He then saw Caminero's gaze fall on Bailly, his tone slightly more serious. "Coach Aguirre, just watch your match, and we all feel your rhythmic passing vision can keep up with the intensity of the first team. Rather than continuing to dominate in the B team, it's better to directly go to the first team and accept higher-level competition and training. This is not a formal promotion, it is a training adjustment," Caminero added to avoid misunderstandings. However, this statement did not calm the situation. Training with the first team meant Bailly was likely not far from being on the formal roster. "Isn't this too quick?" Manuel finally spoke, not questioning Bailly's ability, but simply surprised at how sudden it was. Caminero smiled, glancing over the stunned players, finally returning his gaze to Bailly. "Quick. Today he toyed with 4 defenders at the edge of the penalty area, and that through ball threaded between 2 center backs, along with his interception and distribution after chasing back. During defense, these performances are already sufficient to qualify for honing at a higher platform. What Bailly lacks now is merely adaptation to intensity, not ability." As these words were spoken, the players exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from initial shock to awe. Indeed, Bailly's performance today was far from that of a young player just stepping into a core role in the B team. That distribution, that evasion playing in the Segunda B was almost a dimensional crush. Thiago quietly nudged Bailly's arm, lowering his voice, yet unable to hide his excitement. "You're about to soar, buddy." Even with 2 lifetimes behind him, Bailly's heart raced at that moment, looking at Caminero with disbelief. He knew he would eventually succeed one day, but he never imagined he could get this close to the first team so quickly. And around him, whether veteran or young teammate, the astonishment in their eyes gradually turned to recognition. No one felt it was unfair, they only realized how impressive he had become. Caminero patted Bailly on the shoulder, his tone gentle. "Tomorrow, at 8 in the morning, report to the first team training ground. Coach Aguirre will inform you of the specific arrangements. Train well, don't waste your talent. Atletico's midfield needs new strength." "Okay." Bailly nodded firmly. Caminero's figure disappeared around the corner of the training base, and the previously lively atmosphere suddenly quieted a bit, leaving only the sound of the evening breeze rustling through the grass and the murmurs of players still buzzing with excitement. Manuel stood in place, his gaze still following Caminero's departing figure. He turned to look at Bailly, his expression somewhat complex. He truly didn't expect it to happen so soon. Bailly coincidentally looked up and saw Manuel. A smile appeared on Manuel's face as he said, "Good kid, you haven't embarrassed me." He paused and glanced at the other players. "You all heard that, and I'm sure you know Bailly's past. He almost left the Atletico youth training camp, but now he is the first among all of you to step into the first team. This is a role model." Coke, upon hearing this, was the first to applaud, and Thiago followed suit. "Did you hear that? From now on we must learn from Bailly and strive to join the first team." The young substitutes also joined in the applause, the shock from earlier completely transformed into envy and motivation. No one thought about how the B team would cope without Bailly, they only felt that hard work could truly elevate them. Manuel watched the team grow lively again, the bit of conflict in his heart gradually dissipating. While the B team's performance was indeed important, seeing his players reach greater heights brought a sense of accomplishment that outweighed winning a few matches. He patted Bailly on the back, his eyes full of expectation. "Once you join the first team, don't shy away from Coach Aguirre's high-intensity competition. Your evasion and passing will be just as effective there. If you encounter difficulties, you can always come back to the B team. The training ground doors will always be open for you." Bailly nodded vigorously. The evening breeze lifted the flags at the training base, and Manuel smiled, waving his hand. "All right, everyone, go back and rest. Tomorrow Bailly will report to the first team, and we in the B team must also train well. We need to let everyone know that if the B team can produce a Bailly, we can produce more excellent players." Manuel left first while Coke and the others came over to celebrate with Bailly, their words filled with envy, and Bailly, someone who could barely kick a ball, was now the first among them to join the first team. Although it was just training. With training together, how far could match opportunities be? Bailly responded to everyone one by one. In his mind, he was also contemplating this matter. He knew that joining the first team for training was just the beginning. To truly seize opportunities in the first team, he needed to do more. That night, after Bailly finished washing up and was ready to rest, he received a call from De Gea. Once connected, De Gea stated his intentions directly. "My agent, Mr. Mendes, may not wait until the end of the season to contact you. He wants to know if you have time recently to discuss cooperation matters, and he asked me to convey that he can offer you a chance to play in a top league's first team. De Gea's words were filled with envy. When he first received the call from Mendes, he couldn't believe it. Just this afternoon he had learned that Bailly was heading to train with Atletico's first team. Why is another first team interested in Bailly? Moreover, Mendes was also surprised when he learned that Atletico was promoting Bailly, so he wanted to contact Bailly as soon as possible. Not long after De Gea's call ended, Mendes called. Bailly did not expect Mendes to contact him with such urgency. As soon as the call connected, a calm, yet slightly magnetic voice came through the receiver, bypassing any unnecessary pleasantries, and directly stated his identity. Bailly, I am Jorge Mendes. I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, but some opportunities are best communicated sooner rather than later for both of us. Bailly responded with poise. Mr. Mendes, I know you. De Gea has mentioned you to me before. Very well, let us get straight to the point. I have been observing you for quite some time, and also watched your match against Las Palmas today. Your technical style is a rarity among young midfielders in today's football. Atletico Madrid's decision to let you train with the first team shows their insight, but what you might need is a faster and more direct stage in the top league. Bailly remained silent, listening intently. He knew Mendes would soon present the real bargaining chip. Indeed, after a 2-second pause, Mendes continued, I have a spot available from Portsmouth in the Premier League. Coach Redknapp is in need of a midfield core who can hold the ball and poses a long-range shooting threat, which perfectly aligns with your characteristics. More importantly, I can guarantee that as long as you are willing to sign with me, Portsmouth will provide you with at least 15 appearances in the Premier League next season. Portsmouth. Bailly instinctively repeated. The intensity and exposure of the Premier League indeed held more attraction than even being on the bench of Atletico Madrid's first team, yet he remained composed. Why do you choose to recommend me there? Moreover, I am still within Atletico's system. Mendes replied with a hint of ease, because of my connections. I have collaborated with Coach Redknapp on 3 transfers. Last year, I brought Benfica's center-back Ricardo Rocha to the team, and their current defensive configuration is largely due to my efforts. The sports director Harris has been an old friend since my time in the Portuguese league, and they trust my player evaluations completely. You see, this is the wonderful connection within the football world, and it's the convenience that my resources can bring you. Mendes continued confidently. David told me that Atletico provides you with training opportunities, but I guarantee you a starting position in the top league. You are a technical midfielder who needs stable playing time to hone your skills rather than waiting on the bench of the first team. He paused for a moment and added, as for Atletico, you need not worry at all. They have always supported young players in their development towards higher platforms, which is a win-win for the youth team's reputation. Bailly's mind raced. The chips Mendes laid out were indeed enticing. He pondered and asked Mr. Mendes, if I agree to discuss the cooperation details with you, when would you like to meet? From the receiver, Mendes' laughter echoed. Of course, I would like to do so, as soon as possible. I will have my team prepare all the materials, including tactical analysis reports for Portsmouth, your future development plans, and the salary package I can negotiate for you. Naturally, you can also bring someone you trust, and we can discuss everything at a leisurely pace. All right, then I will have time after my next match. Bailly replied. Before hanging up, Mendes added with complete sincerity in his tone, Bailly, among the players I have signed, Cristiano Ronaldo has grown into a superstar at Manchester United, and Ricardo Carvalho is also a defensive core at Chelsea. They all started by seizing opportunities. And now the opportunity that belongs to you is right in front of you. He hung up the phone. Bailly was still pondering whether to sign with Mendes. Outside the window, the night in Madrid deepened, and the lights in the direction of the training base resembled faint stars. He walked to the window, pushed it open halfway, and the evening breeze, carrying a slight chill, flowed in, helping to settle his chaotic thoughts. Mendes' olive branch was too tempting, but the choices hidden behind it made him repeatedly weigh the pros and cons. Signing with Mendes would directly grant him stable opportunities to play in the top league. Atletico offered training with the first team, but no one could say when he would actually get to play in an official match. Aguirre favored players who were tough in confrontations, and with his physical shortcomings not fully addressed, he might have to endure a long wait on the bench. The exposure in the Premier League was also far greater than in the Segunda Division B, and if he played well, it might even attract the attention of even top teams. Then there were Mendes' network resources. If he signed with him, the subsequent contract negotiations, tactical communications, and even future transfers would have someone paving the way. As he said, being able to connect in advance with the Portsmouth coaching staff regarding technical characteristics and designing exclusive tactics was far better than fumbling in the dark to adapt to a new team alone. The pace of the Premier League is fast, and the confrontations intense. Although it is a challenge, it can also force him to quickly address his shortcomings. If he could withstand the pressure in the Premier League, regardless of whether he returned to La Liga or went to other leagues in the future, he would have more confidence. But what are the downsides? The first thing that came to mind was Manuel, the coach who had promoted him from the bench to a core position. If he signed with Mendes now and went to Portsmouth, it would mean directly giving up the opportunity with Atletico's first team, betraying Manuel's mentorship. Then there were his teammates in the B team. Once he left these familiar people and circumstances, he could never return. Atletico was his first stop in Europe, where he experienced his initial naivety and excitement after his first assist. This emotional attachment cannot be easily erased by mere opportunities. Moreover, the physical confrontations in the Premier League are far stronger than in the Segunda Division B. If he were to face opponents who crash into him like bulldozers, could his core strength hold up? Previously, he managed to evade in the B team, but in the Premier League, players react faster and tackle harder. If Ballon Rong's evasion fails under high intensity, and he has no opportunities for long-range shots, would Mendes then loan him out to other teams? After all, the core of an agent is resource management. If he fails to perform, he might become a bargaining chip in Mendes' hands rather than a key training target. Then there are the constraints after signing. An agent of Mendes' caliber surely has many clauses in the contract, such as the profit-sharing ratio for future transfers, being obliged to obey his arranged transfer directions, and possibly being required to participate in some commercial activities. Moreover, if Atletico found out he signed with Mendes and gave up the training opportunity with the first team, would they consider him ungrateful? After all, Caminero had specially made an exception to allow him to train with the first team. If he lost this trust, it would be difficult to return to La Liga in the future, and the door to Atletico might close. Bailly gazed out the window. His eyes, however, did not focus on anything in particular. Instead, two voices seemed to be arguing within his mind. One said to go to the Premier League, seize the starting opportunity, and grow quickly, while the other said to stay at Atletico and not betray their trust, as there was also hope. In the end, he developed a vague inclination in his heart to first meet Mendes and discuss the contract. The next day at 7:30 in the morning, Bailly arrived at the other side of the Espino training base, just a few iron fences away from the B team's training ground. But this small distance is one that many people cannot cross in their entire lives. The grass of the first team training ground glowed with a freshly trimmed green. Compared to the training conditions of the B team, it was vastly superior. Bailly stood at the edge of the field in his Atletico Madrid red and white training uniform. Here the training ground was a circle larger than that of the B team. Training cones were stacked at the side of the field, and several assistant coaches were huddled together quietly discussing while their tablets displayed player data. He was still in the B team, not officially entering the first team, so naturally, he did not have a spot in the first team locker room. He could only wait at the edge of the field for the assembly. New here. A gentle voice came from behind. Bailly turned around to see a man in a number 11 training uniform, his smile exuding warmth. It was Maxi Rodriguez, the captain of Atletico. He had seen countless breakthroughs from this Argentine winger on television, and now the man was reaching out saying, "I'm Maxi, you must be Bailly. The recent gem of the B team, Manuel, mentioned you to us." Bailly quickly shook Maxi's hand saying, "Thank you, Captain. This is my first day training with you all. Don't be nervous, just play at your usual pace." Maxi patted his shoulder, his gaze sweeping over Bailly's physique, showing no judgment, only kindness. "The training intensity in the first team is higher, but since you came up from the B team, you must have something to offer. After all, Manuel rarely praises anyone, and if he mentioned you, it means you are qualified." As they spoke, a sharp whistle cut through the air. Aguirre, dressed in a black sports jacket with the zipper pulled all the way up, approached with his hands in his pockets. His hair was neatly combed, his expression neutral, as his gaze swept over the players on the field, pausing on Bailly for 2 seconds. His gaze held no emotion. He neither asked for names nor offered words of encouragement, as if he were looking at a training cone just placed on the sidelines. He then shouted to the coaching staff, "Start with dynamic warm-ups, then in 10 minutes split into groups to compete for possession, no dawdling." Bailly followed the other players to the warm-up area, feeling several gazes on his back, some curious, some scrutinizing, and a few indifferent. He caught sight of two midfielders chatting not far away. One of them, wearing the number 8 training uniform, had a strong profile. It was Raul Garcia, the main midfielder for Atletico, known for his physical play and fierce tackles. As their gazes swept over, Bailly heard one of them mutter, "A Huagua person. Came up from the B team, can he withstand the challenges?" During warm-ups, Bailly intentionally exaggerated his movements, taking wider strides during his sprints and deliberately lingering a few extra seconds during stretches. He knew he had no right to relax, even if Mendes' offer was still in hand, even if this was just a training session. He did not want the label of being a weak Huagua player to stick to him. Maxi approached, glancing at him a couple more times. "You're training seriously, but don't wear yourself out. The physical confrontations ahead will drain your energy." 10 minutes later, the group possession drills began. Bailly was assigned to Raul Garcia's group, with 5 players inside the circle and 4 outside applying pressure. The rule was to keep the ball from touching the ground, and passes could not exceed 2 touches. As soon as they started, Raul deliberately pressured Bailly in his direction. His steps were heavy and wide, and he leaned his elbows toward Bailly, clearly wanting to test whether this Huagua kid from the B team could hold his ground. The first time he received a pass from a teammate, as Bailly brought the ball to his feet, Raul's shoulder gently bumped into him. Instinctively, he dodged backwards, slightly misjudging the force of his pass, nearly sending the ball out of bounds. Fortunately, Maxi outside the circle reached out to retrieve the ball. Pass without hesitation. Raul shouted, frowning impatience evident in his tone. The space in the circle is tight, you can't dodge that. Aguirre stood not far away, arms crossed, watching Bailly. He noticed that under Raul's pressure, Bailly's passing rhythm noticeably slowed, and several times he had to rely on teammates to maintain possession. His judgment became clearer. This kid had skill, but he was too weak in confrontations, panicking under pressure. He definitely wouldn't stand firm in the first team's fierce competition. During the 10 minutes of possession drills, although Bailly kept the ball from touching the ground, it was a rocky experience. Outside, several players began to quietly discuss among themselves. I think he's just average, the B team plays slow, and he's young, so he can't keep up here. His resistance is too weak, Raul barely used any strength, and he almost lost the ball. These words drifted into Bailly's ears, and he did not argue, instead focusing on controlling the force of his passes, more accurately, slowly adjusting his breathing. He knew that talking on the field was useless. He had to let his feet do the talking. Soon it was time for the group confrontation segment, and Aguirre divided the players into red and blue teams. Perhaps to accommodate Bailly, a newcomer, he was allowed to join the training. Bailly was in the red team group with Maxi, while Raul was in the blue team responsible for marking him. The goalkeeper was Franco, the second keeper of the first team. This Argentine keeper wore a yellow training uniform and stood in front of the goal with a slightly indifferent expression, clearly not taking this inter-team match seriously. After all, he had not had many appearances this season. The main goalkeeper of the first team had always been the bald Uncle Abbiati. As the confrontation began, Bailly felt somewhat invisible. He was active in his movements, able to get into receiving positions, but his teammates clearly did not trust him. Twice Maxi tried to pass the ball to him, but both times the nearby blue team players intercepted it. Once Raul even blocked his position, directly stealing the ball, and deliberately smiled at his blue team teammates, saying, "I've got this position covered." Aguirre watched from the sidelines, his brow furrowing. He saw that Bailly had repeatedly attempted to break through and receive the ball, but Raul used his body to block him, leaving him without any opportunity to gain possession. After finally receiving a back pass, just as he wanted to turn and adjust, he was pressured by a blue team defender, forcing him to hurriedly kick the ball to a winger. It was clear he was living up to his identity as a youth training player, feeling lost in the first team. Aguirre had completely regarded Bailly as a child in his heart. No matter what Manuel and Caminero said, Bailly's actual performance was indeed lacking. It seems the gap between the B team and the first team is still too wide. An assistant coach muttered beside Aguirre, "This kid did well in the B team, but here he has no presence." Aguirre did not respond, merely nodding as he shifted his gaze away from Bailly to observe the performance of other players. Just then the situation on the field suddenly changed. The red team's winger Simeo broke through along the sideline, but instead of choosing to cross, he passed the ball back to the center. Bailly was perfectly positioned to receive it, stopping the ball with his foot. Almost simultaneously, Raul charged in from behind, reaching out to steal the ball, while shouting, "Give me the ball." The surrounding players all expected Bailly to pass like before, and even Franco barely moved. But this time Bailly did not dodge. He first pulled the ball back with his left foot, turning his body halfway to perfectly evade Raul's outstretched foot, a signature move of Ballon. Then suddenly his right foot shot up and struck the ball fiercely. The soccer ball whistled as it flew along the ground. The angle was tricky, just grazing the ankle of a blue team defender heading straight for the lower right corner of the goal. By the time Franco reacted, it was too late. He dove to the ground, his fingertips barely grazing the ball's surface as it zipped into the net. The entire field fell silent for 2 seconds. Then the red team players were the first to react. Maxi ran over, clapping his hands and throwing his arms around Bailly's shoulders, exclaiming, "Beautiful. That shot was incredible." The blue team players also gathered around, one of them patting Bailly on the back, saying, "Not bad, you hit it well." Raul stood awkwardly in place, scratching his head. He had just been thinking about intercepting the ball, but ended up being easily evaded and conceding a goal. The blue team defender next to him teased, "Raul, didn't you just say you had him covered? How did you get cleaned out?" Raul shot him a glare, but did not retort, saying nothing further. He merely mumbled, "It was just luck. You can't always shoot accurately from outside the box." Franco got up from the ground, brushing off the grass from his pants, similarly saying nothing. What could a goalkeeper say after conceding a goal? He simply felt that he had been careless on that shot. So he slapped his gloves, tossed the ball toward the midfield, and a battle spirit began to emerge in his eyes. Faced with the praise of some teammates and the lingering doubts in others' expressions, Bailly scratched his head, neither arguing nor boasting, and just walked toward the field. That goal seemed to have given him a confidence boost. The tension he had felt facing the first team's intensity gradually faded, and his touch on the ball became steadier. Aguirre had initially turned to discuss tactics with the assistant coach, but his gaze returned to Bailly. He did not smile like Maxi, his brow relaxed slightly, acknowledging that goal had exceeded expectations. Raul Garcia's pressure was not weak, for Bailly to evade him using rhythm was already not easy, and to immediately adjust his posture for a powerful shot, while finding the near upper corner's dead angle, was not something luck could explain. However, he did not show it merely shouting into the field, "Stop chatting, continue the confrontation." As they resumed, Bailly remained in the midfield position. This time Raul Garcia seemed determined to reclaim his pride. He ran closely alongside Bailly from the start, and as soon as Bailly received the ball he reached out to intercept his physical pressure, even fiercer than before, his elbow deliberately brushing against Bailly's waist. "This time let's see how you evade me." But most of the time Bailly did not have the opportunity to hold the ball. He played smartly. 10 minutes later another opportunity arose. Ibanes passed the ball to Bailly. Bailly did not confront directly. At the moment Raul reached out he pulled the ball back, and stepped back half a step, perfectly avoiding Raul's tackle. Raul did not expect him to move so quickly, lunging and missing. Just as he turned to chase again, he saw Bailly already looking up to assess the situation on the field, gently pushing the ball with the inside of his foot, sending it rolling toward the ribs of the penalty area. Maxi, who had been running along the sideline, saw the ball coming and immediately accelerated forward, shaking off the defender, marking him rushing into the penalty area. Although he ended up pushing the ball slightly after brushing against the post and going out of bounds, a cheer erupted from the sidelines. Maxi ran back, clapping Bailly on the shoulder, his tone filled with excitement. "That pass was so comfortable. I had just reached my position when the ball came to me. Ooh, I almost scored." This time no one murmured about luck. Raul Garcia stood there, his previous defiance fading slightly as he scratched his head, not speaking further. Someone remarked, "That pass was really precise, perfectly hitting the gap in the defense." Even the assistant coach responsible for recording data raised his eyes to look at Bailly, jotting down a few extra lines in his notebook. Aguirre stood on the sidelines, and a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he watched. The performance of this kid just now was like night and day compared to when he had been invisible before. His connections after evading pressure were quicker, his passes more decisive, especially that through ball. Not only did he find Maxi's run correctly, but he also avoided interception from 2 defenders, showing no traits of a newcomer. He silently revised his previous judgment. This kid is weak in confrontations, but he understands how to use technique to evade pressure. It's not that he lacks ability, he just needs time to adapt to the intensity. It seemed Manuel had not exaggerated in his praise. Not far away in the forward area 2 pairs of eyes were secretly focused on Bailly. Diego Forlan was bending down to tie his shoelaces, his fingers pausing for half a second. He lifted his head, his gaze crossing over several defenders until it landed on Bailly's back. He had clearly seen that through ball, it was not brute force, but anticipation. Bailly had already caught sight of Maxi's movement out of the corner of his eye while evading Raul Garcia, and just as the ball left his foot, Maxi had started his run, timing it perfectly. Forlan raised an eyebrow. The rhythm of that pass was intriguing, not like a newcomer just joining the first team, but more like a veteran with several years of experience. He glanced at Bailly a couple more times, recalling the coaching staff had mentioned a Huagua kid coming up from the B team, feeling a bit curious. In recent years on the European stage, Asian players have been rare, and finding someone with such passing intuition is even rarer. Sergio Aguero nearby was more direct. Seeing Bailly through ball, he expressed his surprise to his teammate Pena, saying, "Hey, did you see that? That kid's pass was spot on." As Pena nodded, Aguero's gaze lingered on Bailly. Soon the confrontation training continued. In the following rounds, Bailly received the ball in midfield. Facing 2 players attempting to intercept instead of dodging, as before, he gently hooked the ball with the inside of his foot, pulling it back to himself, and then turning to pass it to a teammate on the wing. The entire series of actions was quick and light, as if he were practicing skills. Before long, Bailly had another opportunity. This time it was a counterattack. He intercepted the opponent's back pass in midfield, and not rushing to play the ball, looked up to scan the forward line, noticing Aguero drawing the defender's attention. Suddenly, he launched a long pass, aiming to bypass the opposing center-back and connect directly with Aguero. Unfortunately, the ball was intercepted by center-back Antonio Lopez. Although it did not make it through, Aguero saw clearly, shouting to Bailly, "Nice pass. Give me another one next time." His voice was cheerful. Bailly paused for a moment, nodding in response, catching Aguero's broad smile devoid of any arrogance typical of a core player, just pure recognition of a good pass. He even gave Bailly a thumbs up. Aguirre watched all of this keenly. Aguirre initially considered Bailly to be just a somewhat skilled young man lacking in physical confrontation, merely worth observing. However, the power, angle, and precision of that long-range shot exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, he did not regard Bailly as a ready-touse player. After all, the intensity of the first-team matches was far beyond that of training, and this kid's physical confrontation and competition experience still needed refinement. He turned to the assistant coach and said, "This kid has some talent. Let him continue training with the first team for now and monitor his performance in the B team matches as well." Not long after his training neared its end, Maxi approached and patted Bailly on the shoulder. "Not bad, Bailly. For your first training session, this performance is impressive. Keep it up." Fran also walked over smiling. "Your long-range shots and passes are excellent. Keep it up." Agüero then tossed Bailly a bottle of water, saying, "Next time pass me a few like that, and let's aim to score more." Bailly accepted the water and nodded with a smile. He knew this was just the beginning, and he still had a long way to go to truly establish himself in the first team. But at least he had shattered the prejudice with his own efforts, allowing these top players to see his value. Regardless of whether he accepted Mendes' offer or stayed at Atletico, he intended to seize every training opportunity to prove he was more than just a decent young player. The first team players began packing their belongings. Today's training had come to an end. Bailly also packed his things and chatted with Agüero beside him. The Argentine was very curious about everything Bailly described about the East. Agüero was not yet 20 years old, turning 20 only in June, and was just a year older than Bailly. They shared a connection as peers. Meanwhile, on the small path outside the training ground, Phil Dos had his hand resting on Mario's old backpack. The zipper of the backpack was not fully closed, revealing a worn Atletico youth training jersey. Mario had his head lowered, kicking small stones by the road, his voice muffled like it was covered in sand. "Just drop me off here after all. There's nothing else to give." He had just received notification from the youth training camp yesterday. His contract would not be renewed after the season, which meant he had to leave Atletico, the place where he thought he could establish himself, for 3 years. Phil Dos was his roommate, and one of the few in the youth camp willing to speak with him, insisting on walking him to the gate of the facility. When they reached a fork in the road, Mario suddenly stopped, his gaze drifting toward the first team's training field, his voice carrying a hint of nearly humble anticipation. "Just one more look. Just this once, after all, there won't be another chance." Phil Dos said nothing and accompanied him to the edge of the fence. As soon as they stood firm, Mario's gaze was riveted on the field. The first thing he noticed was Maxi's number 11 training jersey, followed by the team's star player, his compatriot Agüero. But in the next moment, his breath caught sharply, his eyes widened, and the backpack in his hand thudded to the ground. "Is that Bailly?" Mario's voice trembled, his fingers gripping the fence tightly, knuckles turned. He saw the Chinese player standing on the first team's pitch, laughing and talking with Agüero, Maxi, and others. From their demeanor, it was clear that they had just finished training. That was the field he had longed to touch. But now it was being trampled by someone he had always deemed talentless. Phil Dos was also stunned. Bailly had truly found a path to the first team. His surprise quickly turned into uncontrollable joy, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting, and a clear goal suddenly emerged in his mind. Perhaps if he worked even harder, he could also stand on that field like Bailly. "Why him?" Mario suddenly shouted, his voice filled with reluctance and jealousy. "Why is it him? His talent isn't even half of mine. Why does he get to stand there while I'm being kicked out?" He spoke as he tried to rush forward, but Phil Dos quickly held him back. "Mario, don't be impulsive. This is the first team's training ground. We can't go in." But Mario acted as if he hadn't heard, struggling to push forward. I want to ask him why. What makes him better than me? Hey, which team are you from?" A stern reprimand. A security guard in a dark uniform quickly approached, speaking in a tone that brooked no argument. "This is the first team's training area. Youth players are not allowed to linger here. Quickly pack your things and return to your training area." Mario's body stiffened. The guard's words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him. He looked at the guard's serious face, then at Bailly, who was high-fiving Maxi on the field, and suddenly felt a wave of humiliation. He didn't even have the right to confront him, nor the privilege to approach that field. Phil Dos silently picked up the backpack from the ground and tugged at his arm. "Let's go, Mario, we shouldn't stay here." Mario didn't move, feeling as if all his strength had been drained, his steps unsteady, as if he were walking on cotton. He watched Bailly on the field, that Chinese player he once looked down upon, now standing in a place he would never be. One had stepped onto the first team's training ground, while the other was about to be completely abandoned by the youth training camp. The chasm between them felt like a knife stabbing into his heart. He let Phil Dos pull him away, his back hunched as if he had aged several years, muttering repeatedly, "Why? Why exactly?" As Bailly finished packing his things, he faintly heard a commotion from outside. He instinctively turned to look towards the fence, only to see two blurred figures gradually walking away, unable to discern the color of their clothing. Maxi patted his shoulder. "What are you looking at?" The coach is about to summarize. Bailly pulled his gaze back, brushed aside the earlier incident, and quickly walked towards the gathering players. Aguirre stood among the players, clearing his throat. "Today's training ends here. The intensity of confrontation was insufficient. We will focus on conditioning tomorrow." His gaze swept across the field, finally landing on Bailly. He paused for 2 seconds, neither praising nor criticizing, simply saying, "Be on time tomorrow, don't be late." "Yes, coach." In the distance, Phil Dos watched Mario's despondent expression, quietly clenching his fists, then turned to glance at the first team's training ground. He silently encouraged himself. He wanted to be like Bailly, relying on his efforts to step closer to that training ground. Not like Mario, who was being kicked out. At that moment, in a corner of the cafe outside the Espino training base, Pedro rubbed his sore eyes. His notebook only had a few irrelevant doodles. As a fringe reporter for the Madrid Sports Daily, he had been camped here for 3 days. His editor had instructed him to dig up some hot reporting material about the daily happenings of Atletico's first team. However, after 3 days, aside from capturing Aguirre driving in and out, he hadn't found a single noteworthy story. The Atletico players were simply too dull. They didn't even learn from other teams to engage in a bit of scuffle during training. He took a sip of lukewarm coffee, staring at the exit of the base, wondering that if he didn't find any leads tomorrow, he would be assigned by the editor to cover the even less popular Segunda division. Soon the Atletico first team players began to emerge one after another as training concluded. Pedro instantly sat up straight, aiming his long-focused camera at the exit. The lens first caught Maxi's silhouette, followed by Fran's iconic blonde hair, but the next moment a stranger's young figure made him pause. It was a relatively slender young man, wearing the same training gear as the first team players, slinging a black sports bag over his shoulder, walking alongside Maxi, engaged in conversation, while Maxi patted his shoulder with a smile that clearly conveyed goodwill. Who was that? Pedro furrowed his brow, using his finger to zoom in on the camera screen. He covered Atletico news, and he could recognize all the first team players even with their eyes closed, but the face before him was neither a familiar Atletico star nor one of the rumored transfer targets. A flicker of curiosity suddenly sparked in Pedro's mind. He quickly pulled out his phone and opened the document listing Atletico's youth team players, his fingers swiftly scrolling through the screen. From U19 to B team, he went through each name until he reached the recent match roster for the B team, where one name jumped out: Bailly. Pedro instantly locked onto this name. It was too easy to recognize. He was the only one with an Asian face. Bailly. From the B team. Pedro straightened up abruptly, quickly searching for more information on the screen. Soon he found 3 articles mentioning Bailly as a midfielder with excellent short passing who helped the team establish their attacking rhythm. He then flipped to last week's report on the B team's victory over Las Palmas, where a fan had left a comment. That Chinese player named Bailly is incredible. That last through ball was amazing. Pedro's eyes lit up instantly. A Chinese player, a core member of the B team, showing up at the first team's training ground. These tags combined were anything but trivial. It was clearly a potential hot topic for the sports section. He quickly grabbed his notebook, the pen gliding swiftly across the paper. Tentative title: Atletico's youth team produces another super talent. B team star appears at first team training. The fact that he appeared at the first team's training ground was already enough to draw attention. After all, while Atletico had produced some talents in recent years, new stars moving directly from the B team to the first team's training circle were rare, let alone one with a less common Asian face. Pedro excitedly pulled out his phone and dialed the editor's number, his voice low, yet barely hiding his excitement. "Boss, I have a lead. There's a young man named Bailly on Atletico's B team who just finished training with the first team today and even chatted with Maxi for quite a while. This kid is the key player in the B team's recent winning streak. I checked the performance, and he has been outstanding in the Segunda B. Is it confirmed that he trained with the first team? Not just a youth player who wandered in." The editor's voice instantly perked up. "Absolutely not. In preparing to write an article about this youth star training at a higher level, highlighting Atletico's new discovery and mention the B team's performance, it will surely attract readers." The editor repeatedly exclaimed, "Good, good, good," instructing him to seize the opportunity. After hanging up, Pedro hurriedly took 2 more side photos of Bailly to make the report more convincing. As soon as Bailly left, Pedro stood in place, circling the title in his notebook repeatedly, finally changing it to an even more eye-catching phrase: "Atletico can't hide anymore." B team star appears at first team training ground. The youth team rises with a new core. He had a feeling that the click-through rate for this report would be considerable. Bailly, of course, was oblivious to all of this. After returning to his dorm, he lay on his bed reflecting on the experiences of that morning, feeling it was almost dreamlike. He had entered the first team, although it was just training. Moreover, the training intensity of the first team was indeed much greater than that of the B team. The next day, the morning training whistle was more urgent than on the first day. The assistant coach stood at the edge of the training ground with a stopwatch, just announcing 20 sets of 40-meter shuttle runs with no more than 45 seconds between each set, when Aguero had already sprung into action. The first team's physical training had no adaptation period and proceeded at a fast pace. Bailly stood at the end of the line watching Raul Garcia finish a set in just 11 seconds, with sweat dripping from his chin onto the grass. He took a deep breath and rushed out the moment the whistle blew, the wind filling his collar, his own breathing echoing in his ears. He managed to keep up with the group for the first 5 sets, but by the 8th his calf muscles began to tighten. He caught a glimpse of Aguirre at the edge of the field, intently watching the stopwatch, his fingers unconsciously tapping the tactics board. Gritting his teeth, he picked up his speed a notch. By the final 2 sets his training gear was already soaking wet, his throat felt like it was stuffed with sandpaper, but he still clung tightly to Fran's footsteps. As Fran ran past him, he glanced at Bailly's pale face and casually advised, "Adjust your breathing, breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth." Bailly followed the advice and indeed felt a bit more comfortable. After finishing the last set, he leaned on his knees, gasping for air. Garcia came over and patted his back, his tone less scrutinizing than before. "Nice job, you didn't fall behind. I walked for the last 2 sets during my first time running this." The afternoon's confrontation training was even tougher. Aguirre divided the team into 3 groups, with each group undergoing 15 minutes of high-intensity offense and defense, forbidding any slack. Bailly was assigned to the group with Agüero. Just as he received the ball in midfield, the defensive midfielder behind him directly bumped into him with his shoulder. He stumbled a couple of steps, but did not lose possession. Using the rhythm set by Ballon to escape the pressure, he deftly sidestepped and passed the ball to the advancing Agüero. Agüero evaded the goalkeeper after receiving the ball and scored, then ran back and patted Bailly's arm, saying, "Good job, that pass was fast enough." Just as Bailly was about to smile, the assistant coach called him to reposition, and the next round of offense and defense began. Aguirre set his pen down at the edge of the field, his gaze lingering on Bailly for a few extra seconds. He had initially thought the kid wouldn't last through the afternoon's confrontation, as the intensity of the B team's training was far from this, but Bailly not only made no mistakes, but also managed to deliver threatening passes during confrontations. Though his physique was still on the slender side, his ability to use skill to avoid confrontation was much smarter than those young players who could only rely on brute strength. He circled Bailly's name in his notebook, not writing any comments, but it carried more acknowledgement than the lack of marks from the first day. When the whistle signaling the end of training blew, the players felt quite exhausted. Today's intensity had indeed been considerable. The next 2 days they would rest well to prepare for the upcoming matches. The first team players headed towards the locker room in small groups, some fanning themselves with their soaked training kits, while others teased each other about mistakes made in the earlier scrimmage. Bailly was crouched down, tying his shoelaces, his backpack at his feet, which still contained the positional diagrams that Aguirre had instructed the assistant coach to give him during the tactical drills in the afternoon. The paper marked with red ink outlined the defensive areas he needed to cover as a left midfielder, as well as the timing for passing when Agüero cut inside, which he planned to ponder over several times when he returned. "Bailly," a low voice called from behind. Bailly quickly looked up to see Aguirre, standing a couple of steps. Bailly quickly stood up. "Coach Aguirre, are you looking for me?" Aguirre nodded, taking a step forward, his gaze sweeping over the beads of sweat trickling down Bailly's forehead. His tone was not particularly gentle, but it carried less of the strictness from training. "Manuel called me this morning." Bailly was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected that after only 2 days of training with the first team, Manuel would still be concerned about him, even specifically communicating with the first team's head coach. "He told me not to push you too hard, saying you have a match for the B team the day after tomorrow and need to conserve your energy." Upon hearing this, Bailly suddenly realized how sore his legs were. He had been so excited to be able to practice more with the first team that he hadn't felt tired. Now with Aguirre's reminder, the soreness in his knees surged clearly. "So you don't need to come to first team training tomorrow," Aguirre continued, his gaze falling on Bailly's face, carrying a hint of subtle consideration. "Go home and rest well, review today's tactical points, and focus on the B team match the day after tomorrow. Manuel is waiting to see you score some points." Bailly's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded. "Thank you, coach." He had originally worried that continuing with high-intensity training the next day would affect the B team match the day after tomorrow, but he hadn't expected Manuel to have considered this for him, even Aguirre intentionally giving him a day off. Aguirre replied with a casual hum and patted his shoulder. "You've already caught up with the rhythm of the first team's training. There's no need to rush." He paused before adding, "After the B team match the day after tomorrow, if you're in good form, come back next week." "Okay." After saying this, Aguirre turned to leave. After Bailly finished saying goodbye to the players who had only been his temporary teammates for 2 days, he also left the training ground. Later that evening, the Madrid Sports Daily, a newspaper not considered a major publication, released its latest issue. Although not as famous as publications like Marca, it still had a substantial audience. As people flipped through today's evening paper, they quickly came across the report about Bailly. Some were unfamiliar with Bailly, not knowing who he was. But after seeing the statistics provided in the newspaper, they felt that he was a decent player, though regrettably an Asian and not a Spaniard. Meanwhile, some people who were aware that Bailly was a B team player felt very gratified upon seeing this news. Those who had watched Bailly's performance in the B team believed he was undoubtedly a talented player. Soon this report was shared on the largest forum for Atletico fans. The pinned post on the Atletico Madrid fans' forum home of the mattress makers exploded overnight, with nearly 1,000 replies, due to a report from the Madrid sports newspaper. New replies marked in red surged like a tide as fans with differing opinions argued fiercely in the forum. Anyone who has watched the B team play knows this is true talent. Finally, someone is noticed by Yi. I attended the B team's match, and this kid's performance is simply that of a midfield core. He is the key player for assists or goals in every match. The data doesn't lie. Aguirre was absolutely right to let him train with the first team. This kind of genius needs to be nurtured without restrictions. After all, Torres was also very young when he became captain. As someone who has been involved in youth training for years, I must say, Bailly's hard work deserves this opportunity. He arrives earlier than his teammates every day to train and stays late to practice. Previously, the youth coach said he was too weak, but now his adjustment ability during confrontations has visibly improved. It's a miracle that a player from Huagua can emerge from Atletico's youth training, let alone make it to the first team for training. This talent and effort are worth looking forward to. Don't celebrate too early, brothers. Can the intensity of the B team compare to the first team? In Aguirre's tactics, the midfield must withstand the opponent's strangulation with Bailly's physique. When faced with the defensive midfielders of Barca or Real Madrid, he probably won't even hold the ball for 3 minutes. Last time I saw him play for the B team, he couldn't hold his ground against high-intensity pressing and relied entirely on his teammates for coverage. Who will help him in the first team? In Huagua football, those who understand know that there hasn't been a player in years who can stand firm in a top European league. Bailly is likely just a flash in the pan. Atletico probably just wants to hype up the Asian market. Agreed. Young local players should be given opportunities like Fernandez from the youth training camp, who is much more robust than Bailly and has a stronger presence in confrontations. Why should a Huagua player occupy a training spot? The Madrid sports newspaper just wants to create a big story. Genius. He has merely racked up a few stats in the Segunda B. When it comes to the La Liga field, he probably won't even touch. Aguirre letting him train with the first team is likely just to save face for Manuel. Once the B team match is over, he will surely return to his original form, so don't hold your expectations too high. Objectively speaking, the B team's impressive performance is a fact, but training with the first team does not equal official promotion. There's no need to rush to praise or criticize. What needs to be observed now is whether he can keep up with the training intensity of the first team and maintain his form during confrontations. If he can perform steadily in training over the next few weeks, and even show face in a friendly match, then it would be worth looking forward to. If he is quickly eliminated back to the B team, then it simply means he lacks strength, nothing more. Nationality and age are not the key factors, the crucial aspect is strength. Atletico has never lacked talent, but rather players who can stand firm in the first team. Bailly is still far from that, so let's take it slow. For youth training players to get the chance to train with the first team is a good thing. It shows that Atletico's youth development is still ongoing. No matter whether Bailly is Huagua or Spanish, as long as he can play for Atletico and achieve results, I will support him. If he can't, he will naturally be eliminated. That's the nature of professional football. Arguing back and forth now is useless. It's better to wait until he can actually play in an official match before drawing conclusions. Why is it that when Huagua players are mentioned, they are immediately dismissed? Asian players can be formidable too. Although Huagua football overall is not very strong, it doesn't mean there aren't exceptional talents, right? Bailly's performance in the B team is evident to all, though at least he is better than some local slackers. Can't we give the young people a chance? Exceptional talent. Has Huagua football produced anyone who can stand firm in La Liga over the years? It's not discrimination, it's a fact that proves their football environment can't cultivate top players. The forum discussion continued with new replies refreshing constantly. Supporters and opponents held their ground, while the neutral parties tried to mediate. No one knows if Bailly can establish himself in the first team. However, this debate about the Huagua genius has at least made him the most talked about young player in the Atletico fan circle. Whether it's anticipation or skepticism, many have successfully remembered his name. Overnight, Bailly became a sensation. And the excitement wasn't just about him, it also surrounded the upcoming match in the Segunda B. The Atletico B team was set to face off against SS Reyes at home. The next day, which was the day before the match, when some fans tried to buy tickets, they were surprisingly told they were sold out. This scene is almost unheard of in the Segunda B. In the past, even during crucial promotion matches, tickets would not sell out, as it is not a top-tier league. Occasionally, the club also needed to introduce family packages and student discounts to attract fans. Hence, the Espino Stadium has never been expanded. After all, there are only about 3,000 seats. Yet this time they were actually sold out. Why are there so many? The old fan Diego, who was at the end of the ticket line, looked at the sold-out sign, rubbed his eyes, and could hardly believe. Behind him, the young man Alvaro held up his phone. The screen paused on the club's official ticket purchase page, his tone full of urgency. Uncle Diego, didn't you know? The official tickets sold out long ago. I refreshed it for 2 hours, and they were still gone. I thought there would be tickets at the venue, but there were none. Diego was taken aback. Is everyone here just to see that Huagua kid? Of course. The middle-aged man in front turned around to reply, holding a little boy wearing a red and white striped jersey. My son saw the report yesterday and insisted on coming. He wanted to see what it's like to train with the first team. He didn't even want to accompany me to the B team's matches before. Some fans who couldn't buy tickets lamented, "This is just ridiculous." At that moment, Maria, the staff at the ticket booth, rubbed her sore wrist, unable to help, but exclaimed to her colleague, "I never expected this match would sell out. It has really worn me out. It's the first time I've been this exhausted. Look, there are still people reselling tickets. Just now I saw someone selling a €5 ticket for €20, and there are people scrambling to buy them. This is unprecedented in the Segunda B." Fans who couldn't buy tickets gathered in a cafe outside the stadium, their phone screens lighting up constantly. Alvaro refreshed the Atletico fans forum, and the pinned post had changed to looking for B team match tickets. Prices are negotiable. Below, dozens of replies were all requests for tickets. Is there anyone who bought an extra one? Am willing to pay more. Who can let me in? I will buy coffee for a month. Some even posted their tickets with the caption, "Thank goodness I bought them as soon as they went on sale, otherwise I would have missed out." Diego sipped his coffee, watching the excited crowd outside, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. He recalled the sparse audience in the stands during previous B team matches where there were only sporadic applause after goals. Yet now, all because of one young Huagua player, the entire stadium had come alive. Even passers-by who usually didn't pay attention to the Segunda B were inquiring about that Ballon who could train with Atletico's first team and how formidable he really is. Meanwhile, a post on a football forum far away in Huagua was particularly popular. The title read, "For those who can watch the match in Madrid, I will teach you how to watch Ballon play." In just 2 hours, the post rose to the top of the homepage's hot list, with replies exceeding 3,000 and views nearing 100,000. The poster, Madrid Lao Zhou, is a Chinese fan who has lived in Spain for a long time, with an avatar of Atletico's red and white emblem and a signature saying, "I've followed Atletico for 8 years and finally waited for a Huagua face." The post was detailed and considerate, covering everything from match times to ticket purchasing channels, even noting small details for watching the game. First, let's talk about the schedule. The next match for the Atletico B team is on March 20th, Thursday, at 2 p.m. local time against SS Reyes at the Espino Stadium, which we often hear about. Converted to Huagua time, it will be 9 p.m. on March 20th, so fans watching the broadcast domestically won't have to stay up late. After dinner, they can watch comfortably. Those worried about missing it can set an alarm in advance. Next, Lao Zhou listed the ticket purchasing methods in detail. When buying tickets from the official website, be aware that you need to register an account on Atletico's official website. Filling in an overseas address may be subject to risk control, so it's recommended to use a Spanish local friend's address or go through a third-party platform. Be sure to exchange for euros in advance and support Visa cards. If buying tickets on-site, you must arrive at the Espino Stadium 3 hours early. Recently, there have been too many people. My friend went at 11 a.m. yesterday and waited half an hour in line. He also added a little tip for Chinese spectators at the east gate of Espino Stadium. If you turn 200 meters, there are 2 Chinese restaurants. Old Wong's Noodle House will give out small national flags before the match, which you can take to wave in support of Ballon. Additionally, Spanish fans are generally friendly to visiting teams. However, let's be civil while watching. Don't get into conflicts. If we win, shout together. If we lose, don't get disheartened. After all, it's already quite a privilege to see a Huagua player playing in the main team at Espino Stadium. In the comments section, replies quickly filled with requests for team-ups and offers to help. Others noted that Ballon is still quite popular in Madrid, and many Atletico fans know him. This reply was like a scoop of ice water poured into hot oil, igniting a new wave of discussion. A netizen Guazi old fan asked, "Is this true? He's become popular in Madrid?" Someone added, "Absolutely true. I went to a supermarket near Espino Stadium yesterday, and the cashier was chatting with colleagues about that Huagua midfielder, saying the Espino tickets sold out entirely because of him. Moreover, I heard from friends in Atletico's youth training that Ballon is not only a starter in the B team, but he also trained with the first team a few days ago. He trained alongside Agüero and Forlan on the first team's training ground." A barrage of exclamation marks flooded the comments. Did I read that right? Training with the first teams? You mean Atletico's first team? The one that plays in La Liga? I only knew he was great in the B team. Why did he suddenly go to the first team? This is too impressive. Wait, La Liga? There has never been a Huagua player on the field. Is Ballon about to make history? The post's popularity surged again. What started as a guide to watching at Espino had quickly transformed into a hot topic about Ballon's potential breakthrough into La Liga. Since La Liga's inception, there hasn't been a registered player of Huagua descent, let alone a Chinese player. If Ballon can appear for the first team, it will be an undeniable breakthrough. Some fans expressed anxious anticipation. Don't be too hasty. Let's first see how he performs in the Espino match. Training with the first team doesn't mean he will appear, but at least it's a good start. Immediately someone countered, even if he can't appear for now, being able to train with the first team is already better than many of the overseas players. Most of those who went to Europe are just drifting in lower leagues, while Ballon is directly touching the threshold of La Liga. Lao Zhou also added new information in the comments. The tickets for Espino Stadium were bought not only by local fans, but also by many of our Huagua people, including students and tourists. The official website has even temporarily added Chinese customer service. This ticket sellout was greatly contributed to by Huagua fans. Under this reply, a netizen commented, "I already bought a ticket for Espino. I will post live updates sharing real-time photos for brothers back home who can't watch live, so everyone can cheer for Ballon together." In the late-night forum, the discussion heat showed no signs of diminishing. Some started compiling highlights of Ballon's matches at Espino, others inquired about his personal background, and some initiated topics to collect messages of encouragement for Ballon, preparing to translate fans' blessings into Spanish and print them bilingually to bring to the stadium. The post was continuously pushed to the top of the homepage. Even an editor from a sports media outlet commented, "I am following this. On March 20th, I will report on Ballon's match at Espino and look forward to his performance." These external clamor did not temporarily affect the training of Atletico's B team. At Espino Stadium, the air lacked the intense pressure felt during first-team training. Ballon was still running and warming up at the training ground ahead of time. After running a few laps, the sweat on his forehead was slightly more than usual, as he had not fully recovered from the high-intensity training with the first team over the past 3 days. "Hey, Ballon, over here," a familiar voice called from the side. Ballon turned around and saw De Gea and Coke walking over. Coke said, "It's great to finally see you. Training with the first team didn't wear you out, did it?" The intensity is indeed high and their speed is fast. During confrontations, the defensive midfielders stick particularly close. If you hesitate even a little, the ball will be intercepted. Indeed. De Gea clicked his tongue with evident envy in his eyes. "I observed the first team once before. Coach Aguirre's demands are very strict, but training with Agüero and Forlan, you must be learning a lot. By the way," he suddenly leaned a bit closer, lowering his voice, "I heard Mendes mention that he left you an opportunity in the Premier League. Is that true?" Ballon was taken aback. He didn't expect De Gea to know about this. He nodded. "We had a chat once," he said. "Portsmouth had guaranteed playing time, but I haven't decided yet." "Portsmouth? In the Premier League?" Coke's voice was filled with astonishment. "There are not many who get such an opportunity coming out of our youth training. You are indeed really lucky." He suddenly slapped his thigh as if remembering something. "By the way, when I came here just now, I heard from the ticket booth that tomorrow's match tickets are all sold out." "All gone. Sold out." Ballon was somewhat surprised. He remembered that during previous B team matches, Espino Stadium was usually only filled to 1/3 capacity, and having 1,000 fans was impressive with large sections often empty. "Yeah." Coke spread his hands. "After playing in the B team for so long, when has there ever been a sellout? This time it sold out a day in advance. The stands will probably be filled with cheers. I'm kind of nervous with so many people watching. I hope I don't make mistakes." De Gea nodded in agreement. The three were chatting when suddenly a commotion of teammates greeting each other sounded from the side of the field. Ballon looked up and saw Caminero walking along the edge of the grass, accompanied by Manuel and Garcia. Manuel was still in his usual sports attire, while Garcia held a tactical board, and the expressions of the few were more serious than usual. "All right, let's gather for warm-up." Garcia blew his whistle and the teammates quickly gathered around, beginning dynamic stretches under the guidance of the assistant coach. Lifting legs, twisting waists, and lunging stretches, all in perfect unison. Ballon had just followed along for 2 movements when he heard Caminero call him. "Ballon, come here for a moment." Ballon stopped his movements and walked to the sidelines. Caminero first patted his shoulder, the strength of his palm steady, and his tone carried clear expectations. "In tomorrow's match, perform well. I've been with Atletico for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen B team tickets sell out in advance. The club just reported that quite a few tickets were bought by Huagua fans, likely your compatriots coming to cheer you on." He paused and added, "This is a good thing, indicating that people are paying attention to you. However, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just play like you do in training." Manuel stood nearby, his gaze gentle, patting Ballon's arm. "Don't overthink it. You just play as you normally do, and your experience training with the first team will help you adapt to tomorrow's scene. Relax." Ballon straightened his back and nodded slightly to the three, his voice low but clear. "I will." Caminero looked at him, appreciating his composure, and patted his shoulder again. "All right, back to practice. Don't neglect your warm-ups. There's a tough match to play tomorrow." Ballon nodded and returned to the group for warm-ups. Coke and De Gea were still teasing him with their expressions. Ballon smiled back at them. He contemplated how he had not expected news about him to spread so quickly back home. Also, there were many Huagua people watching. He thought of the red flags in the stands before. Saying there was no pressure was impossible, However, it was precisely this pressure that provided him with more motivation. At the same time, Baiyi looked towards his task 1. Task 1: key connection in offense-defense transitions. In a single match of the Segunda B League, after obtaining possession through interception or tackling, initiate effective attacks, and create at least 2 threatening shots on goal. Threatening shots are defined as unknown opportunity shots within the penalty area, without defenders, or shots hitting the goal frame. Let's strive to accomplish it tomorrow. Now he truly needed to improve his strength quickly. After analyzing, Baiyi found that this task wasn't particularly difficult. What else to say? Just work hard in training. Time rushed by. The next day at 1:30 p.m., the Espino Stadium welcomed its busiest day. The sunlight at 1:30 in the afternoon slants onto the redand white stands of Espino Stadium, and having just passed the peak of entry, this venue with a capacity of 3,200 is already filled to the brim. This is the first time since the Atletico Madrid B team settled here in 1997 that such a scene has occurred. Most of the spectators subconsciously glance towards the warm-up area of the Atletico Madrid B team. A local fan points at the player on the field, whispering to those around him, "That's the young man from Huagua who can train with Aguero. We must see what he is capable of today." On the east side of the stands, a sea of red from Huagua stands out remarkably. Hundreds of Huagua fans have gathered here, waving red flags and homemade banners with the words Baiyi Jiao written in Chinese. Most of them are students studying in Spain, local Chinese residents, and many tourists who specifically traveled from nearby cities. At this moment, they are shouting in unison in Chinese, Baiyi, go strong, Baiyi victory. Their loud and synchronized voices attract the attention of nearby Spanish fans, some of whom curiously applaud along, while others take out their flip phones to capture the scene of this red-clad area. At this time, smartphones have not yet become widespread, making such scenes at lower league matches even rarer. I didn't expect so many compatriots to come. A student holding a red flag smiles and says to those beside him, "I saw the viewing guide on the forum yesterday, and this morning I took the intercity express from Barcelona. It took over 6 hours. I was worried I couldn't find the group, but as soon as I entered the stadium, I saw this sea of red. It felt so familiar." A nearby Chinese aunt holds a freshly bought redand white scarf, excitedly adding, "I've lived in Madrid for 10 years and have never felt this excited for any player. This is our Huagua player in the Atletico Madrid B team, who knows he might play in La Liga in the future. I must come to support him." Naturally, Baiyi in the warm-up area also noticed this sea of Huagua red. When he finished a round of long-range training, the east stand erupted with cheers of "good shot" in Chinese. He instinctively looked up and saw a multitude of red flags waving under the sunlight. A warm current suddenly surged within him. He knew these people were here for him, offering support across the distance. Coke patted him on the shoulder, saying, "You have many compatriots here, keep it up. I'll pass you the ball later." Baiyi nodded, a determined smile appearing on his lips, and his passes became steady. The discussions from the stands continued. Local fans talked about Baiyi's technical characteristics, while Huagua fans inquired if anyone could help record the match. Journalists carrying heavy cameras scurried back and forth between the stands and the sidelines, frequently pointing their lenses at Baiyi and the cheering section of Huagua fans on the east side. The players of SS Reyes were also surprised by the number of fans at today's match against Atletico Madrid B. Many players felt somewhat nervous. Some players tend to perform poorly when there are many spectators, while others thrive and excel in such situations. Soon the warm-up time came to an end. Inside the Atletico Madrid B dressing room, Manuel took advantage of the last moments to say, "The noise outside is loud. I know you all hear it, but now forget all the applause and cheers." His gaze swept across each person's face, stopping on Baiyi for 2 seconds before moving on. "Today we are playing against SS Reyes, not Real Madrid or Barcelona. Their wide players are strong, and the 2 defensive midfielders in the center like to press hard. We practiced tactics to counter these last week, so don't let the extra spectators make you forget what we've trained for." Coke rubbed his nose and quietly added, "Coach, there are indeed many people today. Oh, I was a bit nervous during warm-up." Manuel heard him and replied, "Nervousness is a good thing. It means you care about this match. But remember, nervousness must not turn into panic. De Gea guard the goal well. They often cross from the wings, so be aware of your communication with the center-backs. Baiyi, take the ball more in midfield. Don't be intimidated by their double defensive midfielders pressing you. A Coke will help create space for you." At this point, he specifically turned to Baiyi, his tone softer than before. "There are compatriots outside cheering for you, which is your honor, but don't treat it as a burden. You can connect with Aguero and Forlan in the first team, so it will be even easier to coordinate with the brothers here. Just play as we usually practice with short passes. When you have the ball, the wings will help create space for you. Don't rush to pass forward. You first stabilize the rhythm, and don't give them a chance for a counterattack." Baiyi nodded. Finally, Manuel clapped his hands, raising his voice slightly. "Get your gear sorted. When you go out, hold your heads high. No matter how many eyes are watching outside, what you need to do is play well every ball and win this match." "Good. The players shouted in unison, their voices noticeably louder than before. At 1:50 the door to the players' tunnel opened, and both teams began to enter the field. As Bailly walked out of the tunnel with the team, the cheers from the east stands were particularly loud with shouts of Bailly Giaio, echoing back and forth. Bailly raised his head and waved towards the east stand, causing the cheers from Huagua fans to grow even more enthusiastic. He silently turned towards the field, taking a deep breath. The 3,200 capacity Espino Stadium felt like a spark ignited at this moment. There was no grandeur of top-tier leagues, only the purity and fervor unique to youth teams devoid of the din of superstars. However, because of the presence of a young man from Huagua, it took on extraordinary significance. Every pair of eyes in the stands was focused on Bailly, especially the Huagua fans. Every cheer they gave carried their expectations. Some looked forward to witnessing the rise of a genius, while others anticipated seeing a Huagua player break through on the European stage. In the minutes leading up to the kickoff, the cheers in Espino Stadium had already reached a fever pitch. Mendez was seated in the middle tier of the stands, scanning the packed audience. The scene surprised him. He even took out his phone to confirm the match schedule. Indeed, it was Atletico Madrid B against SS Reyes in a Segunda B match, a youth team event, without even a broadcast, yet it was filled with over 3,000 fans. His gaze quickly locked onto the sea of Huagua red in the east stands, where the red flag stood out sharply against the backdrop of redanned white jerseys. Mendez raised his eyebrows, recalling that his assistant had told him, while collecting by Yes data, that there had never been a Huagua player in La Liga. Interesting, he murmured to himself. As an agent who had seen countless stars rise, he understood what scarcity meant all too well. What he saw was not just a young midfielder who could train with the first team, but an untapped gold mine. Hundreds of Huagua fans had come just to watch a youth team player play. This was not ordinary fan support, it was a signal from a vast market. Suddenly ideas began to form in his mind. He had a more prudent approach regarding Bailly. Ding! Soon the referee's whistle blew to start the match. The match began. The roar from the stands interrupted Mendez's thoughts as he looked toward the field, contemplating how to talk to Bailly. On the field, the players of SS Reyes displayed an aggressive pressing posture. The double defensive midfielders directly pressed into Atletico Madrid B's half, and the wingers frequently surged forward, clearly aiming to catch them off guard. However, perhaps due to the overwhelming noise from the Espino fans, they were not accustomed to this situation. Just 3 minutes into the match, SS Reyes, right back, made the first mistake. While receiving a pass near the sideline, he faced the pressing of Atletico Madrid B players, and in a fluster mishandled the force, kicking the ball directly out of bounds. Atletico Madrid B was awarded a throw-in, and as Coke passed by Bailly, he smiled and said, "They seem a bit flustered." Bailly nodded, clearly understanding that this was an opportunity. In the 7th minute, SS Reyes midfield made an even more obvious mistake. Their defensive midfielder, while receiving the ball in midfield, attempted to imitate Bailly's short pass connection, but was intercepted by Thiago, who, fortunately, the center-back, was timely to cover and resolve the crisis. The local fans in the stands erupted in laughter, with one fan shouting towards the SS Reyes players, "Don't be nervous. It's just a B-team match." However, this advice seemed ineffective. In the 12th minute, the SS Reyes goalkeeper, while clearing the ball, kicked it straight to the feet of an Atletico Madrid B player, nearly causing an own goal. The cheers from the entire crowd grew even louder. SS Reyes is not considered a strong team, currently ranking second to last in Segunda B. Their strength is already a step below Atletico Madrid B. Of course, as a Basque team, SS Reyes naturally carries the style of Basque football, known for its strong and even fierce confrontations. Although Atletico Madrid B capitalized on their opponents' mistakes, they failed to convert several attacks into goals. In the 15th minute, Bailly received a long pass from the backline in midfield. Facing the double pressure from SS Reyes' two defensive midfielders, he did not distribute the ball to the sides as he had before, but instead suddenly pulled the ball back with the inside of his foot and then turned to evade the press. The action was fluid and incredibly smooth. A gasp erupted from the stands. Huagua fans were especially excited, standing up and waving their red flags, shouting, "Bailly! Awesome!" After evading, Bailly did not seek personal glory and instead delivered a precise through ball. The ball accurately pierced through SS Reyes' defense, landing at Thiago's feet as he made a forward run. Unfortunately, when Thiago shot, the angle was too straight and the goalkeeper saved it. Although it did not result in a goal, discussions erupted in the stands. "Did you see that evasion and through ball? It was so first-team level, right? Is this the player who can train with the first team? He definitely has something. A high-quality player, absolutely." Thiago immediately gave Bailly a thumbs up, while shaking his head, indicating this was his fault. The shot was indeed just a step away from a goal. On the sidelines, Manuel felt somewhat regretful, but every time he saw Bailly's evasion short pass, and this kind of through ball capable of tearing apart the opponent's defense, it was simply delightful. This is talent. Nearby SS Rise coach Perea felt extremely uncomfortable being pressed in this match, not knowing what to do. The midfield simply cannot retain possession of the ball, nor can they win it back from the opponent. It's too hard. Perea glanced at Bailly and Coke feeling very helpless. At the same time, he lamented that this is the benefit of elite youth training where countless talents emerge, while their small team can only struggle in lower league competitions, let alone youth training. The fact that the team can exist has already exhausted all their efforts. Suddenly the cheers in Espino Stadium surged. Atletico Madrid BS offensive struck like lightning, tearing through SS Rise defense. The left winger Sergio was the starting point of this attack. He received a pass from Coke on the left facing the tight defense of SS Rise right back. Without the slightest hesitation, he made a feint to create an angle and then accelerated fiercely along the sideline. When he reached near the baseline, he suddenly pushed the ball towards the center. The ball rolled along the grass towards the edge of the penalty area, not fast, but precisely avoiding the recovering defensive midfielder. In the center, Thiago immediately understood. He did not wait for the ball, but intentionally pulled to the right side of the penalty area, attracting the attention of SS Rise 2 center-backs. This pull conveniently left an open space at the edge of the penalty area. Coke seized the moment to make a run from behind, greeting the incoming ball, without hesitation, lightly pushing it back. The ball landed steadily at Bailly's feet. At that moment, Bailly, who had just inserted himself from the defensive midfielder position, did not pause for a moment. As the ball approached him, he planted his left leg to support his body, swung his right leg back significantly, and struck the ball's lower half with his foot at the moment it was about to bounce off the ground. A powerful long-range shot expertly executed. Boom. The football shot off like a cannonball with tremendous force. It flew toward the goal with a sharp whistling sound. The goalkeeper of SS Reyes didn't even see the trajectory of the ball. He only felt a flash of white light before he dove, and by the time he reacted, the ball had already struck hard into the upper right corner of the net, shaking the net violently, causing even the goalpost to emit a slight tremor. Espino Stadium erupted with deafening cheers. The Huagua fans in the East Stand were the first to react, shouting, "Bailly! He scored!" The cries echoed throughout the stadium. The red flags waved frantically in the stands. Local fans also jumped up, shouting, "Beautiful!" Some fans even excitedly threw their scarves into the air. This crisp and decisive long-range shot completely ignited the passion of the entire crowd. On the sidelines, Manuel nearly jumped up in sync with the goal, clenching his fists and raising them high in the air, his previously serious face now filled with excitement. Garcia rushed over to high-five him, and the two embraced tightly with Garcia shouting, "I knew he could do it. That shot was too beautiful." Caminero stood a little farther away, unable to hide the smile on his face. In the stands, fans were incredible. Some pointed to the field and shouted, "Did you see that? This is what I told you was a high-quality player. This skill, can you say it's not strong? Bailly, get another one." In the meantime, surrounded by Coke, Thiago and others celebrating, Bailly passed through his teammates, his gaze firmly fixed on the East Stand. There were the familiar shouts in Chinese, the passionate support from his compatriots. As he ran towards the edge of the stand, he suddenly stopped, spreading his arms wide. This simple, yet powerful gesture instantly ignited another wave of enthusiasm from the Huagua fan section. "Bailly, we are here." Fans surged forward, passing red flags and banners to the edge of the stand with some even shouting, "Bailly, look here. We're recording a video for you so the fans back home can see." Bailly looked at the sea of red before him, at the excited faces of his compatriots. He waved at them and then opened his arms again. There were no complicated celebration moves, but it was filled with the vigor of youth. At this moment, he was no longer the somewhat reserved young man from Huagua when he first arrived at Atletico Madrid. He was now a football star, shining in Espino Stadium, a hero for 3,000 spectators. The sun was just right, and the breeze was gentle. Bailly stood on the field with cheering teammates behind him and a roaring stand before him, the shouts of Huagua fans still ringing in his ears. In this moment, all the efforts, all the doubts, all the expectations coalesced in this goal embodied in his figure as he opened his arms. The spirit of youth was at its peak right at this moment. In the moment when Bailly scored, the fan forums of Huagua, even the Tieba, fell into a paralyzed frenzy. The live commentary thread for watching Bailly's game, which was already pinned, saw hundreds of new replies per second, causing the server to display loading failure messages, and refreshing the page revealed a screen flooded with exclamation marks. "What the heck? He scored. Bailly is amazing." This comment was instantly pushed to the top of the thread, followed by thousands of replies like, "1, I'm crying, oh, and so cool." In the live post by the user Madrid Old Joe, the text updates were faster than the match footage, 20th minute. A combination on the flank. Coke returned the ball. Bailly surged in with a powerful shot. The ball went in the upper right corner, a dead angle. The goalkeeper didn't react at all. This is a historic moment for Huagua football. This is Bailly's first goal in the Spanish Segunda B. Each word was accompanied by an exclamation mark, and his excitement could be felt even through the screen. That shot just now? I watched the replay 3 times. The power was incredible. User Football Old Cannon uploaded a clip of the goal obtained from overseas fans captioned, "This shot would not be out of place in La Liga." Ballon's long-range shooting ability has truly been underestimated. Below the video there were over 5,000 comments in just 10 minutes. That shooting motion was so standard, it's clear he has put in hard work. I was worried he wouldn't perform well against European competition, but now it seems that his skills can completely make up for the physical gap. Is this the level required to train with Atletico's first team? He didn't disappoint. I was on site. When Ballon ran to our stands and opened his arms, I was in tears. User Foreign Student Xiao Yang posted a photo from the scene. Amidst the sea of red flags, Ballon's figure stood out in the sunlight, captioned, "The whole crowd was chanting Ballon's name, even the Spanish fans were clapping along. We Huawei players have finally made our mark on the European stage." This post was quickly pinned, and the comment section was filled with envy and pride. I envy the brothers on site. Witnessing this moment in person is so blissful. When Ballon came over to celebrate with us, I was truly moved. He hasn't forgotten us. Just now, watching the overseas live broadcast, the comment section was saying this is one of the most spectacular goals of the season in Segunda B. A historic moment. No Huawei player has ever appeared in La Liga, but Ballon is getting closer step by step. Before the match, someone already initiated a poll topic. Do you think Ballon can make it to La Liga? In just half an hour, the number of participants in the poll exceeded 20,000 with a staggering 78 voting for definitely can. The discussions below the poll were even more heated. That goal has already proven his strength. Atletico's first team has no reason not to give him a chance. Previous foreign players either languished in lower leagues or returned home early. Ballon is different. He truly has talent and is willing to work hard. Some users dug up the previous controversial remarks Huawei people can't play football, screenshotting and posting them in the forum to slap in the face those who said Huawei football is trash should come and take a look. Ballon's goal has dealt a heavy blow to your faces. Below this post, users continued to rally. Huawei doesn't lack good players, it's just that we lack opportunities and platforms. Ballon is a role model. He proves that Huawei players can also establish themselves on the European stage. In the future, whoever dares to say Huawei football is no good, I will just throw Ballon's goal video in their face. The forum's popularity continued to rise. Someone compiled all the goals and assists Ballon has made so far into a highlight reel post, which quickly approached 100,000 views. A media account commented in the forum, "We have contacted overseas reporters and will exclusively report on Ballon's post-match interview. If you have any questions, please leave a message." This instantly attracted thousands of questions. What are Ballon's goals for the future? Has he considered joining the Premier League or La Liga? Will he return to play for the national team? The server lag message appeared again, but the enthusiasm of the fans remained undiminished. In the forum, the screen was filled with "Ballon is amazing" and "witnessing history intertwined." Meanwhile, on the Espino Stadium, the match continued. The fans of Atletico B were also discussing Ballon's performance. He really has the strength. On the stands, besides Mendes, more eyes were focused on Ballon. Among them were Getafe's Bernal and his assistant Javier. However, at this moment, Bernal no longer had the excitement he felt when he first discovered Ballon. He now seemed somewhat helpless, even fatigued. Such a genius cannot possibly belong to us anymore. Javier shook his head helplessly and replied, "There's nothing we can do, he is just too dazzling. In Segunda B, he is completely dominating. I heard Atletico has already promoted him to train with the first team, and he is likely to see some first team playing time next season." Bernal nodded. He looked at Ballon with admiration still in his eyes. On the field, Atletico B's morale soared after the goal, while SS Reyes' defense began to show signs of panic. They had to deal with Atletico B's flanking attacks while constantly being wary of Ballon's short passes in the center and even his long shots. The defensive formation gradually revealed flaws amidst the back-and-forth struggles. When Ballon received the ball in midfield, he maintained connections with Coke and Thiago through short passes while quietly observing the positioning of SS Reyes' defenders, soon discovering key vulnerabilities. The opposing right center-back tended to drift towards the center when retreating, leaving about half a meter of space on the right flank, while the fullback was slow to fall back, creating a perfect opening to exploit. In the 25th minute, Ballon received a pass from De Gea in midfield. Instead of distributing it, as usual, he suddenly angled a pass towards the right flank of SS Reyes. Thiago understood and made a forward run, drawing the attention of the opposing right center-back. At the moment the center-back moved to cover, Thiago returned the ball to the advancing Ballon, and their 1-2 combination instantly tore through the opponent's defense. The holding midfielder of SS Reyes hurried back, but Ballon gently feinted to open up an angle and could only watch helplessly as he transferred the ball to the left flank. Sergio received the ball and broke through along the sideline. Although his eventual pass was intercepted, SS Reyes' defense had already begun to show signs of chaos. The defenders were shouting to each other on the field, but failed to find a stable positioning rhythm. The ball was played out again. Bailly continually moved SS Reyes' defense through his passing. After several passes, SS Reyes' defense was completely disrupted and the defenders were running around in a panic. Their response pace slowing down and the originally tight formation began to show obvious gaps. The fans also noticed the opponent's fatigue and began shouting. The atmosphere at Espino Stadium surged again. Manuel was waving on the sidelines, shouting into the field, "Push forward." It was clear he had also noticed the problems in the opponent's defense. Perea appeared extremely anxious, constantly shouting, "Defend." However, in the 35th minute, Atletico BS opportunity still came. Bailly received a return pass from Coke in midfield, glanced up at SS Reyes' defense, and saw that the right center back had just covered the left flank and hadn't had time to return. To the gap on the right side was even larger than before. Without hesitation, he gently pushed the ball with the inside of his right foot, sending it like a precise, surgical knife, skimming the grass through the gap between two SS Reyes defenders, heading straight for Coke's forward run. Coke had already anticipated Bailly's pass. The moment Bailly touched the ball, he started his run, shaking off the returning, holding midfielder. He met the incoming ball without breaking his stride, shooting with his right foot towards the lower left corner of the goal. Though the SS Reyes goalkeeper dived towards the right, the ball was too fast and at too sharp an angle, and he could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled into the net. The ball is in. 20. The excitement in the voice of the live broadcaster trembled, and Espino Stadium erupted. Coke turned and rushed towards Bailly, and the two embraced tightly. Thiago, Sergio, and others also gathered around to celebrate. The Huagua fans in the East Stand waved their red flags wildly. Bailly, that assist was amazing. Mendes in the stands couldn't help but stand up and applaud Bailly. He watched Bailly and Coke celebrating, unable to hide the smile on his face. This through ball not only showcased Bailly's passing vision, but also reflected his tactical insight, as he disrupted the opponent's defense and found the gap to deliver the pass. Such ability is indeed rare among youth players. Perea was stomping his feet anxiously on the sidelines, shouting at the players, "Stay steady." However, the faces of the players showed signs of frustration. The Atletico B players, on the other hand, were full of energy, and on his way back to midfield, Bailly high-fived every teammate. This was not only a lead in a match, but also another moment for him to prove himself through his skills. At this moment, the response volume in Huagua's fan forum exploded again. What the heck? What kind of divine pass was that through ball? Not only did it skim the ground, but it also perfectly threaded through the gap between two defenders, and Bailly calculated Coke's run to perfection. This vision, this technique, I would believe it if you said it was top midfielder level. Who understands? In these 10 minutes, Bailly has toyed with SS Reyes' defense like a dog. It's simply tactical masterclass operation. Comparing it to those midfielders in the national team, Bailly's through ball directly raises the level. Is this the level required to train with Atletico's first team? So awesome. The defenders of SS Reyes must be dazed. Just as they finished covering the left flank, they had to return to defend the right flank, and in the end they were pierced by Bailly's through ball. This is what we call a dimensionality reduction attack. Bailly playing in the B team is simply bullying the weak. Previously, someone on the forum said Huagua players can't play a technical style. What about now? I was just casually watching the match, but I ended up being a fan due to Bailly's through ball. This technique, this talent, making it to La Liga in the future is definitely not a problem. I will surely stay up late to watch his La Liga matches. As time gradually passed, Atletico B completely controlled the situation. The 20 lead felt like a heavy stone pressing down on SS Reyes players, especially the midfield core Javier. This player, known for his technical skills within the team, was now blushing with veins bulging on his forehead. After being repeatedly toyed with by Bailly's passes, he was just outmaneuvered by Bailly in another midfield duel, easily evading him with a light pull and turn without even touching the ball, and humiliation and impatience completely clouded his mind. After Bailly evaded Javier, he was preparing to push forward through the center when suddenly he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Before he could react, his calf was heavily kicked. Javier had caught up and kicked his leg with a quick and fierce motion. Bailly instinctively let out a cry. He instantly realized that the opponent was getting anxious. If not now, when would he use it? With a scream, Bailly fell to the ground, rolling twice while clutching his calf. "What are you doing?" Coke was the first to rush over, pushing Javier away and angrily questioning him. The players of SS Reyes quickly surrounded him. A fullback, Alvaro, pushed Coke while shouting, "Don't go too far." Atletico B's Thiago, Sergio, and others rushed forward to protect Bailly. The players from both sides instantly tangled in the midfield, with shoving and shouting ringing out. The referee rushed over hurriedly. The anger in the stands had already been ignited. The Huagua fan section on the east side was the first to erupt in shouts. "Red card! Red card. Local fans joined in the uproar, and a few agitated Atletico fans even climbed over the stand railing, rushing towards the sidelines, but fortunately they were stopped by security in time and did not reach the field. So dirty. This is intentional injury. The shouts from the stands grew louder, with fans waving scarves and yelling at the SS Reyes players, "Get out." The referee, after pushing away the players from both sides, had already formed an opinion. This was clearly a deliberate act of injury from behind, completely unnecessary. Javier still wanted to argue, but the referee didn't listen, directly pulling out a red card for Javier. The moment Javier saw the red card, he froze, and his protest fell silent. Red card. Javier is sent off. As soon as the voice of the live broadcaster fell, Espino Stadium erupted in cheers. The Huagua fan section shouted, "Good. Beautiful. He should go." The voices were particularly loud. Meanwhile, the players of SS Reyes turned pale, and the coach on the bench was angrily banging on the seat, while the players on the field appeared at a loss. With one less player, and trailing by 2 goals, the situation was completely out of control. Seeing the red card, Coke and others did not continue to argue. Instead, they looked at Bailly's condition. After careful examination by the team doctor, Bailly actually had no issues. He was just acting severely. In fact, he had already prepared for the opponent's actions after noticing them. Soon, with the help of his teammates and the team doctor, Bailly stood up and moved his calf. Walking was not a problem. In the stands, the Atletico fans, who had almost rushed onto the field, gradually calmed down upon seeing that Bailly was fine, but they still booed in the direction of Javier leaving. The SS Reyes players shrank their shoulders, not daring to look up at the stands, clearly intimidated by the earlier scene of the fans rushing the field. With his head down, Javier walked off the field amidst the boos of the crowd, passing by the Atletico B bench, where Manuel shot him a cold glance. Bailly returned to midfield, exchanged a few words with his teammates, and showed no signs of panic after being fouled. Instead, he waved to the east stands. The Huagua fans breathed a sigh of relief. It's rare for Huagua to produce a super talent it can't be injured. But internally, Bailly thought that this matter wouldn't end with just a simple red card. With one less opponent, he would have more opportunities to continue expanding the score. After SS Reyes was penalized with one player sent off, their disadvantage became even more apparent. Atletico Madrid B began to launch an assault. The opposing team struggled not only in offense, but also in defense. However, relying on everyone returning to defend, they managed to hold onto the score. Soon, the regular time of the first half came to an end. In the first minute of stoppage time, Bailly attempted a long-range shot from the periphery, which was blocked out of bounds by a player in the opponent's penalty area. Atletico Madrid B was awarded a corner kick opportunity. Bang! Coke took the kick. The ball landed in the central area, and Thiago leaped to contest it. However, the ball was punched away by the SS Reyes goalkeeper, landing at the feet of Alvaro in midfield. With one player down and 2 goals behind, SS Reyes finally seized a rare counterattack opportunity. Alvaro did not hesitate. With a long pass, he sent the ball over Atletico Madrid B's defensive line as striker Fernando broke free from the recovering fullback. He sprinted towards the ball's landing spot, and his teammates surged forward. A gasp erupted from the Espinosa Stadium as Manuel suddenly stood up on the sidelines, shouting, "Fall back." The SS Reyes bench erupted in excitement, with the coach waving his arms and shouting, "Charge." Fernando on the field was about to receive the ball, while the center back for Atletico Madrid B was desperately chasing back. The defensive line had been stretched thin, and this counterattack seemed to give SS Reyes a glimmer of hope to pull one back before the end of the first half. However, at this critical moment, a white figure suddenly surged in from the side. Bailly did not follow Fernando back, but instead, with astonishing foresight, positioned himself perfectly to intercept Alvaro's long pass. Bailly seized the opportunity. Meeting the descending ball, he skillfully controlled it with his right foot, and then with a swift turn he evaded the approaching Fernando, quashing the opponent's counterattack in its cradle. Beautiful interception. The Atletico fans erupted in cheers. The Huagua fans also shouted, "Bailly, well done." Fernando, who had been sprinting just moments ago, looked at Bailly's poised control of the ball, his face filled with disbelief as he reluctantly turned to run back. Bailly did not give SS Reyes a chance to regroup. He knew that the opponent had pushed their midfield line forward for the counterattack, leaving their formation as loose as a broken net. At the moment of ball control, he glanced up at the penalty area. Thiago was quietly inserting himself into the central lane of the penalty area, taking advantage of the opponent's center-back's inadequate return. Without a moment's hesitation, Bailly pushed the ball, sharply slicing it like a scalpel through the gap between 2 retreating SS Reyes players, delivering it precisely to Thiago's feet. This through pass was both fast and cunning. Just as the SS Reyes goalkeeper rushed out of the penalty area, he saw Thiago already adjusting his stance to meet the ball. Thiago did not waste this golden opportunity. With a powerful strike of his left foot, he blasted the ball towards the goal. The ball, with tremendous force, struck the bottom right corner of the net, leaving the goalkeeper with no time to react. The ball is in. The Espino Stadium was instantly engulfed in a frenzy. The fans could never have imagined that attending a youth team match would be so exhilarating and passionate. The teamwork of the players along with the brilliance of the talented athletes left many fans beaming with joy. This ticket was worth it. GOL. 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 The veteran fan Pedro excitedly threw his scarf into the air and shouted to those around him, "Did you see that? I told you this kid is a genius. His anticipation and passing are even better than the first team's midfield." The young man in the red and white jersey stood up shouting towards Bailly. "Well done." He made a 30 gesture towards the SS Reyes bench. "You're definitely going to lose. This is the strength of Atletico B team." A few fans gathered together saying, "That goal was so uplifting. From the interception to the goal, it was seamless. This kid Bailly will definitely make it to the first team in the future." One fan pulled out a camera continuously taking pictures of the field. "I need to capture this moment to tell others that I witnessed Bailly's incredible performance with my own eyes. This through ball I could rave about it for a year." Meanwhile on the field, after the goal Thiago turned and rushed towards Bailly, lifting him up and spinning around twice. Coke, Sergio, and others joined in jumping and celebrating together. The Chinese fans in the East Stand were wildly waving red flags, shouting loudly, "Bailly. Awesome. That was just amazing. The goal is in. 30. It's a guaranteed win." The cheers echoed throughout the stadium, with some embracing each other in excitement, tears almost falling. This rapid turnaround from interception to goal was truly uplifting. Mendes stood up and applauded, his admiration evident in his eyes. He looked at Bailly surrounded by his teammates, his face beaming with joy. This is truly the makings of a top-level genius. Exceptional anticipation, decisive interceptions, and precise through balls and counterattacks. This is already the performance level of a first-team starter. At this moment SS Reyes coach Pereira was slumped in his seat, hands on his head, his face filled with despair. Being one man down and trailing by 3 goals, this match had completely lost its suspense. Manuel mirrored the fans' exuberance, celebrating wildly. To them this match was already devoid of. Soon after the match resumed, Atletico B team's players could clearly sense that SS Reyes players were starting to lose their composure. Fortunately, there were only 3 minutes of stoppage time. After they barely defended against 2 attacks, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. The Atletico Madrid B team entered halftime with a huge advantage. The players walked into the locker room with smiles on their faces, while the SS Reyes players looked like they were gasping for breath, having just received a bit of relief. In the Atletico Madrid B locker room, the players had just changed out of their drenched jerseys into dry training kits. Manuel walked in, his excitement somewhat restrained, giving him a serious demeanor. 30 with a one-man advantage. This is the best halftime result we could achieve. But now is not the time to... His gaze swept across the room, finally resting on Bailly, first giving him an approving nod before continuing. Bailly's interceptions and 2 assists, Thiago Coke's goal, and De Gea's 2 crucial saves. Everyone performed excellently. This is a team effort. Coke was about to grin when Manuel interrupted him, saying, "But don't think victory is assured. With SS Reyes down a man, they might drop their burden and fight back. Their forward Fernando is fast. You saw that counterattack earlier. If we give them another chance, we might find ourselves." In the second half, they will likely tighten their defense and use long passes to exploit our backline, so the defensive line shouldn't push too far forward. De Gea, pay attention to communication in front of the goal and let the fullbacks return to defense quickly. At this point, he deliberately looked at Bailly, his tone softer than before. "Your positioning and passing in the first half were excellent, but in the second half you need to conserve energy. They will certainly assign someone to mark you, so don't force it. Work with Coke and Raul to connect, slow down the pace, and don't give them a chance for a counterattack. What we need now is to control the game, not to pursue more goals. Avoiding injuries is more important than anything else." Garcia chimed in. "Manuel is right. You saw Javier's foul earlier. The opposing players might be a bit psychologically unbalanced now, so don't engage in conflicts with them. Just focus on the ball. The referee has already issued a red card. If they dare to commit any fouls in the second half, the referee won't be lenient. But let's not fall into traps ourselves. There's no need to risk injuries for a game we can easily win." Bailly and the other players nodded in agreement. Indeed, injuries are always an athlete's greatest enemy. When stepping onto the path of football, the youth training coaches will always teach a lesson on how to protect oneself. Manuel observed the player's condition and nodded in satisfaction. "All right, now take a good rest. Remember, steady and solid, and we can win this match." "Good." At this moment, it was around 8 or 9 in the evening in Huagua, and the forums were buzzing. With 1 goal and 2 assists in the first half. What a divine performance. Bailly has turned the Segunda División B field into his own showcase. The poster Madrid Old Joe highlighted Bailly's first half stats in bold. Played 45 minutes, scored 1 long-range goal, made 2 surgical assists, achieved 3 key interceptions, and had a pass success rate of 92. This data would make him the best player on any mid-table La Liga team. Technical analysis posts were also trending wildly. Users uploaded animated graphics of Ballon's 2 assists caption. The first assist shows positioning, the second assist shows anticipation. This is not the awareness of a youth team player, especially the through ball after the interception, which took only 0.8 seconds from observation to pass faster than many Premier League midfielders. Below the graphics, fans erupted. I watched the through ball after the interception 5 times. Ballon was able to adjust the pass power while running. That ball control detail is incredible. SS Reyes defenders were left spinning by him, ultimately relying on a foul to stop him, resulting in a direct red card. This is what a dimensionality reduction attack looks like. Comparison posts were flooding the forums. A user dug up the best halftime stats of Wagwa's overseas players over the past decade, noting the previous best overseas midfielder only had 1 assist and a half, and that was with a relegation team. Ballon's direct 1 goal and 2 assists at Atletico Madrid B is simply a huge gap ahead. Others shared stats of players in the same position from the European Youth League, stating Ballon's talent at this age is still formidable. Very few can be as threatening as Ballon. A study abroad student shared a live video saying the Wagwa fans in the East Stand were shouting Ballon is awesome. Even the Spanish fans were applauding, truly bringing honor to Wagwa. Various comments kept pouring in. Who remembers he was banned by the national team for 10 years? Haha, the Football Association really knows how to get things done. A talent like this couldn't play in Wagwa, so the national team must be very strong. The Football Association truly has an eye for talent. To ban a genius who can be a key player in the Segunda División B for 10 years while selecting midfielders who can only pass back, it's no wonder the national team's performance is consistently stable. Stable at being the 3rd tier in Asia, Ballon has become the super talent in the eyes of Wagwa fans. Even some smaller forums were overwhelmed. Estadio Espinero. As the halftime break ended, both teams' players walked out of the locker room and onto the field. Ballon. Go Atletico. Keep scoring. Crush them. The fans at Estadio Espinero were cheering wildly, enjoying the match immensely. They even kept sharing with their friends. Now many Atletico fans knew that a super talent had emerged from Atletico's youth training camp. The name Ballon gradually spread. The players took their positions at the center circle. The SS Reyes players, after some adjustments during halftime, felt slightly better, but their expressions remained serious. After all, they were a man down and still trailing by 3 goals. This situation could be described as catastrophic. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the second half of the match began. As soon as the whistle blew, SS Reyes players assumed a compact defensive stance. The 2 center-backs retreated to just in front of the penalty area, while the remaining 3 midfielders formed an inverted triangle, clearly aiming to stabilize the defense first, and then seize counterattack opportunities when Atletico Madrid be pushed forward. Their forward Fernando stood alone at the front, eyes fixed on Atletico Madrid B's defensive line, ready to pounce on long passes at any moment. Atletico Madrid B advanced steadily, Coke passing back and forth in the midfield, probing SS Reyes' defensive focus. Ballon positioned himself slightly left in the midfield, not making as many forward runs as in the first half, instead slowly adjusting his movement path, occasionally glancing at SS Reyes' right back. He had noticed in the first half that this defender was slow to turn and easily faked out. Just 5 minutes into the second half, the opportunity arose. After Coke attracted 2 defenders in the midfield, he suddenly sent a diagonal pass toward Ballon. Ballon didn't stop the ball upon receiving it. Instead, he lightly flicked it with the inside of his left foot, instantly shaking off the mark from the SS Reyes midfielder. The subtle movement, perfectly timed with the opponent's attempt to intercept, avoiding physical confrontation and granting him space to maneuver. This flick made SS Reyes' defense tense up instantly. The right back instinctively lunged forward, trying to block Ballon's angle for a long-range shot, considering Ballon's previous long-range goal had already become a psychological shadow for them. The 2 center-backs also drifted towards the middle, fearing Ballon would deliver another through ball. The left side of SS Reyes' penalty area suddenly revealed a half-meter wide gap. Just when everyone thought Ballon would take a long shot, he suddenly changed his action. His right leg appeared to be gearing up for a powerful shot, but his ankle suddenly pulled back sharply before making contact, using the inside of his foot to send a diagonal pass to the empty space on the left. The ball skimmed the grass, moving swiftly, just evading the recovering center-back, heading straight for Sergio, who was making a forward run. He gave the defenders no time to react. By the time Sergio received the ball, he had already cut into the area near the left side of the small box. Facing the approaching goalkeeper, Sergio didn't hesitate, pushing the ball with his right foot into the near corner of the goal. The ball rolled into the net, brushing against the inside of the post, with the goalkeeper unable to reach it. Splash! The entire Estadio Espinero erupted into celebration. They bathed their opponents in blood. At the same time, many of them looked towards Ballon with excitement in their eyes. Ballon had already assisted in a hat trick. for goals on his own. The entire stands erupted into a frenzy, the red and white jerseys intertwining with the sea of Chinese red on the east side, forming a vibrant ocean of celebration. The Espino Stadium had never been so tumultuous. Today was the first time. Nearly all the Atletico Madrid fans stood up, with veteran supporters waving their scarves high, their deeply wrinkled faces flushed with excitement, continuously shouting Ballon, Magia. They embraced each other, slapping their hands together until they turned red, oblivious to the fans in front pounding the railing, their roars echoing and shaking the air. It was unclear who started it first. Ballon para el primer equipo. The chant spread through the stands, more and more fans standing tall, their arms moving in unity, the cheers rise. The eastern section of Chinese fans was a sea of red. The red flags were waved frantically. They shouted Ballon is amazing. Incredible, scoring 4 goals on his own. The Chinese cheers intertwined with the Spanish cheers. Mendes stood up again, gently applauding with the fans, his eyes filled with admiration. To be honest, he saw the future in Ballon. This player was destined for greatness. Manuel clenched his fists by the sidelines, giving a strong wave before turning to embrace the coaching staff tightly, his face unable to hide the sheer joy. The SS Reyes players stood in place, their heads bowed in silence, a stark contrast to the celebratory ocean around them, while their substitutes sat slumped on the bench, hands on their heads, devoid of any previous struggle. And this was far from over. As Fernando finally advanced with the ball and attempted a long-range shot from outside the penalty area, De Gea easily caught the ball. At that moment, SS Reyes' game had completely crumbled. Trailing by 4 goals and down a player, their offense was impotent and their defense was helpless. Head coach Perea made a very decisive choice, shouting from the sidelines, "Fall back. Everyone fall back." At that moment, Perea was no longer concerned about whether the team could score. He was focused on how they could hold this score and avoid conceding further. Unfortunately, Atletico Madrid B had completely opened up today. Ballon stood at the core of midfield, becoming the conductor of this offensive and defensive drill. He seamlessly connected with passes from Coke and Raul, not rushing to push forward, but instead utilizing short passes to orchestrate the play. First, he passed the ball to Juan on the right, drawing 2 SS Reyes players to defend, then quickly returned the pass and diagonally fed it to Sergio, who was charging in from the left. In just 30 seconds, the football flowed under the feet of Atletico Madrid B players, while the SS Reyes defense was pulled left and right. The defenders were running out of breath, having just finished covering the right side, only to chase back to the left, and the one-side area in front of the penalty box gradually revealed a fatal gap. At the stands, Atletico Madrid fans had already begun celebrating early because of the current score. Everyone's face was lit up with excitement and smiles. In contrast, the SS Reyes players wore expressions of bewilderment. Some, even after the ball had finally left their defensive zone, quickly stopped to catch their breath, their spirits and stamina rapidly declining. At that moment, Ballon seized the fleeting opportunity. After receiving a return pass in midfield, he glanced up at the penalty area, instantly locking onto Thiago's run. SS Reyes center back was just being drawn away by Sergio, and the defensive midfielder had yet to cover, leaving a straight path open down the middle. Without the slightest hesitation, Ballon deftly pushed with the inside of his right foot, the football slicing through the grass like a precise surgical blade, threading through the gap between 2 defenders, effortlessly delivering the ball once more to Thiago's feet. Thiago, already in sync, launched forward the moment Ballon touched the ball, meeting the pass without hesitation and firing a left-footed shot toward the far corner of the goal. The SS Reyes goalkeeper lunged desperately to the left, but could only watch helplessly as the football rolled into the net shaking violently from the impact. The moment was chaotic with frenzy. Over 3,000 people in the Espino Stadium went utterly wild, their cheers transforming the once rather mundane venue into a sea of exhilaration. Thiago scored twice. After his goal, he first pumped his fists towards the stands, and then dashed over to Ballon, embracing him tightly. With his arm tightly around him, his voice filled with excitement, he exclaimed, "Buddy, that pass was absolutely perfect." Ballon laughed as he was hugged, patting Thiago's back. At that moment, Coke also rushed in to hug Ballon. Thiago draped his arm over their shoulders and shouted at Ballon, "You've made 4 assists. If you keep passing like this, we're going to get fat from your feeding." Huh? The teammates around them burst into laughter. Thiago called over other players, and everyone gathered together to celebrate excitedly, including De Gea. He ran over from the backfield to join in the celebration. Throughout the match, De Gea had positioned himself further up the field, sometimes even standing at the halfway line. After all, Atletico B had completely controlled the rhythm of the game. SS Reyes had no solutions at all. At this moment, Major Forums and Post and Huaguo were all amazed by Ballon's performance. After all, there hadn't been such an eye-catching midfielder from Huaguo in years. That pass is utterly outrageous. His skills would be top tier even in the 5 major leagues. He orchestrated Atletico B's attacks with clarity. His overall vision was not at all like that of a youth player. One could argue he is a core player of the first team. After being banned by the national team for 10 years and going to Spain alone, without even speaking the language, he has now scored 5 goals on the European stage, making all the fans cheer for him. This is truly impressive. Don't just look at Ballon's offense, take a look at his defensive stats. 3 key interceptions, and he can immediately organize a counterattack for assists. This versatile midfielder, when was the last time Huagua produced someone like this? From being banned by the Football Association to almost being abandoned by Atletico, and now scoring 5 goals solo, Ballon has come a long way. It's all earned through his sweat. It's too crazy. I still can't believe that a Huagua player can create 5 goals in a European League match. Indeed, it's too crazy. I believe Ballon can definitely move to the first team next season. His performance is truly invincible. I think it's still a bit early for the first team. His footwork is indeed impressive, but I feel his physical confrontation might be lacking, not quite there yet. Whether he can or not, only time will tell. Right now, all I want to say is Ballon is amazing. In the Espino Stadium, the celebration of Atletico B lasted for over half a minute before it ended, and when the players returned to the center circle, smiles still lingered on their faces. Ding! The whistle blew and the match continued. On the sidelines, Manuel, after celebrating, had already begun making the next arrangements, instructing Garcia to call the substitute players to prepare. He intended to start substituting around the 60-minute mark. With such a significant lead, he could rotate players to allow them to rest. Genius needs to be used protectively. Soon the game entered a dead ball state. The 4th official raised the substitution board, and Atletico B's first substitution was to take off Ballon. Seeing this, Ballon turned and walked towards the sidelines. The entire stadium erupted in thunderous applause. The first to stand up was the eastern section of Huagua fans waving red flags. The shouts in Chinese echoed throughout the stadium, Ballon, Ballon. The volume was loud, fearful that Ballon might not hear it. In fact, amidst the sea of Spanish, the Chinese was particularly clear. Following suit, Atletico fans also stood up, their applause transforming from scattered clapping into a unified wave that swept across the stadium. As Ballon walked, he waved to the stands. Coke ran over to pat his shoulder, and Thiago even hugged him tightly, whispering in his ear, "You were incredible today." At the sidelines, Manuel also came forward, extending his hand for a high five, with Ballon patting his back with eyes full of approval. This protective substitution at the 60-minute mark was not only to give the hero a rest, but also to prevent him from getting injured during garbage time. The cheers from the stands grew louder, as if someone had initiated it. Ballon to the first team. The call spread from the main stand. Manuel stood by the sidelines watching the boiling stands, and the substitute Ballon unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. He knew that after this match, Ballon's name would not only resonate in Atletico's youth training camp, but would also catch the attention of first-team coach Aguirre, who would pay close attention to this talented midfielder from Huagua. After watching Ballon's performance, Manuel felt that even if Ballon couldn't enter the first team, he couldn't stay in Atletico B next season, as the competitive intensity of the B team was no longer suitable for him. This kid has progressed too quickly. Meanwhile, the fans on site continued to cheer for the recently substituted hero. Their applause and cheers were the most heartfelt tribute to the player who created miracles in those 60 minutes. In the stands in a corner, Ferdos was watching the match, and when he saw the cheers and applause from the crowd, all directed at his former roommate Ballon, he couldn't help but smile. He had witnessed Ballon's journey firsthand and saw the root of all these changes. It was effort. It was effort that transformed Ballon from a player on the verge of being abandoned by the team to the core of the B team, even regarded as a super talent by fans who could enter the first team. Ferdos couldn't help but think of a saying, only through deep accumulation can one welcome an explosion. Everyone thought Ballon's emergence was sudden, but those who knew Ballon understood that this was the result of day-by-day accumulation, and all of it was deserved. Ferdos thought of Mario, who was kicked out of Atletico's youth training camp. Seeing Ballon sitting on the substitute bench, Ferdos instinctively joined the fans in continuing to applaud for the sunlight shone on the field, and the figure surrounded by cheers not only became the clearest example in his heart, but also served as a mirror reflecting his past laziness and confusion. He had secretly told himself that he should work hard like Ballon. The fact proved that this path was not wrong. Perhaps one day, he could also stand on this field letting others cheer for him. After Ballon left the field, Atletico B's offensive momentum showed no signs of waning. Coke continued to control the rhythm in midfield with several precise long passes, stretching SS Reyes' defense even thinner. In the 65th minute, Sergio broke through on the left flank and crossed the ball. Coke followed up with a shot into the net, changing the score to 60. The stands erupted in cheers once more. It was a complete rout. Manuel made another substitution. This time Coke was taken off. Considering the match was no longer in doubt, he wanted to ensure core players got adequate rest. After all, Coke had scored twice in this match. As Coke walked towards the sidelines, the fans also offered him warm applause, with someone shouting, "Coke, well done." Coke smiled and waved back, and as he reached the substitute bench he specifically patted Bailly's shoulder, the two leaning in to quietly chat about something with a relaxed smile on Bailly's face. In the remaining time of the match, Atletico B slowed down the pace, but still firmly controlled possession of the ball. SS Reyes players had long lost their fighting spirit, frequently making passing errors, and their offense could barely advance beyond Atletico B's half, forced into passive defense at their own half. Finally, when the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match, the Espino Stadium erupted completely. The players of Atletico B embraced each other on the pitch, and Thiago ran to the substitute bench, jumping in celebration with Bailly, Coke, and others. De Gea also excitedly rushed to his teammates, and everyone celebrated frantically. This was their biggest. Coach Manuel and his coaching staff hugged tightly, unable to suppress their smiles. A 60 rout was not only a testament to the team's strength, but also showcased the immense potential of young players like Bailly and Coke. The fans in the stands were reluctant to leave. The Huagua fans continued shouting, "Bailly is amazing." After the final whistle, just as Manuel finished embracing his coaching staff, he was surrounded by reporters. A journalist from Madrid Sports was the first to pass the microphone, his tone filled with excitement. "Coach Manuel, congratulations on the team's 60 super victory. Your team maintained control of the game throughout. What do you believe was the key to winning?" Manuel wiped his forehead, a smile on his lips. "I must thank the players for their focus. From the start to the end, they strictly executed the pre-match tactics, whether in offensive passing combinations or defensive coordination. Everyone brought their best performance. Especially in terms of midfield coordination, Coke and Bailly connected the front and back lines while giving our offense more depth. This was key to easily breaking through the opponent's defense. Bailly directly contributed to 5 goals with 1 goal and 4 assists, and this was only his performance in an hour. How would you evaluate his performance today?" Mentioning Bailly, Manuel's eyes clearly brightened a bit. "Bailly's performance today exceeded my expectations. He has excellent personal ability. That long-range shot outside the box showcased his shooting skills, while his 4 assists reflected his top-tier passing vision and tactical understanding. What is even rarer is his game intelligence, such as that feint into a pass in the second half, precisely exploiting the opponent's defensive vulnerabilities. It's a pity he only had 60 minutes of playing time. However, this was to prevent him from getting injured during garbage time, as his importance to the team is self-evident, and we need to protect such core players." The reporter continued to ask, "Bailly went from almost leaving the team to becoming the offensive core of the B team. What do you think has been his greatest growth during this time? Will he have a chance to move up to the first team?" Manuel pondered for a moment before answering seriously, "His greatest growth is adaptability, and to be honest, I am unsure about the lower divisions, but in the B team, he quickly adapted to the rhythm and tactical system of European football. He never complained about the training difficulty. Instead, he proactively practiced extra every day. This dedication to football allowed him to quickly integrate into the team and continuously improve his skills. As for the first team, I believe he already possesses the ability to train with the first team. His performance in this match is the best proof. I am confident that the first team's coaching staff will also pay attention to him. As long as he maintains his current state, moving up to the first team is just a matter of time." Over here, the Espino Stadium was still buzzing after the final whistle. After Atletico B's players celebrated, they walked towards the stands to thank the fans who had cheered throughout the match. After all, they had hardly encountered such a full stadium. Bailly walked in the middle of the team, and as he approached the lower part of the main stand, he was surrounded by a wave of warm applause. "Kids, well done." An elderly fan with gray hair waved an Atletico scarf and shouted loudly. The fans around him echoed, some giving the players a thumbs up. "The 60 victory is so uplifting. Your performance today is truly exhilarating." Coke waved to the fans, and just as he was about to express his gratitude, a middle-aged fan in a red and white jersey interrupted. "Coke, your midfield coordination was so steady. You must keep working hard. Oh, we are all waiting to see you play at the Calderon Stadium." This statement ignited a fuse, and the surrounding fans immediately echoed, "Right. Calderon is waiting for you. Get up to the first team soon, so we can cheer for you at home." Bailly stood beside Coke, scanning the stands. Many Huagua fans had gathered around, their shouts in Chinese particularly clear. "Bailly, don't stop. We want to see you on a bigger stage." Bailly nodded and waved at them once again, bringing forth another wave of cheers. "Remember today's feeling." An old fan shouted, his voice tinged with a hint of emotion. "The grass at Calderon Stadium is softer than here, and the applause is louder than here. You are so young yet possess such ability. Oh, as long as you don't slack off, you will definitely stand there." This statement silenced the players. How could they not yearn for the first team? Bailly also clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. It might not be Calderon Stadium, but he would surely stand on a higher stage. Top leagues. The players of Atletico B had never witnessed such a scene. At that moment, seeing the support from the fans, these young people could not help but pledge their hearts to ensure the revival of Atletico. All the way to the locker room, the faces of Coke and the others still bore a look of determination. Half an hour after the final whistle, the exit of Espino Stadium was still crowded with fans dressed in red and white jerseys. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the crowd long, and the cheers, discussions, and echoes of the Atletico Madrid team song intertwined, creating the liveliest evening at Espino Stadium. Pedro, you are right. Bailly is indeed very talented. I can't wait to see him play in La Liga. The gray-haired Jordi was chatting with his old buddy Pedro about the match. Both had been loyal Atletico fans for over 20 years. Pedro nodded with a smile. Yeah, his synergy with Coke is remarkable. Once these two mature, they will be the midfield for Atletico's first team for the next decade. Surrounding fans burst into laughter. Today's match was just exhilarating. After all, when the fans personally witnessed the brilliance of the midfield combination of Bailly and Coke on the field, they had already begun to envision how this pair of young talents could showcase Atletico's glory on a grander stage. The fans were cheerful and the teammates were happy. Bailly also wore a smile on his face. After celebrating with his teammates in the locker room, he took a shower and immediately opened the system. Task 1: key transitions in offense and defense in a single match in La Liga. B. Gain possession of the ball through interception or tackle and initiate an effective attack, creating at least 2 threatening shots. Threatening shots are defined as unknown unmarked shots inside the penalty area or shots hitting the goalpost. Status completed. Reward free attribute points 15. Bailly saw the system rewards. Although a bit disappointed that it wasn't a talent, free attribute points are still a good thing. He glanced at his current attributes. Passing 82, 85, vision 72, 85, strength 67, 71, off the ball movement 70, 78, shooting 59, 70, dribbling 68, 70, ball control 68, 75, speed 60, 70, stamina 70, 80, defense 36, 50. Free attribute points can raise the attribute ceiling or directly enhance current attributes, though enhancing current attributes cannot exceed the ceiling. Moreover, the number of free attribute points required varies for each attribute. The higher the attribute, the more free attribute points needed to increase it. Bailly pondered for a moment. He looked at his stamina attribute and found that in the range of 70 to 80, the ratio of attributes to free attribute points was 1:1.5. This meant that to raise a 70 attribute to 80, he needed 15 free attribute points. After some thought, Bailly chose to temporarily raise his stamina to the ceiling. Right now, Manuel was treating him as a core player, which definitely required him to make a lot of runs in the front. Therefore, stamina was extremely important to him at this moment. With a thought, all the free attribute points disappeared, and his stamina attribute reached 80. Bailly immediately felt much of his fatigue dissipate. The effect was immediate. Then Bailly looked at the new tasks. This time the system refreshed 2 tasks. Task 1, play for no less than 10 minutes in any top league in Europe. Task 2, score a total of 5 goals in La Liga B or higher level leagues. After glancing at this round of tasks, Bailly felt that the difficulty was starting to increase, especially for Task 1. Top League. Bailly murmured. He knew all too well what the top leagues in Europe entailed. Yet he was just a player for Atletico B, and there was a visible gap between him and the first team's official rotation. The coach said, I have the potential to train with the first team, but training and actually playing are 2 different matters. Would Aguirre give a chance to a young player from Huagua who has only proven himself in La Liga B? Although he had trained for 2 days, the difference between training and matches was too vast. He thought for a moment. The possibility of playing for Atletico's first team in the short term was too small. He had to face this reality. So if he signed with Mendes, would there be a chance? After all, Mendes had guaranteed opportunities in the Premier League. But upon a second thought, he hesitated. Would Atletico be willing to sell me? He could sense the club's importance on him. Manuel and Caminero's attention indicated that Atletico viewed him as a potential asset for the future. Yet potential assets ultimately require time to cultivate, while the system tasks do not wait for anyone. Forget it, let's wait to talk to Mendes and see the situation. Bailly no longer tangled with this issue. At this moment in Huagua, in the Tiña football section, a hot post titled, Atletico B team crushes SS Reyes 60. Bailly single-handedly created 5 goals. With over 2,000 clicks, the replies had surpassed 3,000 within just half an hour and continued to accumulate. The original poster wrote, I just finished watching the highlights from the Spanish fan forum Foro Atletico. A full 6 goals. Bailly's performance was divine. A curler from 25 meters out found the far corner, like a mage casting fireball heading straight for the corner. And those 4 assists were simply astonishing. Attached is the link to the highlights pan. Chindu. Comms 123456 extraction code base 666. I just tested it, and it works. I recommend saving it in MP4. I've already watched it 5 times, and every time Bailly takes that long-range shot, I can't help but shout out how beautiful it is. Additionally, a detail to mention in the live video, the Eastern stands had Huagua fans shouting "Ballon is awesome," and the Spaniards joined in applause, really giving us face. This post received an astonishing number of replies. Successfully snatched the sofa. Brothers, after so many years of good fighting in the Premier League, we finally have another player who can be a core player in Europe. 10 times stronger than the national team midfielders who only know how to pass back. Someone just said in the QQ group that he is Huagua's Sun Yang too. 0. I think it's not just that, to be honest, he's even better than Sun Jihai. I'm crying. I haven't been this excited since the 2002 World Cup. Back then, I would watch Xiao Jia on the bench in the Bundesliga, and every broadcast I would grip the remote waiting for him to come on, but most of the time, he'd only get 10 minutes. Now Ballon is a starter. This is truly amazing, so awesome. Just came over from the NGA Warcraft section. Everyone in our guild chat is talking about Ballon. Some said his feigned shot leading to a real pass was like a rogue's feint, deliberately tricking the opponent to expose their defensive action. I must say it's indeed impressive. Being able to handle the situation so well under such circumstances shows that this kid has a big heart. I'm studying in Madrid, and I went to the game today. Although Espino Stadium isn't big, the atmosphere was incredible. Every time Ballon got the ball, someone in the stands shouted his name. The Huagua fans in the Eastern section were particularly eye-catching, and I shouted Ballon awesome with a few friends. After the match, an Atletico fan asked me, "Is Ballon from your country? He's so outstanding, he must go to the first team next season." The original poster's highlights were done exceptionally well. I've already shared it in the Madrid Chinese student group, and everyone is saying they want to group up to see the next match. There are so many more. This match completely made Ballon famous among Huagua fans. Mainly, Ballon was just too impressive. He possessed a kind of agility and talent not typical of Huagua players. That night, Marca quickly published an article titled, "The Carnival at Espino Stadium. Atletico B team crushes SS Reyes 60, Huagua midfielder Ballon single-handedly creates 5 goals, writing a miracle in Atletico's youth training." A completely dominant victory with no suspense. Espino Stadium was completely swept away by the red and white wave as Atletico B team delivered a lesson to visiting SS Reyes with a 60 crushing victory. Atletico B firmly controlled the rhythm of the match. SS Reyes managed only 3 effective shots throughout the match with possession below 35. Facing the midfield strangulation and wing assaults of Atletico B, they remained in a passive situation. As SS Reyes head coach Perea stated after the match, "We lost with no excuses, especially facing Ballon's orchestration. The entire defense felt like it was being pulled by invisible strings, unable to organize effective defense." If one word could describe Ballon in this match, it would be dominance, and that would not be an exaggeration. Marcus statistics showed that this Huagua midfielder touched the ball 98 times, the highest in the team, with a passing accuracy of 94, including 14 key passes, 4 of which converted into assists, completed 5 interceptions, and even scored his first professional goal in La Liga B with a curling shot from 25 meters that went straight into the corner. His perfect performance that evening made Espino Stadium resonate with the shouts of Ballon. His growth rate has exceeded everyone's expectations. Atletico B head coach Manuel did not hide his admiration in the post-match interview. Last winter, he was still struggling for opportunities in the youth team, but now he can dominate the match with 1 goal and 4 assists. He not only has top-notch passing vision, but also understands how to use intelligence to mobilize his teammates. Such qualities of a field commander are extremely rare in an 18-year-old player. The significance of this match extended far beyond a 60 victory. It allowed Atletico fans to see yet another gem of the youth training system, and it made Ballon and Atletico's future a hot topic after the match. As the most surprising player in Atletico's youth training camp over the past 3 years, Ballon's style aligns perfectly with Atletico's pragmatic tradition. He does not pursue flashy dribbling, but always completes interceptions and passes at the most critical moments. For Atletico, Ballon's explosion is by no means a coincidence. It is the result of the youth training system's patient cultivation and a testament to the philosophy of not giving up on any potential player. For the fans, they yearn not only for Ballon's continued brilliance in the B team, but also look forward to seeing this Huagua midfielder's figure on the Calderon Stadium as soon as possible. As one senior Atletico fan stated on social media, 10 years ago we had Torres, now perhaps we have found the next player who can define the Atletico era. His name is Ballon. Marca editorial. Pedro was still organizing his article on the computer. He read the piece he published today again and felt quite satisfied. As a fringe journalist, having his article suddenly become the headline was a huge deal. He could say his mood was. Suddenly the phone on his desk rang, urgently displaying the editor-in-chief's number. He hurriedly picked up. "Editor-in-chief, this is Pedro." "Pedro, do you know?" The editor-in-chief's voice was filled with unprecedented excitement, almost shouting, "Today's newspaper. Marca sold out for the first time. All the newsstands in Madrid ran out of stock. We printed too few. Ha ha. Pedro was stunned. In his 3 years of work, he had never heard of a newspaper selling out. It should be known that Marca originally only attracted a fixed audience of die-hard Atletico fans and sports enthusiasts, with sales consistently at a lower middle level. How could it suddenly sell out? What are you still dazed for? The editor-in-chief's voice pulled him back to reality. It's all because of your continuous coverage of Ballon. Today's article about Atletico B and Ballon received an exceptionally good response from readers. Many Atletico fans specifically went to the newsstands to buy the paper just to read Ballon's report. Just now a newsstand owner called the newspaper asking if they could send more copies tomorrow. Pedro's heart raced. A wave of warmth surged from his heart. He remembered when his colleagues talked about first-team news, he could only sit silently in the corner, unable to join the conversation. But now it was because he accidentally discovered a youth training gem. The newspaper sales had actually set a record. Even the editor-in-chief personally called him. This feeling of turning the tide was even more exciting than when he first published an article. Pedro, listen. The editor-in-chief's tone suddenly became serious, but it held undeniable importance. From now on you have no other tasks. Your only task is to keep an eye on Ballon. You need to track what he does in training every day, whether he has interviews after matches, and even his dynamics in private. You must be present for every game he plays and write the most detailed reports. Our newspaper is now focusing solely on tracking Ballon, and this task is entrusted to you. Okay. Pedro almost blurted out, his voice trembling slightly. Keeping an eye on Ballon. This was simply the task he had always dreamed of. Compared to running around various youth training matches and writing about those unnoticed minor events, tracking an emerging star was not only easier, but also more fulfilling. He could already imagine the scene where his reports on Ballon repeatedly made headlines and readers rushed to buy the news. After hanging up, Pedro looked at the computer screen and couldn't help but smile. He looked down at the draft in his notebook and secretly made up his mind. He must write Ballon's story well, not to waste this hard-won opportunity and not to let that shining young man on the field down. As night deepened, Ballon remained unaware of the outside world's commotion. He was actually living quite an ordinary life in Atletico's youth training camp. Ballon had just finished washing up. His phone suddenly vibrated. It was Mendes' call. He pressed the answer button and said hello. On the other end of the line came a hearty laugh. Ballon, first, congratulations. A 60 victory, contributing 5 goals. Such a performance is enough for the whole of Madrid to remember your name. Mendes' tone was filled with admiration, and Ballon quietly thanked him. Thank you. This is the result of the team's collective effort. Don't be modest, kid. Mendes' voice carried an undeniable certainty. I was there at the scene. I know exactly how you performed. I'm calling you just to fulfill our agreement. Let's talk about the signing after the match. After this game, I believe your current abilities are already enough to establish yourself in the top leagues. Authors note the update rule is that as long as the rating reaches 9 points, 2 more chapters will be added. For every 0.1 point increase above 9 points, 2 more chapters will continue to be added. Currently, in the 8-point range, 0.1 points will not change the number of chapters. The next day at 10 in the morning, the open-air cafe on the outskirts of Madrid was bathed in sunlight, and the wooden tables and chairs were warmed by the sun. Ballon arrived 10 minutes early, just sitting down as he ordered a glass of lemonade. Then he saw Mendes approaching, dressed in a tailored dark suit, walking steadily. This top agent in European football wore a calm smile, followed by an assistant carrying a black briefcase. Ballon, good morning. Mendes sat down across from him, took the briefcase from his assistant, and gestured for the assistant to wait at the adjacent table. As his gaze fell on Ballon, it was filled with unabashed admiration. Your performance in yesterday's match exceeded my expectations. With your innate talent coupled with your hard work, you are more than capable of establishing yourself in any top league. Ballon smiled back and replied, thank you for your recognition. I still have much to learn. Humility is a good thing, but one must also recognize one's value. Mendes pulled out a document from the briefcase and pushed it across to Ballon. The cover bore the draft of the agent contract, and he continued, as I mentioned before, you should recall the Premier League club Portsmouth. Their head coach Harry Redknapp called me yesterday. I mentioned you to him. Their midfield is in need of a rhythm controller like you. I am confident that you will secure stable playing time from the start of next season at Portsmouth, with at least 30 minutes of playing opportunities in every match. Ballon's gaze landed on the document, his heart racing involuntarily. 30 minutes of playing time in the Premier League was precisely the key to fulfilling the system's mission of not less than 10 minutes of playing time in a top league, and it was his most urgent need at this stage. Mendes lightly tapped the document with his finger and turned to the details of their cooperation. I need to clarify the realistic rules regarding our agency partnership. The agent's commission from a player's salary typically ranges from 310, but for rookie players in Europe's mainstream leagues, due to their weaker bargaining power, the actual commission often falls between 812. For the established players I represent, such as Cristiano Ronaldo and Jose Mourinho, the commission stabilizes around 58 because they bring added commercial value. It may sound counterintuitive, but the core principle is player value determines bargaining power. He paused, looking into Bayes' eyes with sincerity. For you, the commission I propose is 6 for the first 2 years, taken solely from your salary, without involving any commercial endorsement commission. Starting from the 3rd year, if your playing time in the Premier League exceeds 60 or your salary reaches that of a key midfielder in a relegation battle team, we can adjust it to 8, with an additional 3 commission calculated separately for commercial endorsements. This is 23 percentage points lower than the standard for rookie players in the industry and 1 percentage point lower than the base rate for established players I represent. This left Bayes momentarily stunned. He was not a novice. He had researched the relevant situation. Many local rookie players in Spain had agency commissions around 10, and some agents even offered as much as 12 to monopolize resources. A 6th commission from his salary was indeed far below his expected level for rookies. You don't need to be surprised. This isn't a concession, but a reasonable plan based on your potential. Mendes took out a printed document from the briefcase. You are different. You have already proven yourself. What you lack is merely a platform in the top league. He flipped to the other page of the report. Moreover, I want to make it clear that this 6 does not include transfer fees. Typically, agents take 1,015 from the transfer fee paid by the club, but if I facilitate your move to Portsmouth, I will only take a 5 transfer commission from the club, and I won't deduct any additional fees from you. Simply put, aside from taxes, you will only need to give me 6 of your salary, and all other income will belong to you. This is considered a very transparent condition for rookie agency partnerships. Mendes continued, pointing at the document in front of Bayes. You see, the terms clearly state that the agent's commission only applies to the player's professional contract salary, excluding non-competitive income, such as commercial endorsements, image rights, and merchandise sales. Additionally, there is a clause for annual audits of the commission accounts, which you can verify at any time with a third-party accountant. I have never played tricks on commission over the years, especially with promising young players. Bayes flipped through the document. Mendes indeed had no need to manipulate matters like this. He nodded slightly. Seeing this, Mendes continued to elaborate on the plans for Portsmouth. As your agent, I will not only look at short-term benefits. The platform at Portsmouth is both a springboard and a testing stone for you. Their tactical style emphasizes midfield passing and cutting, and your through balls and distribution will fit perfectly. Moreover, Redknapp excels at nurturing young players, and he will provide you with enough leeway to adapt to the pace of the Premier League. The resources I can offer you go far beyond this. Mendes spoke with absolute confidence. Once you sign, I will assign you a dedicated fitness coach and tactical analyst to specifically enhance your physical confrontation abilities and defensive hardness in response to the high-intensity confrontations in the Premier League. In terms of media, I will coordinate exclusive interviews with the Times and Sky Sports to help you quickly establish your reputation in the Premier League. These resources are things the Atletico Madrid B team cannot provide you. His expression turned serious. If you stay at Atletico, you may have to wait 6 months or even a year to enter the first team, and there is no guarantee of playing time. But if you go to Portsmouth, you can immediately step onto the stage of the top league and prove yourself through actual combat. Once you perform well in the Premier League, whether returning to Atletico's first team or joining another prestigious club, the choice will be in your hands. This is the optimal plan for a professional player. Mendes' words were indeed not unfounded. Bayes knew very well that despite his current position in Atletico's first team, he might not have the chance to play. Even if he performed exceptionally well, it would still only be in the youth team. After hearing this, Bayes expressed his concerns. But I think Atletico may not be willing to sell me. After all, I came from their youth training system, and Coach Manuel has always valued me. The club probably wants to keep me in the ranks for further development. Mendes, upon hearing this, not only did not frown, but instead smiled. The fact that you can think of this shows you have a clear and serious consideration for your future. I have long considered Atletico's position. A direct sale is indeed difficult. They will not easily let go of a youth player who has already shown promise, especially with Manuel still supporting you. So my proposal is first a loan, or include a buyback clause in the transfer. Specifically, Portsmouth would loan you for a season by covering all of your salary along with a loan fee, or in the case of a permanent transfer, Atletico could retain the right of first refusal, and the buyback price can be negotiated. This serves as a guarantee for Atletico and also provides you with an escape route. Simply put, going to Portsmouth means you are helping Atletico level up. After establishing your worth in the Premier League, Atletico can call you back at any time without worrying that all the training was for someone else. He paused, his tone becoming more assured. You don't need to worry about this. I can definitely negotiate it well for you. Bayes recalled all the content in his mind. After realizing there were indeed no major issues, he said, Mr. Mendes. Bayes raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. I agree to this proposal, and I hope you will take care of the follow-up matters. Mendes revealed a satisfied smile, extending his hand across the table to shake Bayes' hand firmly. Rest assured, I will handle the upcoming negotiations. What you need to do now is to focus on the upcoming training and maintain your form. The stage of the Premier League will soon open up for you. As for our contract, once you find a lawyer, we can start signing. All right. As he left the cafe, the sun had already climbed to its zenith. Bailly no longer pondered the details of the contract. He knew that the most important thing now was not to get entangled in the terms, but to ensure that his abilities matched the impending opportunity. Upon returning to the Atletico Madrid training base, he made a brief call home, simply stating, "I have an opportunity to play in the Premier League. I will have a lawyer handle the contract later," without elaborating on details, fearing it might worry his parents. After hanging up, he quickly changed into his training gear and headed to the training field. At this time, several teammates were already practicing intensively. Bailly greeted his teammates briefly and began to jog around the field for warm-up, his eyes filled with focus. After speaking with Mendes, he understood that strength was his foundation, whether for a future in the Premier League or for the current training. Only by continuously improving himself could he seize every opportunity. After finishing his warm-up jog, he picked up a football and started practicing short passes and ball control, deliberately controlling the force with each touch to ensure the ball landed precisely where he intended. When he was in high spirits, he stepped outside the penalty area, mimicking the posture from his previous long-range shot, striking the ball repeatedly, the football thudding against the goalpost with a loud bang. His teammates occasionally glanced his way, and Coke even called out with a smile, "Bailly, let's practice a turn later." Bailly nodded in response with a smile, but did not pause. He wanted to utilize every minute to improve, not wanting to waste even a second. As noon approached, Manuel walked onto the training field and waved for Bailly to come over. Bailly wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurried to the coach, feeling a vague sense of anticipation. He thought the coach wanted to discuss tactics for the upcoming match against Celta B. But Manuel sighed, first his tone tinged with helplessness. "Bailly, I need to tell you something. You can't attend the first team's training for now. The first team lost in La Liga a couple of days ago, and now the pressure to secure a top-4 finish for the Champions League is particularly high." Manuel patted his shoulder, his tone growing heavier. "Coach Aguirre is currently focused solely on winning and feels you can't help at this moment. He doesn't want to give you the chance to train with the first team anymore. Don't take it personally. It's not that you're not capable, but the atmosphere in the first team is too tense, and they don't have the energy to develop young players." Bailly fell silent for a few seconds. He did feel a twinge of disappointment, but it was quickly replaced by acceptance. He recalled Mendes mentioning that going to Portsmouth would allow him to play in a top league immediately, and understood that this current regret might be another opportunity. He looked up, smiled at Manuel, and spoke firmly, "Coach, I understand. It's all right. He'll train hard with the B team and strive to help the team win against Celta B in the next match." Manuel looked at his calm demeanor. A glimmer of relief flashed in his eyes. He had initially feared Bailly would feel dejected, but was surprised to find this young man more composed than he had imagined. "Well done." Since he didn't have to go to the first team, Bailly continued with Manuel's special training plan. The practice went on. Time flowed steadily. Quietly arriving on March 30th, the afternoon in Madrid was warmed with early spring sunshine, with rays filtering through the clouds onto the stands of the Espino Stadium. With a while still before the match began, a winding queue had already formed outside the stadium. The echoes of the previous match's 60 victory had not yet faded. The excitement for the Atletico B match surged, and the tickets for this game against Celta B had sold out 3 days prior, with even the makeshift stands on the upper tier filled to capacity, setting a new record for attendance in this season's youth matches. When it comes to Celta B, fans familiar with the Segunda B League are well aware that they are not to be compared with the previous opponent, SS Reyes. As the youth team of the La Liga Celta club, Celta B is known for its strong wing attacks and aggressive high pressing from the midfield, currently sitting 6th in the league, just 5 points away from the promotion playoff zone, making this a crucial phase for points. In a pre-match interview, Celta B's head coach Amarabida candidly stated, "We have studied the match footage of Atletico B, and by yes, distribution is their core, but we are confident we can disrupt his rhythm through pressing." At this moment, the atmosphere in the Espino Stadium was already more fervent than that of a youth match. In the main stand, Atletico fans were beating a large drum, rhythmically prompting those around to clap along and sing the Atletico anthem. At around 1:40 p.m., both teams emerged from the players' tunnel. When Bailly walked out alongside Atletico B players, the crowd erupted into cheers. The fans in the stands chanted Bailly, "Go for it." The applause swept through the stadium like a wave. With the referee's whistle, the match officially kicked off. Celta B came out aggressively, launching a full-pressure press within 3 minutes of the start. Midfield core Fernandez led 2 teammates surrounding Atletico B's backline like a moving net, while left winger Garcia pressed directly against Atletico B's right back, giving them hardly any chance to pass comfortably. However, the intense pressing revealed gaps behind Celta B's defense. In the 5th minute, De Gea, who had caught a weak shot from the opponent, saw through their pressing route. Instead of opting for a short pass, he threw the ball powerfully to Bailly, who had retreated to midfield. At that moment, Fernandez was pressing forward with all his might, causing Celta B's two center-backs to instinctively widen to cover the flanks, leaving a clear vertical gap in the center. As soon as Bailly received the ball, he keenly sensed this fleeting opportunity. Without any unnecessary adjustments, and even before Celta's midfield could recover, he gently flicked the ball with his right foot, sending it on a precise parabolic trajectory, as if guided by navigation, soaring over the midfield defense directly towards Celta B's penalty area. This long pass was a full 40 meters. Although Bailly's long pass wasn't as precise as his short passes given his passing attributes, it was still quite accurate. It landed perfectly in line with Thiago's run. The stands erupted with gasps, and someone couldn't help but stand up and shout beautiful. Thiago, using his excellent acceleration, shook off the defender behind him, charging into the penalty area. Facing the advancing Celta B goalkeeper, he opted to shoot for the far corner. However, the ball skimmed past the right post and went out of bounds, crashing heavily into the advertising board with a thud. A wave of disappointed sighs swept through the crowd. Thiago, frustrated, slapped his thigh and turned to give Bailly a thumbs up. Bailly shook his head slightly. He felt that the pass had been sufficient. Unfortunately, Thiago failed to convert the final shot. However, Bailly wasn't overly concerned. As long as the opponent continued to play this way, he would always have opportunities. Celta B's defenders were still shaken. The two center-backs exchanged glances, both seeing apprehension in each other's eyes. In that fleeting moment, Bailly's long pass had nearly ended the match. Had Thiago capitalized on the opportunity, the score would have been altered early. Fernandez ran to the front of the defense, loudly urging his teammates, clearly reminding them to be attentive to their defensive positions and not to allow Bailly such long passing opportunities. But the atmosphere in the stadium had already been ignited by that wave of attack. Atletico fans had forgotten their disappointment, applauding enthusiastically, while the Huagua fans continued to chant Bailly's name. Bailly, Bailly. Various shouts echoed once again in the stadium. After the thrilling opening long pass, Celta B immediately adjusted their strategy. Fernandez abandoned the previous full press tactic, focusing instead on marking Bailly closely. As soon as Bailly received the ball, he would shadow him like a ghost, even resorting to physical contact to disrupt. At the same time, Celta's right back frequently converged inward, teaming up with Fernandez to double team Bailly, attempting to completely cut off his passing routes. In the 12th minute, Bailly received a pass from Coke in midfield when Fernandez suddenly reached out from behind, trying to poke the ball away. Although unsuccessful, he forced Bailly to hastily release the ball, which was deflected out of bounds by a Celta defender. On the sidelines, coach Amaribita was constantly applauding his players, clearly pleased with this targeted defense. However, the chemistry between Bailly and Coke was far beyond what a simple double team could break. In the 18th minute, Atletico B launched an attack. Coke deliberately slowed down on the right flank to draw in Celta's left back, and at the moment the opponent shifted their weight forward, he suddenly played the ball back to the advancing Bailly. At this moment, Fernandez was quickly chasing back, and the Celta center-back instinctively moved toward the center, but Bailly did not stop the ball. Instead, he gently pushed it back to the diagonal running Coke. This two-man combination directly sliced through Celta's right-side defense. Coke charged forward with the ball at high speed, about to storm into the penalty area, when Celta's left-back, in a moment of panic, grabbed Coke's jersey. Coke stumbled, but still attempted to carry the ball forward. The referee followed closely behind the attacking side, raising his hand to signal the attack was advantageous without blowing the whistle. The Atletico fans in the stands erupted in cheers, the drums pounding thunderously with shouts echoing throughout the stadium. At this moment, Bailly had already anticipated Coke's attacking route. When Coke was pulled back, he quickly moved forward to provide support. Before losing his balance, Coke exerted all his strength to poke the ball to Bailly, who received it, as Coke fell to the ground due to inertia. Just as Bailly took control, a Celta center-back lunged in from a diagonal angle, attempting to shove him out of bounds. But Bailly reacted quicker. He lightly nudged the ball inward with his left foot, turning his body in a smooth motion, slipping through the opponent's arms like a loach, perfectly escaping. After shaking off the defense, he glanced up at the penalty area. Thiago was making a fast run from the center parallel to the last Celta defender. Without any hesitation, Bailly gently flicked his right ankle, sending the ball rolling along the grass, with just the right power and angle, delivering it perfectly to Thiago. Thiago didn't even need to adjust his stride. He simply extended the tip of his right foot, and the ball darted between the goalkeeper's legs into the net. Goal. 10. The Espino Stadium erupted with deafening cheers. Thiago excitedly dashed towards the corner flag, arms wide open to embrace his teammates, and Bailly laughed as he ran over, patting Thiago's back. This time Thiago did not let down his assist. The stands erupted with cheers from the Chinese fans, waving red flags like a sea of crimson, some even embracing each other, shouting, "So beautiful! What a fantastic combination!" Celta's players trudged back to their half heads down. Fernandez kicked at the grass, clearly frustrated at being once again outmaneuvered by Bailly. At this moment, the referee finally approached the Celta left back who had pulled Coke, brandishing a yellow card to warn him. This advantageous attack had earned Atletico a goal and cost Celta a yellow card. Manuel on the sidelines vigorously pumped his fists, unable to contain his smile. He knew that this goal not only broke the deadlock, but also shattered Celta B's confidence in suppressing Atletico through defense. Seeing his team down 10, Amorabita signaled from the sidelines for the team to abandon their conservative defense and push forward. This coach, known for his aggressive style, understood well that facing Atletico B's midfield combination mere defense would only lead to a slow demise. Only by taking the initiative could they have a chance of turning the tide. The Celta players on the field quickly understood, and as soon as the game resumed they all pushed forward, with even the two center-backs frequently moving up near midfield, trying to disrupt Atletico's rhythm with their numbers. In the 25th minute, Celta B launched a threatening attack. Left-wing forward Garcia broke through along the sideline, then played the ball back to the advancing midfielder, whose incisive pass aimed to penetrate Atletico's flanks, sending the ball flying towards Celta's forward in the penalty area. But just as the ball was about to reach the forward's feet, a redanned white figure suddenly surged in from a diagonal angle. It was Bailly. It seemed he had anticipated Celta's passing route. He quickly moved from the defensive midfield position, perfectly positioning himself between the Celta forward and the ball, confidently intercepting it with his right foot. The interception was clean and decisive without any unnecessary movements. Even the referee paused for half a second, seemingly astonished by this perfectly executed prediction. The Celta forward stood frozen, watching Bailly control the ball, and turned, disbelief written all over his face. Just moments ago, he thought the passing route was flawless. Bailly, having successfully intercepted the ball, showed no hesitation. Without waiting for the Celta players to recover, he lifted his head to scan the field, suddenly exerting force, as the ball traced another signature long pass arc, soaring over the midfield defense, directly flying toward the Atletico forward's run. This pass was even more penetrating than the opening long pass, almost instantly converting Celta's attack into Atletico's counterattack. Unfortunately, Bailly's long pass ultimately lacked the precision of a short pass. The ball was just a tad short, making it uncomfortable for Thiago to control. Additionally, with two defenders closely marking him, he was unable to seize the opportunity. The ball was deflected out of bounds. Even so, the astonished murmurs from the stands did not cease. Atletico fans clearly saw that Bailly not only completed a crucial interception on defense, but also initiated a counterattack in an instant. This ability to control the game on both ends was simply a dimensionality reduction blow at the level of the Segunda B. Incredible. That prediction was like having a god's eye view. Did you see his positioning just now? He showed no signs of panic, as if he already knew the opponent was going to pass. I need to capture this moment on camera, upload it to the forum, and show everyone what a masterful performance looks like. Even Manuel on the sidelines couldn't help but express to his assistant coach, "This kid's football IQ is higher than I imagined. He's so composed on both ends. His future is limitless." Atletico's throw-in was taken by Coke. He threw the ball to a teammate on the flank and swiftly made a run into the penalty area to receive it. Celta B's players had just completed a successful defensive play, and they instinctively felt Atletico would slow down, at least passing the ball around a few times before seeking an opportunity. The defenders, who had been tightly marking Bailly, unconsciously created a half-meter gap. However, Atletico's attacking pace was much faster than they had imagined. The teammate on the flank did not linger. After receiving the throw-in, he immediately made a diagonal pass to Coke in midfield. Coke was also quick, and before the Celta players could close in, he horizontally transferred the ball, completing two quick passes. The ball flowed like water, silently arriving at Bailly's feet at the edge of the penalty area. At this moment, the Celta players finally reacted. Fernandez hurriedly charged toward Bailly, trying to intercept before he could shoot. The center-back beside him abandoned his marking of Thiago and rushed forward to block the shooting angle. The Atletico fans in the stands all stood up, their eyes fixed on Bailly. Everyone knew that in this position Bailly had the ability to change the course of the game. Facing the double team, Bailly appeared remarkably calm. He did not choose to pass. Instead, he lightly nudged the ball inward with his left foot, shifting his body to the right with a neat and quick move, slipping through the gap between Fernandez and the center-back. This evasion had a small range of motion, but precisely avoided the blocks of both defenders, instantly opening up shooting space. Without waiting for the Celta players to recover, Bailly's right leg suddenly pulled back, his knee straightening, and his right foot struck the side of the ball with great force. Bang! The ball shot off like a cannonball, spinning fiercely, heading straight for the upper left corner of the Celta. The moment the soccer ball hit the net, the crowd erupted in thunderous roars. Bailly. Another goal. 2-0. The fans went wild, waving their arms and shouting incessantly. Without a moment's hesitation, Bailly turned and sprinted towards the stands. His strides quickened until he finally stopped at the base of the stands. The sunlight glistened on his sweat-soaked jersey, the red and white stripes dazzling under the light. Bailly tilted his head slightly back, closed his eyes gently, and spread his arms wide as if to embrace the cheers of the entire Espino Stadium. The roar of the crowd reached its peak at that moment. Bailly, Bailly. The waves of cheers crashed like a tide, and the red flags of the Chinese fans waved frantically. Bailly is amazing. The Chinese chants intermingled with the shouts of the surrounding Spanish fans, whose voices roared so loud it rattled the eardrums. He stood there as if listening to each cheer, feeling every ounce of passion. The euphoria of scoring did not make him lose composure. Instead, it revealed a calmness that suggested he was in control of the whole situation. That was so damn cool. What a celebration. A Chinese fan in the East Stand jumped up excitedly, his phone camera fixated on Bailly's figure. This is our player. Nearby, an old fan's eyes were glistening with tears. It's been so many years since I've seen a Chinese player celebrate so dominantly in a European match. His teammates quickly rushed to him. Coke was the first to reach Bailly, tightly hugging his shoulders, his voice filled with awe. Bailly. That long shot was incredible. Absolutely unbelievable. Thiago pushed his way over, laughing as he patted Bailly's back. Brother, your long shot is more reliable than my shooting. That's your second long-range goal this season. Amazing. Other teammates surrounded the two. Some patted Bailly on the head, while others pointed towards the goal and shouted. Even goalkeeper De Gea sprinted from the penalty area to join the celebration. Everyone cheered for this spectacular long-range shot. Bailly slowly opened his eyes and turned around to high-five his teammates, a radiant smile spreading across his face. On the sidelines, Manuel was already jumping with excitement, his right fist punching the air. He shouted, "Well done." The assistant coaches hugged each other while the substitute players waved their towels vigorously from. Manuel's face was filled with satisfaction as he repeatedly murmured, "Decisive. So decisive. Not hesitating in the face of a possible opportunity. This is the trait of a top player." The cheers from the stands continued to resonate, echoing throughout the Espino Stadium. The players of Celta B stood in the midfield watching the celebration of Atletico with forlorn expressions. They knew that facing such a hot-performing Atletico B, this match would be difficult for them. Bailly walked back to midfield surrounded by his teammates. As he passed the stands, he intentionally waved to the Chinese fan area, igniting another wave of cheers. Soon after, the referee blew the whistle to resume the match. However, at this very moment in China, the forums were already filled with praise, their excitement hardly less than that of the fans on site. I just saw the replay of Bailly's explosive shot. He dared to take a direct strike under pressure from two defenders. The ball streaked like a meteor across the night sky towards the corner. The power and angle were truly of artistic quality. It was more shocking than the long shots I saw in La Liga a few days ago. After all, he's our player. Watching him open his arms to embrace the cheers gave me goosebumps. When has a Chinese player celebrated so dominantly on the European stage? It's completely masterful. That's the second long-range goal this season. Each one is as precise as a guided missile. That interception and long pass was already stunning, and to then finish it off with an explosive shot truly demonstrates an integrated attack and defense. From the moment he received the ball to the shot, it took less than 2 seconds. Even under pressure, he maintained his form. This football IQ and skill are unmatched among players of his age playing abroad. Manuel said he possesses the qualities of a top player, and I wholeheartedly agree. In the videos sent by the overseas students, even the Spanish fans were chanting Bailly's name. That explosive shot completely conquered the home field. Our player can finally take center stage in Europe. On the field, Celta B was still undeterred, with Amaribieta shouting from the sidelines, "Push forward." Even Federico, originally a center-back, was pushed up to join the attack. Trailing by 2 goals, they had no choice but to go all out, trying to score before the end of the first half. This attack was indeed somewhat structured. Garcia maneuvered past 2 defenders on the left, delivering a diagonal pass to the edge of the penalty area, where a Celta midfielder was ready to shoot. But Atletico B's defenders reacted even faster, stepping in to clear the ball out of the penalty area. Then Coke sent a long pass, and the ball landed at Bailly's feet. At that moment, Celta's midfielders were still pushing forward. The defensive line, in an attempt to keep up with the attacking rhythm, had compressed to near the halfway line, leaving a vast open space in front of the penalty area. As soon as Bailly touched the ball, he keenly sensed the fleeting gap. He made no unnecessary adjustments, not even looking at the goalkeeper's position. With his left foot supporting his body, his right foot pulled back sharply, and with a powerful strike, he launched a shot at the approaching ball. The soccer ball flew like a cannonball, whistling towards the upper right corner of the goal. The Celta goalkeeper's pupils dilated as he desperately lunged to the side, barely grazing the ball with his fingertips. This touch altered the ball's trajectory. It grazed the outside of the goalpost and slammed against the advertisement board with a resounding thud. Wow! A gasp of disappointment echoed through the Espino Stadium. The fans were utterly regretful. That was almost another spectacular world-class goal. Manuel, seeing Bailly's decisive shot, almost thought it was going in. Unfortunately, it didn't. Still, he applauded Bailly heartily. That's how it should be. Players need to build confidence in such moments time and again. On the other side, the defenders of Celta were drenched in cold sweat. Federico clutched his chest pale-faced as he ran back to the defense, having thought for a moment that the goal would be breached again. On the sidelines, Amaribieta completely lost control. He pointed at the players on the field, shouting angrily, "Mark that Chinese guy. Didn't you see his shot just now? 2 people. You must have 2 people marking him." His voice was sharp, audible even to the fans in the stand. The assistant coach beside him tried to calm him down, but Amaribieta continued to pace and place his gaze fixed on Bailly, filled with anxiety. With 2 consecutive high-quality long shots and impressive passing ability, Bailly had become the biggest nightmare in his mind. After experiencing Bailly's terrifying long-range shot, Celta B team was thoroughly frightened. Amaribieta shouted repeatedly from the sidelines, demanding the players to closely mark Bailly with 2 defenders. Even if it meant sacrificing offensive space, they could not afford to give Bailly another opportunity for a long-range shot. In the following minutes, the players of Celta B team surrounded Bailly like bark on a tree. As soon as he received the ball, Fernandez immediately came up to interfere. There was always a defensive midfielder nearby ready to support, and even the shooting area in front of the penalty box was tightly guarded, giving Bailly no chance to shoot. However, Bailly remained completely unfazed. It seemed as if he had anticipated the opponent's defensive strategy. He abandoned his previously favored long-range shots and instead disrupted Celta B team's defense with quick passes and short exchanges. In the 35th minute, Atletico B team launched an attack. Bailly received the ball at midfield, and without waiting for Fernandez to close in, gently pushed the ball to the right side to Coke. As soon as Coke received the ball, the Celta B team's defense immediately collapsed towards his position to block him. Bailly quickly made a forward run, signaling Coke to pass back. In this back-and-forth exchange, a gap was instantly opened in Celta B team's defense. Coke understood and played a return pass to Bailly. At that moment, Celta B team's center-back had shifted towards the middle to mark Thiago, leaving an opening on the right side. Bailly did not hesitate and used his left foot to deftly control the ball to the right. He attracted Celta B team's midfielders to rush towards him before using the outside of his right foot to make a horizontal short pass to the overlapping fullback Garcia. Garcia made no adjustments and returned the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Within just a few seconds, Atletico B team had disrupted Celta B team's defensive position with a series of short passes weaving through the defense like embroidery. The players of Celta B team began to panic. Some rushed to cover the right side gap, while others focused on marking the advancing Thiago, creating a fatal flaw in the defense in front of the penalty area. At that moment, Bailly suddenly slipped through the crowd and received his teammate's return pass. At that moment, there was only one Celta B team defender in front of him, while Coke was sprinting from the right into the penalty area, running parallel to the defender. Without the slightest hesitation, Bailly gave a slight flick of his right ankle and sent a low-through ball. The football slithered like a serpent, precisely passing between the legs of Celta B team's defender, landing perfectly on Coke's running path. After receiving the ball, Coke faced the advancing goalkeeper and chose not to take a shot. Instead, he raised his right foot and unleashed a powerful strike. The ball thundered into the net through the goalkeeper's armpit. The goal is scored. Espino Stadium erupted into pandemonium. Kiki sprinted toward Bailly and swept him into a fervent embrace, his voice trembling with exhilaration. "Bailly, that through ball was absolutely sublime." Bailly chuckled and patted Kiki's back. "And your shot was equally magnificent." On the sideline, Manuel hugged his assistant coach in sheer elation. Players from the bench surged onto the pitch, waving towels and roaring with jubilation. Beside them, Amaribieta stood frozen, his face ashen, his voice utterly silenced. He had guarded relentlessly against Bailly's long-range shots, yet never anticipated that Bailly could dismantle the defense with precise short passes and incisive through balls. This rare versatility, capable of both shattering defenses from distance and orchestrating attacks, shattered Celta B's morale entirely. On the stands, chants in Mandarin from Chinese fans intertwined with Atletico supporters' cheers, forming the stadium's most thunderous, resonant melody. With just 3 minutes remaining until halftime, the 30 scoreline all but sealed victory. After all, Atletico B's dressing room held no champagne. None of them could fathom how they had lost. Anyone who witnessed Bailly's performance knew without doubt that he was a pure midfield prodigy. Debuting in a top-tier league was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, in China, online forums, while praising Bailly, inevitably revisited the controversy surrounding his banishment. "Damn, the more I watch this match, the 2 assists and 1 goal, the angrier I get. A midfielder capable of dominating Europe's second division. And yet the Football Association imposed an outright ban. Who issued that absurd order? On what grounds was he banned? Investigate thoroughly. This isn't merely ruining a player. It's destroying Chinese football itself. Absolutely. It's bone-chillingly disheartening. Baye's technique, his football intelligence. They dwarf China's national midfielders by 100-fold. He anchors the team in Segunda División B, delivering 3 decisive contributions per match. Yet our Football Association sentenced him to professional oblivion, barring him not only from the national squad, but even from domestic leagues. Does conscience feel no pang? Just now watching that through ball to Kiki, and then recalling those ludicrous passes by the national team at the Asian Cup, I truly shattered. Banning Baye is strangling the future of Chinese football. With the Olympics mere months away, refusing to include such a gifted midfielder in the Olympic squad, what then do we expect from those rough-and-tumble players on the Olympic stage? Let's be honest. This is about that familiar story, isn't it? Do you really think anyone can simply walk into any national youth team in today's China? You must have connections, backing influence. Otherwise, why would they call you up? Ultimately, Baye was sidelined because he offered no gifts to certain figures and obstructed their vested interests. Otherwise, why would a prodigy be banned without cause? The irony is staggering. Foreign coaches treat Baye as a treasure, marking him obsessively, while our own Football Association dismisses him as worthless, imposing a full ban. I second the post above. Dig to the bottom. Who signed the order banning Baye? Name him. Naming him won't change anything, brother. Don't overthink it. What power do we truly hold? Those officials who've fallen were brought down only by their own rivals. Let me say plainly, the man behind this is clearly Siamolo. A recent forum thread mentioned this very issue. Rumors suggest the Olympic squad's coaching staff may soon be replaced. With the Olympics just months away, contemplating a coaching overhaul now guarantees zero competitive prospects for the games. The escalating tension between Serbian coach Du E and the Football Association has long been an open secret, though neither side has ever aired it publicly. Both the association and Du E have waged a covert war, a silent duel wherein each seeks ultimate supremacy. Baye's initial selection for the U23 national team stemmed directly from Du Yi's recognition of his extraordinary talent. Yet Baye clearly became an obstacle. Precisely because Du Yi insisted on promoting him to the U23 squad, the Football Association grew deeply resentful. They responded by stripping Du Yi of authority. According to current reports, Du Yi confided privately to friends that he no longer holds final say over the official 22-man roster. Can you believe it? The final list is preordained from above. So tell me, does merit decide selection or connections? Do those senior officials upstairs understand football at all? Do they care about results? They care solely about their own vested interests. In response to this comment, a flood of replies followed. After all, very few understand the matters above the Football Association, and most are just blindly critiquing. However, after seeing this revelation, it seems perfectly justified to criticize. What the hell? See a certain dragon. No wonder he dared to act this way. He can't even settle on a roster of 22 players. It's all about personal connections. What a joke for the Olympics. A genius like Baye is silenced for blocking the path of those with connections. The roots of football in Huagua are rotten to the core, with no hope for improvement. On the top floor, it's 2008, and the home Olympics are being handled so poorly. It seems we won't even qualify for the World Cup in the next 20 years. The people above only care about their own positions. Who truly cares about football? This operation is simply suffocating. So true. Those who have fallen are all taken down by their rivals, and it's not for the good of football at all. See a certain dragon and his group treat the national team as a tool for profit, pushing in those with connections while pushing out the talents. Baye is a living example. I was originally hoping for some surprises in the Olympics, but now it seems there's no chance at all. Du Yi and the Football Association are infighting with predetermined rosters, and Baye being silenced. This is not preparing for the Olympics. It's an absurd play. If it was like this in 2008, even if there are more talents like Baye in the next 20 years, they will be destroyed by the Football Association. It's a wonder if football can ever improve. What the person above said is right. If the Football Association doesn't undergo a transformation, football will never see the light of day. See a certain dragon and his group only care about their own interests and have no regard for the future of football. Baye being silenced is just the tip of the iceberg. Huagua fans were passionately discussing. On the other side at Espino Stadium, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Baye wiped the sweat from his forehead, exchanged a high five with Kuku beside him, and turned to walk towards the players. In this half, he contributed 1 goal and 2 assists, not to mention other threatening passes, showcasing a dominant performance on both offensive and defensive ends, already becoming the focus of all the fans. The stands on both sides of the players' tunnel were packed with fans, many of whom leaned forward waving their arms and shouting at Baye. That was an incredible goal. Such a beautiful long shot. Keep it up in the second half. Several fans from Huagua raised their phones, continuously shouting Ballon is amazing. Ballon slowed his pace, smiling and nodding at the fans on both sides, occasionally waving his hand. Every response drew a wave of even more enthusiastic cheers. The cheers from the tunnel accompanied Ballon all the way to the entrance of the locker room. When he pushed the door open, his teammates were teasing each other about their performance in the first half. Upon seeing him enter, someone immediately whistled, and Thiago shouted, "Our hero has returned." Ballon smiled as he took off his jersey and tossed it onto the bench, picking up a towel to wipe off his sweat, blending into the joyful laughter of his teammates. Before long, Manuel entered the locker room, and the room instantly fell silent. With a satisfied smile on his face, he scanned the players, saying, "Boys, your performance in the first half was excellent. The score of 30 is the result of your hard work, especially the focus on defense and the coordination on offense, which deserves praise." He specifically looked at Ballon, and Cuckoo, his gaze filled with appreciation. Ballon's organization and long-range shot, Cuckoo's incisive runs, and finishing have caused tremendous trouble for the opponents. Your cooperation was key to winning the first half. As soon as he finished speaking, a round of applause erupted in the locker room. Manuel raised his hand to signal for silence, and continued, "However, the match is not over yet. We cannot afford to be complacent. Considering there are still league tasks ahead, and many young players in the team need opportunities to develop, I will make substitutions in the second half." He paused, his gaze falling on Ballon and Cuckoo. "Ballon, Cuckoo, you two will rest in the second half, allowing the substitute players some opportunities to showcase themselves. You have already helped the team establish an advantage with your outstanding performance, and now it's time for others to feel the rhythm of the game and gain experience." Ballon and Cuckoo exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Cuckoo smiled and said, "No problem, it's a good chance to take a break." They both understood that the Atletico B team, as a youth training squad, had the important task of developing young players. Now that the team was leading by a significant score, it was indeed a great opportunity for the substitutes. Manuel nodded in satisfaction and began to outline the tactics for the second half. In the second half, we must maintain defensive intensity. We cannot slack off just because we are ahead. On the offensive end, we can afford to slow the pace a bit. Remember, every match is an opportunity for training. Regardless of whether you are starting or not, you must maintain complete focus. At this moment, in stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere in the Atletico B locker room, the air in Caminero's office at the Espino training base felt somewhat heavy. Caminero held a glass of cold water, unconsciously rubbing his fingers against the wall of the cup, his gaze directed out towards the B team field. He had just witnessed Ballon's spectacular long-range shot and 2 brilliant assists through the broadcast, along with his entire performance in the first half. He couldn't help but furrow his brows unconsciously. Javier Caminero turned around and looked at Aguirre, who was sitting on the sofa, his tone filled with confusion. "I still don't understand why Ballon was suddenly not allowed to train with the first team. The kid's talent is evident, you saw it just now. His performance in the B team has already demonstrated the ability to establish himself in the first team." Aguirre leaned back on the sofa, rubbing his tired brow, his eyes bloodshot. "What you think you understand is not the whole picture. Last night we suffered a humiliating 0-3 defeat to Villarreal, and we are only 1 point ahead of Sevilla. There are still 8 rounds left in the league, and every match is a battle for survival. Right now the team's only goal is to secure a spot in the Champions League. How long has it been since Atletico qualified for the Champions League? A full decade. This is the best opportunity we've had in recent years, and I cannot take any risks." His voice was slightly hoarse, filled with helplessness. "The pressure on the first team is immense right now. The players train every day with a tightrope mentality. What I need are mature players who can step in and perform reliably, not young players who still require time to develop. Ballon has talent, but he still needs to adapt to the pace of the first team and the intensity of competition in La Liga. These all take time, and what we lack most right now is time." Caminero remained silent, fully aware of the significance of Champions League qualification for Atletico. As the club's sporting director, he had witnessed the team's ups and downs over the years and understood how strong the fans' desire for the Champions League was. He sighed softly and shook his head. "I understand your concerns. I just feel it's a pity to waste this kid's talent. I mean, if we end up securing Champions League qualification and next season we have to juggle multiple competitions, the need for rotation will be even greater. Will Ballon have a chance to play then?" This question left Aguirre in silence. He lowered his head, looking at his hands, gently tapping his fingers on his knee, and remained quiet for a long while. Only the ticking of the wall clock remained in the office, and the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Caminero watched him in silence, already having an answer in his heart. He knew Aguirre's coaching style too well. This Mexican coach has always been pragmatic, even somewhat conservative, trusting more in mature players who have proven themselves on the field, and he has always lacked patience with young players. Over the years, Agüero was the only exception. That was because the Argentine showed maturity and goal-scoring ability beyond his years during his time in the Argentine League, which impressed Aguirre. "Javier, I understand your thoughts. Casemiro broke the silence, his tone tinged with helplessness. You don't like to give chances to young players thinking they are unstable and prone to mistakes. But Bailly is different from other young players. His football intelligence and mental quality far exceed his peers. Aguirre finally lifted his head, his expression complex. Casemiro, I am not targeting Bailly. If next season does involve multiple competitions, I will consider giving him some opportunities such as in the Copa del Rey or during garbage time in the Champions League group stage. But for starting positions or chances in crucial matches, I cannot make any guarantees. For me, the team's performance will always come first. I cannot gamble on a young player's growth at the cost of our results. These words left Casemiro utterly speechless. He knew Aguirre had been very clear. Under Aguirre's leadership, it would be very difficult for Bailly to gain real opportunities, and even if the team secured Champions League qualification, he would only be a peripheral character. He couldn't help but think, does such a talented player really have to be buried in Atletico's youth ranks? The cheers from the Espino Stadium had long since broken through the heavens. On the main stand, the red and white scarves swayed like waves. Bailly, Bailly. The shouts were uniform and intertwined with the chants from the fans in the Huagua section, creating a powerful resonance. At this moment, in an inconspicuous corner of the stands, Luca Marchetti found himself at odds with the surrounding fervent atmosphere. The scout from Florence was dressed in a dark coat, wearing a flat cap, holding an old leather notebook with the pen gliding quickly over the paper, making a rustling sound. He had come to Madrid hoping for good fortune, as the Fiorentina club had been looking for a technical midfielder to invigorate their midfield, particularly a player with passing and long-range shooting abilities. Months ago, he had heard about a player from Atletico's youth academy named Coke, who was exceptionally talented. He had been busy with other matters until recently and hurried to Madrid. What he did not expect was to encounter such a surprise in a match of the Segunda B Youth League. Lucas' gaze was firmly locked on Bailly. The notebook was filled with dense Italian annotations and simple tactical diagrams. 5th minute, a precise 40-meter-long pass, highly penetrating with a broad vision. 18th minute, close-range evasion through ball, exquisite footwork, excellent rhythm control. 28th minute, a powerful shot from the edge of the penalty area, with both strength and angle, top-notch finishing ability, and many more. After each annotation, there was a bold 5-point star drawn indicating his recognition of Bailly. Incredible, Luca murmured to himself, his eyes filled with astonishment. To find such a player with both awareness and skill on the field of Segunda B. His style is tailor-made for the Italian league. The Serie A is known for its tight defense, where teams excel in compact positioning and precise interception. Bailly's incisive through ball can precisely break through such dense defenses. His previous ground pass to Coke threaded between two defenders with accuracy comparable to top Serie A midfielders. This kind of penetrating pass is exactly what Fiorentina currently lacks. What excited Luca even more was Bailly's long-range shooting ability. In a tightly packed defense, long shots become crucial for breaking the deadlock. Bailly's explosive shot from the edge of the penalty area possessed both power and precision, posing a significant threat even to experienced Serie A goalkeepers. His long shots are not just blind force, but a combination of timing and technique, Luca added in his notebook. In Serie A, such a long-range shooter can greatly enrich the team's offense. In the final moments of the match, Bailly made another pass that gave Thiago an opportunity. Unfortunately, Thiago failed to capitalize on it. A wave of regret swept through the stands. This scene solidified Lucas' judgment. Bailly not only exhibited outstanding personal ability, but also possessed a broader vision to control the pace of the game, a quality particularly precious in the tactically disciplined Serie A. The tactical system of Serie A emphasizes cohesive teamwork, and players must perform within strict tactical frameworks. Bailly can execute tactics while also creating opportunities with his personal skills. Luca contemplated. His defensive anticipation is also commendable. The quick counterattack after that interception aligns perfectly with Serie A team's requirements for a midfield player who can integrate offense and defense. Ding! Soon the referees signaled the end of the first half. The players of Celta B appeared somewhat disheartened, while Atletico B players were buzzing with excitement, discussing the details of the recent moments on the field. The surrounding cheers remained fervent, but Luca had already put away his notebook, pulled out his phone, and quickly dialed the number of Fiorentina's youth training director. The moment the call connected, he lowered his voice, barely containing his excitement. Marco, I have discovered a treasure of a player in Madrid. No, not a first-team player. It's a Huagua player from Atletico, being named Bailly. Trust me, his technique, passing, long-range shooting, and tactical adaptability are all exceptionally suited for Serie A. We must act quickly. I feel that with his talent and performance on the field, he will soon be targeted by other teams. Okay, I will handle it promptly. During the halftime break in Atletico B's locker room, most teammates were drinking water to replenish their energy or leaning against lockers to relax. Bailly had just opened a bottle of sports drink when Coke leaned over, resting his arm on his shoulder, full of admiration. Bro, you were incredible in the first half. That long shot completely bewildered their defense, and that through ball you gave me was so comfortable. De Gea chimed in with a laugh, isn't that so? From the best viewing position in the stadium, I could see it all clearly, ha ha ha. De Gea hadn't worked up a sweat during this match. He had to keep doing little warm-up steps in the backfield, otherwise with Celta BS attack today, he might catch a cold. Bailly felt a bit embarrassed by the praise from the two, scratching his head. It's all thanks to everyone's good cooperation. If you didn't position yourselves well, my passes wouldn't be as threatening. Stop being modest. Coke patted him on the back, his tone growing serious. I saw you practicing diligently after every training session, either working on long shots or practicing passing. Sometimes I'd leave, and you'd still be on the field practicing ball control against the wall. With such dedication, you deserve to perform so well. He suddenly brightened up and said, by the way, can I join your extra training sessions? I want to practice with you. Count me in. Count me in. De Gea immediately chimed in, eager not to miss out. I also want to join your extra training. Even though I'm a goalkeeper, watching how you handle the ball will help me better anticipate opponents' passing routes. Plus, with you guys around, extra training won't be boring. Bailly looked at the eager expressions of the two and felt a warm surge in his heart. Coke and De Gea were both outstanding figures in Atletico's youth academy, known for their hard work and training. Gaining their recognition and even having them actively request to train together made him particularly happy. Sure, he agreed readily. Awesome. Coke excitedly clapped his hands. I knew you would agree. Honestly, playing with you makes me feel my pace has improved significantly. If we train together, our chances of making it to the first team will surely be greatly shortened. De Gea nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. Yes. If we could play together in the first team, it would definitely be. At that time, you would organize the midfield while I guard the goal, and together we would help Atletico win. The three gathered together, exchanging thoughts on the first half's details while also dreaming about their future. Surrounding teammates occasionally chimed in with a few words teasing them about forming a trio for extra training. The whistle for the second half blew, and the substitute players of Atletico Madrid stepped onto the field, while Bailly and Coke remained seated on the bench. Manuel stood by the sidelines, initially believing that the 30 lead was secure enough for the substitutes to gain experience. However, to his surprise, Celta B was nothing like SS Reyes from the previous match. Just a few minutes into the game, the tide turned. Without Bailly's orchestration in midfield and Coke's dynamic runs, Atletico Madrid BS offense instantly lost its structure. Substitute midfielder Carlos was eager, but his passing vision and rhythm control were nowhere near Bailly. He attempted to initiate attacks several times, but either his passes were intercepted or he fell into the encirclement of Celta B players, making it impossible to transition the ball smoothly to the front. On the defensive end, the substitute midfielder's interception ability was lacking. Faced with Celta B's pressing, frequent mistakes allowed the opponents to easily advance to the edge of the penalty area. Celta B clearly seized on Atletico Madrid B's weaknesses. Amaribieta frantically waved his hands from the sidelines, signaling the players to push forward. In the 53rd minute, Celta B's midfielder Fernandez received a pass at the edge of the penalty area. Facing the blockade of Atletico's substitute defender, he unleashed a long-range shot that found the net, making the score 31. Manuel frowned, deeply shouting at the players on the field, compress the defense. Watch your passes. Don't lose the ball easily. Yet it seemed the substitutes had lost their composure, with increasing passing errors and a loosening of their defense. In the 68th minute, Celta B launched another attack. Garcia broke through on the left and passed the ball into the penalty area, where the forward capitalized with a close-range shot, narrowing the score to 32. This goal ignited Celta B's momentum. Their attacking force became more vigorous, while Atletico Madrid B was completely suppressed in their half, unable to organize any decent counterattacks. The atmosphere in the stands also grew tense. Atletico fans no longer cheered, but watched the chaotic scene, lamenting it. Turns out the strength of the youth team was all thanks to Bailly and Coke. Manuel paced back and forth on the sidelines, his expression increasingly grim. He suddenly kicked a water bottle, sending it rolling far away in a fit of anger. He turned to look at Bailly and Coke on the bench, then at the substitutes on the field, feeling a mixture of emotions. Just moments ago they were leading 30, but now they were in a desperate scramble. The gap between the substitutes and the starters was simply outrageous. Garcia tried to console him. After all, the substitutes lack experience. Without Bailly and Coke on the field, it's really hard for them to control the game. Lack of experience is no excuse. Manuel raised his voice. Have all the training sessions been in vain? You can't even execute basic passes and defensive positions. When Bailly and Coke were on the field, they could control the rhythm. Just look at the present. The midfield is completely out of control, allowing the opponents to attack at will. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, hands on his hips, staring intensely at the field, his gaze filled with disappointment. Thankfully, Atletico Madrid B still had De Gea. After conceding 2 goals, De Gea, who seemed to be freezing in the first half, warmed up and made several impressive saves. He became a wall of size, blocking all of Celta B's attacks and rendering their players helpless. Celta B made multiple substitutions, launching a strong offensive. Atletico Madrid B also responded by compressing their defense, denying them space. The pace of the match finally stabilized. As the second half stoppage time came to an end, the referee blew the whistle. The score remained 3-2. Neither the Atletico fans nor Manuel nor the players felt that this victory was particularly satisfying. The first and second halves were like two extremes. Meanwhile, the players of Celta B pounded the grass in frustration. Having fought hard to close the gap, they ultimately failed to equalize. There had indeed been opportunities. The Atletico fans in the stands only clapped symbolically, their cheers nowhere near as fervent as in the first half. Many fans shook their heads as they left, muttering, "What kind of performance was that in the second half?" Without Bailly and Coke, it's like two different teams. Though the Huagua fans felt proud of Bailly's performance, they were also shocked by the collapse in the second half, with some quietly commenting the gap among substitutes is too vast. Without Bailly on the field, the team lost its backbone. Manuel walked onto the field without high-fiving any players, merely casting a cold glance around before turning to head to the locker room. Back in the locker room, the atmosphere was stifling. As the players changed clothes, Manuel entered, his face still. He had no unnecessary opening remarks, directly stating tomorrow's day off is cancelled. Oh, everyone is to train as usual. This announcement left the players momentarily stunned, many displaying expressions of helplessness. Manuel continued, "I am very dissatisfied with the performance in the second half. The first and second halves were simply two extremes. They could control the rhythm and create opportunities in the first half, but were pressed by the opponents in the second half with defensive holes everywhere and the offense lacking coherence." He slammed the tactics board. "You should reflect carefully on why the team played smoothly when Bailly and Coke were on the field, but after they left you didn't know how to play." Substitute midfielder Carlos lowered his head, his cheeks burning. Manuel's words struck right at their pain point. It wasn't just him, the other substitutes also knew in their hearts that they had indeed developed a dependency on Bailly. When Bailly was on the field, they only needed to pass the ball to him to join the attack, without having to think too hard about orchestrating the play. But after Bailly left the field, they were at a loss for how to create opportunities and stabilize the rhythm, causing the entire offense and defense to collapse in an instant. Football is a team sport of 11 players, not a solo act by one. Manuel's voice carried fire. Bailly can create opportunities for you, but you cannot rely solely on him. In future matches, no one can guarantee he will be present for the entire game. You must learn to control the match by yourselves and solve problems independently. He paused, his tone softening slightly. After you return, each of you must reflect and analyze your performance today, especially the issues that arose in the second half. Tomorrow's training will focus on strengthening midfield organization and defensive positioning. I do not wish to see a repeat of today's situation. Now you all need to rest well and adjust your state. See you on the training ground tomorrow at 8 in the morning. With that, Manuel turned and left the locker room. The locker room fell silent, with players exchanging glances, all appearing somewhat resigned. Coke sighed, looking at his teammates beside him. "Don't be too discouraged. Oh, let's work hard together in tomorrow's training. We can discuss any issues with each other." The players nodded, silently gathered their belongings, and gradually exited the locker room. Bailly's movements were light as he packed his things, the angry reprimands from Manuel and the sighs of his teammates still echoing in his ears. He patted Carlos on the shoulder, wearing a gentle smile. "Keep it up." Yet the thoughts in his heart were far more resolute and distant than they appeared. Observing his teammates' dejection, he felt a pang of empathy. To be the core of the team, to be trusted by teammates, was a form of recognition. But he knew all too well that professional football was never a game of mutual dependency, it was a path of individual ascent. He could not afford to stop and wait for anyone. Just as Manuel had said, football was a sport for 11 players. However, for each player, a professional career was a solitary expedition. His dominant performance in the first half of the last match was a testament to his strength. The collapse in the second half made him more aware the stage of Atletico Madrid's B team was merely his starting point. His gaze had long since transcended the stands of the Espino Stadium, landing on a broader horizon. Those dazzling top-tier league arenas, those nights of the Champions League filled with roaring crowds. He remembered Manuel telling him not to train with the first team, understanding Aguirre's conservatism towards young players. It also made him realize that to secure a foothold in Atletico's first team, even to earn a chance to play in the Champions League, mere talent and hard work were insufficient. He needed to grow faster, to stand on a higher platform and break through biases with his strength. Bailly silently thought to himself, "I cannot be trapped by the comfort zone here." His opponents were never the teammates training and striving alongside him, nor were they Fernandez from Celta B or any adversary on the Segunda B stage. His true opponents were time and prejudice. They were the midfield masters in top leagues, the fierce competition on the Champions League stage, and his own inner desire for greater strength. Back at the player dormitory, Bailly casually tossed his backpack onto the sofa, without hesitation pulled out his phone from his pocket and dialed Mendes' number. Jorge, it's me, Bailly. His voice was clear and strong with no unnecessary pleasantries. On the other end, Mendes' signature hearty laughter came through. Just finished a match, huh? Too bad I'm already in England and couldn't see your performance live, but I've received word that you scored 1 goal and assisted 2, dominating the first half. Well done. As one of the top agents in European football, Mendes was indeed busy. Recently, he was dealing with the relationship between Manchester United and Cristiano Ronaldo. Manchester United wanted to keep Ronaldo, while Ronaldo was somewhat inclined to join Real Madrid. Bailly cut straight to the point. Thank you. But I called to tell you something. I need a stable playing opportunity, one that can truly help me grow and step onto a higher stage. The stage of Atletico B is too small. There is currently no position for me in the first team, and I cannot waste time here. After all, if he couldn't complete the system's current task, he wouldn't be able to refresh for new ones. He didn't want to hinder his progress. Mendes' laughter diminished slightly, his tone becoming serious, yet still imbued with self-assured calm. Of course, this is precisely what I will do for you next. Your performance on the field has already proven your worth. Your skills, vision, and finishing ability all possess the strength to stand in a higher league. A stable playing time is what you need most at this stage. Let's complete the signing process as soon as possible. Mendes' voice carried an undeniable confidence. Once we officially collaborate, I will immediately set things in motion. I said, whether it's a loan to a mid-tier La Liga team or a recommendation to clubs in Serie A or the Premier League, I will fight for you to secure a chance to play, allowing you to continue improving in real matches. Bailly felt a weight lift from his heart. He knew Mendes' capabilities. This was the advantage of signing with a top. Great. He'll handle the signing matter as soon as possible. Thank you for your help. No need for thanks. We are partners. Mendes' laughter rang out again. Rest well, stay in shape. Your opportunity will come soon. Remember, your talent deserves a better stage, and I will help you seize it. After hanging up, Bailly placed his phone on the table, his gaze falling upon the night view of Madrid outside the window. He walked to the window and clenched his fist. Signing with Mendes was just the first step. Obtaining a stable playing opportunity was the second. Ultimately, standing on the Champions League stage and having the world remember his name was his true goal. The next day, at the Espino training base's field, sunlight bathed the grass, giving it a soft sheen. It was only 10 o'clock, but the players of Atletico B had already trained for 2 hours under Manuel's demands. They had just gained a brief moment of rest. Yesterday's match had indeed made Manuel very angry. Bailly had sweat beads on his forehead when Coke approached him. Although equally exhausted and panting heavily, he wore a sly smile and said to Bailly, "Hey, superstar. The newspapers in Madrid are practically singing your praises. Did you know that?" Bailly looked puzzled. He hadn't really paid attention to such matters. Marca wrote that a treasure has emerged from Atletico B with 1 goal and 2 assists dominating the field. They say many domestic clubs are eyeing you, and even teams from Serie A and the Premier League are inquiring about you. Bailly, you have way too many choices now. Bailly smiled faintly, shaking his head. It's just media speculation. I am still an Atletico player and only want to train hard. Coke patted his shoulder, a hint of envy in his tone. Honestly, I'm really happy for you. With your strength, you truly deserve a better stage. But he shifted the topic, his expression turning serious. As a lifelong fan raised in Atletico, my whole family are diehard supporters. I still hope you can stay at Atletico. Bailly paused his movements to look at Coke. He understood Coke's feelings for Atletico. This teammate, who had grown up in Atletico's youth training camp, was deeply marked by the red and white spirit. Just think about it. Coke's voice brimmed with longing. The first team is currently fighting for Champions League qualification. If they can secure a spot, we will definitely need more capable players to battle across multiple fronts next season. If you stay at Atletico, you can wait for your opportunity. We can fight shoulder to shoulder and bring Atletico back to its former peak, just like those legendary predecessors did. He pointed to the Atletico emblem by the training ground, his eyes shining. I've dreamed of winning the La Liga and Champions League titles with the best teammates, filling the Calderon Stadium to capacity and making the world remember Atletico's name. Bailly, you are the best teammate in my heart, and I don't want to lose you as my partner. Bailly fell silent for a moment, feeling a mix of emotions rise within him. Coke's sincerity touched him. Over this period, the two had become good friends. But he needed playing opportunities the most right now. He needed to improve. Coke, Bailly slowly spoke, his tone gentle yet firm. I am very grateful to you and cherish my days at Atletico, but you also know that if a top league opportunity arises, I might not be able to pass it up. Bailly's words came sincerely. A hint of disappointment flashed across Coke's face, but he quickly regained his smile. I understand professional players all have their pursuits. But I still want to tell you, Atletico will always be your home. If one day you want to come back, I will definitely be here waiting for you. We will fight for Atletico's honor together. He extended his fist toward Bailly. No matter where you ultimately choose to go, we are the best of friends. But before that, we can't skip today's extra training. I still want to learn more about your long-range shooting technique. Baiyi looked into Coke's sincere eyes, extended his fist, and bumped it firmly against Coke's. All right. Today I'll train with you until you're satisfied. Mendes moved swiftly. Early the next morning, he had already flown from England to Madrid and met Baiyi at a cafe with his assistant. The lawyer contacted by Baiyi was the last to arrive. After the waiter served coffee, Mendes took out a document from his briefcase and pushed it in front of Baiyi, saying, "This is the agent contract. You can take a close look. It clearly outlines my responsibilities to secure the best transfer or loan opportunities for you, ensure stable playing time, while also protecting your commercial interests and helping you build a broader platform." Baiyi picked up the contract and began to read it carefully. The lawyer was also professionally reviewing it, becoming increasingly astonished. He had dealt with many contracts for professional players. However, this time Baiyi's contract was indeed very generous. The contract terms were clear and straightforward without unnecessary complexity. Baiyi read carefully, and whenever he encountered something unclear, Mendes patiently explained each point with a professional and candid tone. After about 10 minutes, Baiyi consulted with the lawyer and put down the contract, looking firmly at Mendes. A hint of approval flashed in Mendes' eyes as he took out a pen from his bag and handed it to Baiyi. "Great, sign this contract. From today onwards, I will be your exclusive agent. I assure you it won't be long before you find yourself in a more suitable playing field." Baiyi took the pen and solemnly signed his name, Baiyi, on the contract. Mendes' assistant quickly completed the signing process. The moment the contract took effect, Mendes extended his right hand again, and Baiyi grasped it without hesitation. "Baiyi, I look forward to us embarking on a new era together." Mendes' voice was filled with uncontainable excitement. Baiyi nodded vigorously, the flames of ambition in his heart growing ever hotter. "I believe in your expertise. I will rely on you in the future. Pleasure to cooperate. Pleasure to cooperate." Time flew by. On April 6th, Atletico Madrid's B team headed to the away game, challenging their opponents Pontevedra. On the bus, the players were still chatting. Coke shouted, "Brothers, we must win this match. Currently, we are closely tied with Castilla in the standings. They lost yesterday, and we are just 2 points behind them. If we win against Pontevedra, we will surpass them in the standings. As long as it relates to Real Madrid, Atletico wants to be ahead of them." Castilla, which was founded in 1930 as AD plus Ultra, became an affiliate club of Real Madrid in 1948, officially establishing its reserve team status and renaming it Castilla in 1972. In 1991, due to policies from the Spanish Football Federation, it was renamed Real Madrid B team, and in 2005, the original name was restored. The team's most glorious moment came in 1984, when under coach Amancio they won the Segunda División Championship. The team also gathered the famous 5 Eagles of Real Madrid: Butragueño, Michel González, Perdiza, Martín Vázquez, and Manuel Sánchez. However, because La Liga regulations do not allow 2 teams from the same club to play in La Liga simultaneously, Castilla, despite winning the championship, could not be promoted. This was because Real Madrid had already occupied the spot. The others echoed, insisting they must win the match and surpass Castilla. Coke nodded, his tone filled with defiance. "For the past 10 years, whether it be the first team or the youth team, Real Madrid has been suppressing us, Atletico. This time we must start with Castilla and reclaim our pride." As a diehard Atletico fan, Coke and his family were filled with a strong determination, having long endured the humiliation of watching their rival Real Madrid dominate Atletico for a decade. "Speaking of Real Madrid, I can't help but laugh." Thiago straightened up, a teasing smile on his face. "Every year, they shout about winning the Champions League, yet every year they fall at the round of 16. This year is even more ridiculous. They were actually eliminated by Roma, stopping at the round of 16. What a sight. With the first team performing so poorly, how do they expect the youth team to dominate us in Segunda B? Not a chance." The players laughed, the tension in the locker room easing considerably. Baiyi sat aside, his mind drifting to the Segunda B schedule. In the final round of the season, it would be a city derby as Real Madrid Castilla hosted Atletico Madrid B, also known as the Madrid Youth Derby. In the first round at Atletico Madrid B's home ground, the match ended in an 11 draw. That match saw Castilla's counterattacks being extremely sharp, preventing them from claiming victory. "In the final round against Castilla, we must win." Baiyi raised his head, his gaze resolute as he said, "The results of other matches don't matter, and the points are irrelevant, but this away game, we must secure all 3 points." Coke suddenly patted Baiyi on the shoulder. "You're right. This is the final match, and all of Spain's football fans will be watching." He recalled the grievances Atletico had suffered over the past 10 years, with the first team often suppressed by Real Madrid and all youth teams facing their Real Madrid counterparts frequently losing and rarely managing a draw. The fighting spirit within him grew ever stronger. Manuel, sitting at the front of the bus, smiled appreciatively as he listened to the players' chatter. "Indeed, Real Madrid has been suppressing Atletico for 10 years now. They hope to start reversing the tide from this last match of the season. At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the roar of the crowd at the Municipal Sports Stadium of Patron was almost capable of toppling the stands. As a regular in the promotion zone of Segunda B, Pontevedra's home ground was renowned for its fervor, with nearly 1,000 fans donning the iconic blue and white jerseys, waving flags, and shouting in a mix of Galician dialect. This cast a layer of high-pressure shadow over Atletico Madrid BS away game. Once the match started, Pontevedra showcased the momentum of a promotion favorite. The midfield trio firmly controlled the pace, frequently applying pressure through short passes and breakthroughs. Atletico Madrid B was forced to tighten their defense, with Ballon dropping back to participate in defense, while Coke swept back and forth in midfield, with the whole team adopting a typical defensive counterattacking formation. They patiently awaited the opportunity to counterattack. Pontevedra's attacks came in waves. The left winger's Cutin shot grazed the post, and the striker's header was firmly caught by De Gea. The Atletico fans in the away section watched nervously while the shouts from the home fans grew ever louder. Yet Atletico Madrid BS defense maintained a compact position, not giving their opponents much substantial threat. In the 10th minute, a turning point suddenly emerged. A Pontevedra midfielder tried a long-range shot on the edge of the penalty area, but Coke blocked it with all his might, and Ballon seized the ball before the opposing players could intervene. At this point, both of Pontevedra's fullbacks had pushed past the halfway line, leaving only 2 center-backs in their defense. This was the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Without any hesitation, Ballon looked up at the front, gently flicked the ball with the inside of his right foot, delivering a precise long pass. The ball arced beautifully through the air, crossing the midfield line and heading straight for the fast-advancing Sergio on the left flank. Sergio's speed was already his advantage. At this moment, he was like an arrow released from a bow, shaking off the pursuing right-back, firmly controlling the ball at his feet and smoothly cutting into the left side of the penalty area. At this time, Thiago also made a simultaneous forward run, creating a 2-on-2 situation with Sergio. The center-backs of Pontevedra hurriedly moved to the left, trying to block Sergio's shooting lane, but they left an opening in the middle for Thiago. Sergio understood without needing to be told. He didn't try to be greedy, instead pushing the ball laterally to the advancing Thiago in the center. Thiago received the ball already inside the penalty area. Facing the approaching goalkeeper, he didn't hesitate at all, and with a powerful strike of his right leg, he unleashed a shot. The ball shot towards the bottom right corner of the goal like a cannonball. The goalkeeper dived desperately to save, but was powerless to stop it, watching helplessly as the ball crossed the goal line and struck the inner side of the net. Swish! The ball went in. The Atletico Madrid fans in the away section erupted in cheers, their voices drowning out the boos from the Thiago sprinted towards Sergio, the two embracing tightly, followed by teammates Ballon and Coke rushing over, as everyone celebrated this lightning-fast counterattack goal together. The players of Pontevedra wore expressions of disbelief, as they hadn't anticipated being caught off guard by Atletico Madrid B despite having the advantage in possession. On the sidelines, Manuel excitedly raised his fist. Ballon's precise long pass tore through the defense, leaving Pontevedra's high line utterly vulnerable. This is Ballon. Against any team in the Segunda División B, he operates on a different dimension. Thiago's goal plunged the home fans at the Patron City Sports Stadium into a momentary silence, while the head coach of Pontevedra, Juan Carlos Martinez, wore a grim expression. He clenched his fists tightly, knuckles whitening, his eyes filled with disbelief. Before the match, he had meticulously analyzed Ballon's game footage, fully aware of the midfielder's exceptional short pass penetration ability, which was among the best in Segunda B. Hence, he had specifically devised a tactic to compress the defense and limit short passing space. However, he never anticipated that Ballon's long pass skills would be equally terrifying. This Ballon is hiding his true capability too deeply. Martinez shook his head helplessly. Yet the dignity of fighting at home would not allow for retreat. He abruptly raised his hand, signaling the team to continue pressing forward with the attack. He shouted at the players with all his might, "Attack! Push forward!" With the coach's command and trailing by, the Pontevedra players intensified their offensive. They abandoned their previous strategy of short passes and instead opted for breakthroughs down the flanks and aerial balls through the middle to challenge Atletico B's defense, with the left winger attacking almost along the baseline and right side crosses coming in thick and fast. Atletico B's defense was under immense pressure, struggling to breathe. Numerous dangerous situations arose in the penalty area, but De Gea stood like a pillar at the goal line. In the 17th minute, the Pontevedra forward received a cross from the flank and made a close-range header on goal. De Gea reacted swiftly, instinctively extending a palm to deflect the ball onto the crossbar. In the 23rd minute, the opposing midfielder's long-range shot aimed for the corner, and again De Gea leaped to the side, blocking the ball out of play. The series of miraculous saves ignited cheers of David, from the visiting Atletico fans while the home crowd sighed in disappointment time and again. Pontevedra held an absolute advantage in attack, having taken 8 shots, yet they could not breach Atletico B's defense. Martinez paced back and forth on the sidelines, anxiously gesturing for his players to increase the offensive pressure, but De Gea's performance was too extraordinary, repeatedly averting crises. The Atletico B defenders fought with all their might, tackling, clearing, and blocking, enduring wave after wave of attacks, with resolute defense. In the 28th minute, a turning point emerged. After making a save, De Gea quickly threw the ball to midfielder Koch, who dribbled past 2 defenders and passed it to the flank, where Sergio awaited. Facing Pontevedra's rapid retreat, Atletico B did not rush their attack, but instead engaged in a series of short passes to stretch the defense. Sergio laid the ball back to Koch, who then passed it horizontally to Thiago in the center. Thiago then executed a diagonal pass, sending the ball into the open space at the edge of the penalty area. The entire process flowed seamlessly, and Pontevedra's defense was worked around, finally revealing a flaw. At that moment, Bailly had quietly inserted himself into the edge of the penalty area. Meeting Thiago's pass, he did not hesitate for a moment. Without waiting for the ball to touch the ground, he struck an acrobatic shot with his left foot. Boom. With a dull thud, the ball flew, almost without spin, heading straight for the upper left corner of the goal. Pontevedra's goalkeeper leaped to save, but could not reach the ball's trajectory, only able to watch helplessly as it struck the inside of the net, sending up a spray of white. Swish. It's in again. Bailly flung his arms open, sprinting towards the visiting fan section, followed closely by Kiki, Thiago, Sergio, and others who surrounded him, excitedly patting his back. While shouting, Bailly waved his arms at the stands. The Atletico Madrid supporters, numbering over 100, became increasingly frenzied. Bailly. Bailly. At this moment, when Bailly's stunning volley struck the net, the Huagua fan forum erupted with excitement. Various football sections and fan group chats were instantly flooded with keywords like Bailly, World Wave, and Atletico B Team 20, causing the server to experience brief lag, showcasing the high level of attention this Segunda División B away match garnered. Fans quickly posted numerous comments. Wow. 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 That volley was so cool. It's simply divine skill. The ball didn't touch the ground before he struck with power and angle fully maximized. Such technique is top tier, even in elite leagues. Bailly is amazing. I jumped up from my seat. With such dense defense from Pontevedra, he still found an excellent opportunity to shoot, sealing the fate of the game with one kick. This is the charm of a technical midfielder. I previously only knew he excelled at short passes. I never expected his long passes and long-range shots to be this good. The Segunda División B truly is underestimating him. His level is more than enough to play in elite leagues. Some fans expressed their hopes he must play in the top league next season. Maybe Atletico's first team will notice this performance and promote him directly. Many fans quickly shifted the topic to transfer rumors, with messages from foreign media being rapidly shared on them. I saw news from Marca a couple of days ago saying Bailly's performance has attracted the attention of Premier League Liverpool and Serie A AC Milan. Both clubs want to sign Bailly. And Arsenal. Wenger has always liked technically gifted young players, right? Some media reported that Wenger has instructed scouts to focus on Bailly as Arsenal's midfield needs strengthening, and if Bailly joins Arsenal under Wenger, he will definitely improve. Fans began to imagine Bailly's arrival in the Premier League and Serie A. Liverpool, AC Milan, Arsenal. These are all top teams, and no matter which one he goes to, it's better than being in the Atletico B team. While celebrating, fans once again turned their attention towards the Huagua Football Association. No one can stop Bailly's rise. He has been dominating the Segunda División B, and yet our FA is still suspending him. This operation is truly unprecedented, suspending a genius for 10 years. Only the Huagua Football Association could pull this off. Haha, exactly, the only thing that can stop Bailly is the Huagua Football Association. How ironic. Once Bailly establishes himself in the top league, I wonder how the FA will handle it. Oh, by then they might be begging him to come back. Amidst a flurry of comments, it was universally acknowledged that Bailly has truly become a sensation in Huagua. At this moment, when national pride is most needed, Bailly has become the only shining star in the eyes of Huagua fans. Although Dong Fangjua and others are also playing abroad, they are also in big clubs. However, they are struggling abroad, far from the level Bailly has demonstrated. This is the difference. Just as Huagua fans were still discussing that goal on the pitch, the situation suddenly changed. Pontevedra seized on a defensive error from Atletico B, gaining an unknown opportunity. De Gea did not charge out and failed to save this unknown shot. Pontevedra has scored a goal. The home fans erupted in a deafening cheer, waving their blue and white flags once more, while the players of Atletico Madrid B wore solemn expressions. Manuel on the sidelines nearly exploded. He sprang up from the coach's seat, fists clenched, and shouted angrily at Cerno, who had just made a mistake. Damn it. Who told you to blindly charge forward? Maintain your position. How many times have I emphasized to hold your position? His voice was hoarse, filled with uncontrollable rage, the veins on his forehead bulging. Cerno, being just a young man, shrank back under such a roar, feeling dispirited. Garcia wanted to step forward to comfort Manuel, but was shoved away. He rushed to the sideline, wildly waving his hands at the defenders, his voice loud enough for the entire stadium to hear. Compress. Everyone compress back to your positions. The midfield needs to quickly cover back. Don't give them any opportunity to break through. He pointed at Cerno, who had just made a mistake, his tone extremely severe. Concentrate. Now is not the time for regrets. The opponent has gained momentum, and if we make another mistake, we will be turned over. However, after Pontevedra pulled one back, they had thoroughly grasped the Achilles heel of Atletico Madrid B. The defensive line's vulnerability in aerial duels and turning speed, which was the core issue that had kept this team lingering in the lower mid-tier of Spain's second division. After all, during the development of players, midfielders and forwards can rise quickly based on talent. However, defenders must rely on accumulating match experience through many games. The peak period for a top defender generally occurs after the age of 25, when the combination of physical condition and experience is at its best. Thus, the defense of Atletico Madrid B, being a youth team, has always been rather average. Martinez immediately made adjustments from the sidelines, shouting at the players, abandon midfield scrimmages. Directly play long passes. Look for the spaces behind them. This tactical adjustment instantly threw Atletico Madrid B's defense into disarray. Pontevedra's midfield no longer obsessed over short passes and penetration, but instead sent high balls each time they gained possession, either lofting them into the gap behind the two center-backs, or looking for wingers making runs down the flanks, using the most direct long passes to penetrate the defense. Atletico Madrid B's defenders, lacking experience, were exposed in the face of such a simple and crude style of play. They either allowed the opposing forwards to seize the drop point first, or lost their positions during the pulls, frequently resorting to fouls to resolve the crisis. The home fans at Patronato Municipal Stadium sensed the hope of a comeback, the cheers rising in waves. Attack! Attack! The roar was deafening. The players of Pontevedra were in high spirits, with successive waves of long passes crashing towards Atletico Madrid B's penalty area like a tide. Although De Gea remained formidable, he couldn't withstand the relentless pressure from the opponent, while the defenders around him were already exhausted. The continuous pressure on the defense left Atletico Madrid B's forward line completely passive. Bailly and Koch, in order to assist in defense, had to frequently retreat, and the two players originally responsible for linking the attack spent most of their energy on intercepting in midfield and chasing back. Sergio and Thiago were isolated and helpless in the front line, and even when they occasionally gained possession, they struggled to mount effective counterattacks due to the lack of midfield support, leaving the team in a deadlock of being unable to defend and attack. In the 39th minute, Pontevedra's sustained assault finally bore fruit once again. Their midfield core, Fernandez, received the ball on the right side of midfield, and without the slightest hesitation delivered an accurate long pass directed towards the left flank behind Atletico Madrid B. Winger Garcia, using his incredible speed, shook off the pursuing right back, and after entering the penalty area, instead of being greedy, he laid the ball across to the center. At this moment, Atletico Madrid B's center back was held back by the opposing striker, creating chaos in the penalty area. Pontevedra's midfielder Merida rushed in, and with a push on the incoming ball, the football found the net. Pontevedra equalized with 2 goals, completely leveling the score. The home fans instantly fell into a frenzy, and the blue and white flags in the stands waved like a tide, the cheers nearly threatening to lift the stadium's roof. Merida and his teammates ran to the stands below, arms wide open to embrace the fans' cheers, while many players from Atletico Madrid B stood frozen on the field, their faces filled with disbelief and frustration. On the sidelines, Manuel's expression darkened further as he roared at the players on the field, "Mark them. Keep tight on them. Don't let them easily get to the ball." Yet his voice was drowned out by the cheers of the home fans, and the players' morale had plummeted to an all-time low. Bailly watched the celebrating Pontevedra players, his brow furrowing deeply. He could clearly sense the team's predicament. The midfield was sliced apart by the opponent's long pass tactics, the defense was frequently in crisis, and the front line had gone completely silent. If they couldn't stabilize the situation quickly, this match could very well be turned around by their opponents, and the goal of surpassing Castilla would also be dashed. With the first half nearing its end, they had to find a way to hold on to this score to allow for adjustments in the second half. At this moment, the Huagua fan forum, which had just been in a celebratory atmosphere, suddenly cooled down, and many fans looked at the live broadcast, sighing in unison. It's over, the defense is terrible. Pontevedra is ruthlessly exploiting the weakness. Who can withstand that? Bailly and Koch are almost back in the penalty area. There's no one in the front line to attack. This deadlock is hard to break. Soon after, amid Manuel's fury, Atletico Madrid B managed to hold on through the first half. Atletico Madrid's 2-goal advantage had vanished. As the halftime break approached, the door of the Atletico B team's locker room slammed shut with a loud bang. Manuel's fury was almost enough to rupture the roof. He slammed the tactical board down on the table, his gaze slicing through each player like a sharp blade, his voice hoarse, yet resolute. Look at what you played in the last 20 minutes of the first half. To lose a 2-goal lead and let them equalize in just 9 minutes, your defense is as flimsy as paper. The players lowered their heads, none daring to speak. Cerno's shoulders trembled slightly, clearly still guilt-ridden over his mistake. Manuel approached the tactical board and circled the Atletico B team's defensive area fiercely with a red pen. They have already figured out our weakness. Long passes behind us, our defenders are slow to turn and poor at aerial defense. We simply can't hold them off. Since we can't defend, then let's not defend. This statement caused everyone to lift their heads in shock. Manuel continued to roar. In the second half, we will strike back at them. More offense. Who's afraid of who? He pointed at Bailly and Coke, his tone unwaveringly firm. Bailly, Coke, from now on you will not drop back to defend. Stay in the front line and organize the attack. Use your passing and shooting to break through their defense. But their attack is also very fierce. Garcia couldn't help but interrupt, but was cut off by Manuel. So what if they are fierce? Our defense line can't hold up anymore. Letting them drop back to defend will only leave our front line completely silent. Rather than being slowly worn down by them, let's go all out. He picked up a tactical pen and sketched a brand new attacking formation on the board. Sergio and Thiago, you two will stay at the very front maintaining the offensive pressure. Bailly will roam freely in midfield, responsible for organizing and long-range shots. Coke, you will follow Bailly closely, ready to make late runs for rebounds. As for the defense line, you just need to do your job, defend as best you can. If you can block once, that's enough. Losing a goal isn't scary. What's scary is not daring to attack. Manuel's gaze once again fell on Bailly, his tone softening slightly, but still filled with strong expectation. Bailly, your short passes, your long shots, and your through balls are all our trump cards. In the second half, I want you to play freely without any concerns and unleash all the strength you've shown in training and previous matches. If they dare to exploit our weaknesses, well, tear apart their defense with our offense. Our goal is not a draw, but victory. To surpass Castilla, to break the hold of Real Madrid. Manuel slammed the tactical board. Now tell me, do you have the confidence to fight back against them? Yes. Bailly stood up, first his eyes filled with determination. He was fed up with being restricted by the opponent's long pass tactics, unable to fully commit to the attack. Coke also stood up, clenching his fists. Let's fight. Our offense is no worse than theirs. What's there to fear? The players were ignited by Manuel's resolve, standing up one after another, chanting in unison, let's fight. Let's win this match. Manuel nodded in satisfaction, finally reminding them, remember, in the second half we have no way back. We can only attack. Respond to their fierce attacks with goals. Make them realize that Atletico B team not only has a resilient defense, but also sharp offense. In the second half, go out and take back the victory that belongs to us. In stark contrast to the fury in the locker room of Atletico Madrid's B team, the locker room of Pontevedra was filled with excitement. Martinez wore a satisfied smile and was the first to applaud. Boys, your performance in the last 20 minutes of the first half was simply perfect. Scoring 2 goals in 9 minutes, you have proven your strength with action and found the key to defeating our opponent. The applause echoed in the locker room with pride evident on the players' faces. Martinez walked to the tactical board and circled the defensive line of Atletico Madrid's B team with a green pen. You all saw it, their defenders are slow to turn and weak in aerial defense. Long passes behind them are their Achilles heel. In the first half, we abandoned the tussle in midfield and directly targeted their soft spot. This tactic was executed flawlessly and must continue in the second half. But I must remind you not to let your guard down just because we equalized. Atletico Madrid's B team has Bailly and Coke, both of whom are dangerous players. Especially Bailly, his long passes, long-range shots, and through balls are highly threatening, as you saw in his world-class goal in the first half. Martinez marked Bailly's position heavily with a red pen, saying in the second half they will likely adjust their tactics and might go all out on the attack. We must be prepared to counter. How do we respond? Martinez asked himself, a sharp glint in his eyes. We continue to attack their backline. Their defense has already revealed its flaws, and we cannot give them a chance to adjust. When you win the ball in midfield, do not hesitate. Just send a long pass and use your speed to challenge their defense. At the same time, the midfield must closely mark Bailly, preventing him from easily receiving the ball and organizing the attack, cutting off his connection with the forwards. He patted the shoulder of the midfield core. Fernandez won in the second half. You need to participate more in defense with a focus on marking Bailly. Do not let him have the opportunity to take long shots. On the offensive side, continue to manage long passes and deliver the ball accurately to the forwards. We need to seize the momentum and score 2 more goals to secure the match. Fernandez nodded, his eyes firm. "Don't worry, coach, they'll keep a close eye on him." Martinez then turned to the goal scorers Alvarez and Merida. "You two performed exceptionally well in the first half. Maintain that attacking momentum in the second half. Alvarez, your speed is our advantage. Make more penetrating runs to find gaps behind their center backs. Merida, make timely forward runs to receive passes from the wings, creating more pressure on their defense. This match is crucial for us. Securing 3 points will solidify our foothold in the promotion zone." Martinez raised his voice, filled with motivation. Atletico Madrid's B team is already panicking. Their coach will surely send the team to attack recklessly, and that is our opportunity. As they push forward, the gaps behind them will widen, making our counterattacks even more threatening. He surveyed all the players, his tone resolute. "Remember, we have taken control of the match. As long as we stick to our tactics and target their weaknesses, this victory is ours. Now show your fighting spirit, get back on the field, and bring me those 3 points. Let Atletico Madrid's B team know that we are the masters of the patron municipal stadium. Win the match. Secure promotion." The players shouted in unison, their morale soaring. Soon the second half, as both teams entered the field, the patron municipal stadium erupted again with cheers from the home fans. The whistle for the second half blew. The atmosphere in the stadium instantly reached a climax. Atletico Madrid's B team pressed forward aggressively, with Bailly and Koch no longer retreating, forming the first line of defense in the attacking half, while Sergio and Thiago moved close to the opposing defenders, ready to support the attack. This sudden pressing style surprised Pontevedra's players. But Martinez on the sidelines reacted quickly, immediately seeing Manuel's intentions, and shouted angrily into the field, "Attack. If they dare to press forward, we will strike back." His command was simple and direct. Since Atletico Madrid's B team abandoned defense to focus on attacking, they would respond with an even fiercer offensive, tearing apart the already weak defensive line of the opponent. The pace of the game suddenly quickened. Possession changed frequently with hardly any pauses. Pontevedra's long passes remained sharp, with Alvarez's speed repeatedly challenging Atletico Madrid's B team's defense. Meanwhile, Atletico Madrid's B team posed frequent threats to the opponent's goal with short passes and breakthroughs from the wings. This high-speed rhythm became Bailly's stage. His ability to penetrate with short passes and evade defenders on the spot is top-notch in the Spanish Second Division B. Facing the encirclement of Pontevedra's players, he always managed to tear through the defense with nimble turns and precise passes. In the 47th minute, Bailly received the ball in midfield, sandwiched by 2 defenders. He lightly tapped the ball, instantly shaking off the defense, and then made a through ball to the advancing Thiago. Unfortunately, Thiago's shot was saved by the goalkeeper, sending a chill down the spines of the home fans. Martinez watched from the sidelines, frowning. He did not expect Bailly to maintain such outstanding form under high-pressure pressing, and quickly shouted to Fernandez, "Stay close to him. Do not let him receive the ball easily." But just as Fernandez was about to step up to mark him, he was hindered by Koch's movement, leaving him helpless as he watched Bailly freely orchestrate play in midfield. In the 51st minute, Koch intercepted Fernandez's pass in midfield. Without hesitation, he made a diagonal pass to Bailly, who was on the right. As Bailly received the ball, a defender was already closing in on him. He gently tugged the ball slightly, turned his body to shield the defender with his back, while observing the situation in the penalty area. Pontevedra's defenders hurriedly tightened their line, fearing he would make a through pass, yet they overlooked Bailly's threat from long range. Just as the defenders were about to close in, Bailly suddenly turned, raising his right foot sharply, and unleashed a powerful shot at the incoming ball. The football soared like an arrow, spinning fiercely, heading straight for the upper right corner of the goal. Pontevedra's goalkeeper lunged with all his might to make the save, his fingertips just grazing the ball, but unable to alter its trajectory. The football struck hard against the underside of the crossbar and bounced into the net. Atletico Madrid B team takes the lead once again in this attacking showdown. The few Atletico fans in the away section erupt into a frenzy, waving their arms and chanting, "Bailly! Bailly!" Bailly opened his arms and sprinted towards his teammates. Koch was the first to rush over and hugged him excitedly, shouting, "So cool! Another world-class strike." Thiago, Sergio, and others gathered around to celebrate this goal. On the sidelines, Manuel excitedly pumped his fist, finally revealing a long-lost smile. His tactical adjustments were effective. The decision to let Bailly go all out in attack completely activated the team's offensive prowess. Meanwhile, Martinez's face darkened. He hadn't expected that his attacking tactics would provide Bailly with ample space to shine. He shouted to the players on the field, urging them to continue attacking while strengthening their defense against Bailly. At the same time, when Bailly's long-range shot hit the back of the net, changing the score to 32, the Huagua fan forum erupted in celebration once again. The fans who had been anxious about the equalizer in the first half were instantly ignited by this goal. "Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. A brace. Bailly, you are incredible. That turn and evasion was so smooth. Even under tight marking from defenders, he managed to strike with composure. His technical skills are simply a class above in La Liga B. This attacking showdown is Ballon's personal showcase. Martinez thinks he can match us in an attacking duel, not realizing that Ballon thrives in this fast-paced environment with quick passes and long-range shots. He's like a fish in water. Pontevedra's defense crumbles before him like paper. They can't even defend against him. A brace. With this performance, won't Liverpool, AC Milan, and Arsenal go crazy for him? Ballon must play in the top league next season. It's a shame for such talent to remain in La Liga B. Wenger, take a look. This is the technical midfielder you want. Ballon's long shots through balls and evasions perfectly fit Arsenal's tactics. If he joins, he would instantly become a core player. I'm already imagining how it would look when Ballon scores in the Premier League. Who still remembers the anxiety from the first half when we were equalized? Now all I want to say is with Ballon on the pitch, we're safe. So what if we were once 2 goals ahead and got equalized? Ballon stepped up to take control of the game. This is the value of a core player. This ability to carry the whole team in dire situations is something only top stars possess. Comparing him to the national team's midfield, Ballon's performance is simply a class above. Our midfield struggles to make passes while Ballon is scoring braces and dominating an attacking duel in Europe. The Football Association is still suspending him. This operation is truly a historical anomaly. It's hilarious. All the pressure is now on the Football Association. In my opinion, Ballon is no longer a potential star. He is a superstar in the making. Next season, see you in the top league. Ballon may scored again, allowing Atletico Madrid B team to take the lead once more, igniting the players of Pontevedra with impatience. They charged like enraged bulls, recklessly lunging for every ball possession, their pressing intensity reaching its peak, while the midfielders abandoned their original positions, frantically surrounding the ball carriers. The fullbacks even ventured to the halfway line for interceptions, with even the center-backs occasionally pushing past the midfield to join the pressing. Yet this pressing lacked any systematic approach. It was nothing more than a reckless counterattack born from being behind. Fueled by an unyielding spirit, they charged forward but neglected the rationality of their positioning. Often 2 or 3 players crowded around Ballon or Coke, leaving vast spaces for other Atletico players. After finally winning back possession, chaotic movements from teammates made it impossible to mount an effective attack, resorting instead to hurried long passes or shots from distance, squandering opportunities. On Atletico Madrid B's side, Coke and Ballon had already seen through their opponent's tactics. Faced with the frenzied siege, they no longer rushed to break through, but instead used frequent short passes to outmaneuver their opponents. Ballon quickly returned the ball to Coke after receiving it, who then passed it sideways to Sergio on the wing. The 3 of them exchanged the ball like embroidery, making Pontevedra's players chase in vain. Each pass accurately avoided the traps set by their opponents, forcing the Pontevedra players to sprint and change directions repeatedly, leading to a geometric increase in their physical exhaustion. The rhythm on the field visibly slowed down. Pontevedra's players began to gasp for air, their running pace significantly reduced, and balls they could have easily chased down were now just rolling out of bounds before their eyes. The sliding tackles during defense also became sluggish, with multiple instances of players being left unmarked. The midfield linchpin Fernandez leaned on his knees, sweat streaming down his face, and the vibrant energy he had just moments ago was now nearly depleted, leaving him with scarcely enough strength to signal his teammates to reposition. The young players of Atletico Madrid B were also struggling. After sprinting several times in the forward line, Sergio consciously began to slow down. Defender Serna, with heavy legs, had to rely on positioning to compensate for his lack of speed. Fortunately, Coke and Ballon were holding the fort in midfield. With relatively rich experience, they knew how to allocate their energy wisely during the match, no longer running extensively like in the first half. Instead, they focused on receiving the ball and organizing play in the core midfield area, using precise short passes to control the rhythm of the game, allowing the team to maintain the initiative even as fatigue set in. Moreover, Ballon's stamina was no joke. In order to keep up with the pace, he had specifically worked on his fitness. Even in the top 5 leagues, playing at full capacity for 60 to 70 minutes was no longer a problem. Faced with such a situation, Martinez on the sidelines furrowed his brows, helplessly waving his hands to signal the players to pull back a little, urging them not to charge blindly. Manuel also noticed the physical struggles of both teams, shouting to the players on the field, "Maintain the rhythm. Don't rush the attack. Take your time with the passes, waste some time." Ballon and Coke immediately understood, and they began to emphasize the safety of their passes in midfield, occasionally deliberately slowing down their passing speed to give their teammates time to catch their breath. Atletico Madrid B's players circulated the ball around the 2, firmly controlling the pace of the game in their hands. The Pontevedra players, desperate to press, could only slowly follow the ball, resulting in a rare slow-paced standoff on the field. The fans in the stands also felt the change in the atmosphere on the field. The shouts of the home fans gradually weakened, replaced by intermittent cheers hoping their team could recover. While passing by, Yi observed the situation on the field. He could clearly see the exhaustion etched on the faces of the opposing players, as well as feel the fatigue of his own teammates. He was searching for an opportunity. Soon the chance arrived. In the 70th minute, the pitch of the patron city municipal stadium was still immersed in a slow-paced confrontation, with Pontevedra's players hunched over, gasping for air, even their steps back on defense radiating fatigue. No one expected Atletico Madrid B to suddenly reveal a deadly strike at this moment. Bailly took possession of the ball on the left side of midfield, facing Fernandez's reluctant press. Instead of returning the ball to maintain the rhythm, as before, he caught a glimpse of a lethal gap in the front line from the corner of his eye. The two center-backs of Pontevedra had already exhausted their stamina and had yet to reposition after a hasty retreat. Now's the time. Bang! Bailly sent a long pass that soared over midfield. The football flew like a precision missile, passing through everyone in midfield, heading straight for the gap in the opponent's defense. The timing of this pass was perfectly judged, evading the advancing defender while landing precisely on. Thiago had been watching Bailly's movements with his back to him. The moment he saw the long pass, he exerted all his strength and dashed out like an arrow. His face was drenched in sweat, his legs felt as heavy as lead, but his eyes burned with the flame of determination. As the team's forward, he understood the importance of this goal. If he scored, the match would be secured. If they could score just one more goal, it would completely extinguish the opponent's hopes of a comeback. The Pontevedra defender tried to chase back, but after taking just 2 steps, he stumbled, his exhausted stamina rendering him incapable of keeping up with Thiago's speed, helplessly watching as the latter ran further away. Another center-back barely kept up, but could only watch Thiago's back, unable to make any effective interception. Thiago charged into the penalty area, facing the onrushing goalkeeper without a trace of panic. He slowed his pace, observing the goalkeeper's positioning, and at the moment the goalkeeper was about to dive to block, he gently pushed the ball towards the bottom right corner of the goal. The football passed through the goalkeeper's armpit and rolled into the net. Atletico B team has completely expanded their lead. The ball is in. 42. Thiago. Assisted by Bailly. Beautiful. The Atletico fans in the away section erupted with long-suppressed cheers, sweeping away the tension and worries from moments ago. What replaced it was pure ecstasy and excitement. Bailly's performance completely exceeded their expectations. His vision and control were nothing short of that of a midfield commander. Thiago ran towards Bailly and the two embraced tightly. Thiago, panting heavily, patted Bailly on the back, saying, "That long pass was so precise." Bailly smiled in response. "Your sprint was impressive too." Coke joined them for a hug, saying, "You both played beautifully." On the sidelines, Manuel raised his arms high, a relieved smile spreading across his face as he shouted, "Well, that's it." Garcia excitedly high-fived him. This goal had completely extinguished any suspense in the match. Pontevedra was exhausted. It was nearly impossible for them to equalize. Martinez sat despondently on the bench, his hands clasped over his head, his face filled with despair. He knew the team had given their all, but the disparity in stamina and Bailly's moment of brilliance had robbed them of any hope for a comeback. The players of Pontevedra stood on the field with vacant expressions of fatigue and disappointment etched on their young faces. Their reckless pressing had drained their energy, yet it failed to yield a goal, and instead their opponents seized the opportunity, widening the score. The home fans in the stands fell silent, many shaking their heads as they began to leave, with only scattered cheers remaining, unable to stir the waves of excitement from earlier. Meanwhile, the away Atletico fans sang their team song, waving red and white scarves, celebrating this hard-won victory. Bailly looked at the fatigued players on both sides and sighed with relief. This assist was the result of his long observation. He had long noticed Pontevedra's defenders were running out of stamina and their return speed had slowed, so he had been waiting for such an opportunity. As the core of the midfield, one must not only be able to score, but also create opportunities for teammates. This was exactly the direction he had been striving towards. At this moment, the Huagua fans forum fell back into a frenzy. My goodness! That long pass from Bailly was incredible. It's simply a god's perspective. Thiago also gave it his all. His stamina was nearly depleted, yet he could sprint so fast. That's the thirst for victory. 42. It's secured. Winning this match will allow us to surpass Castilla in the standings. Bailly scored twice today, plus an assist, orchestrating a goal. One could almost say he directly contributed to 4 goals, achieving legendary status. Awesome. So awesome. This is hilarious. This is a player who can't even play in the national team U23. At the patron municipal stadium, this goal was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely shattering Pontevedra's fighting spirit. In the following match, both teams continued with a slow-paced tug-of-war, but Atletico B team had firmly grasped control of the situation. Pontevedra's occasional attacks were like arrows with no strength, left posing no threat to the goal guarded by De Gea. The score had essentially secured the victory of this away game. When the referee's whistle finally blew, the score was Atletico Madrid B has won again. A remarkable 7 consecutive victories in the Segunda B. They are simply on a rampage. If it weren't for their early losses, Atletico Madrid B could even be in contention for promotion spots at this point. However, for Atletico Madrid B, promotion is not what matters. What is truly important is that they have discovered a top-tier talent like Ballon. After the final whistle of the match sounded, Pedro, a reporter from Marca, quickly squeezed to the sidelines and intercepted Manuel, who was about to enter the player's tunnel with his recording pen already prepared. He was now eager to interview some key figures from Atletico Madrid's B team. In fact, he had always wanted to. However, Ballon had always been elusive and refused to accept interviews, making it difficult for him to confront Ballon directly. Congratulations, Coach Manuel, on securing this crucial victory. Pedro was the first to speak, his tone barely concealing his excitement. The contrast between the first and second halves of this match was immense, from leading by 2 goals to being equalized and finally securing the win. Ballon was undoubtedly the key contributor. How would you evaluate his performance today? Manuel's face was filled with the joy of victory, and upon hearing Ballon's name, he was lavish in his praise. You are absolutely right, Ballon was the decisive factor in this match. His performance today was nothing short of perfect. 2 goals and a crucial assist. His ability to shoot from distance, deliver through balls, and control the game's tempo showcased maturity and talent far beyond his peers. He paused, his eyes filled with admiration. The super long-range shot in the first half and the precise long pass in the second half were both key to determining the course of the match. Without him, it would have been difficult for us to secure this tough away win. Pedro immediately followed up. You made tactical adjustments at halftime to let Ballon and Cope go all out on the attack. This decision clearly proved to be very successful. What was your thought process at that time? Did you already determine that Ballon could shoulder the attacking responsibilities? Of course, Manuel answered without hesitation. Our defense does have its shortcomings, and Pontevedra's long passes behind us made us quite passive. Rather than sitting back and defending, it was better to take the fight to them. Ballon is the attacking core I trust the most. His skills, vision, and mental resilience are more than enough to support the team's attacking system. He added with a smile, it has been proven that my decision was correct. Ballon did not disappoint me. He repaid my trust with his actual performance and led the team out of a difficult situation. Many fans and media believe that Ballon's abilities have already surpassed the level of the Segunda División B. Do you think he is capable of stepping into the top league? Will he have a chance to be promoted to Atletico's first team? Pedro threw out the most pressing question. Manuel nodded, his tone serious and sincere. I have no doubt about Ballon's potential. His technical style is very comprehensive, with excellent short passes, long-range shots, and dribbling ability. A player like him can definitely establish himself in the top league. As for being promoted to Atletico's first team, I believe it is only a matter of time. What he needs now is stable playing opportunities to continuously accumulate experience. At his growth rate, I believe he will soon prove himself on a higher stage. As his coach, what do you think is Ballon's greatest advantage? What areas can he still improve? Ballon's greatest advantage is not only his skills, but also his game intelligence and ability to handle pressure. Manuel explained. No matter how tense the situation on the field is, he can remain calm, accurately assess the situation, identify the opponent's weaknesses, and deliver a deadly blow. Moreover, he works very hard, always training extra every day, and this attitude allows him to constantly. He thought for a moment and continued. If we were to mention an area for improvement, it might be his physical confrontation ability. The physical battles in the top league tend to be more intense, and as long as he strengthens this aspect a bit more, his future achievements could be limitless. Finally, Pedro asked, what are your expectations for Ballon's future? Manuel looked at Ballon, who was celebrating with his teammates in the distance, his eyes filled with anticipation. Ballon is the pride of Atletico's youth training and a rising star in the football world. I hope he can maintain his current state, continuously challenge himself, and not become complacent. I believe that as long as he continues to work hard, he will surely become one of the top midfielders in world football, bringing more glory to Atletico and his country. He is the core of the team and the future of football. After the interview, Manuel walked towards the players' tunnel, while Pedro quickly organized his interview notes. His face could hardly conceal his excitement. Manuel's high praise for Ballon would undoubtedly become the headline news in tomorrow's sports section. Currently, most of Marca's sales rely on the hype around Ballon. The better Ballon performs, the happier Pedro becomes. Because the better the sales, the more bonuses he receives. It's a win-win situation. Right now, he genuinely hopes Ballon becomes even stronger than the Atletico fans. On the other side, after a brief celebration on the field, the Atletico B team players returned to the locker room. As soon as the door to the away locker room closed, the suppressed cheers exploded instantly. The Atletico B team players threw off their soaked jerseys, sweat mixed with smiles vividly portraying the joy of their 42 comeback victory. And Bailly was undoubtedly the core of this celebration. Just as he sat down to rest for a moment, Coke rushed over first, threw his arm around his neck, and ruffled his hair vigorously. Bro, you were simply a god today. Without you we would have probably fallen here today. Not just a god, but the ruler of Segunda División B. Thiago came over with a bottle of sports drink, opened it, and handed it to Bailly. That long pass was incredible, perfectly delivered to my run. I exerted my last bit of energy to catch up, and thankfully, I didn't let your pass go to waste. He said, patting Bailly on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. From initially being strangers, to now having such chemistry, Bailly had completely conquered this forward with one stellar performance after another. After all, which forward wouldn't love a midfield maestro who delivers such precise passes? As long as he passes to him, he'd have no problem calling him dad. Sergio also squeezed over excitedly, shouting, Bailly, your long-range shot was amazing. I was right beside during the second goal. The power and angle were something the goalkeeper couldn't handle. From now on, when we practice long-range shots, you have to help me out. I want to develop your kind of shooting ability. The surrounding players chimed in excitedly, discussing the highlights of the match, with the topic almost entirely revolving around Bailly. Coke suddenly raised a bottle of mineral water and loudly shouted, brothers, quiet down. I propose a toast to our hero Bailly. The players immediately responded, raising their drinks in Bailly's direction. Cheers. Bailly is awesome. For Bailly. Cheers echoed again in the locker room, with Bailly being surrounded by everyone displaying a shy yet sincere smile, feeling warm inside. During his time with Atletico B, from initially being cautious to now being recognized by his teammates, it indeed validates the saying, in competitive sports, skill is the original sin. Amidst laughter and joy, the players boarded the bus for their return trip. Meanwhile, at the Espinola training base in Caminero's office, Caminero's expression was somewhat grim. He sternly stated to Mendez, who was seated across from his desk, Bailly is not for sale. He is the core of the B team and the future of the first team. Caminero continued to express his stance. Jorge, I believe you should be aware of Atletico Madrid's position. Bailly is a non-transferable asset for Atletico, and there is no room for negotiation. We cannot let him go. Mendez, with his signature confident smile still on his face, replied unhurriedly, Mr. Caminero, I understand your importance regarding Bailly. After all, such a talented player is hard to come by. He interlocked his fingers on the desk and added, but you must also admit that the current situation is unfair to Bailly. He has already proven himself in the Segunda B with 7 matches. In the recent match, I believe you saw it as well. 2 goals and a decisive assist. Such performance has long surpassed the standards of this level, yet in the first team of Atletico, Coach Aguirre's tactics do not provide much opportunity for young players. This is a necessary path for growth. Caminero immediately retorted, every player must experience waiting and maturing. The competition in the first team is fierce. He needs more patience, and Atletico will give him the opportunity. Until when he? Mendez countered, his tone sharp. Right now, Liverpool, AC Milan, Arsenal, and other major clubs are waiting for him, and those mid-level teams are also very eager for such a central midfielder. What they can offer is stable playing time, a chance to compete in Champions League-level matches, and the opportunity to compete with the world's top players. Can Atletico provide that now? He paused and continued, Bailly's talent cannot be wasted. He is at a crucial period for growth, and staying in Segunda B for another season will not help his development at all. You keep saying he is the future of the first team, but if he never gets the chance to compete at the top level, that future will only fade away. Caminero's expression grew darker. He knew Mendez was speaking the truth. Aguirre's conservatism was notorious, and even if Bailly shone in the B team, it would be challenging to secure stable playing time in the first team in the short term. However, he was reluctant to let go of this talent he personally discovered. Bailly possessed qualities that Atletico had long lacked in a technical midfielder, and he was unwilling to just hand him over. Mendez noticed Caminero's dilemma and tactfully took a step back, revealing the card he had prepared. Since you insist that Bailly belongs to Atletico, we can approach this differently. He said in a softer tone, alone. Allow Bailly to go on loan to a top team that can guarantee him playing time just for 1 season. During the loan period, he will still be an Atletico player, and the ownership will remain with you. Mendez added, after 1 season, he will return to Atletico with experience from the top league, and then he can step into the first team as an immediately usable core rather than a newcomer that needs to be developed over time. This is a win-win choice for both Atletico and Bailly. Just think about it. Mendez seized the opportunity. Rather than letting him waste his talent in the B team, it would be better to let him train on a higher platform. Currently, several top teams are willing to accept this proposal. They can offer Bailly a starting position and allow him to play in the Champions League. Such a growth rate is unattainable in Atletico's B team. Caminero fell silent. He leaned back in his chair, his fingers rubbing his chin, brow still furrowed, but the determination in his eyes had begun to waver. Mendes' proposal precisely struck at his concerns. He wanted to keep Bailly, but did not wish to delay the talented player's future. In fact, he had considered loaning Bailly out. Now that Mendes had proposed this, the loan option seemed like a concession, yet it precisely hit the core of the negotiation, making it difficult for him to refuse. This was a mutual need. Mendes did not rush, but sat quietly. He knew that Caminero was already tempted. He had no intention of achieving everything in one step from the start of this negotiation. The transfer was the bottom line, while the loan was his true goal. As long as Bailly could debut in the top league and showcase greater strength, the choice for the future would lie in his and Bailly's hands. Caminero took a deep breath, looking at Mendes with a complex expression. This proposal? I need time to consider. He neither agreed directly nor refused. Mendes smiled, standing up to extend his hand. Of course I can wait for your response, but I hope you can decide soon. The sooner it's confirmed, the better it is for Bailly. The two shook hands to say goodbye. As Mendes walked out of the office, a determined smile graced his lips. Caminero, on the other hand, returned to his desk relieved. He had only recently learned that Bailly had signed with Mendes, and he was well aware of Mendes' influence. Perhaps having Mendes push the loan proposal was a very fitting move. Caminero had made his decision. In the afternoon, the sun at the Espino training base was particularly warm. The Atletico B team players had just finished their rest after returning from their away victory, chatting in small groups about the game. Bailly was discussing how to play against Castillo with Coke when a staff member called out, "Bailly, mister. Caminero wants you to go to his office." Coke grinned. "Go ahead, haha, it must be something good." Bailly was also a bit curious. Entering the familiar office, Caminero first gestured for Bailly to sit down and personally poured him a glass of water. "First of all, congratulations, your performance in today's match was outstanding. 2 goals and an assist, leading the team to secure crucial points away. The entire club has seen your growth." Caminero's eyes were filled with admiration. Bailly smiled shyly. "Thank you, mister. Caminero, this is all thanks to my teammates' great support. Oh, we fought together until the end." "No need to be modest, your abilities are evident to all." Caminero shifted the topic, his tone becoming serious. "I know you've been longing for an opportunity in the first team, and I want to discuss Coach Aguirre's concerns with you. Currently, the first team is in a crucial period of striving for Champions League qualification. The situation in the league's top 4 is very complex, and every match must be flawless. Coach Aguirre's tactical system tends to rely on experienced players. He worries that as a young player you may not have adapted to the pace of the top league, and rushing you onto the field could affect the team's stability." He paused before adding, "But rest assured, the club has never overlooked you. As long as you maintain your current form, I will arrange for you to participate in the first team's summer training this summer, where you can showcase your abilities directly in front of Coach Aguirre." Bailly listened quietly, feeling little turbulence in his heart. Manuel had already informed him about the first team's situation, and he nodded, gently replying, "Yes, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Caminero." Seeing Bailly's calm demeanor, Caminero nodded in satisfaction, finally getting to the main point. "Actually, the reason I called you today is for something important." He looked into Bailly's eyes and said earnestly, "Jorge Mendes came to see me today. He represents you and proposed the idea of a loan, hoping you could join a top league team this summer as a loan to gain stable playing time." Bailly was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Mendes to act so quickly. He hadn't realized that the other party had already started negotiations with the club. After a brief moment of surprise, his gaze quickly became resolute, and without hesitation he said, "Mr. Caminero, I indeed want the opportunity to play in the top league. I feel I am ready and want to prove myself on a higher platform without wasting too much time." Looking at the unmasked desire and confidence in Bailly's eyes, Caminero suddenly laughed, standing up and patting Bailly on the shoulder. "Good. Having confidence in oneself is a good thing. Professional players should have that drive. That's right, keep it up." His tone was filled with appreciation. "I know you are unwilling to remain in the B team, and I understand your eagerness to grow. I am also seriously considering the loan proposal Mendes suggested, and since you share this thought, it makes things much easier. However, a loan is not just about finding any team." Caminero said seriously, "If you are interested, you can ask me, and I will help you choose a suitable team. It must be a top league team that can provide you a stable starting position and a tactical system that suits your play. Of course, what you need to do now is to maintain your form in the upcoming matches, and then choose a good place that will help." He looked at Bailly with hope in his eyes. "Atletico will always be your home. We are waiting for you to return with experience from the top league. Next season, I hope to see you don the Atletico first team jersey with a stronger presence, fighting for the honor." Stepping out of Caminero's office, the evening sun filtered through the tree-lined path of the training base, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Bailly's steps were much lighter than when he arrived. The earlier conversation with Caminero felt like a stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples in his heart. Loan. The opportunity to play in the top league. He repeated these words in his mind, unable to suppress a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Mendes' efficiency exceeded his expectations, and Caminero's understanding and support completely put his anxious heart at ease. He knew that this was not the end, but the true beginning of his journey towards his goals. The existence of the system was his greatest secret since crossing over, and it was also the core motivation drive. Only by completing tasks, gaining various talent and skill rewards, and acquiring free attribute points could he quickly compensate for his shortcomings and strengthen his advantages, transforming from a genius in the Segunda Division B into a top midfielder capable of standing firm in the top league and even shining on the Champions League stage. No, not just a top midfielder, but an all-around midfielder. However, as long as he remained with Atletico Madrid, even if he performed brilliantly, he would be unable to enter the first team. His task progress would always be stuck. Entering the top league facing stronger opponents and higher intensity competition each match would be an excellent opportunity to complete tasks. Every appearance, every goal, and every assist could be transformed into tangible improvements. With this in mind, he thought, Aguirre's conservatism may not be a bad thing for me. If it weren't for the lack of stable playing opportunities in the first team, he might still be hesitating between waiting for promotion and taking the initiative. But now the opportunity for a loan was in front of him, which also meant more possibilities to complete tasks. He recalled the expectations of the fans from Huagua, the pleas from teammates like Coke and Manuel's praise, feeling a twinge of reluctance in his heart, but more so a sense of determination. Only by standing on the stage of the top league, quickly improving his skills, vision, and mental qualities, could he truly return to Atletico Madrid as a strong contender one day. Only through continuous breakthroughs could he become stronger and go further on the path of professional football. He looked up at the sky above the training base. The sunset was infinitely beautiful. The next day, Espino training base. The basic morning training had just ended, and the players dispersed in small groups to rest. De Gea leaned against the goalpost, holding a bottle of water, his gaze somewhat vacant as he stared blankly at the distant training facilities, his brow slightly furrowed. Coke approached and patted his arm. "What's wrong? You look deep in thought." De Gea snapped back to reality, gently shook his head, and took a sip of water. "It's nothing, just feeling a bit sentimental all of a sudden. We've been playing in the B team for so long, and I don't know when we'll truly stand on the stage of the top league. The competition for the goalkeeper position in the first team is so fierce that sometimes I'm really uncertain about where my opportunity lies." His voice carried a hint of barely detectable anxiety. As a goalkeeper, his talent was evident, but the threshold of the top league always felt distant for young players. Coke sighed and patted his shoulder. "Don't think too much. You're so young and so good at making saves, the opportunities will come. Look at Bailly. He also worked his way up step by step, and now he's being eyed by top clubs." He called out to Bailly, who was stretching not far away. "Bailly, come over and take a break." Bailly heard the call, stopped stretching, and quickly walked over, sitting down beside the two. "What's up? What are you so—" "We're talking about the future." Coke looked at Bailly with curiosity in his eyes. "De Gea is worried about opportunities in the top league. What about you? You're so hot right now, and Mendes is so influential. What are your plans for next season? Are you waiting for a call-up from Atletico's first team, or—" Coke's words were left unfinished, but the meaning was clear. Bailly lowered his head to open his water bottle, paused for 2 seconds, and then raised his eyes with a calm expression, softly saying, "I might be leaving next season." "Huh?" Both Coke and De Gea were taken aback, their expressions freezing instantly. De Gea almost fumbled his water bottle, instinctively asking, "Leaving? Where are you going? Are you leaving Atletico?" Coke had already known about Bailly's plans and was able to recover his composure quickly. "It's not a complete departure, it's most likely a loan," Bailly explained. "It's not finalized yet, Mr. Caminero and Mendes are in talks, and the specific team hasn't been determined yet." The air around the training ground suddenly fell silent. Only the faint sounds of laughter from other teammates could be heard in the distance. Coke opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back, his eyes flashing with a hint of reluctance. Although he knew Bailly was leaving, it was still somewhat hard to accept when faced with the reality. From their initial tacit cooperation to later fighting side by side, he had long regarded Bailly as his best partner, and the thought of possibly losing this core midfielder next season inevitably brought a sense of unease. De Gea also fell silent. He had just been lamenting the difficulty of finding opportunities while Bailly was about to embark on the journey to the top league, feeling both envy and a melancholy over the farewell itself. They both understood that this was the nature of professional football. The unpredictability of coming together and parting ways was the norm. Even the best teammates might diverge due to their individual paths. After a brief silence, Coke was the first to regain his composure, forcing a smile and patting Bailly's back. "Well, with your talent, you shouldn't stay in the B team forever. The stage of the top league is suited for you. Although it's a bit hard to part, I'm still happy for you." De Gea nodded in agreement, his tone sincere. "Yes, you deserve better opportunities. I hope when you arrive at the new team, You can maintain your current form, score more goals, provide more assists, and establish yourself in the top league as soon as possible. Bai Yi looked at the complex expressions on the faces of the two, feeling a bit emotional. The days spent training, competing, and celebrating victories together were his most treasured memories at Atletico. He smiled, his tone lightened. Thank you both. But don't be too sad, I'll be back. It's just a loan. I want to find an opportunity to establish myself in the first team. He added, and even if I leave, we're still friends. Who knows, we might meet on the pitch again. Don't blame me for being... Coke laughed at him, playfully punching him. Who is afraid of whom? If we meet, I'll definitely defend you, so you won't have a chance to shoot. De Gea also began to laugh, the earlier silence and melancholy dissipating significantly. Coke looked at Bai Yi, his gaze becoming resolute. No matter what, we still need to fight together in the upcoming matches. Especially in the derby against Castilla, we must win. Even if you are leaving, we need to give you a perfect farewell, right? We must win the derby. De Gea echoed, his eyes reigniting with fighting spirit. Bai Yi nodded vigorously. Just then they heard Manuel's voice calling from the sidelines. Bai Yi, come here. It's time for special training. Coming. Bai Yi replied, standing up, smiling at Coke and De Gea. I'm going to train now, we'll talk later. Watching Bai Yi walk towards Manuel, Coke and De Gea exchanged glances, both seeing the sentiment in each other's eyes. No one expected that the one with the least talent on the team would be the first to step onto the professional stage. On the other side, Bai Yi quickly began Manuel's special training plan. He meticulously refined his physical confrontations and long-range shooting details according to the special training plan set by Manuel. Soon his training gear was completely soaked, and sweat constantly dripped from his forehead. Manuel had specifically increased the intensity of the confrontational training, adding more defenders with 3 players defending against Bai Yi. Repeated collisions and interceptions forced Bai Yi to find opportunities to pass and shoot under pressure. Pay attention to your center of gravity. Don't lean back during confrontations. Use your core strength to stabilize your body. Manuel stood nearby, holding a tactical board, occasionally shouting reminders. Seeing Bai Yi accurately distribute the ball to the wing despite being surrounded by 3 defenders, he nodded in satisfaction, his eyes filled with admiration. During a break in training, the players went to the sidelines to hydrate and rest. Manuel approached Bai Yi with 2 bottles of sports drinks, sitting down beside him and handing him one. Take a break. Your determination truly reminds me of a young Torres. Bai Yi took the drink, opened it, and took a big gulp, smiling as he thanked. Thank you, coach. Your special training plan is effective. I feel much more composed during confrontations than before. He certainly wouldn't mention that it was because he had increased his stamina attributes, and that Ballon's evasion was genuinely effective. You have talent and work hard, which is why you've improved so quickly. Manuel sighed, then shifted his tone to a serious one. I heard you signed with Mendes. He's the top agent in Europe, or it seems you have plans in mind already. Bai Yi was taken aback for a moment, not expecting Manuel to bring this up suddenly. He nodded. Yes, I just signed a contract a while ago. Actually, I've been wanting to talk to you about this for a while. Manuel looked at him, his gaze sincere. Your talent and ability shouldn't be confined to the Segunda Division B anymore. What the B team can offer you is stable playing time and a tactical core position, but these no longer help your growth. He paused, continuing, I know you want to join Atletico's first team, but you're aware of Coach Aguirre's conservative style. He doesn't easily use newcomers. Rather than wasting your talent in the B team, it would be better to find an opportunity to venture out. I have an idea. Manuel leaned in a bit closer. You could try a loan to other La Liga teams like mid to lower tier clubs. They would definitely be willing to give you a starting position. A loan for a season to play in the top league, accumulate experience, and then return to Atletico's first team would have no reason to reject you. Even if not with your performance by then, you could find better options. He smiled, adding, although we'll miss you, having you here stabilizes the B team's performance significantly, but I don't want to delay your future as a genius. A player's career lasts only a few years, and their golden period passes in the blink of an eye. You must seize every opportunity. Bai Yi looked into Manuel's sincere eyes, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. As the head coach of the B team, Manuel clearly needed him to ensure the team's performance, yet he was willing to think about his future and actively advised him to leave. This perspective deeply moved him. Coach, thank you, Bai Yi said softly. Actually, I've already talked to Mr. Caminero. Next season, I will be loaned to a top league team. Manuel was taken aback, clearly not expecting that a conclusion had already been reached. He paused for a few seconds, then burst into laughter, patting Bai Yi's shoulder. Good, good, good. It seems you have more of your own opinions than I thought. Mendes truly didn't misjudge you, he asked quickly. That's good. Manuel's eyes were filled with anticipation. The stage of the top league is larger, the competition fiercer, and the training more thorough. You, my child, have good skills and a sharp mind, but you still need to strengthen your physical confrontations. This is a good time to practice more so that you won't be bullied in the new team. He stood up, waving goodbye to Bai Yi. In the upcoming matches, especially the derby against Castilla, you must perform well. Now many clubs are keeping an eye on you. Every performance you give is a resume for the new team's head coach. The brighter you shine, the more trust you'll gain there, and naturally more opportunities to play. Don't worry, coach, I will. Bailly nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with determination. Manuel smiled in satisfaction. All right, you've had enough rest. Let's continue training. Practice your long-range shots more. This will be your weapon in the top league. Bailly stood up, brushed off the grass clippings from his clothes, and walked back to the training field. He knew that every match and every training session ahead was crucial. He needed to present the best version of himself to conclude his B-team career perfectly. Of course, he also needed to complete Task 2 in the last 6 matches of the Segunda Division B. April 13th. At 11 a.m., the sunlight at Espino Stadium was still gentle, lacking the scorch of the afternoon. This small stadium, which can accommodate 3,000 people, was not completely filled. After all, an 11 a.m. kickoff on a weekend is hardly friendly, with many fans still juggling breakfast and family chores. But it was packed to more than half, with nearly 1,500 Atletico Madrid supporters dressed in red and white, turning the stands into a sea of their team's colors. The shouts and songs rose and fell, dispelling the morning's laziness. 7 consecutive victories. Our B team is on fire now. On the stands, a middle-aged fan excitedly said to his companion. Ever since Bailly secured his position as the core, the team has been performing like they're on easy mode. The offense is too fierce. Winning this match against San Brigida would mean 8 consecutive victories. Ultimately, it's all thanks to Bailly. His companion immediately agreed, his eyes filled with admiration. Last time away against Pontevedra, we led by 2 goals, but were equalized in the end. It was still him who secured the victory. His core ability is simply wasted in the youth team. I think with another season or 2 of experience, he could definitely make the first team and play a rotation role. Similar discussions were scattered throughout the stands. Fans gathered in small groups, with almost all topics revolving around Bailly. I believe he could make the first team right now. A young fan spoke passionately, waving his fist. His long shots and through balls are far more reliable than those midfielders in the first team. It's just that Aguirre is too conservative. With the pressure of competing for the top 4, he's afraid to let the young players develop, fearing mistakes. You can't blame Aguirre. An older fan nearby shook his head. The pace of top-tier leagues is different from that of Segunda B. The physical confrontations are much more intense. Let Bailly train for another year, refine his defense and physicality, and by then he would be ready for the first team right away. How great would that be? The discussions and cheers of the fans intertwined, occasionally punctuated by cries of Bailly, Bailly. Although the crowd wasn't large, the atmosphere remained fervent. After all, the youth team's astonishing achievement of 7 consecutive victories, even having the chance to overtake Real Madrid Castilla, was enough to drive the fans wild. In an inconspicuous corner of the stands, a middle-aged man in a dark coat was keeping his head down, holding a small camcorder, the lens quietly focused on Bailly on the field. He was Luca Marchetti, a scout from Fiorentina, who had been following Bailly. This time he brought a camcorder specifically to observe Bailly's performance up close. The camera followed Bailly closely. Bailly's distribution and organization in midfield made Luca nod slightly, his eyes filled with recognition. In his view, Bailly's technical style was steady, his footwork precise, and his defensive awareness was continually improving, making him very suitable for the tactical system of Italian football. It should be noted that after last year's phone scandal, the image of Italian football plummeted, and the once prestigious aura of the Little World Cup faded considerably. All teams were urgently searching for talented players, hoping to revive the glory of Serie A. A technical midfielder like Bailly, who can both organize attacks and contribute long shots, is precisely what Fiorentina needs. Bailly's arrival could potentially inject new vitality into the team. Of course, aside from Luca, there were plenty of scouts at the match. Marca had described Bailly as a super talent, and naturally scouts from La Liga teams had already taken notice of him. How could a genius nurtured through local youth training be overlooked? However, what surprised these scouts was that many had previously overlooked Bailly while watching matches from Atletico's youth academy. Occasionally, only some mundane remarks were made. No one expected that suddenly, in such a short time, he would have such an awakening. Many scouts wanted to see Bailly's performance to determine if he was worth pursuing. In their eyes, youth players are not untouchable, it's simply a matter of price. Promise them enough playing time, stable training arrangements, and sufficient salary, and who wouldn't be tempted? Moreover, he is a Chinese player. He wouldn't have the same strong loyalty to a club as local players. Besides, in today's football world, how much is loyalty worth? Raul was once from Atletico's youth academy, and now he is a legend at Real Madrid. Torres was also Atletico's pride, yet he transferred to Liverpool due to the club's financial issues. Suddenly, just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, the fans in the stands erupted in gasps. In the 11th minute, Atletico's B team launched an attack down the left flank. Sergio broke through and passed the ball back to Bailly in midfield. At this moment San Brigida's defense showed clear gaps due to Bailly's repeated passes. The moment Bailly received the ball he hesitated not at all. Out of the corner of his eye he spotted Coke making a run, and with a gentle push from his right foot's inside, he delivered a highly penetrating through ball. The ball perfectly threaded through the gap between two defenders, landing steadily on Coke's path. This move caused the fans to exclaim in surprise. Such execution is not something ordinary players can achieve. This is talent. But the fans had no time to think further. On the field, Coke surged forward at full speed, securely controlling the ball at his feet. Faced with the onrushing goalkeeper, he didn't indulge himself, instead using the outside of his left foot, he smoothly passed the ball laterally to Thiago, who was following up in the middle. Thiago was already prepared. After receiving the ball facing an open goal, he effortlessly slotted it in, and the ball hit the net. Atletico Madrid B team has broken the deadlock at home. The stands erupted with deafening cheers as some Atletico fans jumped up waving their red and white scarves, their shouts nearly toppling the Espinosa Stadium. Thiago shouted excitedly as he rushed to the sidelines, fiercely pumping his fist in celebration, then turned to embrace his teammates with open arms. On the sidelines, Manuel vigorously waved his fist, a smile of satisfaction on his face, shouting into the field, "Beautiful. This is the kind of cooperation we need." The players from San Brigida's wore expressions of helplessness. There was truly nothing they could do about that goal. The Atletico Madrid B team was constantly maneuvering their defense, making it impossible to cover every gap. At the same time, they knew that facing such a hot-performing Atletico Madrid B team, reversing the situation would not be easy. Meanwhile, the Atletico fans in the stands grew increasingly excited. 8 consecutive wins. 8 consecutive wins. The shouts echoed back and forth. In the stands, Luca held the camera steadily, a satisfied smile on his lips. The previous through ball perfectly showcased Bailly's core value, able not only to score himself, but also to create excellent opportunities for his teammates. Other scouts nodded in agreement. Some jotted down notes in their notebooks, while others contacted their clubs to report the situation. Clearly Bailly's through ball had solidified the intention of all scouts present to pursue his acquisition.